Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents ChronoTemplar, a crunchy LitRPG adventure, by Burt Wrenlaw, narrated by Alex Knox. Chapter 1. 5 solar rotations, 5 of your Earth years. That's a record for the fastest fall in universal history. I don't know whether to be impressed or disgusted by the ineptitude of your people. Not only that, but your kind has also never even managed to shut down a single invasion portal. Justin whirled around, bringing his dented kite shield up against the newcomer. Except he held no shield in his hand. No sword, armor, clothes, or even underwear. On the upside, he saw no boiling throng of clacking, chittering swarmlings chewing their way through the reinforced doors of an underground bunker. In fact, there was nothing around him. He simply stood buck naked inside a plain, white expanse of nothingness. All your literature, all of your stories and plays and dramas and games portray you as some great species that will always rise up to the challenge, with indomitable wills that would never crumble in the face of adversity. Justin swiveled his head to the left and right, trying and failing to identify the source of the taunting voice. And yet, humanity's last bastion falls after just only 5 years. 5 years! Justin ignored the speaker's words, switching mental gears. This enemy was no swarmling that would bury him in an avalanche of teeth and claws. It was probably a mind demon that had got mixed in, or perhaps a new kind of swarmling that messed around with its target's head. Steadfast resolve, Justin whispered to himself. He expected the skill to dip into his mana reserves, wrapping his mind and soul in a protective barrier. Nothing happened. Justin curled his lip up in a snarl and brought his fists up in a boxer's guard, widening his legs to provide more stability. Status! Another hissed whisper, but louder this time. Still nothing, only the vast abyss of white oblivion around him. The system did not respond to him, nor did it bring up his heads-up display. This was new to Justin. No matter what type of attack monsters used, he could always bring up his HUD to identify what was going on. Then Minsu would buy him time, distracting the new enemies, while Sarah chanted out a prayer to... Oh, right. They were dead. Minsu was eaten alive when 2 swarmlings crawled under his guard, and Sarah was skewered by a spineling barb, spat from afar. This last desperate fight also claimed the lives of the rest of his party. Connor the Berserk Highlander with his oversized claymore, Hirano the Pyromancer with her barrage of fiery spells, and Saeed the Wrangler with his whips to tangle up the enemies. So too the other parties fell in the final defense of the bunker. They would soon be joined in death by the 2,000 shivering remnants of humanity. It would only be a matter of time now until the swarmlings chewed through the final doors of the bunker, if they hadn't already tunneled through the tens of meters of enchanted concrete surrounding it. It's not as if we didn't give you enough power to defend yourselves. Even the bloodiest one-sided slaughters get boring after a couple thousand times. That's why we gave you access to classes and professions, all to give you a fighting chance, while we bet a few stars among ourselves. Justin grunted to himself. This monster, whatever it was, must have trapped him in some kind of mindscape. Why bother? He was going to die soon enough anyway. Then again, maybe this mindbender was a particularly sadistic bastard. Perhaps it was playing with its food, instead of finishing it off quickly as a normal monster should. Maybe it just wanted to torment him for a little bit longer, break him down before releasing the mind spell, and watch him get chewed to bits by the swarmling throngs. Rebuff. Nothing. Lion's Courage. Still nothing. Diamond Bulwark. Nothing once again. Justin inhaled deeply, steeling himself for whatever was to come. He ducked down even lower into his boxer's guard. He twisted his body around, prepared to literally go down swinging if need be. See, why couldn't your species have been a little bit more dedicated to self-preservation? We gave you a whole year to prepare. to let you acclimate to the system, and to start leveling for the first great invasion. What do you idiots do instead? Half of you sat around with your thumbs up your anal sphincters, while the other half immediately started burning your world to the ground. Even when my peers and I tweaked the settings a little to help your kind survive your first failure, you all just flopped around like useless sacks of wet manure. Justin held his breath, trying to locate the source of the voice. He figured that this monster had gone invisible, or maybe blinded him somehow, but he thought that he could trace the direction of the voice. That plan failed as well, because the voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Justin gritted his teeth while whirling around, trying and failing to find a target for his frustrations. If his mind was indeed being invaded and his perceptions blocked, then he could not afford just to stand still. However, he could only spin around in place, since he could not find any obstacle to put his back to. He knew the swarmlings were going to be his death, even without this mental attack, but he would take as many of them down with him as he could, or at the very least, go down fighting instead of cowering in a corner. Ugh, I'm ranting here. Will you just stop fiddling around like... Okay, fine. Oi, over here. The voice suddenly gained a presence off to Justin's right. The naked man whirled around, prepared to resort to unskilled hand-to-hand fighting without the aid of class skills. It was a testament to his pure stubbornness in the face of imminent doom. There, in the middle of the white void, stood a younger version of himself. There were his wide, innocent eyes and chubby cheeks. He was still filled with awe and wonder, while remaining blissfully ignorant of the darkness swirling around him. Justin blinked, and the child became a teenager. An awkward one, with pimply cheeks, thick glasses, and a pronounced gut. Shy and nervous, and not sure about what to do and how to carry himself. The perfect victim. Justin blinked again, and the teenager became a young man with a black eye and bleeding lip. He was muscled, eager, and ready to throw down at a moment's notice. He met the world with a snarl and a growl, having learned that being the bully was far better than being the bullied, and that only a true son has the right and the might to take what is his. Justin blinked once more. The young man sprouted a beard and a tired face. He was still angry and still fuming, but now he was capable of keeping it all under control. A few dangerous brushes with the law had taught him how to stay in line. He wore the once familiar uniform of a security guard, a worn walkie-talkie, a faded truncheon, and a rusty revolver on his hip. Justin blinked, and the man's expression twisted into a rictus of rage and ruin. He stood there, bare-chested and bathed in the blood of his dismembered victims. He'd found his anger once again, renewed by the end of the world, when monsters walked freely over the Earth's surface. Fate had intervened and had reminded him that the strong eat the weak, and that nothing would ever take that away from him. Justin blinked, and the man aged a few dozen years, when in reality he had only aged 5. Wisps of gray were mixed in with his black hair, and perpetual eye bags pulled his gaze down. Scars from unhealable injuries riddled the exposed bits of his skin as he stood encased within rusty, piecemeal armor. A sword hung from his belt, sheathed inside a grimy, tattered scabbard. Steel peeked out from the scabbard's holes, revealing the chipped sword beneath. Justin shifted his gaze toward the shield strapped to the man's back. If that was his shield, then it would be just as rusty and dented as he remembered. Even the wooden planks behind the steel should be rotting from lack of maintenance. The copy of him groaned in disgust, shaking its head with great disapproval as it studied his stolen body. This is just sad. You had the right idea there about the strong devouring the weak, you really did. Then you threw all that away to become this? Truly pathetic. I have absolutely no idea how you survived this long with that weak mindset of yours. And this gear. I mean, what sort of self-respecting hero would... Justin leapt forward with hands outstretched, while the doppelganger shifted its attention away from him. The creature may have been armored, but it had yet to draw its sword or shield. Justin figured he could immobilize it with a hold, lock an arm or neck in place. He could then either tighten that hold and choke it out, or steal its sword to finish it off. Instead, Justin found himself locked in place, invisible bonds restraining every inch of his body. Even show his face with this kind of equipment. The doppelganger shook its head in dismay, not even acknowledging Justin's attempt to attack him. Now, if you want to leave an impression on your illustrious audience, then the least you should aim for is this. The doppelganger snapped a finger. There was no brilliant flash of light, no magical whoosh or fancy effect. Justin's copy now stood before him in a resplendent suit of plate armor. The material looked like some sort of white metal, except it moved around the doppelganger's limbs like nylon. Whatever it was, it produced a solid-sounding thunk when the creature banged a balled fist on the chest plate. Living mithril, forged by a level 100 fabricator, with the ability to transmute animated metals from the molten core of a living world such as yours. It'll deflect even a kaiju's mighty blow, though you'll still need a lot of constitution and resistance to survive the echoed strike. The doppelganger laughed after it spoke, as if it had said something supremely humorous. Justin noticed little of the boasting, though, as he was too busy pushing and tugging at the invisible chains holding him in place. Their absolute grip prevented him from moving even a fraction of an inch, yet he continued struggling with all his might. And that's the shield. What about the blade? Oh, this beauty. This is made from stellar alloy. You'll need a max-level fabricator to fold metals to such an insane degree of compression. However, you'll also need a max-level sunbringer to portal in the hot plasma of your local star to... Hey, are you listening here? Justin ceased his struggling. The doppelganger had finally noticed that his captive wasn't paying full attention to him. It pouted and crossed its arms, the shiny living metal of its form-fitting gauntlets flowing to avoid scraping itself. Here I was, trying to give you a hint of how you, or more precisely, your people, could survive a bit longer. Justin's eyes widened at the doppelganger's words. His surprise was short-lived, though, as he pushed that grain of hope far down into the little corner where he normally shoved his other emotions. If this thing was going to end him, he would not give it the satisfaction of crushing his mind before it ended his body. The doppelganger sighed, shaking its head as it did so. Why did you have to be the last one standing? Why couldn't it have been Marcus? He would have had the brains to understand what was going on here, and the political clout to bully others into doing what needs doing. Or maybe Anita. Brains and beauty. She'd make for an excellent figurehead for humans to rally around. The doppelganger grimaced, snorting with disdain as it studied Justin's naked, paralyzed form. Instead, I am forced to use this, a subpar example of the human species. Slow, stupid, stained by sin, and worst of all, ugly as hell. I mean, what kind of hero can you be with a face like that? Justin bit his tongue, swallowing the expletive that so badly wanted to worm its way out of his throat. His big mouth had already gotten him into trouble plenty of times, especially when people commented on his looks. That was why he had learned how to keep quiet and listen. He considered it one of his most valuable skills, hard-won from years of raging and roaring without thought. The doppelganger exhaled sadly and shrugged. Well, I guess I'll have to work with what I have, even if the material is less than ideal. It focused its gaze upon Justin, puckering its lips as it did so. I'm going to release you now. Attack me, and I will restrain you once again. Then I will be forced to waste even more time. The creature froze, then snorted, then giggled to itself. I've just realized something. Just in time. Just in time. How about that, eh? Justin ground his teeth together, cursing his bastard of a father once more in his heart. Not only had he passed on that ugly mug of his, but he had also stuck that stupid name on Justin at birth. Bad enough that he smacked him and his mom around, until the cops finally got around to gunning him down. The creature waved, and Justin landed on his feet as he dropped to the floor. He straightened up, his eyes remaining locked on the mirror image of himself dressed in that fancy armor of his. "Right then, do you know why I—" "Of course not. You probably have no idea what's going on, do you?" Justin narrowed his eyes, deciding to look away for a fraction of a second. The vast, white expanse still surrounded him, containing nothing to clue him in on his situation. He turned his attention back to the creature, and then he shook his head softly without saying a word. "As I suspected." The doppelganger waved around him imperiously, with one gauntleted hand, puffing out his chest as he did so. "This, my simple and stupid champion, is my domain. Or at least a temporary domain that I've erected to keep my peers away while I talk with you. Are you following me so far?" Justin hesitated before he nodded in reply, pointedly ignoring the creature's patronizing tone. "Good human. Now, do you remember what happened 5 years ago?" Justin nodded once more. His doppelganger nodded in turn, and then raised his brows. He twirled a palm out, ducking his head as if he expected more. Justin frowned, and then spoke directly to the creature for the first time. "The monsters appeared." His voice came out gravelly, weighed down by the years of endless fighting and retreating. "Yes, the monsters appeared. Very good, human. Next question. Why did those monsters appear?" Justin's frown deepened as he strained hard to remember what had happened on that fateful day so long ago. That was when he had first laid eyes upon a menu which the system had forcefully imposed upon the entirety of mankind. It was also when humanity started its downward spiral towards the end. Then he remembered the first message that he had received that day. Few people had taken the words seriously because they were too drunk on their newfound power to care. Because someone wanted to be entertained. "Exactly! Now, do you want to guess what I am?" Justin was very tempted to give voice to his suspicions, but he decided against it. Instead, he pressed his lips together and stared at his doppelganger, which frowned in dissatisfaction. "Well, I don't know what you are." "Are you that stupid or something? I said guess what I am, not correctly identify what I am on your first try. Surely that minuscule brain of yours has enough spare intelligence in it at least to guess what I'm trying to do here." Justin opened his mouth to shout out exactly what he was thinking, and then he closed it again. He bit his tongue, slowed his breathing, and counted to 10. "I think that you are one of those things that we were supposed to entertain." "Ha!" The doppelganger barked out that short laugh before contorting Justin's face, in a massive grin. "A good answer, a safe answer, and a correct one." The doppelganger straightened up with a wry smile. "I very much count myself among those who wish to be entertained. True, there is some entertainment value to be gained from the self-destruction of your species, but I made a little bet with some of my peers, see? Nothing too big, a few stellar systems here and there, a few reality-bending artifacts I wouldn't really miss. Here's the rub, though. I hate losing. Absolutely abhor it. I have a reputation to uphold, and I just cannot suffer the shame of breaking my winning streak because of the spectacular display of incompetence your people have given over the past few years." The doppelganger disappeared, and then reappeared right behind Justin, slinging its arm over his shoulders. Justin stiffened, ready to smash an elbow into his copy's kidney, before forcing himself to calm down. If this thing was whatever it claimed to be, then the last thing Justin wanted to do was piss it off, at least until he learned how to put it down for good. "This is where you come in. What was your name again?" "Justin. JustInTime." "Ah, yes, Justin. Well, Justin, old boy, I need you to help me win that bet I just told you about." Justin pursed his lips once again. This creature loved talking, and he was content to keep his mouth shut until it needed a response out of him. Except the creature held its hand out in an obvious demand for Justin to speak his mind. What exactly do you need me to do? The doppelganger rolled its eyes with a groan. Isn't it obvious? Justin waited, hoping the question was rhetorical. It was not. It is not, at least not to me. Really? No clue at all? None. Truly? Truly. Not even going to guess. I do not want to presume. I do not want to presume, he says. Oh, you precious little thing, you. The doppelganger barked out another laugh, pulling Justin tighter into its one-armed hug. You, Mr. Thyme, are going back in time. See how I made that rhyme? The creature snickered, annoyingly proud of itself. I am going to send you right back to when my peers and I first rearranged the rules of reality around your pathetic little ball of mud. Justin's doppelganger released him from the hug. It pushed him and spread its arms out in anticipation. Justin fought to control his breath and to calm down at the prospect of being able to go back. You are sending me back? Yes. Why? As I said. As you said? Yes, as I said. What, is your monkey brain too limited in scope to understand what I just said? You just said that you will send me back to right when your peers and you? Yes, when your peers and you were going to rearrange the rules of reality around Earth. Yes, you're with me so far. That's all that you said. Really? You didn't say anything after that. Truly? Yes, truly. Huh. Wait 1 second. Justin fought the urge to groan. He was in the middle of biting his tongue when a strange, unnatural sensation washed over him. Out of the corner of his eye, the familiar system interface flared to life, once again delivering a message to him. Regression in progress. Distance 27.84 seconds. The doppelganger disappeared, then reappeared once again, holding him down yet again in a one-armed hug. You, Mr. Thyme, are going back in time. I'm going to send you right back to when my peers and I first rearranged the rules of reality around your pathetic little planet. And when you go back, you're going to do everything you can to ensure that humanity performs just a little better this time around. You are going to help your pitifully hypocritical and annoyingly self-destructive species to stand united against the monsters invading your world. Justin's doppelganger released him from the hug. It pushed him and spread its arms out in anticipation. Justin fought to control his breath and to calm down and nod, not just because of the possibility that he could go back. No, he was fighting against the powerful sense of déjà vu that was washing over him. It was so powerful, it very nearly caused him to stagger under its weight. Then he gathered his wits and focused on what his doppelganger had said. You are sending me back? Yes. Why? As I said. As you said? There, that sense of déjà vu all over again. Then he remembered the system message that had popped up. Regression with a distance of 27-point-something seconds. Justin filed this knowledge away, focusing instead on answering his doppelganger's question. Yes, because you want me to help humanity better defend itself against the invading monsters. Yes! Justin considered leaving it at that, but he couldn't resist asking a question of his own. Then why not just stop the invasion from happening? No! Have you not been listening to me, you stupid little... The doppelganger pinched its nose, or rather, it pinched its version of Justin's crooked nose. Remember what you're working with, blank. It's just a stupid human, and not a particularly bright specimen as well. Just breathe. Justin tried to recall the thing's name, but it slid out of his mind, no matter how hard he tried. Its name wasn't composed of just sounds, but emotions and memories as well. That was why he waited patiently, cautiously, as his doppelganger calmed itself down. Right. If you recall, I mentioned something about a bet, or to be more specific, about not losing that bet? Yes. Good, good. Now, what do you think I want you to do? I will travel back in time and ensure that humanity survives? No, I want you to help me win a bet. But, that's close enough. It's not as if your people will have a chance anyhow. Justin's doppelganger shrugged as it spoke, before pushing him away. Just be careful, though. Don't flaunt the fact that you traveled back in time. My peers will not take kindly to interference in these games of ours. Can you guess what will happen if you, I don't know, piss off those who have the power to shape reality as we see fit? Do I want to know? No, not really. Justin's doppelganger chuckled darkly, its eyes flashing pitch black as it did so. But let's just say that the consequences will be truly, supremely horrifying, not just for you, but also for your people, especially if there is even a hint of your exposing your connection to me. An annoyingly possible outcome, what with your utter lack of intellect. Justin opened his mouth, ready to dump a barrage of questions upon his doppelganger. However, the creature's smirk disappeared as it looked away at something in the distance. Cracks began appearing in the vast expanse of white nothingness, and they were spreading at an alarming rate. Ugh, that was faster than expected. Right then, you ready? Ready for what? Regression in progress. Distance 154,392,489.17 seconds. Blank chuckled to itself as it sent the useless little thing back into the timeline it had created. It did this despite the others that were breaking the temporal shell around its fabricated space, thoroughly enraged by its meddling in affairs it shouldn't. As if one insignificant bug would make that much of a difference. Blank chuckled to itself, dissolving the facsimile of the bug's soft, fleshy shell as it did so. Then, it stared at the oncoming collection of entities with its myriad non-existent eyes, laughing with its legions of orifices as it shattered into quintillions of immaterial pieces. But hey, it'll help its fellow bugs survive a little bit longer, or at least long enough not to embarrass me. Blank wondered how its alternative version would react to the soft, fleshy bug when it inevitably blundered and made itself known to him. It shrugged with the weight of 1,000 black holes, dismissing the thought. If things went badly enough, it would probably just collapse the timeline and start over again, as it was wont to do when things tended not to go its way. Blank laughed as it did just that, broke this particular timeline down, and consigned it and its innumerable inhabitants into oblivion, while simultaneously fueling the expansion of an alternate timeline. Chapter 2. Exactly. Justin stumbled, sputtering as he fought to maintain his balance. Loud, blaring horns and soaring organs played inside his head, scrambling his thoughts. Others around him were clutching their heads, screaming and whimpering at the intrusive music forcefully implanted within their minds. Congratulations, native species of Earth! You have been chosen as hosts of the 9,947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopaufua-Kul-Agasara-Kul-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. You are currently being enlightened in order to reach an acceptable level of entertainment value. Hold a few moments. Justin sucked in a breath as fire melted his brain. Not literally, no, but it sure felt like it. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and groaned as the system forcefully imprinted itself into his mind and soul. System fully installed. You now have access to classes and professions, as well as the ability to absorb experience. Monsters will begin spawning around your planet, but these spawns are just a taste of what is to come. You will have an entire rotation around your local star to prepare for your first true challenge. You will face perilous odds and struggle against increasingly deadly opponents in epic clashes of might, magic, and murder. Struggle with everything you have. Fight with all the fury and passion you can muster. Show your strength of will to the universe so you might entertain your betters. The 9,947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games begin now. Sponsored by Yopalfua-Kul-Agasara-Kul-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. Justin groaned as the last vestiges of pain fled. He looked down at himself, assessing his outward appearance. A security guard's dull white shirt, dark blue hat, fraying black pants, and black leather shoes, scuffed with years of use. A trusty old revolver hung from his belt, clipped securely in place, and accompanied by a black truncheon with the paint peeling off to reveal aged wood underneath. "Report! Report! Hey, everyone okay out there?" Justin's walkie-talkie crackled to life. The weaselly voice of the operator was somewhat familiar to him. Jackson? Jimson? Justin looked up and observed the goings-on around the mall. Shoppers, strollers, clerks, baristas, everyone was still recovering from the traumatic imprinting of their systems. Thyme here, disoriented but still in one piece. Justin? Oh, thank God someone finally reported in. What the hell just happened? Don't know exactly. Justin lied smoothly. Need a few moments to recover before moving to assist guests. Yeah, okay. Hey, anyone else picking up? Justin clicked his radio off, shaking the disorientation from his head. Status, he mumbled under his breath. Just in time. Uninitiated. Choose your class. Then Justin's vision shifted, providing him with a dizzying array of illusions. He saw himself encased in a sturdy suit of glowing gray armor, one that covered him from head to toe. He held a massive two-handed sword by the hilt, its tip driven down into the dirt. Information flowed into his head, and he suddenly realized that he was looking at himself if he chose to become a guardian, a powerful melee class that was capable of dishing and taking great amounts of physical punishment. He had partied with a guardian, Dave, once before. A demon killed him when he let his mental guard down and forced him to impale himself on his own sword. Then, Justin envisioned himself with his hands held outward, holding what appeared to be twin orbs, foci of some kind. Brilliant gold and purple robes swirled around him, and his eyes were glowing with power as he floated in the air. Kineticist, the information revealed, a magic-oriented class that specialized in the kinetic application of magic. He remembered Julio, an old compatriot, who had focused his kineticist skills on hampering the movements of enemies. He had died from a dryad ambush, their diamond wood arrowheads cutting right through his magical protection. Justin envisioned himself wielding a great big crossbow, an arbalist that would... He furrowed his brow in annoyance, dismissing the visions with a verbal command. "Show me the Templar class." The system obeyed Justin's instructions and obliged him. He saw himself wearing solid plate armor that glowed with a slight tint of magic. Justin knew from first-hand experience that this was an improved version of Bulwark. Spells such as those would be vital for the Templars who put themselves between friends and foe, sustaining their own lives and drawing attention away from their allies. This version of Justin stood tall and straight, and the magnificent plate armor of unknown material lent him an air of invulnerability. The vision rested one hand atop an ornate and impressively sturdy kite shield, which rested on the ground. His other hand gripped the hilt of a longsword that hummed with power, and which was sheathed inside of an equally sturdy scabbard. Justin scoffed quietly to himself. He had never known any Templar, himself included, that had ever managed to obtain the gear promised in these visions. Everyone was too busy dying or killing, especially after the world order collapsed under its self-inflicted injuries. I choose to become a Templar. The system has detected that you have only studied 2 suggested classes in passing detail. There are countless other classes, each with its own specialization, and it is highly recommended that you spend a little more time reviewing your options. Would you like to review more classes? No, I choose to become a Templar. Very well, O bold and decisive hero. It shall be done. Justin ignored the subtle snark in the system's tone. Better to stick with what he knew than to experiment and mess things up, especially with how differently the stats behaved depending on the chosen class. For example, strength would affect a Templar slightly differently from a Guardian. Based on his previous knowledge, Templars got bonuses to melee damage and unlocked the use of heavier armor. Connor, his recently deceased party mate, had told him that strength not only increased melee damage for Highlanders, but also affected their ability to gain rage. This is why Justin fell back into what he knew best so easily. He had already spent several years and one reset refining his Templar build, bumbling through mistake after mistake. He would rather not waste precious time mucking around with things about which he had no idea. He also hated to admit it, but his doppelganger was partly right about one thing. He was never the sharpest tool in the shed. He was also ugly and frankly unsociable. He knew at least a dozen other people who had far more smarts, strength, charisma, and looks than he had. Maybe his patron, for lack of a better word, really was scraping the bottom of the barrel when he chose to send Justin back in time. After all, even he wouldn't have chosen himself to play such a lofty role as a savior of humanity. Justin banished the depressing thoughts with a self-derisive snort, and he inhaled a great deep breath to steady himself. Focus on what you can do, not on what you can't do, he muttered to himself. It was a piece of advice a long-dead party member had given him, back when he was first starting out with the whole system thing. It had served him well, even when that party got wiped, and he was the only survivor that made it back to an enclave. Status, Justin repeated, eager to get started. Just in time. Level 1 Templar. XXXXXXX Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Justin paused for a moment, his brows furrowing as he studied a menu that was visible only to him. The other guests of the mall were staggering around, likewise staring into empty space. They were studying their own status menus, familiarizing themselves with the system. He paused, though, and noted how sections of his status screen were blacked out. He also noticed one additional statistic in a menu that should only contain 3. Other classes possessed 4 or more statistics, but Templars should only have 3: health, stamina, and mana. Status, Justin repeated for a third time, this time focusing intently on his status menu. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. He grumped as his eyes settled on the text displaying Chronomancer and Tempo. They were not supposed to be there, although they did look as if they were related to time somehow. Chrono, Tempo, it was probably related to what his doppelganger had done to him. The minute he stopped focusing on the words, his status menu immediately changed again. Just in time. Level 1 Templar. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Justin inhaled and slowly released his breath. His doppelganger had told him not to tell anyone about his trip back in time. He could count himself lucky that his status menu did not display anything about this Chronomancer class by default. Subclass? Justin shook his head and shifted his focus to his attributes. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 9. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 7. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 8. Attunement, 10. Faith, 8. Justin grunted to himself, noting the way that the system evaluated his abilities, although he noticed that both his grit and spirit seemed to be much higher than he initially remembered them. Show me the effects of each attribute. Strength. Increases damage of weapons that rely on muscular power. Increases ability to wear heavier armor and carry more items. Improves the ability to move while time is frozen. Constitution. Increases stamina and health pools. Increases resistance to poisons. Decreases stamina penalties for wearing heavier armor and carrying more items. Improves the ability to undo physical injuries when moving back in time. Agility. Increases movement and attack speeds, and evasion, parry, and block rates. Increases the duration when freezing time. Perception. Increases accuracy. Increases ability to identify weak points and to deal out critical damage. Increases ability to reveal hidden objects or entities. Increases the distance when looking forward in time. Intelligence. Increases ability to feint attacks. Increases resistance to feints and deceptive attacks. Increases the distance when traveling back in time. Grit. Increases resistance to mental attacks. Reduces the negative effects of pain, physical and mental fatigue, and mana depletion. Improves resistance to status effects when moving back in time. Spirit. Increases resistance to soul attacks, increases stamina, health, and mana regeneration, increases tempo regeneration. Affinity. Increases resistance to elemental attacks, increases mana pool, and increases the effectiveness of healing spells, increases tempo pool. Attunement. Increases resistance to hostile curses, increases mana pool, and reduces the mana cost of healing spells. Reduces the tempo cost of sustaining chronomancy skills. Faith. Reduces the effects of pain, physical and mental fatigue, and mana depletion on the Templar and nearby allies. Improves the subconscious instincts of the chronomancer and nearby allies to sense traps, threats, and incoming attacks. Justin growled low as he studied his attributes. It would appear that his base statistics were indeed altered by what he figured was his subclass. He focused further on his base status, narrowing his eyes as he did so. Give me a more detailed breakdown of my base statistics, including regeneration rates. JustInTime. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330. 100 default. 300% Templar modifier, plus 10% from 11 Constitution. Regenerates passively at 2.5 per hour. 1 default, 250% Templar modifier. Stamina, 220. 100 default, 200% Templar modifier, plus 10% from 11 Constitution. Regenerates passively at 5 per second. 2.5 default, 200% Templar modifier. Mana, 75. 100 default, 75% Templar modifier. Regenerates passively at 0.75 per second. 1 default, 75% Templar modifier. Tempo, 1. 1000 default, 0.001% mortal modifier. Regenerates passively at 0.13 per second. 100 default, 0.001% mortal base modifier, plus 30% base regeneration from 13 spirit. It appeared that 10 remained the baseline standard for attributes, with bonuses and penalties kicking in the more one deviated from that baseline. Everything seemed to appear as he remembered it, all except his tempo. He had no idea what tempo did, and he had never heard of a mortal class before. Or maybe it wasn't a class, but a condition of some sort? After all, humans were mortal, as far as he knew. Show me my skills. Charge, 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 20 meters away, dealing 10 to 20 blunt damage with a chance of staggering. Costs 20 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor. Can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield, increased magnitude of staggering based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor, increased magnitude of staggering based on the weight of armor. So there were no changes to the basic engagement skill for melee classes. Justin nodded in approval, before moving on to the next. Bash. 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 200 to 400% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance of staggering based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 200 to 400% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance to stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. No changes here either. Bash remained a reliable all-around skill for increasing damage in a committed battle, as well as for drawing the attention of monsters toward oneself. Warcry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect increases constitution and grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using Warcry. Yet another unchanged skill. It still pulled monsters away from vulnerable party members, drawing their aggression towards more armored frontliners, such as him. Respite. 20 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 16 damage, heals 4 damage per second for 8 seconds, and recovers 4 stamina per second for 8 seconds. Low affinity penalty, minus 20% effect and duration. Justin nodded in satisfaction. Respite would help keep him alive when he faced tougher opponents. It should also help to keep his party members alive if they generated more threat than they intended to. However, his low affinity score of 8 blunted the effectiveness of the skill. He'd need to put 2 points into affinity in order to bring himself up to the baseline of 10, where the penalties were eliminated. Everything appeared to be as Justin remembered from when he first fumbled around with the Templar class. The new Chronomancer skills, however. Freeze. 1 tempo per second. Freeze time for the specified duration. Regress. 1 tempo per second. Go back in time for the specified duration. Foresee. 1 tempo per second. Foresee the likeliest sequence of events within the specified duration. Stop time, rewind time, and see into the future. Sounds easy enough. Then Justin scowled as he looked back at his basic statistics and remembered that he only had a single tempo point to spend. That was because of the stiff penalty that came with being a mortal being. A default pool of 1,000 tempo points, all reduced to a single point, thanks to the 0.001% mortal modifier. Justin shrugged to himself while shaking his head. It could have been worse. The modifier could have been 0.0001% or something, which would probably have meant that he wouldn't even have had a single full tempo point to work with. He was still studying his newfound skills and trying to wrap his head around what he could do with a single second when he heard screaming. He popped out of his contemplative daze and then groaned in frustration when he remembered exactly when he found himself in. Chapter 3. Charge. Justin felt the drain on his stamina pool as he whispered the skill to himself and braced himself for the unnatural effects of a class skill influencing his body. An unseen energy suddenly filled his legs, giving him wings that pushed him forward faster than even a world-class Olympian. He led with his worn-down baton, smacking a goblinoid creature that was chasing down a shopper in flip-flops and broken shades. Its 3 other companions and it had already killed a bunch of other people, 2 men and a child, before searching for other victims to take down. If this was like his first time, if he had not disabled the tutorial messages, if he had not streamlined his interface, then the following messages would have popped up in a corner of his vision. You used charge on Goblin Snotling A, consuming 20 stamina. You dealt 10 damage, staggering the Goblin Snotling. Charge will be reusable in 29 seconds. Did you know that physically based skills cost stamina, whereas magically based skills cost mana? Focus here to learn the difference between physical and magical skills. Goblin Snotling is staggered. Did you know that it takes a few seconds for a staggered target to recover, and that they are 100% more susceptible to a full stun while staggered? Focus here to learn more about physical status effects. Skills table. Charge, 27 seconds. Bash, ready. Warcry, ready. Respite, ready. Freeze, ready. Regress, ready. Foresee, ready. Did you know that different classes affect skills differently? Some shorten the cooldown while others increase its magnitude. Some classes even add more esoteric effects to even basic skills. Focus here to learn more about class enhancements. JustInTime, Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 200 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Did you know that you can reset your class? You will lose half your accumulated experience, lowering your levels in the process. In exchange, you will be able to select a new class and redistribute all the available skill points and attribute points matching your new level. Focus here to learn more about class resets. However, Justin had closed down all the excess information right before jumping into battle. He disabled the tutorial tooltips and filtered his interface to display on the following information only. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 199.98 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. This focus was what allowed him to follow up his charge with a bash, and he clobbered the surprised goblin on the head with his baton. The stagger turned into a stun, and the goblin's eyes swum as it flopped face first onto the tiled floor. Justin did not need to use skills against the snotling. It was already down on the floor, vulnerable to killing blows and isolated from its other companions. That was why he raised his foot high up in the air and then stomped on the downed monster's head. He repeated it once, twice, 3 more times, until its skull finally shattered underneath the rubber soles of his work boots. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 138.6 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. The stomps counted as basic attacks and consumed a portion of his stamina. Justin immediately reached down, discarded his baton, and picked up the dead snotling's hatchet. You have gained 3 experience from killing Goblin Snotling A. 3 of 100 experience to disable experience alerts. You have obtained disable item pickup alerts. You have equipped disable equipment change alerts. Justin hissed tersely under his breath, his eyes scanning his immediate surroundings. There was a time for scrutinizing tooltips, comparing equipment, and considering one's class progression. The middle of a fight was not one of them. The 3 other goblin snotlings were busy chasing down their own targets, too busy hunting for their own kills, and too disorganized to keep track of one another. One of them managed to latch onto a rather obese woman. She screamed and squealed as the goblin raised its club high in the air, a club that was already stained with the blood of its previous victims. War cry. Justin felt the rush of power building in his lungs, and an unnatural energy filled his throat with strength and fury. He reared back and bellowed his rage out loud, catching the attention of all 3 goblins. His war cry also caused the fleeing shoppers to freeze mid-flight and to fix their wide-open eyes on him. Warcry has raised your threat. Goblin Snotling B, Goblin Snotling C, and Goblin Snotling D now disable all combat alerts unrelated to my taking damage or receiving status effects. Justin growled out once again, wishing he had more time to fine-tune his interface so it would stop spamming him with dangerously distracting pop-ups. He was readying himself for impact and wishing that he had a shield and some armor, when a series of loud pops sounded off to his right. He turned to follow the sound and found one of his fellow guards pointing a smoking revolver at the goblins. Ned was his name. Or was it Nell? Nat? N something. "The hell are you doing, you psycho? You have a gun. Use it." "Guns don't work." "What? Of course they do. I just—" N something raised his voice in indignation, pointing the muzzle of his revolver at the goblin he had just shot. Said goblin wasn't writhing on the ground from its injuries, however. No, it was still rushing toward Justin, completely unharmed by the bullets that had bounced uselessly off its leathery green hide. Justin did not have the time to explain the rewritten rules of reality, that mankind's more advanced weaponry was rendered useless by the system inflicted on planet Earth. Anything deemed too boring, anything that would take away from the thrill of good blood sport, had been rendered inert. Bullets, bombs, missiles, nukes, all would no longer function as intended. Compound bows would still probably work, but they would be quickly made inert by the system if humanity became too dependent on such boring methods of fighting. Justin braced himself, using the opportunity to recover some stamina before the goblins closed in. The first goblin lashed out with its machete, which Justin handily parried with the shaft of his hatchet. Then he followed up with a bash, using his weapon, and feeling the empowered strike smack meatily on the goblin's head. If Justin had had his combat alert enabled, it would have told him that he had successfully staggered his target. If he had enabled his tutorial alerts, a pop-up would have informed him that this was because of the large disparity between size and strength, but he had disabled all those. He simply elected to follow up with a simple, unempowered smash of the hatchet's blade into the goblin snotling's neck. If events followed the established rules of reality, such an egregious injury would have neutralized the creature. Severing the spine would have at least paralyzed his opponent, before it inevitably bled out to death in a twitching heap. However, the newly modified rules of reality meant that Justin only managed to deal extra damage because he hit a weak spot. It was not enough to kill the thing, though, which is what allowed the goblin snotling to roll away from a third blow. It was still bleeding and taking continuous damage, but it elected to take itself out of the fight. Justin would have loved to have finished it off, but its two companions finally converged on his location. He swiveled around, parrying the club-wielding goblin with the blunt side of his hatchet, while kicking away the one wielding a dagger. He felt his lungs begin to constrict, and his limbs start burning, a classic sign that his stamina was running low. He glanced at the corner of his vision, sparing a split second to review his simplified stats. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 83.6 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Justin stepped back, trying to create space between himself and his two attackers, but they were not planning to cooperate. One of them chittered in its native tongue, right before launching itself at Justin. The little critter used its goblinoid version of charge to smack into Justin's legs, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. Then the other goblin activated its own version of charge and leapt up and slammed into Justin's torso. Goblin Snotling B used charge on you. You take 18 blunt damage plus 15 blunt damage. Goblin Snotling C used charge on you. You take 16 blunt damage plus 17 pierce damage. Warning, you are bleeding from a punctured artery in your thigh. You are taking 5 bleed damage per second. Not only did this coordinated attack cause Justin to completely lose his footing and to stumble and fall to the floor, but it also let one of the goblins manage to stick its dagger into his thigh. However, Justin's few years of combat experience had taught him to tuck his chin into his chest while falling backwards. This prevented him from slamming his skull into the floor, avoiding what could have been a fatal stun effect. Health, 259 of 330, minus 5 per second from bleeding. Stamina, 83.6 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. He rolled away from the club and the dagger hurtling toward him, and countered with a sweep of his uninjured leg. This attack was unempowered by a class skill, so it should not cause any esoteric status effects. Getting knocked down is not an esoteric status effect, just a mundane one. That was why his superior strength and size caused the goblins to fall flat on their backs nonetheless after such an attack. Justin could have moved in and taken advantage of their vulnerable states to finish off one of the goblinoids. However, doing so would most likely have depleted his stamina. He didn't even need to look at his menu to realize this. His heaving gasps and dimming vision were more than enough to indicate his need to recover for a bit. Justin did not want to run out of stamina in the middle of a fight, especially without armor or allied support. Doing so would make him vulnerable to status effects such as stun or stagger. Those in turn would open him up to killing blows and allow the duo of goblins to finish him off quickly. That and the bleed effect would also probably help to kill him faster. He ignored the pain in his leg, where the blood was flowing freely from an open wound. He had long since gotten used to this sensation, which was all it was, a sensation. The rewritten rules of reality meant that severed tendons, punctured arteries, broken bones, and all sorts of nasty effects were all just the side effects of being wounded. The resulting pain was just in the mind. Unless a specific status effect showed up in your menu, it meant nothing to the system. As a Templar, he had just the class skill to deal with such wounds. Respite, he whispered to himself, activating his sole magical skill. Respite heals you for 16 health, restoring 4 health and 4 stamina per second for 8 seconds. He sighed in relief as a force filled him with both strength and vigor, restoring a portion of his own health while regenerating health and stamina. Health, 279 of 330, plus 4 per second from respite. Stamina, 92.9 of 220, plus 4 per second from respite. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 7 seconds remaining. The spell slowly closed the wound on his thigh as well, knitting the punctured artery back into place. The bleeding alert disappeared from his total health pool, indicating the effectiveness of respite. It was a minor healing spell, however, and would only heal a single light injury per cast. If that injury was particularly egregious, it would require multiple casts to patch it up. He wasn't the only one winded from the fight, however. The goblins had also consumed a great deal of stamina from their empowered attacks. They slowed down, catching their own breath while eyeing Justin. His vision slid to the side, and he noticed that the goblin he had first injured was busy wrapping its injuries in a bandage, soaked in some kind of poultice. Justin clicked his tongue. Physical healing skills may not be as quick or as convenient as magical healing skills, but they would get the job done nonetheless, as long as one was given the time and space to do so. "Hey, Ned, a little help over here?" The shocked guard continued staring slack-jawed at the confrontation between man and monster. He did so for a fraction of a second, before jolting himself out of his amazed stupor. He realized that Justin had been calling his attention. "It's Niels, and what the hell? Why don't guns work on those things?" "Dunno, don't care. You've got your baton, right? Use it, and accept my invitation already." "Your what?" The guard furrowed his brows, and then raised them a split second later. "The hell do you mean by joining your party?" Justin wanted to groan out loud. The one person who could help him, and he wasn't familiar with basic gaming conventions. "Just accept it already. It's 3-on-1 and I need some help." Niels neither accepted nor responded to Justin's desperate plea. The man was too confused. His wobbling eyeballs were overwhelmed by fear. Either that or he was doubtlessly too busy, staring at the deluge of information washing over his interface. Justin wanted to cuss him out then and there, to berate the coward for refusing to step up. However, the goblins moved before he could do so. 2 had already recovered enough stamina to press the attack. The injured goblin joined in as well, and all 3 of them circled Justin cautiously. "Oh, screw this," Justin muttered, considering his predicament. He found himself sorely missing his suit of plate armor. It had rusted over the years, helped along by negligence on his part, but at least it would have been enough to ward off a few strikes from these weak goblins. Even a simple shield would make a world of difference. It would give him the space to... Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates 4C. 1 tempo consumed. Something small slammed into his legs. He ended up losing his footing, and the ground rose up to meet his face at an alarming rate. The 3 goblins were intent on finishing him off, while he... Justin snapped out of the vision, and immediately stepped off to one side. A 4th goblin appeared out of nowhere, tripping and rolling forward, as its intended target evaded its charge. The little bugger must have activated a stealth skill, and waited until it could catch Justin by surprise. He inhaled a shaky, shuddery breath. That was new to him. He did not recall activating any chronomancer skills, though the message did say something about faith warning him of an imminent threat. Then he remembered that his new chronomancer subclass also changed the way his attributes worked. They not only affected his abilities as a Templar, but also his abilities as a chronomancer. And faith had the added bonus of improving his subconscious instincts. He most definitely needed to sit down and take a long, hard look at his capabilities. 4 goblins were going to be a problem. Snotlings were slow and simple compared to their larger, more intelligent brethren. However, having to defend himself against 4 of them without armor was a losing proposition. Niels had finally got his act together, though, awkwardly holstering his revolver and pulling out his baton. Justin's fellow security guard approached the goblins nervously from his side, raising the wooden weapon up in the air. That's all he did. Niels didn't come rushing in. No, he kept his distance, just threatening the Snotlings with his baton. The waist-high goblins growled and grimaced at their new enemy before splitting into teams of 2. Justin breathed a sigh of relief. Some help was better than none was, after all, since facing 2 Snotlings was far better than facing 4. More importantly, however, was the effect on the goblins. They hesitated at the prospect of fighting 2 bigger humans at the same time, or, at the very least, 2 humans who weren't fleeing in mindless panic. This bought Justin a few more seconds, just enough time for him to regenerate his soul tempo point, which refilled every 10 seconds. "Show me my chronomancer skills," he muttered under his breath, his eyes locked onto the pair of Snotlings facing him. "Freeze, 1 tempo per second. Freeze time for the specified duration. Regress, 1 tempo per second. Go back in time for the specified duration. Foresee, 1 tempo per second. Foresee the likeliest sequence of events within the specified duration. Freeze time for 1 second, go back in time 1 second, or look 1 second into the future." Justin would have loved to experiment and to see what he could and couldn't do with his skills. However, the goblins acted first, and not the way Justin had expected. Based on their formation, he had expected them to split their forces between Niels and him. Not only that, but Niels was far meatier than Justin was. The man loved working out and downing protein shakes for maximum gains, which accentuated his big-boned physique and the muscle mass to make it work. This should have made him far more threatening and far more intimidating than Justin was. However, his hesitant steps and nervous, shallow breaths told a different story to the keen-eyed goblinoids. They noticed how the baton shook in his hand and how he was obviously not prepared to fight. To them, he was a watcher, a spectator putting on a brave front and nothing else. By contrast, Justin's grip on the bloody hatchet was firm and resolute. He stood ready, unwavering, as his eyes scanned the smaller creatures. They were not filled with the frightened anxiety of a victim, but rather with the steady gaze of a killer. He had already ended one of them, and he was eyeing them with the eager intent to end more. This was why all 4 of the goblins turned as one and threw themselves on the killer, while ignoring the shaking watcher. Justin clicked his tongue angrily as the goblins surged forward. He clicked his tongue once again when Niels didn't give chase. Both surprise and relief were written on his face when the little monsters decided to ignore him. Justin had been counting on the meathead to support him if the goblins turned their backs on him. Then, at least the goblins would have been forced to split their attention. They wouldn't be converging on him as they were, especially not when he was woefully under-equipped for such a situation. If only Niels would... A memory flashed into Justin's mind. He remembered the all-encompassing terror of seeing little green monsters running around and slaughtering everything and everyone they could get their hands on. Worse still, his gun hadn't worked. His gun. If a .38 revolver couldn't kill those little things, then he doubted something as stupid as a wooden baton would do anything to them. This was why he had fled, ignoring the desperate cries of shoppers and the squawking of the operator calling for backup. All was lost, and all he could do was run away before the goblins tore him up like the rest. Justin grimaced, banishing the shameful memory, as the first of the goblins lashed out with its club. He stepped back while swinging his hatchet wide, attempting to put more space between himself and the goblins. Similarly, 2 goblins stepped back, avoiding the strike, while 2 others circled wide in an attempt to surround him. Bash! Justin hissed, and his hand lashed out, consuming stamina, to empower his next strike with a class skill. His strike found its mark, smacking into the shoulder of the machete-wielding goblin that was maneuvering to his right. The little monster shrieked out loud and staggered away, clutching its injured shoulder, which was bleeding, as the vigorous spurt of blood informed Justin. He did not need the system telling him he had caused the status effect, and he would not have cared, because he was too busy fending off the other goblins which were pressing their attack. He managed to avoid a dagger thrust by stepping aside. He also knocked aside a machete with his hatchet. He could not, however, avoid the club whistling through the air. He had just enough time to step in, offering the meat of his thigh to the weapon instead of the knee it had been aimed at. "Goblin Snotling C has hit you for 30 blunt damage." Justin gritted his teeth, pushing the pain away into a separate corner of his mind. He smashed his hatchet into the Snotling's head. However, it had been anticipating the strike and darted out of his reach. Justin had anticipated this evasion as well, though, which is why he redirected the strike. It landed on the crown of another Snotling's head, but the angled structure of its skull caused the blow to glance off instead of biting deep into the bone. The dagger-wielding goblin squealed, slashing wildly with its weapon. Its tip caught Justin at the waist, cutting a half-inch gash into his flesh. "Goblin Snotling E has cut you for 18 slash damage." Justin hissed in pain, thankful that the attack hadn't caused a bleeding or injured organ status effect. But the goblins weren't finished with him yet. "Goblin Snotling D has critically stabbed you for 48 pierce damage. Warning, you have been affected by injured organ, lung. You will lose 10 stamina per second. Warning, you are bleeding from a punctured artery in your chest. You are taking 5 bleed damage per second. Health, 236 of 330, minus 5 per second from bleeding. Stamina, 68.2 of 220, minus 10 per second from injured organ lung. Mana, 60.25 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Justin immediately wheezed out a respite, expecting to feel the healing spell undo the injuries inside and outside his body. Respite is still cooling down. 14 seconds of 30 seconds remaining. This was where Justin had made his first real mistake of the battle. He had forgotten that he only had the basic version of respite, one with a whole 30-second cooldown, instead of rapid respite. He needed to improve it up to rank 10 before picking a capstone effect. So now he found himself wheezing from a punctured lung and losing stamina instead of regaining it. All the while, the goblins surrounded him. He had also made the fatal mistake of spending far more than a single second realizing his error. He should have uttered out a regress the instant the goblins took him by surprise. Winding back in time could have prevented him from getting that blade to the lung. Better still, he could have held his ground while he regenerated stamina. Justin knew this was not good. He clicked his tongue a third time, while his mind burned to find a way out of this situation. His vision began to dim from the lack of system-approved stamina. The goblins would not give him any time, though. All 4 of them smelled his vulnerability, and even the injured goblins were ignoring their own pain to take him down. He needed time. More time, even if all he could get was a single second. "Freeze," he whispered to himself, and reality obeyed. "Freeze activated. Halting time." He kicked at the floor while reality stalled, intending to get as far from his attackers as possible. "Insufficient tempo. Resuming time." Reality reasserted itself after a single second, with 4 very surprised goblins crashing into one another as their intended victim disappeared before their eyes. Justin panted from the effort and put as much space between himself and his foes as he could. The goblins had overcome their surprise at how their victim had disappeared, and they soon rallied. They turned on him, snarling and with their weapons raised. They tightened their formation, deciding to hit him as a compact mass of flesh and fury, instead of splitting apart and giving him another chance to lash out. "Fireball!" Justin was grimacing and narrowing his eyes when a bright ball of fire crashed into the tightly packed group of goblins. 2 died outright from the force of the blast, while the other 2 squealed and ran away, panicking as they tried to put out the fires wrapped around their bodies. Justin stumbled and fell to his knees as his stamina finally petered out. He collapsed to the tiled floor of the mall, breathless. He lay helpless on the ground as the world blacked out around him. He closed his eyes, summoning the interface in his mind's eye and gurgling out a few modifications to his interface. Health, 141 of 330. Minus 5 per second from bleeding, minus 10 per second from injured organ lung. Stamina, 0 of 220. Minus 10 per second from injured organ lung. Mana, 60.25 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 3 seconds. Now, a normal person would begin choking to death once they ran out of air. However, in the system-controlled world, his perforated lung simply began draining his health instead of his empty stamina pool. He waited for the 3 remaining seconds of cooldown to pass before hissing out a respite. Respite heals you for 16 health, restoring 4 health and 4 stamina per second for 8 seconds. Health, 116 of 330, minus 5 per second from bleeding, plus 4 per second from respite. Stamina, 9 of 220, plus 4 per second from respite. Mana, 55.75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 7 seconds remaining, 29 seconds of 30 seconds cooldown. Justin choked and sucked in a mighty lungful of air. He didn't waste time, however, and pulled himself over to one of the corpses of the goblins that had been roasted by the fireball that had also saved his life. He pulled at the pack tied to the snotling's loincloth and pulled out a wet, smelly roll of bandages. He sighed in relief, pressing the roll into the still bleeding cavity in his chest. His respite healed the most serious injury, the pierced lung, but not the damage left behind by the deep open stab wound. Health, 111 of 330. Bleeding staunched. Stamina, 9 of 220. Mana, 55.75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 29 of 30 seconds cooldown. Justin pulled himself up into a sitting position before finally standing up on his own 2 feet once again, all the while pressing the goblin bandage to his wound. He looked around, wiping the drool from his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. Niels had finally decided to join in the fight. He was probably encouraged by the unexpected ball of fire, and he was busy whacking away at his victim with his baton. The last goblin decided that enough was enough and booked it, charred skin coming off in flakes as it ran from the fight. Justin glared at the fleeing snotling before grunting in frustration. He had forgotten that he was no longer armored up and did not possess maxed-out skills with capstone effects. He was back at level 1, without any decent arms or armor to fall back on. That, and he wasn't fighting in a proper party. If he had had proper support, then someone would have covered him as he charged into the fray. They would have then cut off the retreating goblin, ensuring that it could not threaten anyone else. Probably a controller, one with skills that could hamper or disable hostiles, or maybe an archer, flinging arrows or bolts into their backs. He doubted that anyone around the world had yet formed a proper party. Most people would still be too busy adapting to the forceful implementation of classes and of being slapped with an interface that flooded them with system messages. Then they'd be too busy dealing with the sudden surge of snotlings popping up all over the place. That was one more thing that pissed him off. His lack of training with his chronomancy skills. If he had reacted quickly enough and uttered a regress within a second of having his lung pierced, then he could have avoided the damage altogether. Experience is a brutal teacher. No, not the experience that the system doled out, but the original version. The one that points out your mistakes, only if you manage to survive them. He scanned his surroundings, and his eyes landed on the many shoppers hiding behind cover. Most were too frightened to come out, and were cowering behind their chosen shelters. One of the shoppers, however, was not hiding. No, a little girl stood out in the open, her face flushed with excitement and trembling, not with fear, but with a rush of adrenaline. A small fire also flickered on her fingertips. Mage, huh? Justin muttered to himself. Pyromancer, maybe. Or elementalist. Probably a pyro, though, since elementalists start with at least one other spell. He nodded to the girl, grinning widely in thanks. The little girl jumped up in fright at his bloody visage, but quickly recomposed herself before returning his smile. Then she directed her attention back to an invisible window, her eyes skimming through her own interface. She clenched her fingertips closely and mumbled to herself a few times. She curled her lips up in disgust once before she managed to extinguish the flames on her finger. Meanwhile, Justin stood over the corpse of the goblin snotling that the girl had just killed. What he was about to do was considered rude in most circles, which is why he hesitated. He decided against it and instead shambled over to the goblin that he had killed himself. "Show me my log of experience alerts," he whispered as he made his way to his kill. The system obeyed promptly, and Justin scratched his beard as he studied his options. You have gained 3 experience from killing Goblin Snotling A, 3 of 100 experience to reach level 2. You have gained 3 experience from your contribution in the deaths of Goblin Snotling B, Goblin Snotling C, and Goblin Snotling D. 6 of 100 experience to reach level 2. Justin glanced at Niels, who was standing over his kill, looking frantic and wide-eyed. The big beefy man was still panting and shivering from his ordeal, and staring at the Snotling's corpse in shock. Justin really wanted to hate Niels for his inaction and his cowardice, but he decided to cut him some slack. After all, he had to give credit to the man for staying behind and helping out eventually. That was far better than what Justin had done in his first lifetime, where he abandoned his duties as a guard and just ran out of the mall as fast as his cowardly legs would carry him. You have gained 1 experience from your contribution to the death of Goblin Snotling E. 7 of 100 experience to reach level 2. Justin raised his brows in surprise, before grinning in satisfaction. People were finally beginning to work with the class system, fighting back against the goblinoids that made up the initial tutorial spawns. Then he frowned, remembering what happened after people started realizing the diminutive monsters weren't the only things they could kill for experience. Loot, Justin whispered to himself, kicking the dead snotling as he did so. Rolling. You get wooden buckler from Goblin Snotling A. The aforementioned item materialized in the air before falling to the tiled floor with a clatter. The goblin's corpse promptly began boiling as it decomposed at an accelerated rate, along with the club it had once held in its hand. It belonged to the dead snotling when it was spawned, and the rewritten rules of reality took it away when it despawned said snotling. Justin hummed to himself, ignoring the loss of his hatchet as he bent over to pick up the buckler. He had hoped that the system would have given him something better, maybe a larger kite shield, or maybe even some chainmail armor. But no, all he got was a simple wooden buckler. Justin shrugged, dismissing the bad roll of loot. The system had always been notoriously fickle with the items it generated for killing monsters. He shouldn't have expected so much from low-level monsters such as snotlings. No, if he wanted a specific piece of equipment, then he needed either to get extremely lucky or to get in touch with someone that had picked up a crafting-oriented class. Pre-system equipment would work well enough in a pinch, but only class-based crafters could create the sort of weapons and armor needed for invasion-level events. This first attack wasn't even an invasion. No, this was a soft tutorial, meant to educate humanity about the possibilities that the class system had brought. Justin glanced at his interface, and at the heads-up display showing his stats. Respite was finally off cooldown, and began knitting him back together as he whispered the spell out under his breath. He finally let go of the goblin bandage, and the sucking wound on his chest was patched over with a fresh layer of meat and skin. He cast his gaze around and noticed the truncheon he had abandoned earlier. He considered picking it up once again before his eyes landed on the sign of a hardware store within the mall. He grunted to himself and then strode toward the store, intending to loot it the old-fashioned way.
Hey, mister!
Justin stopped. He saw the little caster who had helped him out with her well-timed fireball. The girl stomped up to his side, her eyes narrowed in suspicion.
You looted that goblin, didn't you? Can you teach me how to do that?
Justin craned his neck and stared at the girl, whose eyes began sparkling in anticipation. Her gaze shifted to the dinky buckler he gripped in his offhand, and to the unpainted hard wood surrounding the dented and rusty iron core of the small shield. Justin considered his response, and then simply decided to nod. Just touch any monster you kill with a hand or foot and say, "Loot," aloud. The system should roll a random piece of loot for you.
That's cool. That's so cool. It's just like an MMO come to life.
Justin opened his mouth, prepared to point out that the dead shoppers around them would beg to differ. He wanted to warn her about the impending collapse of society and of the world order crumbling under the weight of humanity overindulging in its newfound power. But he snapped his jaw shut and sighed. Then he simply shook his head and he marched on to the hardware store. People wouldn't listen to some nameless nobody. They wouldn't heed his dire warnings and cautionary tales. He needed power, prestige, or something else that would make people actually want to stop and listen. He also needed a decent weapon with weight behind it. He looked at a couple of the hatchets and machetes on display. It was an awkward first start, but it was a start nonetheless. Chapter 4. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 173 of 231, 30% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 83 of 154, 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 23.5 of 52.5, 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Justin wiped the sweat from his brow, grunting in annoyance. A buildup of fatigue reminded him that he was no longer level 83, with plenty of attribute points bolstering his capabilities and a couple enchanted pieces of equipment to boot. No, he was back to level 1, and was wearing whatever crap he had managed to loot from goblins or scrounged up from his surroundings. Simplify my HUD. Custom setting 1. The system obliged, shifting the display according to Justin's instructions. Health, 57.67%, 30% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 41.5%, 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 31.33%, 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 100%. Justin frowned, studying his simplified menu once again. He thought that percentages would be a useful method of gauging his condition at a glance, but he was operating on thin margins of health, stamina, and mana this time around, especially since he only had a single point of tempo to his name. No, total percentages took too much information away. He tweaked custom setting 1 for his heads-up display, reverting to the true values while disabling unnecessary alerts. JustInTime, Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 173 of 231, 30% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 100.5 of 154, 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 26.13 of 52.5, 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Justin hummed in satisfaction as he scanned the numbers. He also noted the slower buildup of his mana and stamina, as the fatigue penalty had reduced their regeneration. This malus to regeneration, along with the total reduction penalties, was why fatigue killed people just as badly as monsters or murderers. It was also how a swarm of low-level monsters could eventually tear down even the mightiest of heroes. It didn't matter how thick your armor was or how stiff your magical protections were. You were going to tire. When you did, your enemies were going to knock you down and start using killing blows on you. Show me my equipment. Head, high-density polyethylene construction helmet. 4 armor, 4 SB resistance. Feet, steel-toed polyurethane construction boots. 2 armor, 2 SPB resistance. Legs, polyurethane hockey knee pads. 5 armor, 2 SB resistance. Torso, tattered cloth gambeson. 1 armor, 2 SB resistance. Hands, polyethylene carpentry gloves. 1 armor, 2 S resistance. Shield, old wooden buckler. 13 armor. Main weapon, steel machete. 12 slash or 6 blunt damage. Everything he wore was scavenged from the mall, with the exception of the gambeson and the buckler, which he'd looted from goblins' corpses. S for slash resistance, P for pierce resistance, and B for blunt resistance. Justin grunted in annoyance. He had managed to come across a Kevlar vest at one point, something which a local gun store had kept in stock. However, one slice from his machete and the material ripped apart as easily as silk. No, synthetic fibers were deemed too advanced by the system and were thus rendered null. Weird, though, since he was pretty sure that the carpentry gloves he was wearing were made from advanced synthetic materials. Come to think of it, even the boots, knee pads, and construction helmet were manufactured using synthetic composite materials. So why only the Kevlar vest? Justin decided to ignore the inconsistency. The system didn't like Kevlar vests but ignored the other stuff. That was the only thing that really mattered to him at the moment. More importantly, his hodgepodge collection of gear had helped him survive his first day of shutting down spawn points around the mall he worked in. His ragtag party and he would follow where the goblins had come from, eliminating them at the source. Then they would receive notifications when they had killed enough goblins to shut down the spawn point. More importantly to him were the experience points that came with carrying out these tasks. Sure, the goblins would keep spawning more and more of their ilk if left unchecked. This wasn't a proper invasion, though, which meant there was a limit to the goblins being spawned. That, and they would only patrol the immediate vicinity of their spawn points. A pain in the ass, sure, but not a lethal one. Hey, Thyme? I wish our guns still worked. How come guns don't work? Dunno. A tired Justin lied easily to Niels, who was also wiping the sweat off his forehead. The man sighed in disappointment. He was growing increasingly frustrated with Justin's recalcitrant attitude. He furrowed his brow, concentrating on the broken mop handle lodged into a dead goblin's back. Return, Niels mumbled aloud, activating a class skill while stretching out his palm. The mop handle vibrated, glowed, and then zipped through the air before landing into his open palm. Unreal, the flabbergasted man exclaimed, shaking his head and staring dumbly at the handle in his hand.
Ooh, that's so cool, Mr. Niels,
tittered the little girl as she came trotting up beside the still stunned security guard.
Do it again.
Niels frowned and hesitated as he studied the diminutive third member of their party. Then he shifted his frown to Justin. Tanya's just a kid. She should be with the others on the top floor. It ain't right to let her tag along with us, much less help us kill these green buggers. Justin shrugged. Do you want to leave the party and join the others?
No, Mr. Thyme, sir. I want to level.
This isn't a game, cracked Niels with some heat in his voice, causing little Tanya to flinch. He immediately backtracked, attempting to placate the girl by frantically switching to a softer tone of voice. Wait, no, I didn't mean to be angry with you. Children even younger than her will no longer have the option of sitting back and letting the adults handle everything for them, Justin replied, after chewing on his sandwich for a bit longer and eyeing the fatigue penalty on his stat menu. He hoped the numbers dropped slowly down. Might as well help the kids get some experience early on, while these spawns are weak. Tanya puffed her chest out, grinning at Niels. The man in question averted his gaze, choosing instead to glare at Justin with clear dissatisfaction. And besides, all this is actually a game of sorts. Justin chomped on his sandwich once again, ignoring the fishy taste of the tuna. Remember that announcement about the something pan-universal games something? Niels opened his mouth and then clicked it shut again. Yeah, I remember that. What was that anyway? Justin chewed, hummed, shrugged, and then swallowed. Dunno. Whatever it was, though, it slapped a game-like system all over the place, so we find ourselves here, cleaning up monsters as they spawn, while racking up experience to level up. It's all one big game, except you die if you mess up. Tanya stared at Justin with suspicion in her eyes, frowning in a way that told him he was talking too much. He ignored her for a bit, finishing off his sandwich as he watched his fatigue penalties. They no longer dropped down when he ate and rested, and remained at a steady 30%. Fatigue penalties aren't going down past 30% anymore, no matter how much I eat or how long I rest. This needs a good long nap in a safe spot. Anyone else want to go back and get some shut-eye?
Hey, Mr. Thyme!
Tanya's nasally voice grated on Justin's ears, but he ignored his discomfort and turned to her.
How come you know so much about what's going on?
Because I come from 5 years in the future, where you and probably everyone else you know were either torn apart by monsters or murdered by your fellow men. I've played some games like What's Going On Now, and read a few books exploring the possibility. He shrugged. Turns out it wasn't just a massive waste of time. Tanya continued staring at Justin, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Justin stared right back. They stared at one another for a few moments more, before Tanya turned away with a harumph. She locked on to Niels then, a smile playing on her lips.
Hey, Mr. Niels, show me that cool spear thing again.
Niels sighed with a sad shake of his head and a resigned slump of his shoulders. Oh, what the hell, he responded quickly enough, grinning and deciding to humor his companion. Spear throw! His makeshift weapon flew unerringly through the air, landing in a dead goblin's skull with a satisfying squelch and an alarming crack of wood. Justin winced. It looked as if he would have to keep an eye out for another potential replacement. Niels laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head as he reactivated return with a shout. The remnants of his spear returned. He decided to test his skill out on another target, the dead goblin's stomach. Except nothing happened. Huh? Why is it not coming back? Say, show me my skills table, Justin grunted out as he sat down on a fallen vending machine, picking up one of the green and pink cans of soda strewn about. Skills table. Charge. Ready. Bash. Ready. Warcry. Ready. Respite, ready. Freeze, ready. Regress, ready. Foresee, ready. Hide skills table, Justin muttered to himself after clicking his tongue, banishing his own menu from popping up. The system recognized the verbal command and promptly obeyed, which was why he had to waste air banishing his own skills from his own display. He opened up the can away from himself, growling softly as the fizzy pink drink sprayed outward. Niels was frowning as he studied his own menu. He sighed. Oh, I see a timer near return.
That should be the cooldown.
Tanya noted as she moved closer, inspecting the dead goblin. She kicked it once with a foot and nodded in satisfaction when the corpse dematerialized.
We need to let some time pass before we can use our skills and spells again. Oh, I got a fetish?
Tanya held up a hand, one that was holding a freshly spawned trinket of bone and sinew. She moved it closer to her face to get a sniff, then immediately pulled it away with a disgusted frown. Her eyes scanned the air in front of her, and she inclined her neck to the side in confusion.
It adds 1 point to affinity.
Sounds nice for a caster, Justin replied as he sipped on the settled soda, frowning at its lukewarm temperature. What does affinity do for pyromancers? Tanya stuck her tongue out, reading more text that was visible only to her.
My stat screen says that it increases my resistance to elemental attacks, increases my mana pool, and increases the effectiveness of my spells.
Justin nodded. He turned to his fellow security guard. How about you, Niels? What does affinity do for dragoons? Niels fumbled around a bit with his interface, frowning for a few moments. Show me my stats menu. Aha! Got it. Let's see here. Increases resistance to elemental attacks, increases control pool, and increases the effectiveness of weapon skills. Control pool, huh? Is that the resource you expend when using skills such as spear throw? Yeah, you guys have mana for your spells. I have control for my skills. Weird, huh? Justin scratched his beard. That reminds me, we never did get around to agreeing on what to do next. Anyone else want to go back to rest up, or should we close down one more spawn point? 30% fatigue is a bit iffy, and... The trio heard a scream from around the corner, followed by loud whoops and cheers. Well, that was fast, muttered Justin to himself before picking up his gear. Respite. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 193 of 231. 30% penalty from fatigue, plus 4 per second from respite. Stamina, 154 of 154. 30% penalty from fatigue, plus 4 per second from respite. Mana, 33.02 of 52.5. 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 7 seconds. 29 seconds of 30 seconds CD. Justin preemptively cast a healing spell, recovering health and stamina for a possible engagement. The fatigue penalties worried him, but the reductions were still low enough to work with. Trouble coming. Ready your weapons and skills. More goblins? Niels complained, hefting his trusty mop handle up and twirling it around. It would have made for an impressive display if he hadn't fumbled the handle on the last spin, very nearly dropping it in the process. Trouble, repeated Justin, intentionally vague with his response. Hide behind that dumpster, Tanya, and be ready to cast when I tell you to. Open up with a fireball if they cluster closely together. Otherwise, erect a firewall to isolate those that split off too far away from the group.
Roger, Mr. Thyme, sir.
The girl folded her palm in an awkward and sloppy salute before spinning around to obey. Stay behind me, Niels, and be ready with your spear. Tag anyone that hangs back, that looks ready to sling a spell or relies on projectile weapons. Huh? Wait, you mean the goblins have casters and archers of some kind? I'm not referring to goblins, Justin replied in a low tone, raising his buckler and machete as he crouched low. 3 individuals rounded the corner, dragging a kicking and screaming guy behind them. 2 of them laughed, dropping a heel into the ribs of the athletic-looking teen while ignoring his pleas for mercy. The one dragging him shoved him to the floor before plunging a long knife into his chest over and over again. The muscled teen gurgled a few times. The system kept him alive until his health pool dropped down to 0. His attacker plunged his knife down one last time, finally ending the poor boy with a killing blow to the heart. The trio's eyes blazed with delight, their orbs tracking something only they could see. Wide grins stretched their cheeks all the way to the corners of their eyes. Murderers, Justin growled low. His system reacted to his comment, tagging the 3 individuals with their respective labels. He slapped Murderer A on the one with the knife, a fat, overweight teen with a face that was pockmarked by pimples. A melee class or an assassin? Justin couldn't tell, but the teen didn't bother to wrap himself in armor. Most probably an assassin then, or some other low-armor, high-damage melee class. He assigned Murderer B to the smaller, scrawnier one. He was thin of frame and even thinner of flesh. Justin saw no visible weapon in his hand and no armor of any sort. He did spot the kid was carrying a suspiciously thick notebook in his pocket, a caster of some sort, not sure if support, damage, or control. He gave Murderer C to the kid with discolored patches all over his face and the exposed skin of his arm. Vitiligo, if Justin remembered correctly. This one played with a bunch of metal coins that he juggled in one hand, a thrower of some kind, like Neil's? Or maybe a caster that uses small objects, such as coins, as foci. Their victim appeared to have been shockingly handsome when he was alive, with toned muscles and a strong jawline. His physical beauty, however, was thoroughly ruined by the damage to his face. Justin ducked his head back, having seen enough. They haven't spotted us. I passed the information on to your interfaces. You two take down the guy with the book. I'll rush in, and... His whispered plans faltered when Niels choked, unable to withhold his shock and revulsion. His choke was loud enough for the trio of murderers to notice, and they promptly swiveled their heads to watch Niels as he staggered out into the open.
Oh hey, look at what we have here, boys. Nice, more XP. Yeah, it's leveling time, bitches.
Justin grunted in disgust as he raised his buckler and steeled himself for what was to come. Niels just stepped out of cover, his eyes wide and unbelieving. Tanya followed soon after, her face as white as a sheet.
You just killed him,
the young girl squeaked out, her bravado melting away in the face of what she'd seen. She'd been holding it together well enough when fighting little green monsters, but these new monsters? They looked just like the others of her own flesh, a detail which unnerved her more than she would like.
So, fucker had it coming,
Murderer A sneered, a nasty scowl plastered on his pudgy face.
Yeah, always picked on us, always made fun of us.
That was Murderer B this time, pulling out a notebook and flipping through its pages. He found the page he was looking for, and then grinned as he turned to Justin and Niels.
But we ain't the losers this time around,
Murderer C added, tossing his coins into the air. The coins stayed up in the air, moving around with his fingers.
No, we're winners, and we plan to keep on winning.
Yeah, so would you be so kind as to die for our levels? Blink strike! Murderer A's bulky body vanished in a puff of smoke as he shouted out his skill. Both Niels and Tanya gasped in surprise when the fat teen disappeared. Murderer A didn't go for the obviously shocked targets. No. He reappeared behind Justin, his long knife gleaming as he plunged it down into the back of the man, crouching low to charge his targets. Justin failed to react in time and could only gasp as the sharp blade slid in between his shoulder blades. Murderer A has critically stabbed you for 78 pierce damage. Attack bypassed armor. Warning, you are bleeding from a punctured artery. You are taking 10 hemorrhage damage per second. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 133 of 231. 30% penalty from fatigue. Minus 10 per second from hemorrhage. Stamina, 154 of 154. 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 33.02 of 52.5. 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 16 seconds of 30 seconds CD. Justin gritted his teeth, remembering that pain was only a sensation and that the system ensured he could fight, even with severed nerves and ruined tendons. After all, he possessed a new skill set that would be perfect for surprise attacks such as this, even if his faith had failed to trigger a Force C this time around. Regress. Regress activated. Rewinding time. Reality stalled, then began moving backwards in itself. Murderer A's knife unstuck itself from his back, and Justin felt the weight of the attack disappear. Insufficient tempo. Resuming time. But not all of it. Justin stepped off to one side, causing the fat murderer to miss his strike, to pitch forward, and to lose his balance. Yet Justin still felt the dull pain in the back of his shoulders, which is why he glanced quickly at the small display in the corner of his vision. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 172 of 231. 30% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 154 of 154. 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 33.02 of 52.5. 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Respite, 16 seconds of 30 seconds CD. The hemorrhage effect was gone, which was good. The fact that he'd still sustained damage from the attack, not so good. He would have to review the combat logs in the future, but he was pretty sure he should have had more than 170 points of health before regressing. Justin mentally noted that regress didn't completely undo damage, and that he still carried a portion of it with him when he traveled back in time. How much? He'd have to check later on. What? How did you? Bash. Murderer A screeched as Justin slammed his machete into the boy's flabby neck. The strike was empowered by a class skill. He didn't let up, though, as he slammed his buckler down into the boy's crown with vicious fury. He ignored everyone's shocked stares as he pulled his machete out of the shocked boy's fleshy neck before striking down once more, this time burying it into his skull. He wrenched it out with a squelch, and the teen collapsed to the floor, which made him vulnerable to killing blows. Justin obliged, cutting down one more time, then again and again. Such viciousness seemed like overkill, true, but Justin continued hacking at the downed boy. If he had his alerts enabled, it would have relayed the following messages in a corner of his vision. Your bash does critical damage to Murderer A for 65 slash damage, causing Murderer A to bleed for 5 damage per second. You critically damage Murderer A for 19 blunt damage. You stun your target. You critically damage Murderer A for 32 slash damage. You critically damage Murderer A for 30 slash damage. The attack causes injured organ brain, stunning Murderer A until the injury is healed. You critically damage Murderer A for 29 slash damage. Justin saw none of these, however. He was focused on simply wailing into the vulnerable target. He only stopped when he received an alert from the system, indicating that he had gained some experience from killing Murderer A. You have gained experience from killing Murderer A. That was it. Plain and simple. Useful enough to confirm that the system had indeed recognized the kill. He found himself thankful that this particular murderer had not mastered his pain. An experienced murderer, no, anyone experienced enough with the system, would realize that pain had become a purely mental thing to overcome. Your body will continue functioning if you tell it to, no matter what kind of abuse you think is happening to you. The only real threats are status effects, and even those can be shoved into a corner of the mind if you put enough points into grit. Niels, stop standing there and help! Justin roared, curling his lips up in a savage snarl. His eyes never left the murderers. Niels just paled and stumbled backwards with fright. Justin had expected the dragoon to help him and to help kill the murderer before the other murderers joined in. Instead, he had frozen up, unable to find it in himself to kill a fellow man. Niels could at least have stepped in to cover Justin while he executed the murderer, but the idiot could not even do that. He just stood uselessly, his jaw hanging off his stupid face. Justin did not allow his attention to stray away from the two murderers, even as he berated Niels. He had nearly died from carelessness once, against goblin snotlings of all things, and he did not want to make that same mistake again. He had also expected the remaining duo of murderers to rush in while he was distracted and throw in a spell or summon some sort of creature. Instead, they turned tail and ran, using the death of their companion as a distraction to put more space between the two groups. Justin huffed in disdain. New murderers, then. tormentors who were unused to being tormented themselves. Charge. The low whisper contrasted starkly with the fury of his attack. Supernatural power filled his legs as they propelled him toward his chosen target, the murderer with the book. Justin led with his buckler this time, not his machete. He bowled over his target, Murderer B. His victim had not braced himself for the attack, and he was wearing simple jeans and a shirt that offered absolutely no protection to his person. On the other hand, Justin was not only empowered by a charge, but he also had the added benefit of his buckler and makeshift armor adding to the force of his empowered attack. This caused Murderer B to trip over his own 2 legs, and he landed flat on his face, probably breaking his nose in the process. More importantly, it left him in a vulnerable state, one where Justin could apply killing blows. A boot to the skull was his preferred killing blow against a vulnerable target that was smaller than he was. This explained why he immediately began stomping down as soon as he got the chance. 6 stomps to the skull later, and the kid stopped twitching. The system confirmed his death as well, notifying Justin of some experience gains. Justin grunted and looked up. Murderer C was running away, screaming like a bat out of hell, leaving a trail of moisture leaking from his pants. Justin huffed and puffed, his vision dimming. It was a clear sign of stamina depletion. He glanced at his statistics, grimacing at what he saw. Just in time. Level 1 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 172 of 231. 30% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 39.48 of 154. 30% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 48.07 of 52.5. 30% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. He inhaled deeply to get some much-needed air into his lungs. He whispered out a respite and felt the healing effect restore both his health and his stamina. Then he snorted through his nostrils and wiped the blood and brain matter from his boots onto the sidewalk. "A little help would have been appreciated," he said as he turned around to glare at Niels. "You could have tagged the runner with a spear throw and then followed up with a charge. Then we could have cut them all down instead of—" "What the hell was that?" roared Niels, outrage clear on his face. I can't believe that. What the hell, man?" Justin stared at the dragoon, and then groaned as he realized something. This was just the first day of the end. People like Niels still hadn't gotten used to their new reality, and hadn't pulled the monsters out of themselves just yet. That was me killing 2 murderers, people who kill other people for loot and experience." Niels opened his mouth, pointed a finger in the air, and then clacked his mouth shut again. He crossed his arms, clearly waiting for further explanation. Justin just blinked, shrugged, and then nudged the corpse in front of him with a toe. Murderer B. Shirt, jeans, sneakers, boxer shorts, wallet, $148. Makeshift grimoire. Justin hummed to himself before bending over and picking out the wallet and the grimoire/notebook from the murderer's corpse. But shouldn't you have just subdued them? Handed them over to the police or something?" Justin shrugged. "Maybe, if the police weren't already overwhelmed with trying to defend the city from perpetually spawning monsters and class-empowered murderers who let their newfound powers go straight to their head." He straightened up after stuffing the wallet into his backpack and clutched the grimoire in his hand. Money should still be useful for a few more weeks, or for however long the government managed to keep itself together. Murderer A, the fat one, should have a knife on him. I suggest you take it and whatever else you can. Niels groaned in disgust, shaking his head. "It's not right, man. These are just kids. You can't just go, offing them like that." Justin hummed and then grunted. Maybe not. But the threat has been neutralized, and the 3rd murderer is fleeing for his life. It would have been nice to kill them all, if only a certain someone had had the presence of mind to actually help, instead of just gawking. He frowned pointedly at Niels before turning his attention to the dumpster behind him. A pair of quivering eyes was peeking out from under the cover. "Here, You might be able to make use of this grimoire." He chucked the book at Tanya. The girl did not summon her usual pluckiness, nor did she move to catch the book he flipped her way. Instead, she responded with a cowering whimper and ducked behind the big garbage container to avoid his gaze. Justin sighed, shaking his head and launching into a brief lecture. "The two casters were close to one another, and I specifically told you to splash bunched-up targets with one of your fireballs. What if they had brains in their skulls instead of empty air? They would have focused me down and slapped me with a curse or a kinetic strike. Or maybe one of them was a summoner who might have called a demon or an elemental down on my head. If that happened, then we'd be outnumbered 4-3. You should have—" "Hey man, go easy on the girl. Not everybody's a fucking psycho like you." Justin whirled on his fellow bodyguard, ready to snap back a retort of his own. However, he clamped his mouth shut, pinched the bridge of his nose, and counted down from 10. It was a tried-and-true method for keeping his anger issues under control, which he needed a lot of just now. Right, sorry about that. It's just that you can't go easy on murderers, especially ones that have already stuck a knife in your back after teleporting with a class skill that—" Justin hissed angrily and pinched his nose even tighter. He had to count down from 20. Niels just stared dumbly at him the whole time, not quite comprehending what the outburst was about. Justin mentally knocked himself on the head, reminding himself that he had just gone back in time. Of course, that meant that Niels and Tanya hadn't seen Murderer A stick a knife in him. All they saw was the fat boy blinking into existence behind him and stumbling after his attack failed to find its mark. That pissed Justin off even more, especially with Niels failing to recognize the deadliness of such intention. You okay, buddy old pal, old friend? You're not going to lose your temper or something? Do something crazy like jump on me and go all psycho with your machete or something?" Niels asked. "Do you have any plans that include killing me for experience or loot?" was Justin's reply. "No!" "Then we're good." "Good. I just said that." "Ah, yeah, you did, didn't you?" Justin groaned. "Relax already. I'll only go psycho against those that turn their weapons on me." "That's good to hear." "You just said that." Okay, chill, man. Don't go psycho on me." "Are you intentionally trying to piss me off?" No, I swear." Chapter 5. You have leveled up. You are now level 2. You have 1 attribute point and 1 skill point to spend. Justin hummed to himself as he lay on his mattress, one among many appropriated from the mall's furniture store. He had joined the others in what one could call a barracks if one was being generous. People were sleeping together in the food court, which had been converted into a makeshift village where everyone could huddle together for safety. Justin, Niels, and Tanya, and any others willing to fight, had banded together to clear out the mall, wiping out any goblins that spawned out of thin air. Justin knew that the safety wouldn't last long. He warned the others to keep their guards up, and that the goblins may not be gone for good. They didn't believe him, and even argued with him. They quickly changed their tunes after more goblins began appearing in areas they'd already cleared out, just as he'd warned them. The spawn points had reset exactly at midnight, moving around to random spots, only this time the spawns appeared away from any locations where humans were massed together in sufficient numbers, at least 100, all grouped within a few dozen meters of one another. Justin knew this would create an enclave, a safe zone, designated by the system as such. The more humans coalesced together, the larger the enclave became. The larger an enclave, the wider its safe zone was. Or relatively safe, all things considered. If a spawn point was ignored for too long, it began spitting out more and more monsters. Leave it uncleared for a week, and the monsters would send out a wave to attack the nearest enclave. Such minor waves were incomparable in size and weight to a true invasion, but they could still wipe out unprepared enclaves, especially if they were hit by multiple waves. But for the moment, this was the job for other hunter parties. Justin and the first batch of hunters needed to rest and to recover their system-enforced fatigue. This was why he was lying back on his mattress, reviewing his options, and pointedly ignoring the side glances and hushed whispers directed his way. Show me my attributes. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 9. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 7. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 10. Attunement, 10. Faith, 8. Show me what will happen if I put a point into strength. Strength 10 increased to strength 11. Increases weapon damage by 10%. Lightly burdened penalty begins at 17 kilograms of weight. Burdened penalty begins at 27 kilograms of weight. Heavily burdened penalty begins at 42 kilograms of weight. Increase movement speed by 10% while time is frozen. Show me what happens if I put a point into Constitution. Constitution 11 increased to Constitution 12. Increases health by 20%. Increases stamina by 20%. Add 18 points of poison damage resistance. All burdened penalties decreased by 8%. Undo 54% of all physical injuries when moving back in time. Justin hummed once again. It looked as if some sub-attributes, such as health and stamina progression, increased in a linear fashion, where the benefits stacked with each point added to Constitution. If he remembered correctly, stacking points would eventually hit a limit. For example, he'd only ever reduce burdened penalties by 40%. He'd hit that cap at 20 Constitution, with additional points only increasing health, stamina, and poison resistance. He had absolutely no idea what would happen with the time-related abilities. Would they hit a cap as the other effects did, or would they keep stacking up as he dumped more points into Constitution? Show me what will happen if I put a point into Intelligence. Intelligence 7 increased to Intelligence 8. Reduces feign success chance by 20%. Reduces resistance to feints and deceptive attacks by 20%. Reduces the distance when traveling back in time by 20%. Assign 1 point to Intelligence. Assigning 1 attribute point to Intelligence. Confirm. Confirm. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 9. Perception, 8. Intelligence, 7 increased to 8. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 10. Attunement, 10. Faith, 8. Justin closed his eyes and braced himself for the change. He scowled as he felt his brain light up on fire, and a searing pain bounced around inside his skull. He growled to himself as the pain rose up a few more degrees and then hovered there for a few more minutes. He spent his time considering how he would work his build, or how he would assign his attribute points. Some folks like to dump their attribute points into whatever strengthened their role, while ignoring the attributes that didn't contribute to it. For example, a mage might dump all his points into affinity and attunement to improve his mana pool and spell efficiency. He would ignore strength and agility, leaving the melee-oriented members of their party to handle close combat. This might work for those who formed close, tight-knit parties that worked together in every engagement, each covering the other's weaknesses in perfect harmony. Hell, it might even work in larger formations, such as platoons or battalions. You'd have the manpower to keep the most dangerous threats away from the glass cannons, with high damage but crap survivability. In Justin's experience, though, combat was often a messy and chaotic affair. Smarter monsters and determined murderers wouldn't give you the time to get into position or the leeway to fall back, and they wouldn't have the good grace to ignore you just because you're playing possum. However, a pure mage without points in Constitution became vulnerable to poisons that could paralyze or disable their nervous system. A pure tank without points in Intelligence would find feinted attacks slipping through his guard. A pure archer without any attunement would suddenly turn on his allies when cursed with madness. All you needed to do was take away one cog in a well-oiled machine, and everything would tumble down. This was the reason Justin put a point into intelligence, and why he would continue putting points into his attributes evenly across the board. He wouldn't be as effective against anyone who specialized, but he'd be able to address any threat with at least some measure of competence. More importantly, he'd be able to survive whatever came his way. Not well, not cleanly, but decently enough. That's not even considering his chronomancer skills, which would let him deal with unexpected threats better. Justin continued thinking all this over as the last vestiges of brain-racking pain faded away. Hey, Thyme? Justin cracked one eye open and saw Niels shuffling awkwardly toward him. Chief wants to have a word with you. Justin grunted, focusing himself on the present. He'd review his skills later on and decide whether to pick a new skill or to strengthen his existing abilities. He followed Niels, who had become far more subdued and fearful around him ever since he'd dispatched the two murderers. Even Tanya, a normally boisterously adventurous girl, had begun avoiding him since the incident. Justin grunted in dissatisfaction yet again, eliciting a wince from Niels. They would either get used to the way of things, or they would perish from failing to adapt in time. Maybe if they were lucky, they might be able to preserve some semblance of civilization. He only hoped that he could give them the latter option. The sober reminder of that reality, of watching the world turn on itself before being devoured by endless hordes of monsters, elicited a sad sigh from him, and another wary wince from Niels, who was being particularly cautious around him this evening. Niels bid his goodbyes after they arrived at the chief's residence, or to be more accurate, the mall's security office. Justin opened the door, revealing a frowning Chief Jameson. The self-styled leader of the survivors had assumed control of the mall, herding everyone together and keeping them in line. "Thyme!" Justin nodded in reply. Jameson frowned even deeper, making Justin wonder what exactly was going on. Then he remembered Jameson's ridiculous orders earlier in the day, so he returned a sloppy salute. "That is not an appropriate response. Again, and properly this time, along with a suitable verbal response." Justin simply stared at the diminutive man. Jameson had never been a stickler for nonsensical formalities such as this before, and had never enforced military decorum upon the mall guards. Now it would seem that he was reveling in his newfound position within the social hierarchy, and taking his role as village chief a little bit too seriously. Justin couldn't help but sigh. He had seen this happen all too often with petty individuals who were suddenly given power way beyond the limit of what their egos could handle. The chief's sniffling arrogance reminded him of the murderers he'd killed earlier in the day. They stank of the oppressed, and reminded him of himself when he was younger. One taste of power, granted by the classes and the system, and they had immediately begun spreading the misery that had once been inflicted upon them. It was a familiar story, repeated all throughout history, the bullied becoming the bullies. Justin himself had subscribed to that philosophy in his younger years, having learned the direct benefits of coercion and violence, and then promptly rediscovered that side of himself in his first lifetime, when the trappings of civilization had first collapsed around him. It was also why Justin didn't butt heads with the chief. He simply straightened up and sharpened his salute. "You wanted to see me, Chief?" Jameson narrowed his eyes before nodding, satisfied by Justin's acquiescence. "Been hearing on the grapevine that you killed 2 teenagers. Is this true?" Justin nodded, simply, efficiently, and without a trace of remorse. "You admit to murdering 2 kids, mere children, and you're just going to nod?" Justin leveled a cool gaze upon Jameson as he did so. "Would it help if I explained why I killed them?" Chief Jameson scowled and shook his head after a few moments of thought. No, it wouldn't. You're a child killer, Thyme, and I will not suffer murderers like you in my community. Pack your things, because you're—" Justin's low, threatening growl silenced Jameson mid-sentence. "Would it help, Chief, if I explained why I killed them?" Jameson paled at the growl in Justin's tone, and at the way he curled his lips up into a snarl while stepping forward menacingly. The quivering man quickly placed a hand over the semi-automatic pistol holstered on his hip, recovering somewhat from the reassurance of the weapon. He forced himself to scowl back at Justin, and he adopted a stern demeanor that did not quite match with the slight wobble in his knees.
I don't care what you have to say, Thyme. You killed 2 children in cold blood. We don't do that here. They are the future, Thyme, now more than ever, with all this insanity going on around us.
Justin's first instinct was to turn around and walk away. It was his go-to response when encountering an enclave led by egomaniacs. Worse still, when it was led by incompetent egomaniacs who couldn't even remember something as simple as the fact that firearms had been rendered useless by the system. He was about to do just that when he remembered why his mysterious benefactor had sent him back in time. He was supposed to help humanity survive a little bit longer, and he wouldn't be able to do that if he kept running away, as he used to back in his first timeline. No, he wasn't just going to have to gain power through the experience and leveling up. He also needed to play politics this time around. Justin furrowed his brow, bit his tongue, slowed his breathing, and counted backwards from 10. By the time he was done, Jameson was nervously fidgeting in his chair, hand still resting on the grip of his pistol. "Have you been watching the news, Chief?"
What does this have to do with your case?
I'll take that as a no. Justin reached into his shirt, pulling out his phone in the process. The system would automatically neutralize any high technology that gave an edge in combat, or that took away from the purity of battle. Communications and general conveniences unrelated to the fight, the system didn't touch those, which explained how Justin could pull up a video streaming site. He swiped through a few pages, found a video relevant to his situation, and showed it to Jameson. Martial law has been declared all throughout Confederate territory, with the National Guard authorized to use lethal force against anarchists. Mounting casualties from this alien invasion have forced the president to take this measure, especially with social unrest levels very nearly matching those caused by the nationwide abolition of slavery in 1901. Likewise, other nations around the world have implemented martial law in their respective territories, with the European Union and the Middle Eastern Bloc suspending habeas corpus in the face of a drastic rise in random murders. Even the rigidly pacifistic Mohammedans in the MEB have taken up arms against their brethren in the faith, an unimaginable possibility just a few days ago. The situation is so dire that the Soviet Union and the Empire of Japan, having never signed a peace treaty since the Second Worldwide War, temporarily set aside their rivalries to focus on restoring public order. We at HNN advise our viewers to remain in your homes, to lock your doors, and to wait until the National Guard arrives to restore order. Avoid engaging the alien invaders, and be careful of anarchists afflicted by a strange disease that causes them to react violently to those around them. We also... Jameson grimaced, shoving away the device and ignoring the rest of the video.
Yeah, the world's gone to shit, the chief said. How exactly does this justify you offing 2 kids, Thyme?
Justin said nothing, but he grabbed his phone, tapped and swiped for a little bit more, before handing it back to Jameson. He'd shifted away from the clean news websites, which censored their content for public consumption. Instead, he'd opened up an independent video hosting service with more uncensored content. Jameson's eyes widened as he watched the video, his jaw hanging more open with each passing minute. Distinctively feminine giggles and bubbly pop music contrasted starkly with the shaky amateur video's content. It showed what appeared to be a regular old-school gym, an enclave, Justin presumed, filled with fleeing, screaming teenagers and a couple of dozen adult minders. The camera shook right before a bright light washed over it. Moments later, a ray of light shot forth from one of the giggling girls. Said ray of light caught an adult woman in the legs, and she fell over, screaming as she toppled. Another flash of light, and the camera came back with the unmoving woman's head thoroughly burned.
Ooh, I got 19 XP from Miss Anne. Bitch, that's unfair. You snooze, you lose. Only need 38 more XP to hit level 3. Hey, there's that dweeb Lee. Hey, Teddy, rip that guy to pieces.
The camera shook for a moment, right before an oversized teddy bear stomped over to a fleeing Asian kid. The teddy bear opened its mouth, which was filled with razor-sharp teeth, and began chewing on the screaming boy's limbs. It kept chewing and chomping, even as the boy uselessly slammed his fists on its head.
Ha! Your minion does shit damage. My twinkle twinkle beam of doom offed Miss Anne in 2 shots, while your stupid teddy bear is taking forever to cut up your mark. Get off my case. I thought Teddy was a DPS type summon. Who knew I'd roll a tank? Oh hey, Teddy did it. 11 XP. Better than nothing. Anyway, good boy. Now bring me his head.
Chief Jameson turned green and threw Justin's phone at him in disgust. Justin smoothly caught the little block of glass, metal, and plastic before it crashed into the ground. He pocketed it, staring pointedly at Jameson as he did so. The world ain't what it used to be anymore, Chief. Justin spoke slowly and evenly, forcing himself to do so in order to calm down the man in front of him. Little tykes and old folks, damsels in distress and rotten bitches, decent heroes helping everyone, and really crappy assholes that only look out for number one. The system gave power to them all. Justin stared flatly at Jameson as he continued. It also gave power to you and me. Justin glared at Jameson for a few more seconds before softening his gaze and shaking his head as he did so. The 2 boys I killed, they just finished ripping apart another guy and were gloating over the experience they'd gained, just like those girls you saw in the video. One of the boys even teleported behind me and tried to plant a knife in my back without as much as a word of warning. This ain't some isolated thing either. It's happening around the world, with millions of idiots all jumped up and eager to stack experience, even if it means killing the people right next to them. Justin paused for emphasis. He forced himself to frown in a way that conveyed sadness. Not that he was really sad about offing 2 murderers. He simply elected to look sad in order to placate the chief in front of him. The farce appeared to be working, as Jameson nodded and relaxed under the glow of the camera monitors. I killed those boys because they were going to murder me, Niels and Tanya. You know Tanya? The little girl that knows the score and wants to help by hunting down them goblins? Jameson realized that the question wasn't rhetorical, but waited a beat before nodding. They'd have killed her too. Then maybe moved on to this enclave. When they were done with everyone here, they were going to move out, and then they'd do it all over again. All for the easy experience that'll level them up, giving them more power in the process. So, yeah, Chief, I killed those boys. I missed one, but I'd kill him in a heartbeat. After that, I'd kill 'em all over again, if it meant taking murderers off the street. Not because I enjoy it, but because them goblin invaders changed everything. We can't afford to baby superpowered idiots with the ability to burn, slice, stab, and chew folks to death. Or rather, we can't baby 'em while we got invaders already slaughtering us, for crying out loud. Justin laid the accent on real thick, making himself sound like a dumb rube. He also avoided pointing out that he had also acquired a hefty experience gain from killing the murderers, taking 10 experience per kill, plus 10% of all the experience they'd accrued. It was why he was able to reach level 2 after such a short engagement. However, it would be rather hypocritical to bring all this up while he was ragging on murderers, killing others for easy experience. That was why he didn't mention it to Jameson, who nodded slowly and sighed with sad resignation. All right, Thyme, you've made your point. I understand why you did what you did. You can stay with the group. Just be careful out there, will you? Try to avoid trouble if you can. Will do, Chief. Justin paused, tapping his chin as he did so. Would also be mighty appreciative if you explained all this to the other folks in the enclave. A lot of 'em are scared and confused, and it'll be a big help if an authority figure like yourself explains what's going on. Help 'em get a better understanding of all this chaos, instead of flapping around like fishes out of water. Chief Jameson perked up at that suggestion. Doing that would cement his position as the leader of the enclave and make the others trust him even more. They would stop questioning his legitimacy and rally around, supporting him as he led them to safety and security. Justin saw all of these thoughts flash across Jameson's face. He also noticed how the man lowered his guard when he played his dumb hick routine. He would have to keep that in mind. Maybe it'd help relax the people who always seemed so tense and awkward around him. Chapter 6. Bulwark. Bulwark. 50 mana, 48-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 6. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 6. Low affinity penalty, minus 20% effect and duration. Justin braced himself as the spell took effect, layering magical protections all over his skin. It took a hefty 50 mana to cast, and would only last 60 seconds, but it would provide some much-needed protection against physical attacks. That protection was tested immediately when 3 goblin snotlings began pelting him with rocks. Goblin Snotling C has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 6.4 resisted, 7 absorbed. Goblin Snotling D has hit you for 6 blunt damage, 6.4 resisted, 2 absorbed. Goblin Snotling F has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 100% blocked. Justin grunted, catching one of the slung stone bullets with his buckler. 0 damage on that one. Another bullet glanced off his construction helmet, which, combined with the protective effects of Bulwark, negated all damage to himself. The third bullet smacked onto his forearm, with all but 6 points of damage resisted by the spell and absorbed by the padding of his makeshift armor. Charge. He immediately barreled ahead of his party mates, slamming his buckler into the goblin he'd designated A. Unfortunately, the goblin was bracing itself for the attack. It held the shaft of its spear out in a defensive posture, redirecting much of the force of his attack, while preventing itself from getting staggered. It was not, however, sufficiently prepared for the follow-up attack. Bash! Justin's machete whistled through the air, chopping into Snotling A's exposed crown. The creature screeched and dropped its spear, putting its arms up to protect its bleeding head. Another goblin stepped in as Justin attacked his target, swinging its club and smashing it into Justin's side. Goblin Snotling B has hit you for 9 blunt damage, 6 resisted, 5 absorbed. Justin grunted from the force of the attack. Without Bulwark, that attack would have shaved 17 points off his health pool, a mere fraction of his total health, but dangerously high if he continued taking damage, which was exactly what he wanted to happen, as the other goblins began focusing their attacks upon him. Goblin Snotling E has cut you for 7 slash damage, 6 resisted, 6 absorbed. Goblin Snotling C has hit you for 3 blunt damage, 6 resisted, 4 absorbed. Goblin Snotling D has hit you for 5 blunt damage, 6 resisted, 5 absorbed. Goblin Snotling F has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 100% blocked. Warcry. Justin whispered his skill out loud, even as he continued attacking the first goblin he struck down. He was relying on his armor to keep him alive, while shoving the pain signals into a dark place at the back of his mind. Goblin Snotling B has hit you for 10 blunt damage, 6 resisted, 1 absorbed. Goblin Snotling E has cut you for 9 slash damage, 6 resisted, 3 absorbed. Goblin Snotling C has hit you for 8 blunt damage, 6 resisted, 2 absorbed. Goblin Snotling D has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 100% blocked. Goblin Snotling F has hit you for 1 damage, 6 resisted, 6 absorbed. He ignored his screaming muscles as blades, bullets, and clubheads all delivered their respective abuse upon him. He hissed savagely as he slammed his machete upon his target's neck one last time, finally emptying the goblin's health pool and putting it down for good. Bash! The skill finished its 5-second cooldown, which is why Justin slammed his machete down into the head of the hatchet-wielding goblin. He missed his target, but ended up cleaving a shoulder, an acceptable alternative as far as he was concerned. The goblin screamed in pain, but refused to drop its weapon. Instead, it pulled back, intending to put some distance between itself and the flailing Templar. It took an arrow to the neck instead, one powerful enough to kill it in a single shot. Justin had shaved off a portion of its health with a bash-empowered attack, of course, but the only thing that mattered was the target going down, and that it did. Two of the goblins with slings also wavered, their eyelids flickering, before they tumbled headfirst onto the ground, snoozing the very moment they hit the dirt. A high-pitched screech soon followed, as a woman clad in a mishmash of sporting goods dashed forward with a charge. She brought her hockey stick down on a goblin's head, not only slowing but stunning the monster with the intensity of her attack. 5 out of the 6 goblins were taken out of the fight. 2 dead, 3 disabled. That left only 1 goblin still capable of fighting. It wasn't dumb, though, as it realized the odds had shifted drastically against it, which was why it turned tail and fled. Or it would have if an arrow hadn't taken it in the leg, causing it to trip and fall over. "Alfred!" Justin roared, directing his command to the archer who had put it down. "Leave that one for Sam! She only needs 13 more experience to hit level 2! The ranger emerged from stealth, his body shifting back into the visible spectrum as he canceled his skill. He did so while grumbling in annoyance. "Stupid white-knighting country hick bastard." Justin pointedly ignored the complaining man and flicked his chin at the somnolist in question. "Bugger's all yours, darling." He very nearly winced at the way he was talking. He absolutely hated this accent, but apparently it got people to ease up around him. This is what the thankful woman did. She ducked her head in gratitude as she approached the crippled goblin. It whimpered as it pulled itself along the ground. Samantha, the somnolist, turned almost as green as the goblin in front of her. Her knife was shaking in her hand as she froze up. Justin sighed softly to himself before stepping close and softly laying a hand on her shoulder. "Finish him quick, Sam. End its suffering, and get the experience you need." A meaty thwack sounded off behind them, causing him to grin in amusement. "Because if you don't, Jenna over there is probably going to steal your kill." The berserker in question was already busy bashing the skull of the goblin she'd stunned with a hockey stick, raining furious blow after blow upon her victim. She shouted out bitter curses galore, still trapped within the mind-altering effects of bloodbath. Alfred the Ranger eyed his flailing partymate with concern, cautiously inching forward with his own dagger in hand to off the other sleeping goblin. However, Samantha's goblin still needed finishing. The somnolist hesitated, glancing at Justin with an unasked question. Justin responded with a silent nod, stepping back with satisfaction as Samantha slit the throat of her sleeping victim. It twitched from the intrusion of steel into its flesh, but the effect of her sleep spell held. The goblin stilled, and the resulting hemorrhaging would finish it off while it slept on. He wiped the sweat from his brow as the rest of the party finished up their respective kills and gathered around him. Sam had claimed 1, Jenna another, and Alfred had claimed 2. Justin had already claimed his kill when he first engaged the goblins, so he had left the rest to the others. "I think it's safe to disable Bloodbath now, darling." "Her?" "Don't worry, we got you covered." "Her!" The berserker grunted, sniffed the air noisily, and then sat down butt first on the ground. Her sharp breathing slowed as the light of frenzy began to leave her eyes. Finally, she slumped forward, gasping, as the last traces of the skill washed out of her mind and body. Justin hummed in satisfaction before turning his attention to the others. "That was a good first run, folks. Very nicely done, especially you, Alfred. Nice shooting, by the way." The ranger's scowl lightened up at the compliment, and he was very visibly fighting the smirk that wanted to bubble up to his face. Justin noted that the man had an ego of sorts, and that he responded well when said ego was stroked. He was already chafing under Justin's leadership, which was why Justin made sure he avoided antagonizing the ranger as much as possible. After all, Alfred would probably serve as this party's leader if they could find one other member. He might have had a heightened opinion of himself, but Justin believed that his strong will, coupled with his keen eye, compensated for his hubris. Justin scratched his chin as he pondered on what class the potential fourth member would be. An armored warrior to draw attention, perhaps, or a healer to keep Jenna alive while she dove into the thick of battle. Justin shared these thoughts, as well as his assessments of the party's performance. Jenna had obtained valuable experience from fighting under the influence of Bloodbath. The bonuses to strength, grit, and constitution were to be cherished, but her utter lack of restraint meant that she needed someone to look out for her. Losing all rhyme and reason in battle was a great way to get killed, especially when you charged headlong into battle. That support would most likely come from Samantha, whose sleep and daze spells had provided invaluable crowd control skills and eased the pressure on Jenna. She lacked aggression and was easily flustered, though, which was going to be problematic if she was targeted by assassin and ranged types of monster. Alfred's snipe was also great for picking off high-value targets, especially when stacked with the bonus damage of attacking while under the effect of cloak. He could use the skill either to pick off a soft but high-value target before combat began, or to finish off a target that was injured by Jenna as she frenzied. The three newbies listened to Justin's assessments, and Jenna even took out a pen and paper to take notes. The frothing madwoman might be off her rocker while under the influence of Bloodbath, but she was the most rational and determined member of the trio when it came to self-improvement. "Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're all rested up enough now. Y'all gear up now, 'cause I reckon we can clear another spawn point before we head back home. Maybe even 2 if we're lucky. 3 if you want to hit level 2 in a couple days." All 3 groaned out loud, silently cussing Justin out in their hearts, even as they picked themselves up and followed him to battle like little ducklings, armed, dangerous, and deadly ducklings, but ducklings nonetheless. Later that afternoon, the group returned to the enclave, beaten and battered, but glowing with the satisfaction of a job well done. They ended up clearing 4 spawn points, spreading experience as evenly as they could while pushing on, with their fatigue reaching 40%. Justin wasn't lying when he said the newbies could hit level 2 in a day or 2. That is, if they continued hunting with the same level of aggression, and found a tank or a healer to replace Justin when he left their team. The Templar released a tired breath as he plopped down on his bed, lugging along a bag containing a rusty chainmail hauberk, a lucky piece of loot obtained from a snotling he'd killed. The trio of newbies had been amazed by the loot system, with Alfred the Ranger openly questioning the physics of a dead goblin dropping human-sized equipment. As he often did, Justin just shrugged and told Alfred to ask the aliens that had slapped the system over Earth. Alfred went quiet after that, paling just a little bit, as he pondered the kind of power needed to alter the very rules of reality. Justin was spraying water-displacing oil on the links of the hauberk and polishing them with a dirty rag when Chief Jameson walked up to him. "Time!" Justin lowered his hauberk, standing up and replying with a sharp salute. "Chief?" Jameson smiled at the recognition, especially when it came from the Enclave's primary protector and trainer. He raised his chin up a little higher as he basked in the authority he'd gained. "Just got off the phone with someone from Homeland Security. They've formally recognized our little enclave here as an evacuation center, directing folks to take shelter within our fortified walls. They'll also be sending troops and supplies for our protection." Justin nodded at Jameson's words, taking a moment to digest the information. "When will they be coming round?" "In a week. They'll be sending a convoy and we'll need a local to guide them to our enclave. I'm thinking of volunteering you for the job. Who else do you need?" Justin very nearly told Jameson to go fuck himself. Instead, he covered up his irritation by scratching his beard, seeming to ponder the issue. "Niels and Tanya hit level 2 already, didn't they?" he asked finally. Jameson flinched before plastering a smile over his stiff face. "Yeah, they did." "Then I'd like to have them tag along for the escort duty." That's going to be a bit of a problem. Niels is also helping the others get used to the whole system, and we need to keep the program going. Tanya's not doing so well. I think she came down with an infection, and she's still fighting it off." Justin nodded, frowning as he ignored the very obvious misdirection being thrown his way. Both Niels and Tanya had been avoiding him ever since he put down the murderers. Niels was just creeped out by Justin, whereas Tanya had quickly lost her appetite for killing. Which was a shame, in Justin's opinion, because Tanya's fire spells would have been invaluable for burning down large groups at a time. She easily stood up to monsters that looked and acted differently, but then buckled when faced with monsters from her own race. Others thought as she did and felt squeamish about the act of killing their fellow men. Yet, they had to learn how to kill, because murderers wouldn't see them as valued members of their own race. No, the power-hungry bastards would only see them as valuable loot boxes to rip and open for the precious experience contained within. Justin's actions that day had scared off any other murderers, who avoided prowling his enclave since then. They operated outside of its borders, picking off stragglers and harassing smaller, less fortified enclaves. This was both good and bad. Good because his enclave wasn't losing valuable manpower to random murderers, and bad because killing goblin snotlings gave less experience than killing murderers. If he or the enclave didn't gain enough levels, then the murderers would inevitably become too powerful for the enclave to deal with. Worse still was how he had to split valuable experience by partying up with newbies. They needed both real-world experience and system-generated experience to defend themselves in the future. Justin narrowed his eyes as he studied Jameson. The chief frowned sadly, shaking his head and sprouting complaints about the hardships that come with overseeing an enclave. Justin knew that Jameson had it easy compared to other enclaves. The mall had a healthy stockpile of food, tools, and materials. Its fenced perimeter made it easy to protect, and makeshift barricades patched over the remaining security risks. Lookouts stood atop the roof, giving them a good view of their immediate surroundings and any incoming threats. They also had Justin, helping enforce order in the chaos, and as someone to guide them through the whole process of levels and spawns, spells and skills. Other enclaves were little more than huddling gangs of frightened, clueless, and hungry scavengers. They were constantly on the lookout for food and supplies, and completely ignorant about what to do. They were regularly hunted down by murderers, eager to pick up some quick experience and reveling in their newfound power. He remembered his previous lifetime, when he had found himself in pretty much the same situation. It was only through dumb luck that he had managed to survive the first few days, at least until he finally found it in himself to embrace the demons he thought he'd banished long before. Justin grunted, dropping the dark thoughts from his mind. Instead, he focused on an idea that had popped up in his mind, one that would allow him to obtain a great deal of experience for himself while still helping the enclave. Jameson gave a grunt of dissatisfaction, causing him to scowl. Justin noticed this, and so he slowly twisted his lips into a grin. They just need a guide, right, Chief? Not a full fighting force or something? Justin didn't sound angry or impudent, which is why Jameson nodded while swallowing whatever he was going to say. Then I'll just meet up with them on the highway. I'll travel faster, move more sneaky-like, while avoiding them green critters. Then I'll just wave a flag or pop a flare or something, so they know I'm a friendly. Yeah, that'll work too. You sure you can handle it on your own? Sure thing, Chief. Everything'll be just dandy. Chapter 7.
Hey there, fucker. You really didn't think I'd forget about you, now did?
Bulwark. Charge. Justin powered onward, his legs empowered by his skill, as he slammed his shield into the murderer's ribcage. His target went down with a loud, "Ugh!" falling backward into the ground and smacking his head on the hard concrete, leaving him vulnerable to killing blows. Bash! He followed up his initial attack with a downward swing of his machete, aiming not for the crown of the shocked murderer's skull, but right down for his neck. The violence of his actions caught two of the murderer's companions off guard. The third, however, was made of sterner stuff than the others were. Buff it! An empowered gust of wind slammed into Justin's left side, a magically induced physical attack that would have greatly damaged and staggered most other people. Not a Templar protected by bulwark, though. Murderer D used Buffet on you. You take 0 kinetic damage plus 4 wind damage. 6 kinetic damage resisted, 6 elemental damage resisted, 6 kinetic damage absorbed. Kinetic damage was simply physical damage brought about by magical means. The protection of Justin's armor and his protective buffer negated most of that damage, as well as the stagger effect from the spell. That is the reason why Justin's attack landed into his target's neck uninterrupted and with a wet squelch. He pulled his machete out with another squelch, satisfied with the fountain of blood squirting out. That meant he'd nicked an artery, which in turn meant that Murderer A would die if a healer didn't patch him up. These particular murderers had a healer among their ranks.
Rejuvenate!
A soft light suffused Justin's target, who groaned as his flesh knit itself back together. Justin whirled upon the one he suspected was the healer of the group, a young woman, who reared back in fright when his furious gaze landed upon her. She held a makeshift staff, a broken signpost of some sort, and wore a dirty set of robes over her jeans and shirt. She also stood far, far behind her other party members. She was practically rooted to the spot after she realized that she'd drawn Justin's attention. Justin, however, did not change his target. He raised his machete high up in the air before bringing it down into the downed murderer's neck once again. The whimpering man managed to swerve his head away in the nick of time. Justin's attack missed its target, but he compensated by lowering his aim and crashing his machete down into the murderer's chest. His victim coughed wetly as the heavy blade cut through flesh and cracked a rib. Then Justin reared his shield arm back, intending to kill the unarmored and unconscious murderer at his feet while the healer's primary spell was on cooldown. "War cry!" One of the murderers in makeshift armor shouted, holding his sword up high, bellowing his challenge to Justin, who simply grunted as he slammed his buckler into the face of the whimpering murderer underneath him. Generating threat only worked on monsters. Using it against humans would not convince them to turn their attention away from their target, especially when that target was on the verge of death. All the warrior did was waste a precious few seconds that Justin gladly exploited to deal additional damage to his downed opponent. He could not, however, ignore the subsequent follow-up from the murderer. "Charge!" Justin sidestepped upon hearing the shouted skill, and immediately put his victim between himself and the advancing warrior. People kept shouting out their skills and spells, as if doing so would add power to their abilities. Justin, on the other hand, whispered his skills to himself, even in the thick of battle, hopefully to delay his opponent's responses. This shout alerted Justin to the skill heading his way, which was how he not only avoided the charge, but also how he turned it against his attacker. He stepped to one side, smoothly evading the attack before simply shoving the imbalanced warrior aside. The warrior stumbled in the middle of his skill, forcing him to regain his momentum lest he fell flat on his back. Bash! Justin capitalized on his enemy's blunder, using his buckler instead of his machete. He slammed the small round shield with empowered force into his attacker's chest with a loud smack. The buckler's steel center impacted loudly with the warrior's scale mail armor, causing the warrior to fall on his butt with a whoomp sound. The man's eyes swam as he gasped for the air that had been knocked out of his lungs, groaning as he did so. Justin frowned in disgust. It would seem that this particular warrior did not have enough strength to fit his class. Rather, he'd picked a warrior-type class despite having low strength. A fatally flawed decision, since warriors would inevitably test their strength against the strength of other warriors. If you didn't have enough of the strength attribute in your build, or the armor and magical protections you needed, you would soon find yourself getting knocked around by those that did. This was a lesson Justin had learned often enough in his first lifetime. Still, Justin didn't turn his attention to the downed warrior. No, the murderers had a healer in their party, which meant that he couldn't afford to leave injured enemies alone to recuperate. He whirled around, savagely kicking the skull of his initial victim with his steel-toed boots. He repeated the kick 2 more times before ending it with a solid stomp of his foot, caving the teen's nose in with the sole of his boot. You have gained 10 plus 31 experience from killing Murderer A. 149 of 200 experience to reach level 3. Justin grinned wildly, reveling in the kill and the experience it brought him, even as his vision dimmed from low stamina. He grimaced as he realized that he had failed to disable his detailed experience alerts. Battle notifications, he whispered to himself. The experience alert disappeared, along with other alerts that he had deemed unnecessary and distracting during the heat of battle. You have gained experience from killing Murderer A. Health, 322.7 of 326.7. 1% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 37.02 of 217.8. 1% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 52.37 of 74.25. 1% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1. Bulwark, 22 seconds. 262 of 300 seconds CD. Justin straightened himself, wiping off the droplets of blood and flesh sticking to his face. He stared at the 3 remaining murderers, who were circling warily around him while he regained his breath. Pale faces greeted him, with Murderer C, the healer, inching further and further away from the group. Justin knew that they had the numbers to take him down. All it would take was a coordinated attack, especially if they went in 4 against 1 and with the element of surprise on their side. But these weren't the battle-tested murderers of his first lifetime. No, they were mere novices in the profession of murder. They were simple opportunists that preyed upon those who could not defend themselves while fleeing from those who could. They didn't even know how to ignore their pain yet and allowed themselves to be ruled by the sensation. First, the idiot, now dead at his feet, had brazenly walked up to him and had attempted to taunt and perhaps to intimidate him. Then they had all failed to react immediately to his initial charge, with the warrior standing back with his jaw open, instead of intercepting him with a charge of his own. The windcaster and the warrior had failed to coordinate their attacks, and the healer was too frightened to pitch in with a few of her control spells. Or maybe she didn't even get a control spell in the first place. Now they were too terrified to engage him, to be the first to draw his ire, even when he stood there recovering stamina. They had probably thought he would fold, as their previous victims had, or that he would bolt or plead for his life. He didn't. Instead, he killed one of their own with single-minded dedication, practically ignoring everything they threw at him. This group was so intimidated and so lacking in teamwork and preparedness that he didn't even need to use any of his time-altering skills this time around. He glanced at his compressed status menu and noticed that he had 10 seconds of bulwark left. He inhaled deeply, braced himself, and launched himself at his enemies. This time, he didn't bother playing it smooth and quiet. No, he roared out loud as he advanced with his charge, fully intending to exploit the cowardice and inexperience of his enemies. Justin threw himself at Murderer D, the caster, who specialized in wind spells, probably a ventomancer. The girl was ready this time, though, and she splayed her fingers out as she flung her spell at him. Vortex! A miniature whirlwind materialized in front of Justin. It was attempting to impede his movement and to suck him into its chaotic center. It succeeded, breaking the momentum of his charge while trapping him in its powerful forces. Murderer D used Vortex on you. You take 0 kinetic damage plus 0 wind damage. 2 kinetic damage resisted, 4 elemental damage resisted. You take 0 kinetic damage plus 1 wind damage. 3 kinetic damage resisted, 6 elemental damage resisted. You take 0 kinetic damage plus 0 wind damage. 4 kinetic damage resisted, 5 elemental damage resisted. You take 0 kinetic damage plus 2 wind damage. 6 kinetic damage resisted, 6 elemental damage resisted. Justin managed to break free from the spell's sucking winds after a few more seconds, as damage alerts scrolled up the corner of his vision. Definitely a ventomancer then, and at least a level 2, given the power of the spell. If he hadn't been armored, the sheer kinetic force of wind shear would have cut away at his exposed skin. Even if he had been wearing non-enchanted armor, it would not have protected him from the wind damage. However, the Templar bonuses of Bulwark had protected him against both physical and magical damage. Not completely, but enough to mitigate most of the damage. The spell's physical defenses also negated the kinetic damage from the spell, practically reducing its effects to nothing. So Justin stepped out of the dissipating vortex with nary a scratch. He smiled wickedly at the wide-eyed murderer. She had not expected him to walk out of the cutting winds with such nonchalance, looking as if it had done nothing to him. He did not disabuse her of that notion, even when Bulwark fizzled out as he grinned at her. It would be available in fewer than 4 minutes, more than enough time for things to go wrong, if she realized his vulnerability. This was precisely why he took advantage of the Ventomancer's surprise, to release a primal roar that had nothing to do with skills. He did not expect his bellow to instill some esoteric system-empowered status effect upon his enemies. No, he simply brayed his fury out to gather his courage unto himself, and to tap into his animalistic side. He screamed bloody murder, just as he often had in his past life, when the blood rushed to his head. Then he lunged forward towards his designated target. That's when the warrior crashed into him from the side, tackling him and pushing him off balance. They fell into a heap on the ground, the other man slamming a fist down into Justin's head. Justin very nearly responded in kind, furious at the distraction. He fought his instincts to grapple with the man and to enter into a slugging match. Instead, he growled out a single word. Regress. Regress activated. Rewinding time. Reality stalled, and then began moving backward in itself. An unseen force pulled Justin back to his feet, similarly pulling back Murderer B in mid-leap. Justin peeled his eyes away from his target, switching his attention to the oncoming attacker. Insufficient tempo. Resuming time. And stepped off to the side, just as the man leapt toward him. Justin responded with a spinning backhand, slamming his buckler into his opponent's back. The blow was not meant to injure, but to unbalance, practically a repeat of what he had done earlier when the man attempted to charge him. Just like before, the would-be warrior lacked the strength to resist Justin's attack. He splashed face first into the ground, this time failing to intercept Justin's implacable advance toward his attack. That suited Justin just fine, as he gunned his way back to the Ventomancer, who was holding her hands up in a panic by now.
Buffet!
Murderer D used Buffet on you. You take 8 kinetic damage plus 7 wind damage. 3 kinetic damage absorbed. Justin groaned as he was pushed back a step from the force of the spell. The spell would have caused a great deal more damage if Bulwark had not provided both physical and magical resistance. He also had enough strength to resist the stagger effect, especially when he braced himself instead of being caught off balance. The spell failed to deter Justin as he stomped toward his prey.
Buffet!
The panicking young woman held her hands out once again, but nothing happened.
Buffet! Buffet! Buffet!
She continued screaming desperately, willing the system to ignore the cooldown and cast her spell. The murderer had become used to people screaming, panicking, and falling on their butts with a basic Ventomancer spell. However, the Templar advancing toward her did not react the way she'd expected. He ignored the minor pain of the winds blasting at him and bruising his skin, even as his armor absorbed a great deal of the damage. No, the woman could only stare at her impending death as his still bloody machete descended upon her.
Barrier!
And slid off an invisible blockade, its sharp edge hissing into the air. Justin clicked his tongue, knowing that the healer finally revealed what kind of class she chose. Justin's victim scrambled back, breathing a sigh of relief. He cut short that relief by dropping his machete and throwing himself at her. He spun behind her, wrapping her neck in an intimate embrace, and started crushing her windpipe in the crook of his elbow. While a priest's barrier warded off weapons and spells, it most certainly did not prevent an attacker from stepping inside its protective zone. So although Justin had no skills to improve his hand-to-hand capabilities, he was still far larger and stronger than the feeble caster he now held in his grip. Justin's victim choked, weakly clawing at his armored forearms. He put her between himself and the two remaining murderers, while still squeezing the life out of her. The warrior had already picked himself up off the dirt and was now hesitating, unsure what to do. The priest stood away as well, ashen-faced and completely clueless. What would two murderers do in such a hostage situation? The duo glanced at one another, seemingly speaking without words. They hesitated, nodded, turned tail, and immediately began running for their lives. The brutal Templars' raucous laughter chased them as they ran away with their tails between their legs, along with the choking gurgles of their former comrade. The kineticist had promised them an easy kill, with 4-to-1 odds against a lone target. Instead, they had stumbled upon a monster that had turned the tables on them, easily manhandling them like the inexperienced children they were. The gurgling was cut short with one last gasp. The duo of fleeing murderers only ran with increased urgency as silence descended behind them. However, Justin wasn't satisfied with the meager results of his hunt. The supply convoy would be arriving in another 2 days. He had told Jameson that he needed time to scout out the area and to find a clear path for the convoy so they could reach the mall enclave with as little resistance as possible. What he failed to mention, however, was that he needed some quality alone time to farm some experience for himself, especially since the two panicking murderers left a trail for him to follow. Justin wiped off the sweat as he expanded his alerts, grunting with satisfaction at the experience he had gained from executing the kineticist and the ventomancer. Then he picked up his crimson-stained machete, grinned evilly at the two corpses, and got busy with the second reason why he went hunting alone, instead of bringing along a party. Chapter 8. Justin napped lazily underneath a white piece of cloth with a blue circle spray-painted in the middle. It flapped idly in the afternoon breeze, matching the slow swinging of Justin's leg as he slung it over the stone fence he'd laid himself out on. He perked up as the distinctive rumble of vehicles sounded off in the distance. He glanced up, yawning widely, before cricking his neck left and right. He remained reclined, checking himself one last time for spots of blood or fleshy bits, before deciding that he was clean enough to be presentable. Justin continued lounging comfortably as the convoy approached. A military Humvee was in the lead, with 3 trucks following it and another Humvee in the rear. The lead Hummer rumbled along with burns of some kind on its right side, while a portion of the other Hummer's metal frame was bent and twisted in weird ways. All 5 vehicles sported spears, swords, hatchets, and daggers jutting out of the reinforced armor. The system must have deemed the trucks and Humvees too high-tech, especially when brought into combat. No surprise, then, that goblin weapons managed to slice through reinforced steel and bulletproof glass. Justin's easy demeanor melted away quickly as the convoy came to a stop a few dozen feet away from his position. He brushed himself off and stood up to give a more proper greeting to the incoming soldiers. "Freeze!" shouted a gunner on the turret of the lead Hummer, pointing a swivel-mounted crossbow his way. Likewise, others inside the vehicle pointed crossbows in his direction, their menacing bolt heads peeking out from the windows. "Identify yourself!" Justin found himself amused by the archaic contrast. Highly trained troopers, decked out in combat fatigues and Kevlar armor, yet sporting swords and crossbows. They'd even swapped out the mounted guns and grenade launchers for an arbalist or something. He showed none of this amusement on his face, though. He held his palms up, standing still in place as he complied with their demands. "Just in time. I'm your guide to the Santa Paraiso Mall Enclave. Do you have injured? I have a heal spell that can help close up serious wounds." The gunner on the lead vehicle's eyes widened. So too did the others inside. The man in the front passenger seat leaned his head close to the radio on his shoulder. He was still for a few minutes, eyeing the white flag with a blue circle flapping behind Justin, and then he nodded in reply. He opened the door on his side and stepped out, lowering his crossbow, but keeping it aimed in Justin's general direction. "We have a man that took a round of something to the shoulder. He's in the second truck." Justin nodded, matching the terse tone of the man speaking to him. My spell, Respite, can heal up to 48 health over 8 seconds. More importantly, it can patch up wounds on whomever I cast it. That works. Follow me. The man didn't bother introducing himself, not quite believing him, yet unable to refute his claims. Justin didn't make a big deal of it. After all, it had only been a few days since the apocalypse had begun. It would take some time for people to acclimate to the new reality staring them in the face. He trailed behind the man that he assumed to be the officer in charge, who brought him to the truck in question. He flipped open the tarp, revealing the group's medic tending to an injured man. "May I see the injury? I have a healing spell that might help." The medic grimaced, ignoring Justin, and turned to his commanding officer. The man beside Justin nodded, silently giving his permission. The medic just frowned deeper, but did as instructed, peeling off the bandages on the man's shoulder. The patient sported a bleeding wound, and the flesh around it had turned black and blue. Justin immediately recognized the damage as coming from an ice-based spell, one that imparted both elemental and kinetic damage. "Ice lance," Justin murmured to himself, observing the damage. "Or not. Wound's too small. Ice bullet, probably." "You know what did this?" Justin shook his head at the medic's question. "I can only guess, but I think it's a spell from either a cryomancer or some other mage class that uses ice spells. Let me see if I can help." He focused on the wounded man, who eyed Justin with a great deal of suspicion, even as he chewed on his lip to fight back the pain. Respite. Justin aimed the spell not at himself this time, but at the wounded soldier. That soldier gasped, his eyes scanning something invisible in front of him, even as the injury around his shoulder began knitting itself closed. "Stranger used respite on you," the man murmured under his breath, "and restoring 4 health and stamina per second for 8 seconds. He chuckled then, shaking his head as he rotated his shoulder to test it out. "Just like a damned video game." Justin shrugged, turning to the medic. "What class did you pick?" The man opened his mouth, hesitated, and then scowled. "Can't say." Justin shrugged, deciding to ignore the stonewalling. "Your call. Just remember that healer classes can do what I just did, except much more effectively. Might be worth remembering if you plan to pick one." "Why do you think I need to pick one?" Justin kept his face as even as he could, fighting the smirk that wanted to break free. "'Cause you would have already picked a healer the very second your boy over here took a spell to his shoulder. I'm guessing your superiors told y'all to pick one class or to not pick a class at all if they were being paranoid." The officer beside Justin sighed, shaking his head softly at his comment. "The latter. They're scared that we might be compromised or something." "We already are," Justin agreed. "This system thing's stuck in every single one of us, and there's no change in those facts. I recommend picking a class, and soon, especially since you'll be lagging behind in levels if you don't." The officer narrowed his eyes at Justin then, squinting in suspicion. "And you're an expert in this system of yours?" Justin shrugged in response. "I'm just a man with a couple ideas, is all. What y'all do with them ideas is up to you." The officer maintained his scowl as he studied Justin, frowning at his silly-looking equipment. He'd cobbled together a mishmash of construction, sporting, and medieval equipment. He looked less like a soldier and more like a hobo who had run amok in a Salvation store. "Be that as it may, I'm Lieutenant Waters, Confederated States Army. You said you were our guide to Santa Paraiso?" "Just in time. Yeah, that's my job." "Very well. I've got them all marked on my map, so I can just follow the roads. Any threats my men and I should be aware of?" "Don't go straight south from here. Got more than a few goblin spawning points that popped up in the middle of the roads. Your vehicles are too high-tech, so you'll want to avoid Catalina Norte and Catalina Este as well, if you don't want more holes in them. Don't go too far east, though. Red Horse is filled with murderers hunting easy prey and duking it out for territory. They killed most of the town's inhabitants, which is why they average at level 3 and 4 with a couple of 5s mixed in. They're gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with, especially when they see you and your juicy convoy over here. Go round west, then southwest instead, through Magdalena. Most of the residents already kicked it or joined up with our enclave. Fewer inhabitants means fewer goblins. Murderers also moved on, looking for easier victims. You should encounter less resistance on the way to the mall. Waters stared dumbly at Justin, as did the other soldiers, who were straining their ears to eavesdrop on the discussion. I'm sorry, did you just call these Cold War-era heaps of junk high-tech? What the hell does that have to do with these goblins? The little green men with weapons made of some miracle alloys or something. Justin nodded patiently, waiting for Waters to calm down a bit before explaining. I notice that none of you fine folk are wearing your Kevlar, just your fatigues. Let me guess, it does squat against goblin weapons. They just rip right through as if your armor ain't even there? Waters flinched, as did his men. Justin shrugged, then tapped his chest with the back of a finger. This here crappy stuff I'm wearing? Random garbage cobbled together from salvage and goblin drops? None of them are mil-spec, meaning they're cruder and more fragile than your stuff. System says they're low-tech enough, which is why they can turn blades decently enough. Justin's nonchalant statement raised brows and even a few mumbled sneers. However, Lieutenant Waters stared at him evenly, listening intently while reserving his judgment for later. Justin liked that in him and chalked a point up in the man's favor as he continued explaining. See, the system marked this stuff as low-tech enough to count. Even if the composite materials are all fancy and stuff, manufactured in a big old factory or something, it's garbage enough for the system to give it a pass. That, and I'm a Templar, a warrior class that benefits from armor. So yeah, the system thinks it's cool for me to be wearing this stuff. Slap 'em on a cleric or a ranger, though, or someone that didn't pick a class yet, and I'ma guess the system won't be as willing to look the other way. Waters studied Justin through narrowed eyes, visibly processing the words coming out of his mouth. Then he sighed with a soft shake of his head. I have seen the swords and spears of these creatures shear through the composite armor of tanks. Tanks! Are you seriously telling me that your equipment can protect you from their attacks? Already has, many times over. The lieutenant blew out an unbelieving huff, but quickly recomposed himself. I can't totally discount your advice, not when what you say can potentially save more lives. With that said, can you actually prove what you claim? Justin angled his head in thought, shrugged, and then nodded. Sure, I'm gonna need to draw my weapon and slice off a small piece of your Hummer, though. Is that all right, or will your boys pump me full of arrows? Waters hesitated for a beat before nodding. Lower your weapons, he spoke out loud enough for the others to hear. The men around him obeyed, although they still kept their crossbows aimed at Justin's general direction. That suited him just fine. Slowly, he reached one arm around his waist and unclasped the machete, unsheathing it from its holster. The soldiers tensed as he approached the lead Humvee and very casually shaved a piece of metal from its solid bumper. He picked up the piece with his free hand and showed it to Lieutenant Waters and his men, before setting it down on the hood of the vehicle. Then he took off his construction helmet and skimmed the blade on the piece of the bumper's surface. None of the hard plastic came off. He applied a bit more pressure, scraping off small bits, but not with the same dramatic effect as the reinforced steel bumper. He then took the blade once more and slapped its edge on the Hummer's bumper. It bit deep, and he wiggled the blade a little to free it from the surface. Then he tossed his helmet up with one hand and caught it with the same hand before holding it out to Lieutenant Waters. Here, you give it a try, Justin said as he handed his machete to Waters, handle first. You can break it if you really want to, since there's more helmets in the mall, but please don't. I don't want to walk around with my noggin all exposed and stuff. The man scowled, but he accepted and copied Justin's actions. He frowned in annoyance when the results ended up the same. The blade bit into the military-grade steel alloy, but slid off the cheap plastic of a construction helmet. This doesn't even make sense. Justin shrugged at Waters' frustrated outburst. Don't know exactly how it works, to be honest, but this is what we gotta work with. Best get used to it sooner than later, especially with some pretty bad folks lurking around." Waters calmed down then and focused back on his mission instead of the nutty and oddly equipped local in front of him. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Lead the way then, Mr. Thyme." "Sure thing. Eyes up! Roof on my 10 o'clock!" The men immediately scrambled, taking cover behind their vehicles. Justin followed suit, crouching down behind the others as they aimed their crossbows at the building in question. "What do you see?" 8 unknown tangos. No, wait. Are those heads on sticks?" Justin relaxed then, very nearly chuckling. The people around him were too keyed up to notice. "Alpha 1, this is Bravo 1. Confirm 8 severed heads mounted on spikes of some kind. Appear to be from 5 males and 3 females." Waters frowned, not liking what he was hearing. "Roger that. Keep an eye out for hostiles." Then Waters froze, eyeing Justin with wariness. "You know anything about those heads?" Justin considered lying to the man. He very dearly wanted to, since it would save him a lot of headaches, but he needed the military's cooperation for his plans. He couldn't afford not to play nice, not when humanity only had a few months until the first invasion arrived. "Yeah, I stuck them there." Waters stared at Justin dumbfounded, and then snapped his crossbow up at him. The other soldiers around him copied his action. "You have 5 seconds to explain yourself." Justin nodded calmly, visibly keeping his hands away from his weapon. "Bulwark," he whispered, activating the spell just in case. No flashy light, no glimmer or glow, just an invisible force, layering itself over his skin and flesh. "What?" the soldier demanded. "Notice how no one is throwing spells at us, even when we're sitting out here in the open?" Justin asked. Waters stiffened up and then nodded tersely. "That's because I killed the main gang of murderers that was terrorizing this neighborhood. Then I chopped off their heads, brought them to the roof of that building, and made sure that everyone in the area watched as I hammered their skulls into rebar." Waters blinked, his eyes widening at Justin's revelation. He also noted how the man before him had dropped the lame accent and forced cheer. Instead, he spoke more naturally, in a low voice, almost growling each word with guttural intensity. The darkness in his voice and the innate threat in it caused the hairs on Waters' neck to stand on end. "You don't get to execute people and then desecrate their corpses for shits and giggles," Waters hissed out, while keeping his crossbow aimed at Justin. "You don't get to pass judgment like that." Justin nodded. "I would agree wholeheartedly with you if this were a few days ago. But this isn't a few days ago. This is today, with super-powered psychos killing everyone they can for experience, while the world is being overrun by little green men. And when reason fails, when civility and calm discourse no longer work, then it's time to fall back on what our ancestors have been doing for hundreds, no, thousands of years." Justin nodded to the weapon in the lieutenant's hands, pointing out the threat of violence it promised. "It is my most fervent hope that you and the fine men like yourself will help bring back reason, civility, and calm discourse. But until that day comes, people like me will keep murderers like them in check by using the only language they recognize." Fucking psychos, crawling out of the wood like some damn termite, one after the other. Waters inhaled deeply, exhaled loudly, and lowered his weapon. "Stow that vigilante shit away while my men and I are around. I need you, which is the only reason why I'm not putting an arrow between your eyes. But I don't need you that much." Justin shrugged. "Oh, I doubt that. You realize I could have lied through the skin of my teeth if I really wanted to. But I told y'all this 'cause the world needs people like you to make sure people like me don't mess it up even further. All the fancy words in the world won't do squat if the fucking psychos like myself see you as tasty treats to crack open, all nice and easy to hit." JustInTime reverted to his yokel persona at the flip of a coin, doubling down on the loony accent even more. The menace sloughed off his face, as if it had never been there in the first place. Waters shivered once more before waving his men to stand down. Chapter 9. Just in time. Level 4 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 9. Perception, 8 increased to 9. Intelligence, 8 increased to 9. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 8. Attunement, 10. Faith, 8. Charge, 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 20 meters away, dealing 10 to 20 blunt damage with a chance to stagger. Costs 20 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor, and can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield, increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor, increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of armor. Bash, 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 200 to 400% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance of stagger based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 200 to 400% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance of stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. Warcry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect. Increase Constitution and Grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using Warcry. Respite 2. 20 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 24 damage, heals 4.8 damage per second for 8 seconds, and recovers 4.8 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Bulwark. 50 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 8. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 8. Resolve. 50 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 8. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 8. Justin hummed in satisfaction as he reviewed his newly acquired spell, Resolve. The effects were useless against goblin snotlings at this point of the monster invasion. However, the spell would prove significantly useful against murderers with mind and soul effects. Illusionists, hypnotists, necromancers, voodooists, occultists, their spells would slip right through armor, and most magical defenses were not designed to counter their specific spells. That, and he would most definitely need it when the goblin shamans started appearing during the invasion proper. They'd be accompanied by herbalists, scouts, raiders, and berserkers, but they'd be the only casters with mental and soul spells. He then shifted his attention to Respite, which he improved to the 2nd rank. The bonus healing would prove invaluable in clutch situations, but it was the regeneration that he really wanted. To be more specific, the stamina regeneration aspect of Respite. Trying to kill someone else was an exhausting task, more so when the system made people tougher than they originally were. The murderers Justin regularly encountered still flinched in pain and still panicked when he blew through their attacks and threw himself at them. They would learn, however. When they did, they would no longer scramble around like headless chickens when he charged, shield first into their faces. They would brace themselves to give as good as they got, even when their limbs were hanging on by a thin strip of flesh. When that happened, he would need every bit of stamina he could get to sustain his attacks. He wouldn't be killing them as effectively as the more damaging classes could, but he could still keep the pressure on them, maybe even pop one with a stagger stun combo if they got careless. Then Justin moved on to his improved statistics, putting a point each in perception and intelligence. He had locked the choices in the previous night, gritting his teeth as his eyes and mind burned from the leveling process. He stoically endured the system-enforced improvements to his body, building on the weaknesses he wanted to plug. Yet he still needed 5 more levels to bring agility, perception, intelligence, and affinity up to the baseline of 10. Intelligence would allow him to defend himself better against sneaky classes with attacks that penetrated blocks and parries. Perception would help him land blows on slippery targets with high evasion ratings. Agility would improve his ability to block, parry, and evade incoming blows. Affinity would protect him against magical attacks, while simultaneously improving his own magical abilities. Many people, especially those with experience in party-based video games, would only spend their points on the attributes that affected their most powerful skills and spells. Then they would leave others to plug up their weaknesses, expecting perfect and easy coordination just like in the games. Justin did not prescribe to that belief, especially after what he had seen and experienced in his original timeline. Too many things could go wrong for a hyper-specialized team to deal with. A poisoned arrow from stealth would instantly disable a caster whose constitution was too low. A slippery dagger would consistently snake through the guard of a warrior without intelligence. A mental spell would scramble the brains of the archer without a lick of affinity. Then that hyper-specialized team would crumble apart the moment they lost a vital cog in their well-oiled machine. People died for good in this version of reality. There were no shrines to respawn in, no priests to call back the dead, and no magical feathers to bring them back to life. Well, some high-level healers could stitch someone up well, but not resurrect them outright from the dead. If one vital member of a hyper-specialized party failed, then everything else would fall apart as well. They would be unable to plug up the weakness left by the missing cog of the machine, and would succumb quickly after their enemies began exploiting that gap in defenses. This was why Justin wanted to ensure all his statistics reached at least the baseline of 10, while spreading his points out as evenly as possible. He would never be the best at any one thing, but he would be decently equipped to deal with unexpected circumstances. Unexpected circumstances such as a very displeased Chief Jameson stomping up toward him. "Time! My office! Now!" Justin swallowed a groan, dismissed his menus, and defaulted to his compressed stat menu. He pushed himself up from his mattress and followed Jameson, ignoring the sidelong glances of the others around him. A few hours later, Justin found himself patrolling the vicinity of the mall, hunting down goblin spawn points. This time, however, he wasn't playing Mama Duck to a bunch of nervous newbies. No, he was playing Mama Duck to a bunch of professional newbies, ones that didn't appreciate taking orders from a civilian such as him. "Goddamned motherfucking puta!" Private Calderon continued cussing as he hurriedly reloaded another bolt into his crossbow. The goblin he'd tagged flailed, screeching as the bolt punctured its chest. The 2 other privates beside him, Esperanta and DeSoto, were also plugging bolts into the goblin's chest and gut. The goblin didn't go down, though. It staggered and was clearly taken aback by the force of the blows before it screeched even louder as it continued its advance upon its attackers. Or rather, it charged at the private as he reloaded his crossbow. The hip-tall monster actually blurred as it reached an unnatural speed, one empowered by the system. War cry. Justin inhaled deeply and then bellowed out a system-empowered roar that significantly raised his threat levels. He also felt his body grow tougher and his mind steel itself for the battle to come, as the Templar bonus of the spell settled in, temporarily adding a point of grit and constitution. The snotling's eyes widened in outrage, and it turned its attention to the warrior calling for its attention. It redirected the momentum of its charge towards him instead. Justin braced himself for impact and caught the goblin's charge, redirecting its hatchet with his buckler. "Goblin snotling used charge on you. You take 0 blunt damage, 100% blocked." Justin grunted dismissively at the goblin, countering the creature's attack with a whispered bash. The force of the machete biting into its skull staggered the goblin, and Justin followed up his initial attack by slamming his buckler into the smaller monster's skull. The unempowered attack may not have been boosted by the system, but the strength behind his shield arm was enough to put the goblin down to the ground. It lay flat on its back and stunned out of its mind, which made it vulnerable to killing blows. With no other goblins around to distract him, Justin could easily have gone on to stomp its skull in with his boots, but he paused, remembering that he had 3 newbies with him who could use the experience. Then he also remembered that they hadn't picked a class, meaning that they would not gain experience from killing the goblin. Justin shrugged and stomped down on the monster's skull. The 5th impact from his boot heel finally cracked bone and spilled brains all over the concrete. You gained experience from killing Goblin Snotling. As usual in combat situations, he kept the details short and sweet. He'd check his logs later on, when he was safe in the enclave and could afford to scroll through the history of alerts archived by the system. He checked around for more goblins and relaxed when he saw none. He found that highly unusual, considering the number of people he had tagging along with him. Or, to be more accurate, he was worried that they were going to stumble into an ambush. He gave the goblin's corpse a casual kick with a steel-toed boot as he whispered a subdued, "Loot," waiting for the alert to pop up. "Rolling, you get nothing from Goblin Snotling." Justin grunted in disgust, shaking his head. He turned to the scowling lieutenant, who was clearly displeased by the ease with which a mere civvy such as Justin had dispatched a goblin, even when 3 of his own men couldn't. "Like I said, them bow guns of yours would do a lot more damage if you picked an archer-type class, one with skills and attributes revolving around archery. Lil' Miss Tanya over there can cook multiple goblins with a fireball, blast apart a larger group with firebomb." He pointed a thumb at the girl in question, who scampered behind Niels. The small pyromancer had lost her enthusiasm for Justin ever since he had slaughtered those people in front of her. Now she stuck to Niels like glue, going quiet whenever her eyes met Justin's. Lieutenant Waters narrowed his eyes at the girl, who shrank further behind Niels. Niels stood in front of her protectively, with arms crossed, matching Waters' scowl with an equally standoffish scowl of his own. "You seriously allow kids to fight these things?" Justin huffed. "The goblins don't care if you're young or old. They get their hands on you, you're toast. That girl's got a good head on her shoulders. She's quick on the uptake, and she has more balls than those yellow bellies hiding in the mall, leaving the fighting to everyone else while they cry for their mamas." Tanya smiled at the compliment, before covering her mouth quickly when she remembered who was speaking. Justin glanced toward the corner of a building, his eyes squinting as he did so. "But this is where we gotta break up now. We stick around too long, and goblins will be hitting us up in larger groups of at least a dozen or more." Waters blinked in surprise before nodding. "These spawning points, they will create more goblins the more people attack?" he asked. Yup," Justin drawled out. "Now you either let your men pick the classes they want, or send them back. Y'all won't get experience unless you pick a class, and you're gonna be more a liability than asset without attributes and skills to back you up." Waters eyed Justin carefully, rubbing his chin as he thought it over. "If I did so, I would be breaking explicit orders." "Your call. Just know that until you do, you and your boys will be watching in the back, while yokels like me and kids like her do the fighting and the dying in a year." Lieutenant Waters startled, brows furrowing in surprise. "A year?" "Yeah. Didn't you read what them aliens slapped over our eyes when this whole thing started? It said that we got a whole rotation round our local star before we get our first true challenge. And if Earth getting overrun by little green men isn't already considered a bad mother of a cluster, then you really have to think, what do the aliens imagine is a real challenge?" Justin's yokel facade slipped, and the menace in his voice was as clear as daylight. Waters hesitated and then nodded. "Okay, Okay, I'll allow my men to pick classes. The soldiers behind Waters didn't do a good enough job of covering up their relieved sighs. The good lieutenant, however, chose to ignore them. I'll have to inform my superiors of my decision. I'll explain as best I can, and pass on everything that you've told me. They might retroactively sanction my decision after they understand my reasoning and might even permit the rest of the armed forces to pick classes. Or they might strip me of command, decide that my team and I are compromised, and kick us out of the loop. Justin shrugged. They'll come round when they realize our entire species is already compromised. I bet even the President of the Confederated States has got one of them alerts annoying him to pick a class already. Justin craned his neck. Hey, Lieutenant, think you can classify a politician as a subclass of thief or rogue? Waters scowled at the attempted jest. My uncle's a senator. Ah, my condolences. Hope it don't run in the family. Waters scowled even deeper, pretending not to hear the snorts and chuckles of the privates behind him. Do you have any advice for me and my men with all this class, system, and stats thing, or will just anything work? He asked begrudgingly. Justin straightened his face, dropped the grin, and stared intently at Waters. The system will offer a varied array of classes to you at first. Ask the system to narrow the selection down to ones that will benefit the most, given your starting stats. These stats are defined in turn by your innate abilities, which you had prior to the system's arrival. Review the first dozen or so classes that the system recommends, and pick one that will fit your intended role in a party, or a squad, of 4 to 8 people. Waters nodded, beginning to get used to Justin's shifts in persona when talking. In my case, the system recommended a bunch of warrior-type classes. I am a meathead who likes brawling in the thick of it. Of all the warrior archetypes available, I chose Templar, which allows me to use shields, armor, and spells better, all to keep me in the fight for as long as possible. Thus, my role is to draw attention to myself, and to give my teammates the space they need to do whatever they need to do. Because I am empowered by the skills and attributes the system assigned to me, my dinky little machete here can kill goblins faster than your crossbows can. He glanced over at the squad behind Waters, who were listening intently, and met their eyes. This is why you can't force your troops to conform to a single class. It might be convenient for organization, but you're going to lose out on a lot of potential fighting power if you force a mage or a warrior to rely solely on ranged weapons, especially when you're up against murderers. Murderers, Waters interrupted. You keep using that word, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean by it. Justin stared at Waters flatly. When you kill a goblin snotling, it gives you 3 experience. When you kill another human being, you get 10 experience plus 10% of all their stockpiled experience. The higher the person you kill's level, the more experience you get. Waters' expression dimmed, as did everyone around Justin, even Tanya. Murderers are those who kill others for immediate experience gains. They need to be eliminated as soon as possible, because they're killing the manpower human civilization needs to survive the coming years. The coming years? Justin cursed inwardly at the slip-up. Do you honestly expect monsters will keep coming at us like this, in 3s, 5s, and 10s? Do y'all think we'll always be facing unarmored and lightly armed foes half our height without the ability to use magic or throw spells our way? One can hope. Justin quirked a brow up at Waters' deadpan answer and opened his mouth to say something about what would come to pass. He swallowed those words down, and instead, he opted for a sad shake of the head. Yeah, one can hope for the best, but for me, I'd rather prepare for the worst. Waters grunted in agreement, even as he scowled. So, what other advice can you give for picking classes? Chapter 10. Justin whistled softly to himself as he set about his grisly task. He grunted and swung the machete one last time with a wet squelch. Then he pulled the severed head up by its bangs, examining the face. It belonged to a young white male that had chosen Marauder as his class. His face was handsome and clean, save for the horribly cracked temple and all the blood coming out of it. Justin had caused that imperfection with his buckler when he'd used it to bash the man's head in. The dead man's body sported a set of frayed jeans and a shirt, but Justin noticed the damage was intentional rather than natural. These were some of those outrageously expensive clothes that were ruined by design, conforming to some weird fashion trend of spending money to look poor. Not that it had helped the dead murderer and his peers. Justin plopped the head onto the ground, turned around to grab a broken signpost, and stabbed it through the exposed neck. He continued whistling as he fixed the post into the roofing material, twisting it around to better secure it. As he worked, he spoke aloud into the darkness, not bothering to turn around. "Evening, Lieutenant. Nice weather we're having, eh?" A scowling Lieutenant Waters walked up behind Justin with his hands clasped imperiously behind him. "How many times have I told you to knock it off with this head-mounting thing?" "Don't ever recall saying I'd follow your orders. Besides, I'm not one of your men, so I'm not obligated to go, 'Sir, yes, sir,' while snorting them rainbows that come out of your ass." Justin grinned at the lieutenant, who forced himself to scowl, even though his cheeks twitched mightily. Not from anger or outrage, no, but from the desire to laugh. One look at the severed heads lined up along the roof of the building, however, was enough to dispel that humor quickly. Justin's grin widened. Only people with solid self-confidence rolled with insults like that. Most of the leaders Justin had worked with in his past life were all too sensitive about their positions of authority. Some people's egos were so frail that not even a literal apocalypse was enough to beat some humility into them. Waters, however, was different in that regard. It was something that Justin liked in the oft-surly lieutenant. "Besides, I gotta step it up now that you and yours have designated Santa Paraiso as an official evacuation center. All of them regular convoys are gonna be mighty juicy targets if you don't scare 'em murderers away." Waters hesitated for a few moments before nodding, the crossbow on his back jingling as he did so. The Level 3 Ranger and his men had been dutifully hunting the goblin snotlings that were spawning all over the place. They had also managed to kill, and to even capture, a handful of would-be murderers. One bunch had attempted to pass themselves off as refugees. It might have worked, too, but one of the refugees screamed when she recognized them. Waters' men put down 2 of the murderers with ease, thanks to their class-empowered skills and system-recognized armor. The rest surrendered soon after that, realizing the futility of further resistance. This was just one of many positive changes that had occurred, and Waters and his soldiers were turning things for the better. People were flocking from all over the area, seeking the safety, shelter, and supplies provided by the government. Said government was proving far more effective in this timeline than in Justin's original timeline. All this was because Waters provided valuable intel to his superiors, arming them with precious knowledge on how to fight both goblins and murderers. They had swapped guns and tanks for swords, shields, and spells. Squads had been reorganized into parties, composed of multiple classes so as to support one another. However, and more importantly, the industrial might of the CSA no longer wasted time and resources on guns and bombs, tanks and planes. All high-tech industry was now reserved primarily for transport and communications, which operated well enough as long as they weren't used in direct combat. Factories and foundries had even been dumbed down to spit out mass-produced swords and spears, shields, and armor. These factory-produced items were decent enough in combat. At least they offered some protection and damage, unlike guns and bombs that were flat-out busted by the system. However, if you wanted the really good stuff, then you wanted the arms and armor that were created by system-recognized crafters. Tailors, blacksmiths, leatherworkers, fletchers, enchanters, alchemists. They all worked double time to arm the fighters of the world. Justin himself sported a set of professionally assembled arms and armor. Head, steel armet, 8 armor, 6///pierce/blunt resistance. Neck, steel aventail, 3 armor, 4/resistance. Shoulder, steel pauldron, 9 armor, 5//pierce/blunt resistance. Torso, padded steel brigandine, 18 armor, 9/resistance, 5 pierce/blunt resistance. Arm, full steel vambrace, 9 armor, 9//blunt resistance, 6 pierce resistance. Hands, steel gauntlets, 4 armor, 3//pierce/blunt resistance. Legs, steel greaves, 10 armor, 8//pierce resistance/blunt resistance. Feet, steel sabatons, 7 armor, 5//pierce resistance, 3 blunt resistance. Shield, steel heater shield, 26 armor. Main weapon, steel arming sword, 28/ or 28 pierce damage. Subweapon, steel rondel, 19 pierce damage or 8/ damage. Subweapon, steel flanged mace, 18 blunt damage. Subweapon, chipped machete, 7/ damage or 6 blunt damage. All this equipment was crafted by low-level crafters, but he could already see a significant improvement in both damage and armor ratings. They offered much better damage and protection than their mass-produced counterparts, rolling out of the factories. However, Justin was pretty sure that the crafters were doing all they could to integrate mass production methods that could just skate by the system's restrictions. He'd heard that they were using machines to press, mill, and stamp out individual components, all of which would then be assembled by crafters. Such a procedure could be barely tolerated by the system, Justin thought, as long as the finished product was worked on by a recognized crafter. "You look as if you're deeper in thought than usual." "Oh, come on, LT. You know I always—" "It's just you and me, Thyme. No need to put on that god-awful nonsense." Justin craned his neck, studying the lieutenant as he stepped up to stand beside him. The lieutenant observed the spiked heads, while Justin observed him. "All right," Justin replied simply, as he joined the lieutenant in inspecting the heads. "Fair enough. As much as I find all this head-mounting distasteful, I cannot dispute the fact that anarchist attacks tend to drop off in the sectors where you engage in your tactics of psychological warfare." Justin nodded quietly and wiped the blood off his machete with a rolled-up shirt. The shirt had belonged to one of the dead murderers, or anarchists if you want to be more politically correct. Justin slid the increasingly chipped machete into its oiled holster. It clanked lightly against the dagger strapped to his left thigh. He needed to have his trusty weapon sharpened or replaced soon. "Some people respond well to hope and solidarity," Justin concluded after a few more moments of thought. "They see a crisis and they come together to help the miserable and the wretched. They will pool their resources together and carry the weight of the future on their shoulders. Others respond with greed and malice, seeing an opportunity to take all that they can while the world burns around them. These people already possessed that seed of selfishness inside them before all of this happened. That seed blossomed into a full-grown infestation when they got their first true taste of power." Justin flicked his chin up at the heads of the murderers, his helmet scraping on the ringmail protecting his neck. "I just so happen to speak the same language as those people do, and I am willing to communicate on their level." Waters stared hard at Justin, his brows furrowed as he studied the face that peeked out from the raised visor of the armet. "You must be fun at parties." "Oh, shucks, LT. You know I'm not big on social gatherings and stuff where I gots to—" "Oh, stuff it." Justin chuckled. Waters chuckled as well, pointedly ignoring the pitter-patter of blood dripping from the mounted heads. "But still, I owe you my thanks, Thyme." "No problem. It's not as if I don't benefit from hunting these murderers down. These sectors become safer, and I get a healthy dose of experience. Everyone wins. Except these bastards, of course." "No, it's not just this. It's for the information you provided." Justin turned to Waters with a raised eyebrow. "Personally, I think the brass would have eventually given us permission to pick classes after we got our asses kicked enough. However, we'd still be relying on factories, robots, and non-crafter civilians to manufacture our weapons and armor. I don't think anyone would ever make the connection between crafters and arms. We're an industrial society, after all, and we rely on machines and standardized processes to churn out whatever we need. Waters tapped the ringmail layered over his cloth gambeson. This archaic thing, hammered together by some random smith in God knows where? This thing right here deflected a knife that could literally slice a tank's armor to shreds. Waters huffed derisively and shook his head. If you hadn't mentioned technology being restricted by this system's influencing us all, we'd still be dressed in fatigues. Or maybe we'd be fighting in vehicles, which is even worse than fighting naked, because you think their armor will protect you. So, yeah, I got a lot to thank you for, Thyme. Justin nodded silently in reply, not because he had nothing to say, but because he didn't know what to say. Instead, his eyes roamed over Grande Street, illuminated by the harsh yellow lights of lamps mounted beside the road. A light flashed, and he found himself watching a party of hunters from the enclave engaging a bunch of goblins. The light came from an alchemist tossing flash flasks, helping out his party as they in turn helped the professional improve his levels. This guy was one of the rare profs who were willing to train up his combat class, instead of just sitting back and brewing stuff in a lab. Given time and materials, he'd be able to identify herbs sprouting in abandoned yards and gardens, and use them to craft bombs, salves, potions, and all sorts of concoctions for the enclave. Then an herbalist could cultivate those plants. Maybe a farmer would be enough for the hardier herbs. Most people could stick them in the ground and care for them, sure, but a system-empowered professional would find better yields in both quality and quantity. Would what he did be enough, though? Would the fate of humanity really be saved by a few simple words whispered into the ears of a mere lieutenant, one that just so happened to be a senator's nephew and thus had the attention of someone with influence? Maybe, if events proceeded as Justin hoped they would. He could already see a vast improvement over his original timeline, where the governments and militaries of the world were absolutely clueless about what to do. Even after they realized guns and bombs had stopped working, they continued manufacturing stuff using robots and automated systems for as long as power still flowed through the grid. Of course, the system did not recognize the validity of these items, which is why they performed poorly whenever they were used in combat. Too late, the crumbling governments of Earth realized that only system-recognized crafters could create the arms and armor they needed to fight off the higher-level threats that were invading their world. Now, however, he could already begin to see the effect beginning to snowball. The empowered arms and armor had given the people of the CSA a significant advantage over the Snotlings. Soldiers, militia, and even volunteer hunters were all pushing back the goblins, taking and holding the vast swaths of territory that had initially been infested with spawning points. Its people were also gaining more experience from the Snotlings, not just the system-approved experience that helped them level, but actual experience in fighting monsters. Fear was giving way to determination all over the world, and the various nations were rapidly rebuilding and rearming themselves. Not only had that happened, but the detrimental impact of rampant murderers had also begun to fade with each passing day. The anarchic killers could no longer rampage unopposed, as they had in Justin's original timeline. They may have a leg up in terms of experience, but the various police and military forces around the world were fighting back effectively this time around. Wandering parties of homicidal maniacs no longer faced confused and powerless opponents, armed with ineffective tools. No, they now faced competent forces that could fight back, forces with solid organizational and logistical support behind them. Of course, all of this was noticed by outside observers. Reporters, diplomats, and spies alike all spread the news of the CSA's remarkable success at dealing with the monster invasion. Then they either approached the CSA to ask them how they did it, or simply had their informants pass along the tactics and strategies that the CSA used. The CSA did not discourage such behaviors. A literal alien invasion by little green men fostered an atmosphere of cooperation, and it actively shared its knowledge as far and wide as it could. This, in turn, meant that goblins and murderers no longer ran rampant around the world, draining the earth of much-needed manpower, as quickly as they had in Justin's first timeline. Additionally, millions of civilians began taking up professions instead of cowering uselessly in isolated pockets of humanity. Even the non-combatant civilians were needed for non-combatant roles, each providing some kind of system-enhanced service to humanity. Farmers gained experience from growing crops, accelerating their growth and improving nutritional value. Cooks gained experience from whipping together dishes that boosted stats and recovered fatigue. Hell, even high-level scribes were useful for organizing and presenting information. One look at a messy pile of documents or a sloppy spreadsheet on their computer screen, and they'd be able to magically compile it so that even the most brain-dead of political and military leaders would understand what was going on. Maybe this was why Justin's mysterious benefactor had sent him back to the past. Maybe this would provide humanity with enough of a head start. Maybe his job was done and he didn't need to do anything more. All he needed to do was to pass along information to the right people, and that would be all it took to save mankind. No heroic odes, no Herculean struggles against overwhelming odds, just a few hints whispered into the right ears to nudge humanity discreetly in the right direction. Could it really be that simple? But it's not enough, is it? Justin winced as Waters' words gave voice to his worries. Fortunately, he was facing away from Waters as he spoke, so he passed it off as a grunt. It's been 6 months since the world first went to hell. 6 more months, and something worse than this is going to drop on our collective heads. Waters turned to Justin then, his lips thinned in serious thought. For his part, Justin met Waters' regard with a level gaze of his own. The two men silently stared at each other for a few more moments, before Waters finally caved in with a sigh. My uncle and my superiors, they have been asking questions about where I get my information from. Justin immediately turned around to leave, knowing where the discussion was going to go. A firm grip on his shoulder pinned him in place. Look, it's not like a witch hunt or anything. They're not looking for anyone to burn at the stake. Yes, your chosen metaphors are very reassuring. Now, if you would please be so kind as to step back, so I can get far away enough before the Inquisitors arrive with their torches and pitchforks. Waters' grip tightened even further, followed by a frustrated puff of breath. No, that's not it. Look, my sources didn't matter at first, because everyone was just too busy scrambling for immediate solutions. Now that things have settled down a bit, people are starting to look further into the future. They're looking for anything they can use to strengthen our position, so we end up better prepared for this challenge that's coming our way in 6 months' time. Waters released his hold on Justin's shoulder, slowing down to catch a breath and gather his thoughts. My superiors started asking me more pointed questions about any other intel I could provide. I mentioned that it might be better that I bring you, my informant, over to our side instead. Justin frowned at that. He hadn't been close to the various leaderships back in his first timeline, but he'd seen enough to know that it was never a good idea for small fry to mix in with the big fish. You didn't think to ask me before sharing my name? Sorry? Justin sighed, shaking his head. He was about to say something snarky in reply, about how cooperation is a two-way street, when he snapped his jaw shut. He narrowed his eyes as he saw something that had been illuminated by a brief flash of battle taking place down below. Murderers, at least 3, maybe 4, are setting an ambush for that goblin hunting party down there. Radio it on to the hunters down there and call for backup, just in case. Waters immediately shifted gears, dropping the apologetic wince and adopting the stiff frown he maintained in combat situations. Justin didn't stick around, waiting for him to finish. He immediately jumped off the roof, landing a full 3 stories below. You take 42 blunt damage from your fall. Warning, you have been affected by injury, dislocated kneecap. You will move 50% slower. Respite. Justin didn't even need to hiss out the word anymore. He simply acknowledged the pain, partitioned it off in that little corner of his mind, and moved on. In this case, moving on meant casting the spell that would heal both his injury and the damage he had received in the fall. He proceeded to dash off toward yet another bunch of particularly stubborn fools that just didn't quite get the message. He'd gladly take the experience, though. One never turns down free experience when it literally comes walking up to you. He continued running, stomping through the darkness. He rounded the corner of a store with his shield up and arming sword at the ready. 3 murderers turned in unison to face him, freezing in shock at the abruptness and violence of his arrival. They had been creeping up on their victims, preparing to kill them for their experience and their supplies. They most certainly had not been expecting to be ambushed themselves, not with their prey busy fighting off goblins. Justin also froze in his tracks and choked back the charge that was threatening to spill forth from his lips, for a very different reason. Chapter 11. You've summarily executed every single anarchist you've come across, man or woman, young or old, white or black. You didn't give a single crap. You simply cut off their heads and mounted them on poles all over the city. Justin frowned as he noticed something on his face. It was a bit of crusty blood on his cheek, creating an itchy spot. He scratched that spot with his right hand, the sharp pain in his shoulder making the movement more difficult than usual. He'd undone his most serious injuries with multiple casts of respite over time, but the spell prioritized fixing the worst damage. He still had the minor wounds to fix, such as a torn ligament on his shoulder. You've shown no mercy at all. You've said, time and time again, that you need to set a firm example, that anarchists, that murderers, should not be tolerated in the face of this invasion, that they threaten humanity's future in this messed-up world we find ourselves in. Justin craned his neck, popping the bones with a soft crick to banish the phantom pain of a knife buried in there. It had been a close call with the knife, but he had needed to get within grappling range. So why, JustInTime, did you decide to suddenly grow a heart and spare these 3 specific murderers? The eyes of Justin's 3 prisoners widened, and their faces blanched at what they were hearing from the increasingly irate man in front of them. They quivered underneath Water's withering glare, together with the glares of the 4 people they had intended to be their victims. These 3 murderers were clearly newcomers to the area. They must have refused to believe the rumors of the headhunter around Santa Paraiso. They thought the whole headhunter thing was all a lie that the others were just using to try to scare them away from prime hunting grounds. They'd laughed it all off as a make-believe boogeyman concocted by weak-kneed fools who didn't want competitors encroaching on their territory. Right before they killed them for experience, of course. No honor among thieves. Or murderers, in this case. They weren't laughing now, with the headhunter standing right in front of them. He'd eaten all of their spells and skills, taking them with unbelievable tenacity. He didn't even attack to kill. No, he just went at them like crazy to put them down without killing them. A broken leg here, a shattered rib there, and even a chokeout for good measure. So, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to explain yourself? Justin cricked his neck one more time for good measure, before whispering another respite underneath his breath. He sighed in relief as the spell did its thing, undoing yet another injury he'd accrued while capturing his prisoners. He would need a few more to iron out the kinks completely, and he was simply waiting for his mana to regenerate. What can I say, LT? I saw the light. Maybe it's time I gave these 'ere varmints a chance to reform and become decent members of society. What? Waters quickly wiped away the confusion from his face, and then his brow furrowed in annoyance once again. Justin barreled ahead, not caring if the man understood his drawl or not. No, seriously, LT. I gave what you said some thought, and I think it's a good idea, at least to try to reform idiots like these 3. Give 'em a second chance and whatnot. After all, we'll never know if it works if we don't give it a try, yeah?
Waters groaned out loud, slapping a palm to his face while shaking his head. Why do I get the feeling that you're talking out of your ass? Talking out of your ass! Jesus, now even I'm doing it. Don't bother fighting it, LT. It's eventually gonna stick. You know it will. Waters groaned once more, louder and with even more disgust. Fine, we can work with this. Might even spin this in a way that it encourages surrenders, maybe. Work an amnesty program of some sort. That's the spirit. Turn the other cheek and all that. Shut it, Thyme. I don't know what your angle is in all this, and that pisses me the hell off. Just promise me that this won't come back to bite us in the butt. Justin wiped off the dumb expression on his face and dropped the flippant nonchalance. Instead, he replied with the same dead seriousness he used when he talked straight. It won't. Waters noted this and nodded in reply. Very well, I'll leave it at that. He turned to the 3 bound and quivering captives, furrowing his brow as he did so. All right then, I'd like to know the identities of our 3 very lucky newcomers here. Care to introduce yourselves? The trio stared at each other, gulping down their fears and gathering their courage. The Hispanic young man rallied first, raising his chin as he spoke. Raul Mendez. Maria Mendez. The Hispanic woman followed quickly, pressing her lips together in a show of courage. Terry Jones. The third and final member mumbled out, ducking his neck while trying to keep his shaking under control. Oh, right! Justin exclaimed, hitting a gauntleted fist on a gauntleted palm, causing everyone around him to jump up in surprise. Don't we have one of them ankle bracelets you slap on prisoners? You know, the ones used for fellas on bail or probation. Yes, Thyme, we do. Well, can your geeks outfit 'em with a couple bombs or something similar? He thumbed at the wincing trio as he continued. You can use these 3 idiots that way. Put 'em in the field hunting down goblins and other murderers without having to worry about them running away. Then he paused, clicking his tongue as he did so. Ah, darn it, bombs won't work. Ah, what about poisons? Maybe a chemist or someone can stick a needle in 'em bracelets that'll poke them in the leg. Something really painful, one that'll make 'em jump off a cliff or put a knife to their heart. Waters stared at Justin with a clearly dissatisfied frown on his face. I see that your sudden regard for human rights and due process was merely a temporary bout of sanity. Why, pray tell, would I even risk allowing these 3 anarchists to run around free when I have literally dozens of hunting parties on the field right now? Justin nodded at the reasonable question, humming appropriately. Then he turned to face the 3 captives with narrowed eyes as he studied them. What's your classes and levels again? Raul spoke first, taking the lead. Level 9, Reaver. Maria chimed in, raising her chin to match her brother's defiance. Level 8, Sanguinist. Level 3, Kineticist. Really? A level 3 Kineticist, huh? Justin stepped closer, his grin more menacing than amused. You know what? I think it'd be better if we wait around for a seer. I think Sally should be back in a couple hours with her team, and then we'd be sure to check for... Level 7 Necromancer. I'm a level 7 Necromancer. Justin straightened up, grunting in satisfaction. See? The truth'll set you free and all that jazz. Waters was startled at the admission, and took a step back in surprise and just a hint of fear. So too did the other soldiers and hunters, who were eavesdropping on the conversation. Most people around the enclave averaged around level 3 to 4, with veterans hovering around level 5. These 3 murderers, however, were of a significantly higher level. This meant that they had more attributes strengthening their capabilities. They could move faster, hit harder, take more hits, or cast stronger spells. Their higher levels also meant they probably had more spells and skills at their disposal, making them more unpredictable. Alternatively, they might simply have dumped skill points on their existing abilities, reinforcing them even further. Waters turned his attention to Justin, his head tilted in confusion. Wait,
How'd you subdue them? Justin shrugged dismissively. Violence of action. Hit 'em so hard, hit 'em so fast, they didn't know what was happening to 'em. Got a few solid hits in and clobbered 'em before they could put up a fight. Raoul the Reaver scoffed at that. "'Kay? Before they could put up a fight? Motherfucker, I stabbed you in the neck like 3 times, and you just kept whacking me in the face." "That's what armor's for," Justin chuckled, rapping his dented steel armet in response. The ringed aventail attached to it at the neck jingled as well, shaking loose, dried flecks of blood. "I'm not stupid like you are, Way. I know the feel of a knife sliding into meat, and I sure as hell got 3 meaty pokes in while you—" "Shut your stupid mouth, Raoul," hissed the bound woman beside him, his sister by the similarities in facial structure. "You want them to kill you?" The offended man opened his mouth to retort, thought better of it, and snapped his mouth shut. Instead, he opted to scowl at Justin, swallowing his pride and stewing in frustration. "Yeah, I'm with the murderer on this one," Waters agreed with a nod. "You caught them by surprise, but they sure as hell gave as good as they got. Probably even worse." Waters huffed in bemusement as he shifted his attention to the numerous dents, holes, cuts, and rusted spots on Justin's armor. Then he scowled as he studied them. "How'd your armor rust so fast? Those patches weren't there a few hours ago." Justin flicked his chin at the silent third member of the murderers, the one keeping his head down, and trying to avoid calling attention to himself. "Came from the necromancer over there. He picked up a few soul spells with decaying effects. That makes me think he's focusing more on causing damage over time than raising the dead or summoning ghosts. Ain't that right, Terry, old buddy old pal?" The man shrank under Justin's evil grin, trying to make himself appear as small as possible. Raoul scowled in reply, putting himself in between Justin and his buddies. "Murderers sticking up for each other?" Justin drawled out in false surprise. "Oh, now ain't that sweet? Most others are smarter than you lot, cutting their losses and leaving their buddies to die when things go south. Should have done just that when I zeroed in on your buddy here. Then he'd be the one with his head on the chopping block while you and your sister get off scot-free." "Chinga tu madre, puto. You don't know me. You don't know us." "Yeah, I don't, which makes it even more fun to mess with you." Justin waggled his brows, taunting Raoul in the process. The man gritted his teeth and shut his eyes, swallowing the insults he so dearly wanted to fling at the still-armored Templar standing in front of him. Waters studied Justin with arms crossed, a sober and thoughtful expression on his face as he did so. "Time. A moment." He flicked his neck, indicating his desire for a more private discussion. Justin caught the order hidden underneath the simple words. Lieutenant Waters' intonation meant business, and he was no longer joking around. Justin waggled his brows one more time at an increasingly incensed Raoul before stalking off to follow Waters. "Respite," he whispered as he closed in, feeling the healing spell undo the torn ligament somewhere in his shoulder. Waters immediately rounded on Justin as soon as they were enough away from prying eyes and stretching ears. "What level are you at right now? And please, tell me the truth." "Well, that came out of nowhere." "A level 7 Knife Ripper, a level 8 Blood Mage, and a level 9 Decay Mage. No random warrior healer will survive when charging blindly into odds like that. Again, what's your level? Your real level, not the level you go around advertising to the others in the enclave so you don't scare them off even further." "You're a nice guy, Waters, but I have to ask, why do you need to know?" The lieutenant was mollified by the fact that Justin had dropped the accent as a sign of respect, and he nodded. "Because I need to know how my boys can duplicate what you've done and can copy your tactics into doctrine so they can better survive encounters against higher-level opponents. I can break down my fighting style into steps then. That ought to help other Templars and front-line types when they—" "Your level. Please, Justin. If anything, just to settle the growing doubts in my head, and so I can explain to my men why a civvy such as you is making them look like a bunch of pansies." Waters paused, considering his words with a frown. "Don't make me sick Sally on you." The threat worked. Sally, the Enclave's seer, could use her analysis to bring up her target's stat and skill menu. It allowed her to identify the strong and weak points in her opponents, and made her an important asset against unknown foes such as murderers. It also allowed her to examine the true levels and stats of those she cast analysis on, assuming she had a reason to do so. Fine then. Level 12. What? I'm level 12. Gained from hunting down murderers whenever I can, sucking up their experience for myself, and whacking down goblins whenever I have free time. Waters reared back, his eyes wide with surprise. Jesus Christ and Father Almighty, how many people have you killed? Lost count. As I said, I just go hard at the murderers I find, while popping goblins whenever I can. The little critters are still dangerous, but less so, thanks to this here armor your people trucked over. Waters inhaled deeply, rubbed his temples, and muttered a few more impassioned pleas to the higher powers of whatever branch of Christianity he adhered to. Okay, so that helps explain how you managed to subdue those 3 murderers. Jesus, I'm only level 5, and I'm the highest leveled officer around here. And that's only because I keep insisting on fighting with my boys, instead of hanging back like a good officer should. Level 12? I can't imagine. Waters stilled then, pouting in thought. Though I really shouldn't be surprised. I rarely see you at the Enclave. You only return to resupply and get your stuff repaired by our local smith. So you really spend all your free time hunting goblins and murderers? Yes, Justin responded blandly. I range further and further out, eliminating as many as possible and setting up heads to deter the rest. Waters frowned at the last statement. Which brings me back to my initial issue. Why spare this particular group of anarchists? Really now, LT, I just felt a little bit of compassion and... No more bullshitting time. Command wants you in an advisory role because of the fighting tactics and strategic doctrines you've drawn up. I do not exaggerate when I say that your contributions have saved literally millions of lives around the world, since other enclaves, hell, other countries, have adopted the procedures we set up over here. This is why you need to keep your head in the game when you get to the hexagon. If there is a reason why you suddenly shifted your approach towards those anarchists, toward those murderers, as you call them, then I need to know right now, before you get chewed up by the brass. Justin hummed. The hexagon, huh? Your superiors must be really desperate if they're willing to bring some nobody like me into the very heart of national defense. I'm serious about this, though. Why the change of heart? Justin studied the earnest lieutenant before him. His arms were crossed as he pondered how to frame his answer. I've been giving your admonishments serious thought, Lieutenant. Oh, come on. You've ignored me so many times, and now you... Yes, I have, Justin responded blandly, cutting off Waters' outraged response. Remember what I said when we first met? When we... What? You were this pissed when you heard I mounted heads on pikes. You were absolutely livid, saying that I don't get to pass judgment like that. So, you remember what I said to you then? Waters hesitated, frowned, and then ventured a guess. That something about reason and civility. Justin nodded. The government seems to be getting a grip, seems to be adjusting to the invasion far better than I thought they would. With safety and supplies slowly being secured across the nation, I was thinking that it's only a matter of time until other civic services start functioning again, including the justice system. I thought, what the hell, and decided to see what you and your folks would do with captive murderers. Justin shrugged, his neutral frown morphed into an evil grin. And if y'all mess it up, I can always go back to my caveman ways and start mounting heads all over again. Waters stared at Justin with creased brows. Justin just kept grinning, despite the lie that had left his lips. He had learned, early on in his first timeline, that the best lies are the ones that you force yourself to believe with your whole heart, and he was doing everything he could to force himself to believe. Waters grunted, and then he shook his head. Yeah, I can smell your bullshit from a mile away. Whatever your real reasons, though, I guess this is much better for your future prospects. You'll definitely have an easier time with the vultures up in Washington, given this change of heart of yours. Justin chuckled low and widened his grin. Waters' lips may have said that he didn't believe, but his tone said otherwise. He could taste the hope in the lieutenant's words, the genuine desire to see the bloodthirsty killer before him suddenly grow a conscience. That was why Waters swallowed down his suspicions, opted instead to trust Justin's claims, and decided not to press him further. This suited Justin just fine. Waters smirked then, as a thought came to his mind. Are you sure you don't have politics in your blood? You just sounded an awful lot like my uncle when he gives his speeches. Justin could only gag in disgust, and Waters chuckled to himself. This gesture was all a play, though, for Justin knew far more about politics, the deceitful, manipulative, self-serving side of them, than he would ever admit to the good lieutenant. Chapter 12. JustInTime. Level 12 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 75 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Agility, 10. Perception, 10. Intelligence, 10. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 10. Attunement, 10. Faith, 10. Charge 3. 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 28 meters away, dealing 30 to 40 blunt damage with 3 times the chance to stagger. Costs 35 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor, and can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of armor. Bash 3. 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 260 to 520% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance to stagger based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 260 to 520% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance to stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. Warcry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect. Increases constitution and grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using Warcry. Respite 3. 20 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 40 damage, heals 7 damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers 7 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Bulwark 3. 50 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 24. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 24. Resolve 3. 50 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 24. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 24. Justin felt pleased as he studied his statistics. He had spread his base attributes out as evenly as he could, shoring up his weaknesses and bringing them all up to the baseline of 10. At 10 intelligence, he would no longer receive resistance penalties to feint attacks, helping him to ward off sneaky attacks better. He'd be much less resistant to guard and parry-breaking classes such as duelists, assassins, shinobi, matadors, and the like. The same went for perception, which would allow him to hit dodgy targets better with high evasion ratings. Rogues, blade dancers, duelists again, and dervishes to name but a few. Pumping affinity to 10 eliminated the penalties to the duration and effects of his spells, not to mention improving his resistance to elemental attacks. However, getting to baseline 10 was not the end of it. Doing so would also patch up critical vulnerabilities, but he'd still need to invest additional points in those attributes to improve his survivability against enemies that specialized heavily in one field of attack. The only attribute he worried still about was faith. The bonuses it provided sounded iffy, as it worked off vague probability instead of equations he could easily understand, and so he had avoided putting points into faith back in his first timeline, preferring instead to work with values he could comprehend. It had proved to be a costly mistake when fights dragged on for hours on end without any chance for a rest. Slowing the onset of fatigue and reducing its impact would be essential for prolonged fighting. This was especially true for the relentless floods of swarmlings and other horde-type monsters. The fatigue and depletion penalties built up until even the mightiest parties were stumbling around like drunks. Then it was only a matter of time before their formations collapsed, bringing down the entire party in one fell swoop. Bolstering faith might not count for much against goblin snotlings, where the engagements were short with plenty of chances to retreat and recover. No, he'd need faith later on, during the invasion proper, when the fighting got really thick. And that was not even counting the intuition that came with the chronomancer bonuses to faith. A slight tingling at the back of his neck told Justin to watch out for an ambush, or to keep his guard up against a sneak attack. It had saved his bacon more than once, especially when murderers were just about to unleash a spell or skill he hadn't been prepared for. That, and he had his time-based abilities to bail him out of particularly tough fights. It was how he'd survived his 3-on-1 encounter with the murderers, Raoul, Maria, and Terry. A strangled cry tore him out of his reflections. He peered up from his menus, one eyebrow raised at the commotion in front of him.
I keep telling you, pendejo, always put yourself between melee attackers like me and your backline party members, especially when your caster doesn't have enough muscle to fight back.
Raoul tightened his grip on Tanya, lifting the girl up by the neck as he squeezed the dull edge of his rubber training knife on her neck.
You're all the way out there, chasing my sister like the idiot you are, while I'm over here sawing the neck off your little friend here.
He mimed the action for good measure, snarling in disgust, before throwing the outraged girl into the dirt.
Hey, watch it,
snarled Niels, not bothering to mask his dislike of Raoul. The former murderer scoffed wordlessly, glaring at the girl. Tanya glared right back at him, matching his scowl with one of her own. Justin smirked when he saw Raoul's cheek twitch. The man clearly found the girl's display of defiance cute instead of intimidating. Justin knew Raoul had gone easy on Tanya. If he hadn't, then she'd be sporting a very painful bruise where his training knife had been. As for Niels, the dragoon didn't bother denying the accuracy of the criticisms, or more accurately, he couldn't answer. He knew that he should have been guarding Tanya, the party's pyromancer and primary damage dealer. He should have been better prepared for the frenzy effects of Maria the Sanguinist, or more specifically, her boiling blood mental attack. However, his low grit and attunement stats made the task extremely difficult. Once the Sanguinist focused her spell on him, he suddenly began snarling and throwing everything he could at her. She dodged his throw spear, and he immediately roared in frustration as he activated recall to pull his spear back before chasing after her with a charge. Maria then led him on a merry chase, slowing Niels down with a coagulate to slow his movements and further muddle his mind, while popping off the occasional venial rupture. Justin narrowed his eyes, examining Niels' bleeding arm, before shrugging. They had a healer who could fix up Niels, or rather, should have been fixing up Niels.
And you, Miss Druid over there, what the hell were you doing?
Shanice was pale and thoroughly intimidated by the vicious Reaver pointing his knife at her.
What possessed you to waste mana exchanging damage spells with a necromancer? He was hitting me with those disgusting decay spells of his. What do you expect me to do, just stand there and take it?
You expecting someone else in your party to do your job for you then?
What are you, a fucking princesa that needs someone to wipe her ass when she takes a shit?
Raoul didn't wait for the red-faced healer to reply before barreling on.
Of course you're going to get focused on. You're the party's healer, and only dumb monsters would ignore the weak link. You have to learn how to do your job while keeping yourself alive. A druid is a type of healer, right? Then you should have a mind-clearing spell, right? Right?
Shanice bit her lip and looked away. the gesture an open admission that she did not. Raoul opened his mouth to scream, but was stopped by Terry shaking his head. Then the quiet, withdrawn man meekly looked down, his hands gripping his tome. The Reaver opted to scowl at the party's designated healer instead. Then he turned his attention to Niels, the designated leader of the party. Niels could also only stare red-faced at the ground. He ignored the hushed whispers of the assembled crowd. He'd let his high level go to his head, and had taken pride in his leadership of the most powerful three-man party in the enclave. He had just hit level 7, with both Tanya and Shanice hitting level 6 as well. He had successfully put down 3 attacks on his team from murderers, including that first time with Justin. This gave him the confidence he needed to stand up to Justin's trials, where the captured trio of murderers were training the Enclave's hunters how to fight against other humans more effectively. Niels was so confident, so sure he could rise up to the challenge, which was why he found himself utterly shattered when the trio of murderers, former murderers, put him in his place so easily. Raoul hissed at Niels' silence and redirected his irritation toward the Templar reclining on the floor. "Oi, dumbass! Is this the best your pathetic little gathering of sheep has to offer?" Justin shrugged. "Word of advice, Raoul, old buddy. I am not your buddy." "Go a little easy on him," Justin drawled, ignoring Raoul's outraged retort. "Oh, I don't mean stop kicking their asses. I mean, tell them what they're doing wrong, and point out how they can fight off baddies looking to kill them for experience better. Sure, you're going to make yourself feel better by beating them down on what they're doing wrong, but they're going to keep making those same mistakes if you don't teach them now. And sides, these are honest folk who spend most of their time clearing out them goblin nasties. They don't have your expert knowledge on killing their fellow man. Now play nice with them, okay, and give them another shot." Justin waggled his brows with a smug smirk and added kissy motions with his lips. This further infuriated Raoul, who began heaving his chest with mighty breaths. "Zip up your pants, brother. Your ego is showing again," Maria threw in. "You stay out of this!" Her remark had brought a chuckle to Justin, even as Raoul whirled about to chastise his sister. She giggled for a bit, and then she turned her gaze toward Justin. "Thyme, was it?" she asked. "Indeed, ma'am. JustInTime, at your service." Maria smiled warmly at the overly theatric bow he gave her, which in turn elicited a scowl from Raoul the Reaver, as well as from Terry the Necromancer. "Why don't you step up here? Show your people exactly how they can deal with, what did you call us? Murderers, yes?" "Oh, shucks. As much as I appreciate the vote of confidence, I'm afraid I gotta decline." Justin pushed himself off the tiled floor, mentally reminding himself to keep thickening his drawl. People were picking up on how he thickened his accent whenever he was pulling some sort of deceit. Instead of hiding it away, he used it to create a false tell he could use to obfuscate his intentions further. "See, the whole point of this here exercise is for people to realize their weak spots." He first nodded to Niels, who pointedly avoided his gaze. He was still unnerved by the brutality Justin had displayed months ago. Niels set his build-up around maximizing his role as a skirmisher. If I remember correctly, he dumped all his points into strength and constitution, while leaving most of his other attributes as they were. He also focused on grabbing some offensive skills: throw spear, impale, and joust. The dragoon snapped his head up, his wide eyes focused on Justin. "See, that makes him really good at drilling his targets, but not at guarding those around him. As you so handily showed just now, his lack of grit and attunement makes him particularly vulnerable to mental and soul manipulations like your blood boil." Maria raised her brows, nodding in approval. Justin turned his attention to Shanice, the team's druid and designated healer. "Now, Neil's gal over there picked up both healing and offensive spells. If I remember correctly, you picked Bramble and Seedling Barrage, right?" Shanice hesitated, and then nodded. "Right, so that's on top of her regeneration, which slowly ticks health up. I think you just picked up another heal, Rejuvenate, right? An instant heal that replenishes some stamina and clears up the mind, yeah? Another nod, with Shanice gripping her staff tightly for support. Justin turned his attention to Terry, who stood in sullen silence. The man straightened his back, intending to meet Justin's stare with stoic defiance. That determination lasted all of 2 seconds before his resolve crumbled, causing him to look away from Justin's unnerving grin. Terry over here didn't know all that, though. All he knew was that you were the healer, and that he wanted to distract you from keeping an eye on your team. That's why he kept casting Decay and Degrade on you, hoping you'd be too worried about your own graying flesh instead of your teammates, which is how Raoul managed to zero in on little Tanya over there. Justin nodded. Terry harumphed, pretending to ignore his praise while quietly basking in the approval. Tanya, on the other hand, crossed her arms and stuck her nose up in the air. "Meanie," she grumped aloud. Justin laughed in amusement before clapping his palms together with great force, surprising everyone around him with the gunshot-like sound that rang out. "So, what have you three learned from this little exercise?" He directed the question not just to Niels, but also to Shanice and Tanya. The three traded glances with one another, not sure what to say.
I'll go first,"
Niels opened courageously, stepping forward to take the lead.
"First off, we need to do our jobs better. That means I need to tough it out and make sure to keep the sanguinist out of my head so I can better protect my teammates."
"That's a good start," Justin agreed with a nod.
"Me next,"
squeaked Tanya, refusing to be shown up.
"I have to cast a firewall to prevent that bad man from getting too close."
She favored Raoul with a conceited grin as she continued.
"I'm not going to panic this time, Mr. Raoul. I'm going to make sure I burn you good. You'll see."
The Reaver just frowned in reply, juggling a knife with his right hand and scowling with as much menace as he could. Justin chuckled at the display, especially since Raoul's twinkling eyes betrayed his amusement at the cocky little girl, who was puffing her chest up in defiance. Shanice hesitated, her curly locks bobbing for a moment as she thought.
"Then that means that I, need to focus on—"
Shanice coughed into a balled fist, her cheeks reddening as she stuttered.
I'll be honest, I have no idea what to do."
Justin nodded solemnly, not a trace of derision on his face. "No shame in that. Would you like some advice, darling?" Shanice glared at Justin, clearly not liking the way he addressed her, before she remembered her situation. She smoothed out her frown, straightening her spine as she faced him.
"That would be much appreciated."
"Look for someone dedicated to covering your butts while y'all go all out on the attack." Niels scowled at Justin's recommendation, jumping into the discussion as he did so.
"We've been doing good work with just the three of us."
"That you have," Justin agreed with an amicable nod. "But only as far as goblin snotlings are concerned. Things are going to be much more difficult when you come across other threats. Like, say, a group of experienced murderers that knows how to identify gaps in your defenses and exploit them to the fullest." Justin followed his words up with a shrug. "And sides, I don't think we'll keep tangoing with simple snotlings forever." "What are you trying to say?" Raoul responded, joining the discussion with genuine interest this time around. "I'm saying that we won't keep getting these dumb, slow snotlings forever. I think we're going to face off with tougher, smarter, and more capable critters down the line. Maybe those with armor, with better stats, with more skills. Maybe we might even see goblins that can use spells of their own." Justin turned his attention back to Shanice, Niels, and Tanya. "This is why I really think y'all should add someone who can cover you. Say, a warrior class that specializes in charging into the thick of it. I'm partial to Templars, but that's just me. Or hell, maybe pick up a battle cleric, one with spells to block out mental and soul attacks, and a good fighting arm that can bash some skulls in when needed." Shanice nodded in comprehension, as did Niels and Tanya. They moved closer together and began whispering furiously about whom they could rope into their team. Justin nodded in approval once again, although he cast his attention at the crowd. He spotted Alfred and his party, Sam the somnolist and Jenna the berserker.
Oh, yeah, Alfred, old buddy, old pal. I don't think you've ever tangled with murderers before, have you?
The ranger stared wide-eyed at Justin. He slowly inched backward, his party mates doing the same. However, Justin's unnervingly wide grin pinned them in place as he stepped forward. Now, don't run away. Y'all need some practical experience fighting your fellow man. Don't you agree, Maria?
Oh, yes, boss man,
Maria replied with a grin. She ignored Raoul's scowl. He was clearly displeased by her choice of words. Then he shrugged his shoulders with a bloodthirsty grin of his own.
They look like the juicy sort to pick on, especially when cornered in some dark and lonely alley somewhere.
Alfred and his pale-faced party gulped, exchanged glances, and turned around. They ran into Waters and his men, and the wall of bodies barred their way with crossed arms. Better 1,000 buckets of sweat in training than a single drop of blood in battle. Now, be a good trooper and do what the crazy man over there says. Alfred, Sam, and Jenna sighed dejectedly before turning around to accept their fates. The whole Santa Paraiso enclave spent the day training with Raoul and his band of reformed murderers. The trio exposed and brutally exploited every weakness they could find in the enclave's hunter parties. It turned out that tactics for fighting mindless monsters just didn't work out as well against smart opponents capable of adjusting their fighting styles. Lieutenant Waters recorded all of this, of course. He took special care to highlight Justin's pointed advice, which changed and shifted depending on which party he was guiding at the time. The before and after recordings showcased a marked difference in effectiveness. Their superior levels and remarkable coordination still saw them obtaining victory more often than not. However, their victims fought back with increasing effectiveness, sometimes even outright neutralizing the murderers. As a result, Raoul and his team of murderers were no longer handily demolishing their opponents, especially when Justin finished handing out his advice. The resulting training videos transformed Command's passing interest into an intensely covetous desire, especially now they had started to believe Justin's claims of something much worse coming in a few short months. Chapter 13. And these enclaves, as you call them, Mr. Thyme, no monsters spawn in their confines? Justin confirmed with a nod, meeting the flat stare of the uniformed man asking him questions. As far as I have observed, the system recognizes them as safe zones, places for humans to rest and recover. So why can't entire cities, hell, entire states, be considered safe zones? I will not pretend to fully comprehend the motives of these invaders, General Zimmerman. However, what I do know is that first, an area needs to be completely cleared of monsters. It must then be occupied by humans for a certain amount of time, anywhere from 1 to 2 days. This occupation must be complete, with humans posted a few feet from each other. Any gap left unwatched and unguarded could become a potential spawn point for monsters. General Zimmerman's frown accompanied those of the other men in the room. Some sported shiny stars on their shoulders, while others wore deceptively plain business suits that probably cost an arm and a leg. Justin didn't pretend to understand how this inquiry worked, for such systems had completely broken down in his first timeline. Back then, everyone basically stabbed each other in the back, with the meanest and wiliest holding on to the power. Then that would last until another backstabbing wannabe managed to take the ruined throne of whichever hidey hole in which they found themselves. The men asked a few more questions about how goblins spawned, with Justin answering to the best of his ability. No need to play dumb with this crowd, for he posed no threat to them. They were all used to dealing with killers on a regular basis, expected such behavior from their people, and would not be intimidated by one more killer pulled in from nowhere. Then the powers that be called for a short break, with secretaries handing out drinks and sandwiches. Justin refused a cup of steaming coffee, asking instead for a glass of plain water to go along with his food. Movement outside the window caused Justin to stand up and shift his attention. He took a peek at what was going on outside. He spotted a quintet of soldiers jogging out to the perimeter of the hexagon, all calm and businesslike. One sported steel plate armor with the Confederate flag etched on his back. Two sported boiled leather coats, with one bearing a crossbow and the other a short bow. The final two wore regular CS Army fatigues. One was carrying a book in his hand and the other a staff. Justin watched impassively as the 5 soldiers dispatched a troop of 12 goblins, which were poking at the fenced walls of the hexagon with their hatchets, knives, and machetes. First, the archers targeted the slingers, putting them out of their misery with system-empowered skills. The casters finished off the rest with a flurry of spiked ice shards and a choking cloud of toxic gas. A lone warrior stood menacingly, his shield raised and ready to defend his range-heavy team, if any of the goblins managed to break through the initial barrage. The attacks had become so mundane, so commonplace, that nobody even raised the alarm anymore. Watchers would simply radio the presence of an incoming group of goblins, and the nearest group of patrolling soldiers would be sent to deal with the problem. These constant attacks were primarily due to the high concentration of soldiers within the hexagon's immediate area. While the hexagon itself had been designated an enclave by the system, the heavily patrolled area around it had not. No surprise, then, that the system kept spawning goblins around the place. Justin shrugged, considering the whole setup as good for experience, at least until the system decided the challenge had become too easy and nixed the rewards. Justin observed the quintet's scowls from afar, and he knew that they had just been blue-balled by the system. No more cheap and easy experience for that bunch. Time to rotate them out for a fresh bunch of level 1 newbies.
I still remember when these little green men popped up over at DC. Boy, you should have seen us all scramble and crap our pants like a bunch of headless chickens.
Justin turned around to find an older gentleman walking up to him with a soft chuckle and a disarming smile. Senator Waters, he greeted him.
Mr. Thyme.
The man greeted him back with a nod, taking a bite out of his sandwich as he stepped in to stand beside Justin. Justin could see the resemblance between the senator and his nephew, Lieutenant Waters. The bespectacled man had remained silent all throughout the thinly veiled consultation, or interrogation to be more accurate.
I've heard a lot of good things about you from Timothy. How's the rascal doing down in Albuquerque anyway? What's the place called? Santa Paraiso?
Justin needed a moment to place the name, and to make the connection. When he did, he savagely bit down on his tongue to stop himself from laughing out loud. Timothy Waters sounded more like a soft-spoken accountant than a frowning hardass who could put a crossbow bolt in your eyes from 100 feet away. Then again, JustInTime realized that he had no right to make fun of other people's names. Santa Paraiso, yes, he and his boys are fitting in just fine. Their presence helps put the locals at ease and draws more survivors out to the local mall that we've set up as an enclave. The regular convoys of food and water help out as well.
Right,
nodded the senator.
We're quickly regaining control of the country and rearming our troops to deal with this new threat.
The older man shook his head, allowing an amused huff to escape his lips.
Trading guns and tanks for swords and shields, nukes and missiles for spells and sorcery. It goes against all rational thought.
Justin shrugged. Makes no sense to me either, but this is the hand we've been dealt. Might as well adapt sooner rather than later, when it's too late for us to do anything about it. The man's expression sharpened as he examined Justin in greater detail. He rubbed his chin as he thought.
My nephew warned me that there's more to you than meets the eye.
Justin nodded, taking a few moments to consider his words carefully before responding. I could say the same for you. Why would an esteemed personage such as yourself bother spending your valuable time overseeing some minor meeting like this? Waters laughed out loud at Justin's words, which drew a few curious gazes.
Minor meeting, he says. You do realize that Washington will follow the advice of the men in this room? That what you recommend will literally shape national, maybe even international policy?
Justin inhaled deeply, allowing the weight of the man's words to wash over him. Please, don't remind me. I've been trying hard to put that out of my mind, and now I feel like crapping my pants in terror." Waters laughed again, shaking his head. "Ah, Mr. Thyme, you really need to work on your poker face if you ever get called up to a hearing." Justin furrowed his brows and twisted his face into an off-put expression. "Sorry, what?" The senator examined him for a little bit more time with narrowed eyes before nodding to himself in satisfaction. "Better. Could use some work, but passable enough for the most part." Justin raised a brow in response. Thanks? I didn't mean it as a compliment, but oh well." Waters chuckled before turning around to take his seat. The break had quietly ended, and everyone had settled back into their places. Justin followed suit, taking his seat and pulling it up, ready for another round of interrogation. Except General Zimmerman and the military men weren't taking the lead anymore. No, Senator Waters cleared his throat, pointedly shuffling a stack of papers in his hand. "I've gone over your recommendations, Mr. Thyme, and while I find your tactical advice sound, I cannot say the same for your shield and dagger initiatives." Justin inhaled, nodded, and waited for the man to continue. "The shields are somewhat justified. International beacons of hope, you call them, where we gather a team of high-level monster slayers to inspire the nation. They'd take center stage in all major engagements, serving the role of heroes to inspire not only the American public, but also the world as a whole." The generals around him frowned. Heroes had always been an annoying fact of history because they only appeared when things were going drastically wrong. If all things proceeded as planned, and if all engagements concluded with no disruptions whatsoever, then the public wouldn't ever hear a whisper of heroics. All they'd know was that the well-oiled machine had gotten the job done, and that there was no need to worry, panic, or to shake up the system. The fact that Justin had called for the institutionalization of heroes grated on the professional soldiers arrayed before him. However, a senator, such as Waters, could readily see the propaganda benefits of propping up heroes to strike the imagination of the public. "These daggers of yours, that's the real problem. Basically, you are asking to create a team of killers whose role is to assassinate citizens in country and abroad, all without due process. These daggers would basically become judge, jury, and executioner, all rolled up into one convenient package." Senator Waters leaned forward, steepling his hands together as he frowned. "Many authoritarian regimes and populist dictatorships have similar systems in place, with state-sponsored vigilantes doing the killing. There is no transparency, no accountability, just open murders out in the street and in broad daylight, with the populace cowering in silence for fear of reprisals. Let me tell you right now that I refuse to allow the Confederated States of America to become as corrupted and fractured as those shithole countries eventually became. We value the rule of law here, and by God, I cannot allow such monstrosities to occur in this great country." Justin shifted his gaze evenly to the men seated around the room. Some generals sat up with interest at his proposal, as they were keen to expand their authority. Most frowned, realizing the inherent danger that comes with killing first and asking questions later. The latter were most likely veterans of peacekeeping missions in South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. They had seen firsthand what happens when unchecked vigilantism creates warlords and criminal enterprises. This suited Justin just fine. In fact, he was relieved to discover that the rational actors in the room far outnumbered the selfish ones with their eyes for power. He just hoped that the rational minds were competent enough to keep their ambitious comrades in check. Justin inhaled deeply and steeled himself for what he wanted to say next. "I agree completely, Senator Waters." You do?" "Indeed." Justin nodded readily enough. "The Dagger Initiative is what I proposed for worst-case scenarios, as an extreme measure for the hardest-hit places, where law and order have already disappeared. Take, for example, my hometown, Santa Paraiso. When the invasion first broke out, goblins weren't the only monsters out there who were committing wanton murder. A not insignificant number of people got drunk on their newfound power,
and exploited the breakdown in society to kill their fellow man. That's bad enough, but please understand that killing people gives far more experience points than killing goblins. A human gives 10 experience plus 10% of the total experience they gathered. That means a level 2 human gives at least 12 experience. Level 3 humans, 32 experience. Level 4 humans, 54 experience. Experience requirements also scale up with levels. For example, a level 11 human has collected 1,200 experience at the very least. Kill someone at that level, and you get 130 experience. So you can see just how attractive it is to murder a human for levels, when goblin snotlings only dole out a measly 3 experience per kill. Justin paused for breath, keeping his eyes glued to the Elder Waters. That is why murderers are such a dangerous existence. If left unchecked, a successful murderer could significantly exceed the levels of even the most dedicated monster hunter. A well-coordinated team of murderers could wipe out an entire platoon of low-level soldiers just like that, especially if they know how to synergize their system-given abilities. Waters leaned back in his seat with a frown, crossing his arms as he did so. Do you think that creating your own teams of vigilante murderers will solve that problem? Not vigilantes, Senator. The daggers will not be given free rein to do whatever they want. No, they will only ever carry out missions with the direct approval of the military. Targets will be identified, threats will be weighed, and action will be taken. However, unlike federal agencies, the daggers won't be restricted by constant oversight. Point them in the right direction, let them clean up the most dangerous murderers, and then leave the re-imposition of order to the proper authorities. Once everything is done, all actions will be reviewed and evaluated by the civilian authorities assigned to pass judgment on the appropriateness of actions taken. Justin leaned forward to emphasize the urgency of his warnings. We need to be united in the face of this invasion, Senator Waters, especially if the invaders escalate, as they promised 7 months ago. We won't be able to do that if we let murderers pick off valuable manpower wherever we're not looking. I am suggesting leaving the defense of humanity to the shields and the militaries of the world, while the daggers clean up the self-centered bastards who care only for their personal power. The senator eyed Justin with suspicion as he mulled over his proposal. My nephew briefed me on your extraneous activities in Santa Paraiso. Are you sure you're not just covering your ass, looking for some way to justify your actions when your day of reckoning inevitably comes? Justin leaned back on his chair with a tired sigh. That's a bridge I'll cross when I get there. What matters now is that the threat of murderers is neutralized, to prevent them from harming the interests of humankind in this time of crisis. The Elder Waters' lips curled up in amusement. Tim says that you adopted a trio of murderers out of the blue. After killing them left and right and mounting their heads on pikes, you abruptly decided to spare 3 particular individuals, Raul Mendez, Maria Mendez, and Terry Jones, if I remember correctly. Justin groaned internally as the assembled generals perked up, their eyes slowly boring a hole into his head. He'd mentioned hunting down murderers in his report, but had left out his own head-hunting activities. Now the good senator had decided to drop that little tidbit of information into the open. It would be best if you repeat that kindness in the future, and opt to capture instead of kill these murderers of yours. Lord only knows we need all the muscle we can get to bolster our boys, even if the source isn't quite as clean and proper as we hope. Justin did not miss the double entendre in the statement. I think we can work this in, taking in murderers who surrender. But I must add that I do not envision the daggers as a law enforcement unit, but rather as an aggressive, offensive force. They could force surrenders if given the opportunity, but will prioritize neutralizing threats over taking prisoners. Waters scowled for a moment before nodding sharply. That's a good enough start. He eyed the papers in his hand, shifting his spectacles as his eyes moved on to the next highlighted line in the papers. Now we just need to talk about transparency and accountability. Justin groaned internally at the inevitable tedium. He was, however, quietly satisfied with the outcome,
especially since he had gotten exactly what he wanted: approval for the creation of 2 teams. One, a public organization of heroes to unite the world against monstrous threats. The other, a shadowy team of assassins, culling human threats. Slogging through a few more days of interrogations and bureaucracy was a cheap price to pay for the resulting outcome, all things considered. Chapter 14. Resolve. Resolve 3. 50 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 24. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 24. Justin felt the system-empowered spell wrap him in its protective shell. An invisible barrier of protection manifested around his mind and soul. He had precious little time to ponder its effects, though, for the spell's timer was already counting down. Justin pushed himself out of cover and immediately felt an arrow ping against his shield, knocking him back with a surprising amount of force. He also felt at least 2 spells crash into his thoughts, one forcing itself upon his mind, the other worming its way into his soul. Murderer C used Snipe on you. You take 39 pierce damage, 75% blocked. Murderer B casts Fuddle on you, but you resist its effects. Murderer D casts Torment on you. You take 0 soul damage. 12 resisted, 19 seconds remaining. Justin growled under his breath, identifying the bow-wielding archer as the most dangerous threat. The bastard was so on point that she was able to time her shot almost to the second, tagging him the very instant he leapt out from behind the rocks he was using for cover. That snipe was a pain in the ass, a quarter of the skill's total damage bypassing the physical protections provided by block. If he had had just a little less agility and had missed the block, he would have taken the full brunt of that system-empowered skill, approximately 156 whole points if his math wasn't mistaken. Hell, this archer could be an outright menace. Her skill was at level 10, and she had picked a capstone modifier that allowed it to ignore blocks altogether. Or scarier, if it dealt true piercing damage that bypassed normal armor and resistance. The 2 casters, on the other hand, reared back in surprise and disbelief. The resolve he just uttered under his breath all but negated the mind-altering effects of their spells. This was probably the first time they had encountered someone who actually spent precious points on protecting their mind and soul. It was an uncommon enough occurrence, Justin had to admit, as most people picked spells and skills to help them ward off the goblin menace. He ducked down under his shield, right as the archer muttered something under her breath. Unlike newbies that shouted out their skills with passion and fervor, she opted to whisper hers. This activated the abilities and left Justin in the dark about what was to come. Her hands blurred, and she instantly loosed multiple arrows from her bow, revealing exactly what she had in store for him. Murderer C used triple shot on you. You take 0 plus 7 plus 11 pierce damage. 100% blocked plus 12 pierce damage absorbed plus 7 pierce damage absorbed. Murderer C used quick shot on you. You take 6 piercing damage, 14 absorbed. Murderer C used trick shot on you. You take 0 pierce damage, 12 absorbed. You resist the cripple effect. Health, 267 of 330. Stamina, 149 of 220. Mana, 26.5 of 75. Tempo, 1 of 1. Resolve, 54 seconds, 294 seconds of 300 seconds CD. Justin grunted, but raised his shield in time to block one of the 3 arrows blurring toward him. However, the rest found their marks. One of the arrows from triple shot struck his right foot, and the other the hand that was holding his arming sword. The arrow from quick shot hit his helmet, knocking his head back, while the trick shot went to his right foot once again. Such a deadly combination would have killed or disabled most anyone else. Justin's system-acknowledged armor, however, mitigated most of the damage. His high grit and faith attributes also prevented him from dropping his sword, becoming dazed, or stumbling about with an injured foot. He could have rushed forward if he would have cast Bulwark instead of Resolve. Then he would have been able to ignore most of the archer's attacks, but this would have left his mind vulnerable to the mind-bending spells of the 2 casters supporting her. He chose to guard his mind, to prevent them from tripping him up as he advanced toward their position. He needed to get into close-quarters combat as soon as possible before his resolve timed out. The last thing he wanted to do was get his mind roasted, leaving him in a vulnerable state to killing blows, or, in the archer's case, execution shots. The archer quickly realized Justin's intention, which was to get close enough to activate his charge. Murderer C, the archer, immediately turned around to flee, activating a skill as she did so. Her figure blurred, and afterimages trailed in her wake as the system responded to her muttered whisper. Justin grimaced at her smartness. She had not only built her class around dealing burst damage, but she was also smart enough to pick up skills to help her escape. Hopefully, she'd dump all of her skills at once to take out a high-threat target, and then use her escape skill to pull back to a safe distance and wait for her cooldowns to finish cycling. However, her two companions decided to hold their ground and toss more of their spells at him. To be completely fair, it would have been the right decision in most situations. Your typical close combat class wore heavy armor and focused on mitigating physical damage, especially when all they faced were goblin snotlings. Because of this, few warriors bothered expanding their skill sets to include magical defenses. Justin, however, was not the typical warrior. Murderer B cast fairy lights on you, but you resist its effects. Murderer D cast guilt on you, but you resist its effects. Justin growled under his breath, annoyed that his original quarry was too far away for him to reach. The mages, however, were not. Charge, respite. His whispered words activated both skill and spell at the same time. One drained 100 points of stamina, the penalties of his new, heavier armor kicking in, and the other pulled 20 mana points to undo the damage wrought by the archer. His body accelerated forward, propelled to unnatural speeds by the system-empowered skill. He led the charge with his shield, in a bid to bowl over the soul-type caster. Although his skill greatly increased stamina consumption because he was wearing heavy armor, it also vastly increased the stagger magnitude, especially when he slammed his shield into his victim. Murderer D did not go flying through the air and did not crash into the ground with a system-enforced stun, rendering him unconscious. No, instead Justin slammed into a wall of force that was wrapped around the man. The caster must have preemptively activated some sort of defensive spell to protect him against physical damage. The shield wasn't perfect, though, and cracks were already forming on the invisible layer that protected him from certain doom. Justin had been expecting this, though, especially given the unusual confidence of the two casters in deciding to stand their ground. That was why he immediately followed up his charge with a bash, once again whispered under his breath. His shield slammed into the man's face again, this time imparting enough additional force to widen the cracks on the barrier. It had already been weakened by his charge, and bash should have been enough to break its protective effects. Still, the barrier did not break. Instead, Murderer D faltered backward, staggering from the violence of the impact on his protections. It was a mundane stagger, though, the kind that people get when they hit their head a little bit too hard. Had it been a system-acknowledged stagger, the man would have been wobbling unsteadily on his feet. Justin clicked his tongue and dropped his arming sword. He immediately unclasped the mace dangling from his belt. He swung the blunt weapon up into the man's gut, putting as much effort as he could into the blow. The man woofed as the unskilled attack landed on his stomach, and his eyes bulged out from the force of the strike. Justin knew, from experience in his original timeline, that barrier-type spells worked by spreading the force of impact. Slashing and piercing attacks were the worst type of attack against barriers since they imparted a relatively small amount of force onto a tiny surface area. Thus, most magical barriers negated a lot of the deadliness of slash and pierce type attacks, especially those not empowered by system skills. However, blunt damage allowed Justin to impart far more force than a slashing and piercing attack. Only powerful barriers had the protective capacity to spread out the force sufficiently in the face of consecutive blows from heavier weapons with more mass in them. So Justin continued to unleash his fury on the man before him, slamming his mace into his victim over and over again. Respite not only healed the damage he received from the archer, but it also replenished the stamina that had rapidly depleted after his repeated strikes.
Murderer B casts Dazzle on you, but you resist its effects. Murderer B casts Fear on you, but you resist its effects. Murderer B casts Weird on you, but you resist its effects.
The mental mage's large variety of spells told Justin that he was at least level 4, maybe even 5 or 6. However, Justin's high grit attribute, along with the support provided by Resolve, prevented any of the caster's mental spells from breaking through and affecting him. It also told him that the mage spread his skill points out, opting to acquire new spells instead of strengthening those he already possessed. Such a decision is often a smart move, especially against unprepared foes. Even a low-level mental spell can disable most enemies that don't have the appropriate skills and attributes to shield themselves. This was a depressingly common situation all over the world, given that people focused on protecting themselves against physical or magical damage. Not many people actually bothered to shield their minds or souls, and could only sink into despair when they came across a murderer that specifically targeted those weaknesses. For a Templar like Justin, one with high grit, this only made the mental mage next to useless against him, at least while his resolve still protected his mind and soul. That could very well change once his buffer ran out. So Justin hastened his flurry of attacks on his victim, his mace smacking heavily into the caster's defensive barrier. One last smash, and the caster's barrier failed completely. Justin finished him off by slamming the point of his shield repeatedly into the downed man's skull, popping it with a 5th killing blow. Justin didn't waste precious time confirming his kill, reviewing experience gains, or checking the body for loot. He whirled around, snarling as he faced his blood-spattered helm toward the now fleeing caster, one that had realized his multitude of mental spells were doing squat against his enemy. "Charge," Justin whispered, eyes burning a hole in the fleeing man's back.
"Unable to comply. Target is further than 23 meters away."
Justin grunted, securing his mace to his belt once more before picking up the arming sword he dropped. He breathed deeply, sucking in some more air, before stomping off to chase his quarry down. Except he didn't need to. The mental mage stumbled and dropped to the ground, his curled fingers clawing at his neck as he began choking. The man twitched and kicked desperately, tearing at his own neck until it started bleeding. One last desperate kick, and the man ceased moving altogether as his consciousness faded away. Soon after, his burdened chest began rising up and down, unburdened by the magical shackles of Maria's asphyxiate. Justin nodded, noting how the sanguinist had lifted her spell before it could kill the murderer. It seemed that the mental mage didn't have any protection in place to deal with magical attacks from a sanguinist such as Maria. Or maybe she caught him by surprise, or maybe he was just too panicked to put them up. From further away, Justin heard a distinctly feminine shriek that was filled with pain and suffering. Murderer C, the burst-type archer, suddenly dropped out of stealth and phased into reality with a knife sticking out of her shoulder. Raoul phased into reality right behind her, firmly planting a second blade in her other shoulder. The woman screamed once more, and Justin caught that vicious grin that Raoul unconsciously permitted himself when his victims screamed in pain. That, and the Reaver must have had his sadism skill activated, each attack inflicting additional system-enforced pain to disable his victims. Justin knew from first-hand experience how nasty that was, and it could be fatal for an unprepared victim once the shock hit their system. Justin matched Raoul's grin with one of his own, the corners of his lips stretching up inside his helmet. If Maria and Raoul could afford to spare their victims, then that must mean they'd already neutralized their respective targets. Justin walked closer to the duo, relaxing somewhat but still holding firmly onto his mace and shield.
"Good work. Where's Terry?"
Raoul turned away from his work of binding and gagging the archer. He glared at Justin, snorted, and then spat in his direction. Justin shrugged dismissively, turning instead to Maria. She laughed in amusement as she replied,
"He's over at the motel.
watching over the hostages, just in case one of these uppity bastards decides to come back."
Justin was nodding when a furious roar sounded, off in the distance. He, Maria, and Raoul turned their attention toward the source of the sound. "Raoul, finish binding our captives and watch over them. Maria, you're with me."
"Roger that, boss man,"
purred the sanguinist as her brother scowled in dissatisfaction.
"Hermana, ¿por qué estás—"
"Later," Justin interrupted, already making his way in the direction of the source of the sound. Maria stepped up beside him, keeping pace as they dashed toward their destination. Terry the necromancer stood in front of the dusty and dilapidated motel, his hands up as he maintained his rust shield. The screaming, shrieking woman in front of him kept slamming her battle axe onto his floating barrier of rusty particulate matter. Her attacks blurred faster and faster with each strike, indicating a system skill, which seemed to increase her attack speed the longer she focused on her target. He could already spot the woman's exposed flesh darkening, indicating that Terry had successfully slapped a putrefy on her, maybe even a corrupt. The pain and panic that came with his spells didn't seem to affect her as they should have. One look at the woman's glowing eyes and the spittle flying from her mouth as she screamed savagely revealed she was under some kind of berserk effect. "Charge," Justin whispered, feeling the skill give him that familiar burst of speed he needed. He slammed shield first into Murderer F, a berserker of some kind. She'd focused her frenzy on the necromancer and was caught completely unprepared by the attack. Justin hit his target, breaking her focused barrage on Terry. The exhausted necromancer dropped his trembling arms, visibly fatigued by mana depletion. He poured every bit he could spare into maintaining his rust shield, the spell preventing the berserker from ripping him to shreds. Unbraced, lightly armored, and unprotected by magical barriers of any sort, any other target would have been bowled over by the force behind Justin's charge. Except he wasn't rolling over a goblin snarling or some unarmored archer. No, he'd charged into a berserker, caught mid-murderous frenzy, one that had traded rhyme and reason for massive bonuses to damage and resistance. So he raised his shield up right as the berserker roared in outrage, slamming the shaft of her battle axe onto his shield. "Murderer F has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 100% blocked. You have been staggered by Murderer F." Justin grunted from the force of the impact. Even if his shield and armor mitigated all the damage, the quick riposte contained a disturbing amount of force behind it. He did not want to know how much damage he'd have taken from a full and proper blow from the axe's heavy blade. Justin immediately countered, slamming his mace into the berserker's chest. The blunt edge of the blade ripped apart her shirt with the force of its impact. However, his mace rang out as if striking steel instead of thumping into soft flesh. He knew right then that he hadn't dealt as much damage as he wanted to, even without having to tell the system to show him his attack. "Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates Foresee. 1 tempo consumed." He attempted to force the tip of his blade deeper into the injury. However, the woman actually leaned into the blade, sinking it further into her flesh. As she did so, she brought her battle axe high up into the air with an incoherent shout of "Deathstroke." He didn't even know what had hit him, as the execution skill was triggered at the moment of their mutual deaths, hers taking place moments after he... Justin immediately abandoned his attack, dropping his mace in the process, and leapt back the very instant the murderer screamed out, "Deathstroke!" Her system-empowered battle axe glowed as it whistled through the air, only to land with a mighty crash into the asphalt as her grip failed. The berserker suddenly stumbled, grunting from her broken momentum. That and the veins on her wrists began bulging before popping open, releasing a torrent of blood in the process. Justin breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the effects of Maria's venial rupture spell taking effect. Maria had not only inflicted a magically enhanced bleed status effect on the berserker, but the blood flowing from her wrists loosened her grip on her battle axe. The black patches of decaying flesh also began spreading up her arms and down her legs, growing in intensity,
as the frenzy effect started to peter out. Murderer F, the berserker, collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, as the light of reason returned once again. She shivered, releasing a shuddering breath, before staring up at Justin with smoldering eyes.
"Right. Finish it then,"
she murmured, curling her lip in contempt as she glared at him. Justin responded by slamming the flat of his shield into her nose. The woman was sturdy, though, and remained conscious even as her head snapped back from the force of the impact. He followed the blow up, whacking her in the back of the head with the edge of his shield. This was more than the exhausted berserker could take, and she finally succumbed to the darkness as her consciousness fled. "Respite," Justin muttered. He didn't target himself, though, but the unconscious woman sprawled out before him. It healed her most pressing injury, a fractured skull, and restored some health to recover some of the damage wrought by Terry's decay spells. Then he knelt beside her, securing her wrists with plastic handcuffs. They probably wouldn't be enough if she raged, but she'd soon be too exhausted to reactivate that skill any time soon. Maria approached an exhausted Terry, whispering words of praise and encouragement, and patting his shoulder for extra reassurance. Then she approached Justin, eyeing him as she waited for him to finish. He locked the berserker's ankles together with an additional set of ties before standing up to finish up his work.
"Free experience?"
"Nah," Justin quickly answered. "The fact that she surrendered in the end means she'll probably be willing to take a deal." Maria pouted and glanced at the downed berserker before shifting her attention back to him.
"I say we kill her anyway. She went back to try and finish off her hostages, collect some extra experience before running away."
Justin shrugged. "Let the brass decide. We have our captive. If she refuses the bargain, or if they decide to execute her, you can do the honors." Maria smirked at that.
"You sure? She looked pretty tough. Must be at least level 9 or 10. That's around 100 experience, give or take."
"I'm sure." Justin nodded. "You need the experience anyway. You're still, what, level 8?
"Ass,"
Maria retorted playfully, swatting his armored back in mock outrage, and also just a hint of flirtation. Justin turned to Terry and raised the visor of his armet. He wasn't smiling at a job well done, though. Instead, he frowned at him, matching it with a disapproving glare. "You should not have let yourself be caught alone like that." The necromancer hung his head, responding with silence while avoiding Justin's eyes. Maria dropped her sultry teasing and furrowed her brows, frowning at Justin's tone. He ignored her, his eyes drilling holes into the side of Terry's face. The man murmured something under his breath, ending it with an irritated huff. "If you're just going to complain, then let's leave it at that. If you want me to understand why you did what you did, then speak louder." Justin forced himself to relax his frown and to adopt a more apologetic smile. "Don't worry, I won't bite." Terry faced Justin, pressing his lips in thought for a few moments before electing to respond. "I said I thought we were supposed to protect the hostages. Can't protect them if nobody's there to watch them." Justin nodded to express his understanding, even though he groaned inwardly at Terry's words. He wanted to berate him and explain in explicit detail that he'd be helping nobody if he was dead, and that he valued the services of a level 11 necromancer far more than a handful of level 1 civilians. Then again, he had wanted his group of reformed murderers to be the good guys. This was exactly why he adopted a softer, more educational approach to chastising his team's necromancer. "Understandable, commendable even. But still, you won't be able to help anybody, now or in the future, if you rush headlong into danger only to get yourself killed. Do you understand?" Terry hesitated, appearing genuinely abashed before nodding his comprehension. Justin smiled to reassure Terry, while silently cussing in his mind. He honestly preferred the hardened murderer who snuffed innocents out for their experience. The cold-hearted Terry, he remembered, would not have played the hero and stood there like an idiot while allowing a berserker type to bash down his rust shield. He would have had the skills to pierce through her resistance and to fill her lungs with disease before exploding her heart. Except That Terry would also have been killing civilians left and right. Maria and Raoul would be there right beside him, cackling in glee at all the free experience they were getting. And he would be right there with him, hacking heads and reveling in all the... Justin inhaled deeply and banished the thought. He preferred this version of Terry, Maria and Raoul as well. He could not bring himself to crush their efforts to redeem themselves, as this was their chance to become the heroes of their own personal stories. He owed them at least that much. Chapter 15. General Zimmerman silently skimmed over Justin's one-page report, reading it line by line. The report had been compiled by a scribe who had reviewed the body cam footage from Justin and the 3 other daggers he took along with him on their first mission. A plain old secretary would have needed at least a dozen pages to write it down, and the result would most likely have bored its readers to death with trivial and unnecessary details. A scribe, however, managed to pass everything on in a single page, every single word magically filling the general's mind with vital details. The scribe's system-empowered abilities condensed all that information into written words, pulling the good general into the scene, as if he himself had been there. The general nodded as he finished. He was thoroughly impressed with its contents. Justin continued staring out the window of General Zimmerman's office. He watched the patrolling guards taking care of a group of snotlings, even as another group began spawning into existence a few dozen meters away.
"The operation in the city of Grenada seems to have gone well," noted the general. 3 kills, 3 prisoners, and 27 captives rescued. All 3 surviving murderers have accepted plea deals, offering their not inconsiderable skills in service to the Confederated States.
Justin turned around, meeting the general's eyes.
"More importantly, the town and its 500 remaining inhabitants are now back under Confederate control, and under the protection of heroes."
The general spat the last words out with clear distaste, sneering at the idea. Justin kept his face neutral, showing neither approval nor disapproval. Not that it helped, because the general knew exactly who came up with the shield and dagger program. Zimmerman waited a few more moments for Justin to respond. When no response came, the general huffed and pouted in dissatisfaction.
"I don't like it. The people need to know its government protects them, not glorified celebrities all dolled up to look nice for the camera. It's downright insulting for those who gave their lives in service to this great country."
Justin quietly watched the general fume for a few more moments before collecting himself. Zimmerman had pointedly forgotten the fact that the 4 shields, assigned to protect the Grenada enclave from monsters, were supported by a platoon of soldiers. Or maybe that was the actual issue. His troops would be doing the grunt work, while the dolled-up shields would get all the glory. Zimmerman had not asked Justin a direct question, so Justin didn't bother saying anything else. However, the general picked up on this and turned to Justin with narrowed eyes.
"Okay now, what do you plan to do next?"
"Will the 3 prisoners be inducted into the dagger program?" Justin asked simply and without emotion. The officious military types preferred this kind of no-nonsense approach, which is why he tabled his drawling yokel persona in favor of the direct way he normally spoke.
"That's the plan, yes."
"Then I would like to make them an offer that they can't refuse. Or they can, but then they'd face the full weight of Confederate law. That means a firing squad, no questions asked." Justin paused and then tapped his chin. "No, not by firing squad, since guns don't work anymore. A knife through the heart would work, though, and my people could use the experience." Zimmerman nodded, accepting Justin's words without much trouble. A more ethical person would have protested the use of executions to benefit from the death of prisoners. Zimmerman, however, was not entirely averse to less than ethical means. It was one of the reasons why he oversaw the dagger program. Justin continued explaining as the general studied him. "But I still hope that they're fully on board with the program and aren't just waiting for a chance to escape. They're already familiar with anti-human combat and used to getting the blood of their fellow men on their hands. All I need to do is drill some discipline into them and reorganize them into a coherent squad of assassins."
Much like what you did for your initial band of murderers? Slap a poisoned anklet on them to guarantee they carry out their obligations.
That would greatly help to convince them not to run, Justin replied blandly, ignoring the barbed sting in the man's words. His obstinacy and refusal to rise to the bait seemed to impress Zimmerman, who nodded in satisfaction and leaned back in his chair. He no longer displayed any overt signs of anger, just a face that was drawn tight with careful thought. Justin had guessed right. The ranting had all been a test, an attempt to draw an opinion out from him. Except the general wasn't done trying to pull Justin's strings. He grabbed a folder that was lying on his table and thumbed the stiff cover open and began going over its contents line by line.
Just in time, the general read out. 37 years of age, born 1993 to a certain Thyme, father unknown. 7 counts of assault as a juvenile, 2 counts of assault as an adult, all against colored minorities.
Zimmerman stared flatly at Justin, who stared back with the same lack of emotion.
Associated with the neo-fascist organization True Sons of America, but was never concretely tied to any of the group's criminal activities. Formally renounced ties to the group in 2009. Never graduated high school, worked a variety of part-time jobs before settling as a security guard in the Santa Paraiso Mall for more than 10 years. No further incidents of note since.
The general grunted as he flipped a page and scanned the contents with a frown. These documents were compiled by ordinary secretaries, not by system-recognized scribes. That meant the words contained within them were empty, requiring actual reading instead of directly transmitting information to one's mind.
Someone with your history should never have gotten through the screening process for security. And I doubt you had the money to grease someone's palms, nor have you ever been associated with organized crime. That means someone did you a favor, someone in the mall's human resources just got lazy, or you agreed to a not insignificant cut in pay to acquire the job. The latter is the most likely option, considering your salary is 15% lower than that of your peers in the mall.
Zimmerman shook his head at that last line, curling a corner of his lips up into a rueful grin.
You get right-wing hardliners bitching about blacks and browns stealing their jobs. Who'd have thought that all you needed to do to take back those jobs was to agree to be paid less?
The deeply ebony man grinned, ignoring the irony of his own words, before laughing out loud. Then he tossed the report back onto his desk while Justin continued to stare impassively at him. Justin took great pains to keep his face neutral, considering the general was trying to get a rise out of him by bringing up his less-than-stellar history. The provocation would have worked on the younger Justin of old, one who was casting about for purpose and conviction. He'd been a deeply angry man back then, looking for someone to blame for the misfortunes in his own life. The blacks and browns were easy targets for his anger, along with the reds and yellows. So too were the gays and lesbians, communists and imperialists, bankers and politicians, and even the Zionists and Mohammedans, as well as the Byzantine Catholics on occasion. Hell, he considered anyone not like him to be a valid target for his rage. The colored folk were just the easiest to pick out. He could knock most of them around without suffering too many consequences, especially since many of his fellow whites turned a blind eye toward such attacks. Only a couple of the more conscientious ones actually bothered to press charges. Even that was enough to knock a healthy dose of fear into him as he got older. He never really let go of his resentment, though, and the anger was always simmering away at the back of his mind. All that changed when the monsters came invading. Minor differences such as the color of your skin or the invisible god you believed in no longer mattered when you were desperately fighting for your life. Justin shifted his gaze to the guards outside, fighting yet another group of goblins. His eyes followed the group's tank, leading the way with maces and shield, as his mates filled the snotlings with spells and arrows. Zimmerman snickered after a few moments, realizing that Justin was trying not to be baited into an argument about race. The good general still wasn't done trying to raise his hackles.
Would you say that you no longer consider yourself a racist, Mr. Thyme?
Justin inhaled deeply to control his temper, pondering his answer to the question for a few moments. If you really need to know, then I still consider myself racist, General Zimmerman. Rabidly so, even. Oh? The general raised an eyebrow, not in anger, but in curiosity. Pardon me for not being particularly understanding and open-minded of creatures that keep trying to kill me and the rest of my people. Zimmerman stared at Justin for a few beats, needing a moment to comprehend his words, before barking out a hearty laugh.
Nothing brings humanity together quite like an alien invasion, huh? Color, belief, identity, all these differences fade away when little green men take the place of the other threatening our way of life.
Justin simply stared as the general's laughter slowly petered out. The overly strained cheeks, the slight twitch in the corners of the eyes, the excessive show of teeth. The general was forcing himself to be amused by Justin's quip. Justin wasn't sure whether to be pleased or alarmed by the effort. He decided on the latter and stared more intently at the general's face for signs of agitation.
Do you know, Thyme, that I consider myself lucky?
How so? Justin asked blandly, intentionally keeping his tone light and neutral.
That my superiors are more focused on results. They want someone that delivers results and gets the job done, which is why they have conveniently ignored the color of my skin and slapped this star on my shoulder.
Justin nodded. It would not have been easy for a black man to rise through the ranks of the Confederate Army, much less to the rank of brigadier general. Sure, slavery was officially abolished in 1905, but racial segregation had only been officially outlawed in the late 90s.
Well, at least my father's name sounds Germanic enough for most people to ignore. They can think of me as white, as long as they speak to me over the phone, or don't look too closely at my face.
A loud minority of blacks were screeching for ever-expanding benefits at the expense of everyone else and playing up the victim card, whereas the vast majority were just relieved that they got a fair shot at equality under the law. Zimmerman seemed to belong to the latter group, with his blasé approach to his experiences in a post-segregation America. The general reorganized the papers on his desk, clacking their bottoms on the surface and putting them away in their respective folders.
This is precisely why I'm officially going to turn a blind eye to your checkered past. As far as I'm concerned, as far as the military is concerned, you and your daggers are respectable members of the Army. Secretive, of course, but one group among many other classified organizations drawing funds from black budget programs.
Zimmerman narrowed his eyes at Justin, resting his chin on steepled fingers.
You've produced results, Thyme. That's all that matters to me. It will matter to me, because I'm going to oversee the performance of the Dagger program formally. You're no longer going to pull any of your vigilante bullshit. No heads on pikes, no herring off on solo adventures, no going out to murder the murderers, at least not without the proper paperwork.
Justin nodded his understanding, waiting for the man to continue.
As you proposed before, you're going to lead operations that deal with high-level human threats. The Army and the Shields will handle monstrous threats, as well as low-risk anti-human operations that will make for good PR.
Justin nodded once more, this time in agreement.
Officially, you will be providing support to the Army and the Shields. You'll be leading the 28th Counter-Invasion Task Force, with me at the helm. On paper, I will be commanding the force, with the goal of providing special assistance to neutralize monstrous threats to national security. In reality, I hand out orders, while you carry them out in whatever manner you see fit. I will oversee and approve all plans, and will hand out mission briefs and provide logistics. You will be consulted on mission details. You will then handle the operational details, along with training and leading your team of daggers as you see fit.
Zimmerman waited for Justin to nod. He did not, and instead he threw in a question of his own. Having me run my own team, and having a say in shaping missions, that is a lot of leeway you're giving some random nobody like myself.
Beggars can't be choosers, countered the general. You are one of the few resources that have helped us understand what the hell is going on in this mess. Not only that, but you've got the experience and the abilities to neutralize these murderers, as you call them." The general sighed, shaking his head. "If bombs and bullets worked as they should, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Hell, even tear gas and rubber bullets would be nice if they functioned as intended. Basically, anything we can mass produce. But no, this invasion screwed with the laws of reality, and we need to work with those laws now if we want to deal with those green fuckers running around. That means a squad of high-level nobodies will get far more done than an entire brigade of level 1s armed with ineffective weapons." Zimmerman leaned back in his chair, staring at Justin with flat eyes as he continued. "That's why the higher powers have decided to give you a chance to lead these daggers you've been pushing for so hard." Justin nodded and then frowned as he thought another matter over. "Just a clarification. You mentioned national security. Does that mean the daggers will be restricted to operating within the CSA?" The general frowned. "You intend to conduct operations outside American soil?" Justin nodded in reply, folding his arms together. "Maybe. No, eventually. The situation is bad enough here, where our own government has managed to stabilize things somewhat. There are about a few dozen situations like Grenada City, where high-level murderers have carved out their own fiefdoms. We'll be busy enough mopping the rest up and stomping down the others that eventually crawl out of the mud. But what about in other places around the world?" "What about them?" Zimmerman shot back. "Our mandate is to protect the American people, especially since we're stretched thinly enough as it is. We need to focus what resources we can on protecting our own. We simply can't afford to look abroad, especially with these goblins spawning like mushrooms in a thunderstorm." Justin sighed, softly shaking his head, not in frustration or in disappointment, but in careful thought. He eyed the general cautiously, weighing the consequences of his words, before deciding to throw the good general a bone. He would need the man's support, and he could only do that if he understood exactly what would happen if countries failed to help one another out in these most crucial of moments. "General Zimmerman," he started cautiously, "would you mind indulging me for a moment?" The general frowned in reply. "Doesn't take a genius to figure out what you're going to ask next, but go ahead, I'll humor you." Justin opened his mouth, closed it, and spent a few moments in thought before starting once again. "Imagine that, say, all of these goblin snotlings are not the end of it all. Imagine that they're just the scouts, the vanguards of a much larger force prepping to invade our world. The message on the first day hinted as much, saying we only have one solar rotation, 1 year, before the shit really hits the fan." Zimmerman had heard this argument before, but nonetheless he straightened up in his seat and paid more careful attention to the man before him. "Let's say that our 1 year is up. America is all safe and secure. Maybe even the more stable countries have got their acts together and regained some semblance of stability. The European Union, the Middle Eastern Bloc, the Soviet Union, the Empire of Japan. That leaves Africa, South America, the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, and Australia." Justin pinched his lips for emphasis. "What would happen if we allowed the snotling hordes to wipe out local resistance, even before the proper invasion starts?" Zimmerman grunted, carefully studying Justin as he did so. "No idea, Thyme, but I have a sneaking suspicion you'll tell me." Justin frowned even deeper. This was the moment of truth. Not the whole truth, no, but just enough truth to get the ball rolling. The invaders can doubtless create, or at the very least teleport, their troops wherever they want. They could also just turn off all our weapons, all our technology at will. They could screw us whenever they want. But they haven't. Instead, they imposed new laws upon our reality and transformed us all into combatants in some gladiatorial game, all to entertain our so-called betters. They don't care about resources or technology. They just want to get their rocks off at our expense. Justin planted his hand on the general's desk,
leaning in closer and allowing the earnestness to show in his face. They want to see us struggle, General Zimmerman, not as individual heroes, but as a race. They want to see how far humanity can go before it crumbles. Trust me when I say that we are indeed going to crumble if we don't pull each other out of this mess, if we allow the weakest of us to break apart even before the invasions begin. Justin leaned back, putting more space between Zimmerman and him. That's what the PR version sounds like. Practically speaking, we need to prevent these invaders from establishing a foothold. That job will be much harder if we allow countries to fall into anarchy even before the invaders arrive in force. Better to help the weaker nations now to prevent them from collapsing, and so they can buy a little more time when the big invasions come. Zimmerman reflected on what Justin had said. You sure you don't want to join the Shields? Get those colorful costumes and stand in front of the cameras, spouting inspirational rhetoric to boost public morale? Justin huffed angrily, shaking his head. No, all I'm asking is that you make it so that the daggers can operate internationally. Yes, we're stretched thin and we need to focus inwardly right now, but that won't always be the case. There will come a time when the Army and the Shields will do a good enough job of protecting the CSA. In the meantime, the smaller states and more fractious countries will dissolve into anarchy as murderers run rampant. The daggers need to be there to kill the murderers before they wipe out the local populace. Killers only see people as meaty bags of experience. They won't realize how dangerous invasions are or how much they will need warm bodies fighting alongside them until it's too late. Some of them won't care. They'll just keep on killing and killing until their time's up. Justin inhaled deeply, steadying himself as he realized he was letting his own passion get ahead of him. For his part, Zimmerman just sat there, scrutinizing Justin with narrowed eyes. My brother was killed by the Sons. Or rather, executed, with 2 bullets to the back of the head. It took a moment for Justin to comprehend what the general was talking about. A second and a half later, and he realized that Zimmerman had abruptly changed the topic, referring to the true sons of America. He always called me a sellout, sucking up to the white man by playing along with their rules, embracing my chains by being a good little attack dog, and rejecting my heritage by talking white instead of thinking and acting as a proper gangster should. Zimmerman huffed softly, shaking his head. I think he was just jealous because I got to go to college on a military scholarship while he was stuck dealing crack in the ghettos. I wasn't surprised when I heard that he had become one of the many victims of the Sons. A righteous killing, they called it, one that helped clean up the streets. They conveniently forgot to add, however, that the Sons ignored the 2 other white dealers selling the same poison a few streets over, or that my brother was replaced by another dumb gangster not 1 day after his execution. Zimmerman blew out his breath in indignation. For all his faults, though, for all that was said and done between us, I still loved him. He was blood to me, and I was blood to him. We always looked out for one another, even though we ended up shouting at each other more often than not. He glared at Justin, allowing more venom to pour out of his eyes. This is why it was not an easy thing for me to accept this post, especially after reading your file. The last thing I want to do is protect a son like yourself from the consequences of his actions, and to help you get away with vigilante murders that should have you all trussed up in front of a firing squad. But I will do what I need to do in service of my country. You do raise some valid points, which is why I'll think it over before discussing it with my superiors. Now, get out of my office. Zimmerman snarled before waving his hand. Chapter 16. Justin sighed heavily as he closed the door to his office/apartment in Santa Paraiso, just beside the mall that had once served as the city's largest and most well-fortified enclave. Now, hunters and soldiers alike patrolled the streets. The former consisted of a homegrown militia force, and the latter was reinforced after Justin returned from Washington. The increased military presence, coupled with the influx of refugees seeking a safe haven, expanded the influence of the enclave. The system now protected a space of around 2 square miles around the mall, preventing goblin snotlings from spawning within the reach of the enclave. A few other smaller enclaves were maintained around the Santa Paraiso Mall, but they were like villages compared to the densely populated city of the mall, mere satellites that relied on the mall enclave for security, direction, and organization. Justin didn't care much about this, though. All that mattered was that he finally got some privacy of his own. He shrugged out of his jacket, banishing all thoughts of training regimens and mission planning. He headed straight for his freshly restocked refrigerator and pulled out an ice-cold bottle of beer. He reminisced as he sipped on his drink, smacked his lips, planted his butt on the couch, and put his feet up on a nearby coffee table. This privacy was a luxury he did not remember experiencing back in his first timeline, not whenever he found himself within the confines of an enclave. Space was so limited that every inch was devoted to subsistence farming and stockpiling whatever salvage they could from a ruined world. However, this timeline saw life slowly turning for the better. The Confederate government no longer crumbled uselessly against monsters and murderers alike. This was largely due to soldiers trading in their guns and bombs for swords and spells. Now they fully embraced system classes and hunted goblins to increase their levels. Even a handful of level 10 murderers could wipe the floor with mundane troops lugging around rifles. However, soldiers who made full use of the system stood an actual chance of beating them back. Those soldiers might be less powerful than murderers, racking up experience through slaughter, but at least they could offer enough resistance to deter casual raids. Not only that, but professionals eagerly began applying their new skills to their jobs. Their system-enhanced abilities provided the logistical support needed to feed and arm legions of their protectors. Entire divisions actively hunted goblins, gaining levels and experience from doing so, and the general populace began embracing system-recognized professions. Class-based fighters needed to fight and kill to gain experience. However, professional civilians expanded their abilities by simply doing their jobs. Scribes organized information. Farmers planted crops. Ranchers raised livestock. Smiths forged equipment. And enchanters imbued magic into mundane items. A farmer's green thumb skill could triple, sometimes even quadruple, the output of a single field. Depending on the type of husbandry skill a rancher picked, they could either accelerate the growth of their livestock or reduce the amount of food required to sustain that livestock. Heck, even weirder professions could make use of technology as long as it wasn't related to direct combat. Take professional drivers, for example. Anyone could take to the wheel of a car, sure, but a system-approved driver with enough experience tucked under his belt could do far more with their ride than a non-professional driver could. For example, a truck would suddenly become sturdier, would magically repair itself, and could carry 10 times its weight, or run without diesel, all depending on the skills the driver picked up. Hell, that humble driver could probably transcend with enough experience in his profession. Justin had not seen what a transcended driver could become, but he had seen at least one farmer become a life-bringer. Her magical essence now capable of raising an entire crop in a few days instead of a few weeks. He'd also heard rumors of a smith becoming a fabricator in another enclave, transmuting mundane metals into living metal. Of course, that was before the enclaves were overrun, something he had hoped would not happen so easily this time around. The thing was that professionals were civilians in the purest sense of the term. Unless they went out and fought monsters in their spare time, they would not gain any combat abilities whatsoever. And unless someone strong enough protected them, then even the most proficient lifebringer or fabricator would be chewed up by monsters, or knifed by murderers looking to gain easy, hassle-free experience. This adoption of system-recognized classes and professions also allowed the Confederate government to influence other nations. Governments around the world began rearming and retraining their own troops in accordance with the rules set by the system, and they began dealing with the goblins and murderers far more effectively than before. This increased response time made all the difference, Only a few 100 million died within the first few months, instead of 2 billion. The loss of life was still a tragedy, true, but far smaller in scope, and it left enough survivors, hopefully, to ensure the survival of humanity in the coming months. It was a sobering thought, but all Justin could do was to have faith in humanity's resilience. He belched, emptying his bottle. He swished it around and planted it on the ground before popping another bottle open. A pleasant buzz began building up at the back of his neck. He tossed some nuts into his mouth, chewing and savoring his time off, as he let himself fall into more random thoughts. He closed his eyes, leaning into his couch, and let the memories come. He immediately regretted his decision, especially when his sins began weighing him down once again. He thought he'd done enough to banish them. He thought that helping save humanity would soothe his blackened soul. He had forced himself to believe that all of the innocent lives he'd taken, and all the pain and suffering he had wrought upon others, would be redeemed by what he did this second time around. He roared out loud, lifting his half-empty bottle to hurl it at the wall. He caught himself at the last moment and lowered his arm with a sad and defeated sigh. "One step at a time," he mumbled to himself. Those words weren't his own, but Maria's. Or Raoul's. No, probably Maria's. Raoul would have just hissed, "Mierda," and soldiered on in that abrasive manner of his. Terry would have just shrugged and left the arguing to the others. Justin shook his head. That trio of freewheeling friends was long gone. What he had now were 3 convicts, serving their sentence under his guidance. Nonetheless, he would pay his debt to them, even if these particular versions didn't exactly know why he was so dedicated to them. He chugged down another mouthful of beer, deciding to keep his mind busy instead of dwelling on the past. His hands roamed around his couch, finding the remote, and he turned on the modest, wall-mounted TV. That the Republic of China has regained control of most of the Xinjiang region with the aid of the Uyghur Liberation Front. Peace talks had been greatly accelerated by a common enemy, one that does not discriminate between Han settlers and Uyghur natives. The island nation of Taiwan, more formally known as the People's Republic of China, continues to be ravaged by goblin invaders after refusing aid from its neighbor. It would seem that not even an alien invasion is enough to dispel the bitter rivalry between the Republican mainland and staunchly communist island nation. However, the usually belligerent chairman of the PRC seems more amenable to aid from the newly established Shields, an apolitical organization of high-level champions gathered from around the world. The organization was created just a few weeks ago with the Confederated States of America, the European Union, the Republic of China, and the Middle Eastern Bloc providing initial support. The Soviet Union and the Empire of Japan soon followed suit, contributing their own resources to the nascent collection of heroes. And hero seems to be an apt term in this case, for the Shields have declared their intent to focus solely on countering the alien invasion. Members renounce their citizenship, eschew political allegiances, and pledge themselves to the defense of humanity as a whole. This level of international cooperation is unprecedented, especially given the abysmal failures of the ill-destined League of Nations and its equally ineffective successor, the United Nations. With such a crisis at hand, it would appear that the Shields are far more cohesive in their purpose than previous attempts at intergovernmental organizations. Justin grunted, nodding in approval. It seemed that the higher-ups had decided to expand the SHIELD program, pulling in other nations. He hadn't recommended such a move earlier, believing that the various nations of the world would still need to shed far more blood before they would unite together. He was pleased to be proven wrong in this matter. The sooner mankind got over its differences, the sooner it could put up a united front against the inevitable invasions. Randomly spawning snotlings were bad enough, but dozens of invasion points spewing hundreds of higher-level goblins was going to test humanity's mettle. That wasn't counting the future invasions that would come after. And here we cut to Shelley, live in the Grenada Enclave. Shelley, are you there?
I hear you, Bob, and I have here with me Silver Sentinel from the Shields. Good to meet you, Mr. Silver.
Likewise, Shelley.
Justin laughed out loud. Mr. Silver indeed. Justin could make out the muscular form of Marcus, even with the silly mask covering his face. He'd seen the man often enough on videos back in his first timeline to make the connection. Marcus was indeed made to be the ideal public face of the Shields. Not only was he handsome and well-built, but he also possessed that idealistic earnestness rarely found in most people. He, and the other true heroes such as him, should have been sent back in time, and not washed-up murderers like himself that didn't deserve— Justin scowled, taking a deep pull from his bottle to blot out the memories.
"Were welcomed in the town of Grenada with wild cheers, especially when the National Guard arrived with supplies and reinforcements."
That is indeed what happened, Shelley, although there is one detail that you left out.
Oh, do tell, Mr. Silver.
While we Shields focused on the goblin threat, our brothers and sisters in the Confederate Army also helped liberate the town. They carried out an operation to neutralize anarchists holding captive a large number of the town's residents. It would be a grave injustice for us to claim all the credit, steal the valor meant for the men and women in service. Justin groaned as he slapped a palm to his face. As far as he was concerned, the Shields could eat all the glory and valor. That was their purpose, to shine a ray of hope for the people, while the daggers crawled around in the mud and shit. He was tempted to pick up his phone, to call Zimmerman, and demand to know how in the hell Silver Sentinel, a.k.a. Marcus Fisher, had learned all of this. They were supposed to be kept in the dark about that stuff, and just to take all the credit on their first mission. At least the well-meaning idiot hadn't mentioned anything about a secretive group of government-sanctioned hitmen. Then again, Marcus had always had that earnestness about him that made him ideal hero material. Justin had not interacted with the de facto leader of humanity's survivors in his first timeline, but he'd given people so much hope. Earnest honesty becomes such a rare treat in a world defined by murder and despair. That made his death at the hands of a traitorous teammate all the more devastating, and ripped the heart out of the surviving enclaves. Justin didn't know what had happened. Was it simmering dissent within the party? A disagreement turned violent? Or was it the base temptation of thousands of experience points tied up in a convenient package? He could almost taste the gloom that settled after Marcus's death, with people waiting to die instead of struggling to survive. Maybe the others could have fought on and attempted to reunite had Marcus fallen to the endless hordes of monsters. But no, instead, humanity's greatest hero had perished at the hands of his fellow man. No surprise that all hope just died away after that. Justin pulled a face as he continued watching the interview, sipping more of his beer and reaching for a third bottle. Yes, the Shields will focus primarily on providing aid wherever it is most needed. Our mission in Grenada laid the groundwork, showing us what we did right and what we need to work on in future operations.
That is comforting to hear, Mr. Silver. If I might be as bold as to ask, could you elaborate on these future operations of which you speak?
Certainly, Shelley. The Shields plan to provide assistance to the hardest-hit regions of the world. We should be able to assemble rescue-ready teams within a week, but we are still in sore need of volunteers willing to take up the mantle to help out in this darkest time.
Darkest time indeed, Mr. Silver.
This is why I am asking, no, pleading, for any and all to answer the call to arms. As a species, we can no longer afford to squabble, given the existential threat now facing us. Whatever has happened, whatever supernatural forces are at play, we will either stand together as one or fall apart in disarray.
Justin chuckled quietly, permitting only the barest hint of hope to blossom in his chest. He raised a half-empty beer bottle to the television screen, saluting Marcus Fisher, Silver Sentinel to the rest of the world. He just hoped that the budding beacon of hope would watch his back better this time around. Justin halted mid-gulp, plugging up the fizzy liquid with his tongue and preventing it from sliding down his throat. What if he fought at Marcus's side? What if he chose to sign up with the Shields to help sniff out potential traitors and murderers within their ranks? He toyed with the idea for a few more moments before huffing and banishing the thought.
There would be no room for a sinner in the spotlight, as he'd cast a long and bloody shadow on the rest of them. He wasn't sure if the sins of his past timeline would carry over to this one, but he'd rather not risk it, especially when demons might pop up and begin weighing the stains on one's soul. Justin quaffed the rest of his third beer, reached for a fourth bottle, and tried to drown out the memories that just refused to stop bubbling up from the darkest recesses of his mind. Maybe this whole privacy thing might not work out after all. Chapter 17. Just in Time. Level 16 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 330 of 330. Stamina, 220 of 220. Mana, 90 of 90. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Agility, 11 plus 1. Perception, 10. Intelligence, 11. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 11. Attunement, 11. Faith, 10. Charge 3. 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 28 meters away, dealing 30 to 40 blunt damage with 3 times the chance to stagger. Costs 35 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor, and can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of armor. Bash 3. 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 260 to 520% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance to stagger based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 260 to 520% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance to stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. War Cry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect. Increases Constitution and Grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using War Cry. Respite 4. 19 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 55 damage, heals 8.8 damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers 8.8 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Bulwark 4. 47.5 mana. 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 32. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 32. Resolve 4. 47.5 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 32. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 32. Justin whistled as he studied his stats, affecting as casual an air as he could. He tapped a foot, not in impatience but to an imaginary tune floating around his head. He even went as far as to bob his head in time as well, humming a random set of notes for good measure. He rubbed the goblin fetish hanging from his neck, a random piece of loot he'd acquired after popping a goblin's head. It was an ugly little thing, made of bone and twine, and covered liberally in mud and grime. It added 1 point of agility, though, so he kept it on him while out on missions. It was a pretty decent all-around bonus for any class that relied on physical prowess and bolstered a variety of stats such as move speed, attack speed, evasion, parry, and block. 1 bonus point was definitely worth it. This was usually the part where murderers attempted to put him down with a surprise attack. Casters would go first, hitting him with a control spell of some sort. Maybe some of the burst damage classes, such as archers or assassin types, would have a go. They'd cut him down as quickly as possible, throwing everything they had. Of course, this exposed their positions. Once they had done so, his fellow daggers would swoop in and cut them down in a counter-ambush of their own. Raoul would circle around, coming out of cloak and flashing his deadly knives to rip apart the unarmored targets hiding in the rear. Maria would choke the airways and boil the blood of the warrior types with low resistance to magic and curses. Terry would then corrode the armor and corrupt the flesh of the sturdier ones with low resistance to magic and soul attacks. The 3 original daggers waited on Justin's right flank, ready to leap out once the murderers took the bait. 3 new daggers also waited on his left flank, doubtless nervous about their first engagement. Nick the Trickster would unleash his barrage of control spells, blinding, confusing, befuddling, panicking, and weirding out those with low curse and magical resistance. Ariel, the Stalker, would wait until the most threatening opponent appeared before she unloaded her deadly arrow skills upon a single, high-value target. She'd either eliminate one piece off the board right away or whittle down a tough opponent so that her allies could finish it off. Finally came Holly the Berserker. Her job was to rush in and just mess everyone up with her battle axe. She became tougher, moved faster, and hit harder the lower her health became. If they ignored her, well, she'd just activate Flurry, which would steadily increase her attack speed and reduce the stamina costs of each attack. This was, however, new ground for the daggers in him. Their standard operating procedure was to sneak in, slit throats, and then beat the rest into a bloody pulp. Those that survived would be given the offer: sign up or die. This time, though, Justin wanted to see if he could get an entire group of murderers to surrender without a fight. Despite Justin's casual demeanor, he was actually keeping careful watch out for any signs of attack. His improved bulwark and resolve gave him the confidence to survive a first strike. His foresee would warn him of any mortal dangers and would give him more than a second's notice to duck out of danger. He was calm, focused, and prepared for an ambush on his person. He was not prepared for one of the self-professed murderers to walk up to him calmly. Oh, this was always a distinct possibility, but murderers were rarely tolerant of trespassers, especially those that posed a threat to their territories. Justin studied the man, who was approaching him without the slightest hint of aggressiveness in his body language. His unkempt hair was tied up in a ponytail, his scraggly beard inexpertly maintained, and he wore tied-together plates of steel cut out from car doors. A literal pot cover was strapped to his left forearm for a shield, and a makeshift steel mace had been welded together from rebar. The whole salvaged setup may have looked laughably pathetic from an outsider's point of view, especially when they compared it to Justin's Smith-forged suit of steel armor. What most people wouldn't have noticed, however, was the slight glow of magical protection layered over the man, almost like a Templar or some other defensive warrior type. Justin straightened himself up, surreptitiously scanning his surroundings. No report from Raoul or Ariel. That meant the murderers were still holed up in the supermarket, or they were sneaky enough to avoid detection from his 2 scouts. The murderer, whom Justin mentally labeled A for convenience, approached with palms up and faced Justin. "Hey, stranger, you with the Confederates?" Justin hesitated before nodding firmly and wordlessly. "I'ma pull something out of my shirt. Not a weapon, not a catalyst, nothing tricky, just a piece of paper." Justin replied with another nod, carefully eyeing Murderer A as well as his surroundings. Still no sign of an attack, no visions of impending doom, but he kept his guard up nonetheless. Murderer A did exactly as he said he would, pulling out and unfolding a bright yellow sheet from his shirt. "Chopper flew overhead a few days ago, dropping these leaflets all over the place. Says that the feds will be offering amnesty to anarchists who surrender without a fight. Is that offer still available?" Justin opened his eyes wide, although the steel visor of his armet prevented Murderer A from seeing his reaction. Most of the other murderers had ignored the leaflets, warning them of an impending attack, and saying that surrender and amnesty was a preferable alternative to death or indentured servitude. The power they gained from the system and the experience they accrued from killing often went straight to their heads. Their egos ballooned further when they found out they could slice through tank armor, blast entire squads with spells, and shrug off bullets as if they were nothing. Justin couldn't help but be surprised that a murderer had actually decided to take the Confederates up on their offer of surrender for amnesty. Sure, there were some conditions attached, such as service in the army, for example. They could erase their sins and be welcomed back into a gradually recovering society, as long as they helped defend their fellow man from the onslaught of monsters. They could then put the experience they stole from living, breathing humans to good use, saving lives to compensate for those they had taken. Justin narrowed his eyes, scanning for any sign of deception. Murderer A still kept his left palm up and open. His right hand was clutching the neon-yellow PsyOps leaflet. He had a forced, flat expression, one that betrayed tension and nervousness. He didn't look as if he was preparing for a fight, though, more as if he was watching carefully for Justin's reaction. Though, to be fair, he could have been somewhat anxious of Justin. After all, he was wearing a full suit of armor and was just standing there as if he didn't have a care in the world. Justin shifted gears, deciding that Murderer A, or Hairbun Guy, as he mentally relabeled the man, was earnest in his desire to take the deal. He was just about to uncross his arms and to drawl on in his yokel accent to help disarm the man, when Raoul buzzed him on the radio. 2 unknowns creeping up on your 2 o'clock. One archer type with a bow, the other a lancer type with a spear. Ariel also chimed in, alerting Justin. Another group of 2 unknowns. One's dragging around a long-ass 2-handed sword. The other's unarmed as far as I can see. Looks scrawny, not much muscle, so most likely a caster instead of a brawler. Justin immediately frowned from behind his visor and mentally shifted back to aggressiveness. His first instinct was to charge into Hairbun Guy to get the first hit in, maybe even knock him down with the weight of his shield and armor. That was exactly what he would have done a few months ago, back when he was headhunting murderers. He could not afford to hesitate, nor did he have any inclination to engage in constructive dialogue. He simply needed to clear the threats out as soon as possible. Now, however, he wanted to take a more cautious approach. He had armor to protect him, a team to watch his back, and enough support to work effectively with those who surrendered. That was why he spoke in a low and calm tone, instead of rushing forward with his shield and slamming it into the man's nose. My team has eyes on at least 4 unknowns approaching this position. They yours? Hairbun Guy blinked, furrowed his brows, and shook his head. No, my people are inside the supermarket. They're watching and waiting for my lead. Probably Bill and his gang. They've been raiding us for a couple of weeks now, constantly picking off our people for experience. Huh. You haven't offed them yet? Can't. They're sneaky sumbitches, and they're damned good at ambushes. We lost Doug and Marco when we tried chasing them down. Hit them when we spread out too thin. That's why we're holed up here in this Whole Meals, instead of moving on to fresh, new territories. Ah, guess that done explains why you're taking the deal then. Justin put up his yokel persona, carefully eyeing the man, even as he ignored the slip-up. Yes, the man and his team were murderers to the core. He very nearly slipped, almost saying fresh meat before correcting himself. If Justin hadn't happened upon this besieged group, and if they weren't already cornered by another group of murderers, they would most likely have moved on to find new sources of experience, namely civilians. Hairbun Guy squinted at Justin, frowning in thought, before replying in kind. The writing's on the wall. This here Whole Meals is just about emptied of foodstuffs. Either Bill's people or some other gang take us down, or we end up starving like dogs. Better to come back to the fold now, while we still can, before it's too late. Least the suits will be willing to take a plea bargain. Justin chuckled under his breath, shaking his head as he did so. You're lucky. We need warm bodies, high-level warm bodies, to help beat back them green critters. Y'all would have gotten a firing squad in any other situation. Hairbun Guy grinned wide. Yeah, lucky us. Justin snorted away a chuckle. The man was a cold-hearted bastard through and through. He had most likely killed everyone he had laid his hands on, absorbing as much experience as he could get. Many towns and cities had been emptied this way, with some of the smaller ones entirely depopulated. Still, things were far better in this timeline than in Justin's first timeline, and the world needed as many high-level fighters as it could get. Dedicated murderers, such as Hairbun Guy, weren't exactly the most decent sort of characters to deal with. To Justin, though, a tool was a tool. He'd use whatever he could if it got the job done, even if said tool was covered in bile and shit. This pragmatic approach explained why Justin decided to greet the man properly, raising his visor and giving his name. JustInTime. Ezekiel Rogers, replied Hairbun Guy, returning Justin's curt nod with one of his own. Right, Ezekiel. Would you kindly hole up in that fort of yours? As a sign of good faith, me and mine can handle this pest problem while you and yours hang back. Might even talk some sense into 'em. Get them to take the deal as well. Be my guest. I have absolutely no problem hanging back while you take 'em on. Justin huffed quietly to himself, completely unsurprised by the man's self-absorbed answer. Not even a hint of initiative to be found, but plenty of self-preservation. But whatever. Humanity's best could sign up for the shields. Humanity's worst would be conscripted to its defense, away from the limelight. Ezekiel and his band could choose to wear the poisoned ankle bracelets and serve time with the daggers, or they could donate their experience to the daggers, who needed levels. Justin watched Ezekiel march back inside the supermarket. He walked straight ahead without even turning around. One of the man's steel plates dropped into the dirt, as the twine attaching it to his armor had come undone. Ezekiel either didn't notice or did his best to ignore it, preserving what dignity he could in the process. Justin smirked to himself, remembering a time when he wore equally shabby armor. He shook his head, hummed to himself, tapped his helmet, and wondered how best to approach this development. If he was lucky, he could talk down this second group of murderers, bring back even more high-level fighters to help defend humanity. If not, more experience then. Chapter 18. Justin whistled to himself as he watched the clouds hovering slowly in the afternoon sky. He shifted his gaze back down to earth after hearing a twig snap and found himself surrounded. Not by 4 murderers, no, but by 8. His own scouts had missed the other 2 pairs, circling around the abandoned structures, using stealth skills to avoid being spotted. There was the lancer, the archer, the swordsman, and the caster that the others had seen. 2 of the newcomers had strapped daggers to their belts. One boasted a sickle, and the other carried an array of throwing knives strapped to her thigh. Justin silently clicked his tongue, while projecting an air of calm indifference. The first 4 might be the muscle or the distraction, while the remaining 4 must be the sneaky ones who were giving Ezekiel's gang so much trouble that was now directed his way. I'll see if I can resolve this peacefully, he muttered into his mouthpiece. If not, focus on the 4 newcomers. They're stealth types and are going to be a pain in the ass if we let them get away to stab us in the back. Maria and Nick radioed their acknowledgement, the respective leaders bringing their squads together. If things went well, Justin would be able to bring back 8 additional high-level defenders of humanity on top of Ezekiel's group. If things didn't go well, then at least his team would get a nice dose of experience to boost their levels, assuming they didn't take him down with the first salvo of skills and spells. Justin focused his attention on the approaching bunch of baddies, waving a hand as he did so. Afternoon, folks. Nice weather out, huh? Huh. Nice armor you got there, stranger. That what you get for bending over to the Confeds? That what they give you for taking it up the ass like a good little bitch? Yeah, feels good as long as you slather plenty of KY jelly. Especially good if your buddy knows how to take it nice and slow, though it hurts like a mother if you forget to lube up nice and good. The belligerent swordsman, Justin's new Murderer A, froze up, confused by Justin's rambling. The snickering from 2 of his companions brought him back to reality. Justin mentally labeled them Murderer B and Murderer C, likewise labeling the remaining 5 with consecutive letters. The would-be ambushers pressed their lips together under his withering glare, forcing themselves to look serious despite fighting against the chuckles bubbling up from within.
Think you're a smart guy, huh? Well, you're in luck. You get out of that armor without a fight, and we let you walk out of here with your life. You don't, well, I guess I'll have to settle for cobbling together what's left of your sorry ass when we're done.
Justin craned his neck, considered the offer, and then made a counter-proposal.
Y'all know that the Confeds are offering pardons to anarchists, right? Don't matter what you did or how many people y'all offed. Long as you got the levels to kick goblin ass, suits'll just look the other way and pretend y'all clean as a whistle.
Ha! Right. As if we'd want to let ourselves fall under the boot heels of the feds all over again. No, we have power now. Enough that nobody'll tell us what to do. Murderer A grinned, as did all his companions.
So you can give your armor up now and walk away, or I can peel it off your dead corpse. Your call.
Justin studied the man in front of him. Murderer A was the one with the two-handed sword that Raoul had spotted earlier on. He looked real nasty and was full of arrogance, since they had Justin so heavily outnumbered. However, Murderer A also looked pretty thin and hungry. His cheeks were hollow and his eyes dark. Justin scanned the other murderers, noticing that they all shared the same look, and barely suppressed a smirk. He knew that the arrival of the system, with its various classes and experience gained from killing, had created a sudden rush of power that had inflated a lot of people's egos. Goblin snotlings spawning everywhere filled their heads with the notion that the world had become a dog-eat-dog one. The strong eat the weak, and all that jazz. However, even the most idiotic of murderers would soon realize that all the experience in the world wouldn't mean anything without the basic necessities. A healer class might be able to stave off injuries, cure illnesses, and restore some fatigue here and there. Thirst, hunger, and disease would still take their toll in the long run, though. Only when murderers started going hungry would they realize that maybe, just maybe, killing everyone else for experience might not be the smartest idea out there. That was precisely why Justin felt somewhat confident facing off against the murderers, especially since he could use their miserable condition to his advantage.
Before I give my answer, mind if I ask a question of my own?
He's stalling for time, boss,
one of the other murderers hissed.
He probably has backup somewhere, and he's just distracting us while they get in place.
This one sported a bow that was aimed square at Justin, the arrowhead glowing with potential magic. Arcane archer, then, or some other archer class with magical capabilities.
Oh, I don't need to stall for time. Team's already got y'all in their sights, ready to jump all over your asses. I'm just trying to see if I can convince y'all to change your minds. You know, what with the Confeds handing out pardons and all that.
The 8 murderers stiffened at his announcement, raising their weapons higher and looking around for threats. They cast their gazes all over the nearby buildings, trying to spot the well-hidden daggers lurking there.
The thing is, I really didn't come here for y'all. I was actually tasked with liberating this here city of Santo Domingo from the evil clutches of them baddies holed up over in that wholemeals over there.
Justin jutted his chin at the aforementioned supermarket, appearing flippant and dismissive.
Supposed to give 'em the standard offer. 1, they can give up the fight, get pardons all around in exchange for fighting the green critters crawling all over our asses. Or 2, they say no, and the Confeds come down on 'em hard to save the good folks of Santo Domingo who are squirreled away in their hidey holes. Or, if we're too late, to avenge 'em and make sure that the experience from their loss will be put to good use.
Justin smiled then, the expression coming through his raised visor.
Job comes with nice perks, too. Hot food, hot showers, cold beers, clean smokes. Hell, they even starting to import fresh fruit again.
His carefully chosen words struck their targets, and the half-starved murderers stiffened up. He even heard a stomach growl in the abrupt silence, and saw one of them lick dry lips at the mention of beer and cigarettes. He decided to appeal to the leader of the group as well. He tapped the steel on his chest.
Oh, and you think this armor is good? That my weapons are nice and cool?
No, this is just standard stuff in the Confed army. Y'all want to wait until our enchanters finish up their first rounds, though. Bonus armor, universal resistance, extra regeneration. They're going to make this piece of trash gear I got look absolutely ornery by comparison. The leader of the group frowned as he processed what Justin just said, along with the things he did not say explicitly. Join up with the Confeds, and you not only get your crimes wiped out, but you get the chance to get powerful gear as well. Go against the Confeds, however, and you're going to make a pretty powerful enemy, one that will eventually come for you in force.
You really think the Confeds would take us back in? Just like that, with no consequences?
Lizzie, you shut your hole.
But Bill, they got SIGs. SIGs! Do you know how hard it is to get 'em now? Never mind the muskrats I will literally kill for.
Justin frowned as he processed the woman's words. He remembered the offensively sweet smell of the described cigarettes, and then mumbled out his response.
You mean the bespoke garbage from Muskrat? The ones that smell like they've been dunked in sugar?
Lizzie, the obviously nicotine-starved addict, snapped her head toward him, her wide and reddened eyes boring holes into his own.
You have muskrats?
Justin reared his head back in disgust and a healthy bit of fear at the woman's passionate glare.
Yeah, Muskrat is one of the companies that managed to secure its logistics and get its factories working again. I remember 'cause a rep was desperately trying to unload its supply of bespoke SIGs to one of the army supply guys.
Bill, you will take the deal, or I swear to God I am going to gut you in your sleep.
Jesus Christ, woman, put your panties back on. I'm already considering the deal, and... Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates 4C. 1 tempo consumed.
Murderer A pushes off Murderer D when a piece of metal at their feet glows. An arcane symbol appears briefly in the air before shattering, releasing the magical power contained within. Then Justin sees Maria screaming at him, pointing her fingers at him and cursing him for abandoning her. He sees Raoul flashing his knives at him and blaming him for betraying his sister's trust. He sees Terry aiming his wand at him, tears streaking down his eyeless sockets, even as he... Justin came to with a snarl, immediately hissing out a "Resolve" under his breath. He felt the spell's protective effect wrap around his mind and soul, shielding him in the process, but it would not be enough to negate the spell completely.
You have been caught in a mass dementia ruin. It is partially successful. Warning, you have been partially influenced by dementia. You will begin as
Justin groaned and felt his focus beginning to wane as reality slipped from his grasp. He still maintained nominal control of himself and could still direct his body as he wished, but the spell had managed to penetrate his bolstered mental defenses. However, the rest of the murderers around him were caught completely off guard. 2 of them curled up into balls, hugging themselves while muttering in low voices. 3 ran around screaming. 1 even tried to climb up a tree. 1 was laughing maniacally to herself, and the chilling laughter was broken by occasional sobs. The last 2 were exchanging blows with one another, roaring and raging as they slammed their fists into each other's faces. Justin's high grit, combined with the protective effects of Resolve, provided just enough mental resistance for him to resist the spell's full effects. Or rather, the rune's full effects. He growled to himself, unable to believe that he had missed Ezekiel as a goddamned runist. The crappy armor, the makeshift mace, the unkempt appearance. It was all a smokescreen to hide his true class. A caster that prepares runes in advance. He hated himself for falling for the ruse, and for missing such a powerful effect etched into a plate of steel, and dropped in such a way that an idiot such as himself would have brushed it off as an unfortunate accident. Justin caught himself. He scolded himself for making assumptions and reminded himself to work with the facts he had. He assumed that Ezekiel was not a warrior, just a caster pretending to be one. Maybe he really was a cross-classer, a rune-based class that could fight with both steel and magic. It was not impossible. The arcane archer writhing on the ground before him was proof enough that cross-classers were a possibility. High-level murderers could unleash especially nasty surprises. If Ezekiel was indeed a cross-classing runist, Justin realized that he could be in for another nasty surprise. The tricky bastard might actually know how to use the makeshift mace and the armor he was wearing, and the threat was significantly increased should they be enchanted by runes. Justin growled to himself again, feeling his attention slipping with the rune's effect. He should be warning his team, not pondering over this information like a fool in shock. He clicked his radio, slurred out a warning to the rest of his team.
Ezekiel, betrayal, runes, traps, careful you don't get caught. Fuck him up.
Got it, boss man, radioed Maria in confirmation, tone stern and professional. I got it from here. They'd already planned for such a possibility. Should he find himself killed or incapacitated, Maria would take charge. The other daggers had been keeping their eyes on Bill and his group, providing cover for Justin. With Ezekiel's betrayal, though, they immediately switched their aim back to the original targets. No more diplomacy, no more chances to talk. Just death. Justin chuckled to himself, the spell's lingering effects still muddling his mind. That moment of relief allowed the rune's effects to worm their way into his mind, causing vivid hallucinations to begin clouding his vision. Maria stood before him. Not the Maria of this timeline, the one that flirted with him but always kept her true agenda to herself. No, this was the Maria that he knew and trusted in him. Savior, mentor, friend, lover, and fellow murderer. She clutched the bloody heart of an innocent in her palms, a scene he'd witnessed many times in his first lifetime. She laughed, cackled in joy, before taking a hearty bite out of it. She'd fully embraced her calling as a murderer, even going as far as to consume flesh and blood in the hope that it would hasten her development as a sanguinist. Her brother Raoul stood with her, laughing as he held a screeching woman by the hair. She begged for mercy, tears streaming down her cheeks. Raoul slapped her in the face with the side of his knife, shutting her up and drawing a line of blood. He would take his entertainment from her and offer her up to Justin for sloppy seconds before slitting her throat for the experience. Terry was chuckling under his breath and staring hungrily at a whimpering young boy at his side as he whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Justin knew that he'd offer the young, effeminate lad a few words of comfort, a few promises of safety in exchange for compliance. He also knew from experience that he would later use the boy's bones and internal organs as components for his more powerful corruptive spells. Justin was not repulsed by the visions. No, he remembered himself joining in the fun, carving up men, women, and children alike to bolster his own levels. He had been a tormentor who relished in the suffering of his victims, breathing in their last breaths as he snuffed their miserable experiences out of existence. Maria, Raoul, Terry, and Justin. They terrorized Albuquerque before moving on to other parts of New Mexico and its nearby environs, culling all they could and reveling in the power they stole from their victims. They had become one through this shared bloodshed. They loved one another like the family they had never had, and pledged loyalty to one another and to see each other through thick and thin. The world would burn, they promised each other, but they would stand atop the ashes and rule over it all. So they did, at least until the first true goblin invasion shattered their stupid dreams of glory. He'd abandoned his family like a coward. He'd run away as they called to him for help. He'd fled to a distant enclave, accepted a class reset to wipe away his bloody past, and had fit in with the survivors that... He closed his eyes, growling to himself as he did so. The dementia spell continued burrowing its way into his mind, forcefully pulling up his memories and making him lose his grip on reality. He summoned every bit of mental fortitude he could to resist the effects of the rune, gritting hard on his teeth while doing so.
Mental Danceriris failed. Dementia Castinian to partially Azul Oinbu.
Had the dementia spell taken full control of his mind, he would have lost all self-control. His mind would have accepted the illusions as reality, and he wouldn't have questioned their weirdness. He would have become a murderer once again, and embraced that aspect of himself without hesitation. Justin felt the spell's tendrils continue wrapping themselves around his mind, as Bill and his murderers fully submitted to their private versions of hell. One of the dueling members of Bill's group won his fight and strangled the life out of his opponent, all while bashing his own head on a tree. Another succumbed to sadness, and her heart simply shut down from emotional pain. Yet another collapsed, shivering and hyperventilating, as he screamed apology after apology. The murderer called Bill held himself, hugging and sobbing like a babe. Justin's breath hitched as he watched the once proud man reduced to a gibbering wreck. His cries grew weaker and weaker before stilling altogether, and the unnatural sadness caused his heart simply to stop.
Nemo resistance fialde. Dementia continues to audibly manifest.
Justin shook his head and steadied himself. He forced himself to look away from the other ensorcelled murderers, each dying as their shattered minds convinced their bodies to shut down. Instead, he shifted his attention toward the whole meal supermarket, toward the fighting taking place just outside the building. Terry took center stage and was burning a hole through the main entrance, his corruptive magic eating away at the defensive shields. His rust shield provided the physical protection he needed against the archers inside, whose powerful ranged attacks dissipated uselessly against the swirling brown flakes. Maria chipped in from the side, aiming her blood spells at any murderers who dared poke their heads beyond the barrier protecting the supermarket's entrance. One intrepid lancer reared back, preparing to launch his spear at Terry, but instead he dropped his weapon and clutched his neck. That would be Maria's asphyxiate in action. Even the newest additions to the daggers showed their worth. Nick flung his array of low-level spells at the supermarket, filling the air with light and sound. The trickster selected a broad array of illusion spells instead of developing a handful at a time. This made him an incredible utilitarian, though not as powerful as his more focused peers. However, his spells proved especially useful at neutralizing the mental spells coming their way. They were enough to deflect the mental attacks being launched on his peers and him. A bunch of dancing fairy lights, a distraction from a weird spell, and the mentalist casters found themselves unable to focus long enough to finish channeling their spells. Then there was Holly, who was bravely fending off two warriors all on her own. The berserker swung her massive battle axe around like a windmill with wide and deadly arcs. The professionally forged weapon, provided by the smiths working for the Confederation, kept her opponents at bay and away from the casters blasting down the defenses. Her single-minded fury also permitted her to better resist the mental spells being thrown her way. If there was one thing berserkers were good at, it was stripping away all complex thought in favor of simply bashing their enemy's head in. He saw no sign of Raoul or Ariel, although he knew exactly what they were doing. The Reaver and the Stalker were probably taking advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the supermarket. They would no doubt find some way to sneak in and start hitting the fortified murderers from the rear. Raoul would wrap himself with shadows and find some isolated pocket he could rip into with his wicked blades. Once he revealed himself, Ariel would then unload her deadly burst of damage on soft casters and archers, taking them out of the fight. If the odds were in their favor, the duo would press the attack and put pressure on both sides. If the odds weren't, then they would withdraw and keep poking at the weak spots of the defenders, while Maria's group battered them from the front. Justin had seen them do this in training, Maria and her team taking the lead, and Nick and his team providing support. They should be able to handle the task on their own, even without his aid. They had packed enough firepower to melt through the opposition this time around, not to mention their superior equipment. Arms, armor, and magical implements created by system-recognized crafters would easily stand up to whatever makeshift crap their opponents had cobbled together. The whole job would have been much easier if he had been there, soaking up damage and allowing the others to fight more aggressively. But he wasn't, all because of his own carelessness. Justin spat, hating how he had fallen for the ruinous trap, hook, line, and sinker. At least he had his chronomancy skills to compensate for mess-ups such as these, although he had to learn not to become overly reliant on them. Another tiny object began glowing a few feet away, one obscured by the bushes. It was yet another rune, one that had been dropped just outside Justin's field of view. The faint glow suddenly intensified into a bright light not a few feet away, causing Justin to close his eyes and look away. When he opened his eyes once more, he found a frowning Ezekiel staring at him with mace drawn. "Shit, you're a tough son of a bitch, you know that?" grumped the irritated runist, clearly expecting a fight. The system would have alerted him of the rune-induced deaths of Bill and his gang, listing down the generous experience gained. He should have already known that Justin had survived, as he had not gained any experience resulting from his death. "That, Justin slurred out in reply, the individual syllables thick and cloying in his throat. Ezekiel clutched his makeshift mace tightly in one hand, studying his addled opponent as he did so. The debilitating effects of the dementia rune were still muddying Justin's mind, making it difficult to communicate plainly. He could still concentrate enough to form thoughts in his head, though, so all he needed to do was wait for just the right moment before striking. Ezekiel frowned, circling Justin with his mace raised. The grip glowed under his grasp, indicating the activation of yet another rune on the weapon. Justin wanted to say something smart in response, but the dementia rune's effects were still messing with his mind. Ezekiel noticed this and raised an eyebrow, scanning Justin from head to foot. I channeled an entire month of mana into that rune, and you're still putting up a fight? Definitely tough. Most idiots just stack armor and physical resistance 'cause of the goblin snotlings. Makes it much easier to get 'em where it hurts. Almost as if... War cry! Justin roared out loud, interrupting Ezekiel mid-monologue. The skill was very useful for drawing the attention of goblins, a bonus threat that forced them to turn their attention to him instead of his teammates. He'd then bolster his armor, trade blows, and heal himself up, while his other party members either regrouped or finished them off. It had no effect on humans, who could pick and choose their targets at will. It did, however, add 1 point of grit and constitution for the next 30 seconds, the former being the most important in this situation. That extra point of grit helped clear Justin's mind somewhat. The attribute bolstered his defenses against mental attacks, and that one extra point helped sharpen his focus, even if the bonus was temporary. "Charge!" Justin hissed out with increased clarity, leading the way with his shield. "Counter!" Ezekiel replied with a snort, his mace blurring with system-enforced grace as he stepped aside and slammed it into Justin. The mace glowed with unnatural power at the moment of impact, activating another rune. "Ezekiel has dodged your attack. You deal 0 slash damage. Ezekiel has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 18 absorbed. You have been afflicted by a fuddle rune. Your actions are slower and clumsier for the duration of the effect." Justin could already feel his mental defenses crumbling from the effects of a second rune, crashing its way into his mind. The one etched into his weapon was far weaker than the mass dementia rune he'd used. He probably meant what he said about spending so much time empowering that one, slowly imbuing the mana-hungry carving over time. However, this less potent fuddle rune did not need to be powerful in itself. His mental defenses were already weakened, and he could already feel his body beginning to rebel against his thoughts, which was exactly why he found himself unable to regress to avoid the attack. The impact of the fuddle rune confused him long enough for the 1-second window to pass. Even if he could have rallied his thoughts, he would have only rolled back a little more than 1 second in time, well after Ezekiel countered him with the mental rune. Ezekiel didn't stand around idle, though. He'd already managed to land 5 additional blows while Justin was fuddled, knocking him off his feet with the third. "Ezekiel has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 19 absorbed. Ezekiel has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 20 absorbed.
Ezekiel has hit you for 4 blunt damage, 14 absorbed. Ezekiel has hit you for 5 blunt damage, 14 absorbed. Ezekiel has hit you for 15 blunt damage, 3 absorbed. The first 2 landed on his torso, and his brigandine absorbed a hefty chunk of damage. The next 2 were aimed at his head, and the helmet did what it could to absorb the damage. The 5th attack landed on his neck, which was protected by the linked chains of an aventail. The armor provided some defense against slashing damage. However, Ezekiel had found the weak spot of Justin's armor, one that could have been covered if he activated his bulwark spell. He had the mana for it, except his mind had been completely addled by the combined effects of the dementia and fuddle runes. He could only put up a feeble defense, wrapping his arms around his exposed neck. Ezekiel has hit you for 1 blunt damage, 18 absorbed. Ezekiel has hit you for 2 blunt damage, 18 absorbed. Ezekiel has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 17 absorbed.
You annoyingly armored tin can!
Ezekiel grunted in disgust as Justin curled in on himself, protecting his vulnerable weak point.
You're forcing me to use far more shit than I want to spend.
The runist pulled a wooden chip of some kind out from within a pocket, doubtless another rune. A 3rd enchantment would ruin Justin's mind completely, and would reduce him to a babbling puddle of goop. That 3rd effect would hit harder, as his 1 bonus point of grit from Warcry was about to run out. Ezekiel focused his attention away from Justin for a moment towards empowering the rune he clutched in his hand, and Justin's mental defenses finally broke the enchantment wrapped around his mind. Mental resistance succeeds. Dementia has been negated. Regress, Justin slurred out, instantly reacting to his cleared state of mind, and just as Ezekiel was about to slap the rune down on his face. The fuddle rune was still wrapped around his mind and slowing his thoughts down, but at least he could form coherent thoughts once again. Regress activated. Rewinding time. Reality stalled and then began moving backward in itself. An unseen force pulled Ezekiel's falling hand back into himself. The glowing rune lost its shine. Ezekiel's furious eyes closed back into concentration, and... Insufficient tempo. Resuming time. Potency of fuddle reduced by regress. Justin didn't know exactly what happened or why, but the important thing was that his regression cleared a significant chunk of the fog that had been obscuring his thoughts. He could ruminate on the reasons later when he wasn't about to get mind-fucked by a runist. He capitalized on his moment of clarity by instantly rolling toward Ezekiel. He grabbed his legs and pulled him down into the dirt with him. The man yelped with shock. He had not been expecting the attack, and he dropped the rune chip he was charging up. Justin roared with fury as he slammed his helmet into Ezekiel's face, allowing every drop of rage-fueled adrenaline to wash over him. You hit Ezekiel for 9 blunt damage. You hit Ezekiel for 10 blunt damage. You hit Ezekiel for 11 blunt damage. You hit Ezekiel for 10 blunt damage. You stun your target. Had Ezekiel been equipped with proper system-approved armor, he would have been able to mitigate the minuscule damage from Justin's unskilled headbutts. If the man had also had high levels of grit, he would have been able to withstand the pain, and maybe even resist the stun effect of getting his head knocked around. But no, the runist had not put enough attribute points into grit. He'd probably spent those points in whatever attribute strengthened his ability to empower runes. Acceptable for a dedicated runist supporting his party from afar, very bad for a runist with ambitions of mixing it up in melee. Justin snarled as Ezekiel reeled from the system-enforced stun. As he was reaching for the rondel that was still strapped to his belt, Justin kicked his opponent into the dirt. Then he fell upon his downed opponent, inflicting killing blows with the pointed dagger. You critically damage Ezekiel for 36 pierce damage. Killing blow. The attack causes injured organ brain, stunning Ezekiel until the injury is healed. You critically damage Ezekiel for 40 pierce damage. Killing blow. You critically damage Ezekiel for 38 pierce damage. Killing blow. You critically damage Ezekiel for 36 pierce damage. Killing blow. You critically damage Ezekiel for 40 pierce damage. Killing blow. You have gained 490 experience from killing Ezekiel. 2,790 of 2,400 experience to reach level 17. You have leveled up. You are now level 17. You have 1 attribute and 1 skill point to spend. 2,790 of 2,600 experience to reach level 18. You have leveled up. You are now level 18. You have 2 attribute points and 2 skill points to spend. 2,790 of 2,800 experience to reach level 19. Justin heaved himself up with a forceful exhalation and spat at the now dead runist in front of him. He also hissed out, "Battle notifications," after he realized he was seeing far more notifications than he should have been seeing. An unempowered human would have died from a single stab to the head, or at the very least they would have been well on their way to dying. All that mattered to the system, however, was the damage one dealt. In this case, Justin had managed to catch the surprisingly high-level Ezekiel by surprise before finishing him off with critical hits from killing blows. Justin grumped and sat down heavily into the dirt, trying to catch his breath and enjoying his newfound clarity. The Fuddle rune had expired along with its caster. 2 levels from a single kill? He reviewed his experience log for a moment, his eyes widening at the experience he had gained. 10 experience plus 480, 10% of Ezekiel's total gathered experience of around 4,800? That meant the man would have been around level 30. Justin shivered. Ezekiel would have had to have slaughtered hundreds of level 1 humans to gather the experience needed to reach that height. And that was not even mentioning the other murderers Ezekiel had gathered around himself. Then he sighed. He was sorely tempted to fall flat on his back. The memories had been slowly fading out over time, and the guilt of his sins was graying out along with them. Ezekiel, the bastard, had dug them out and put them on the forefront of his mind once again. Justin spat once again at the man's corpse, scowling and cursing him under his breath for catching him so off guard. Or if he was being honest, of how much Ezekiel reminded him of himself back in his first timeline. Ezekiel had probably killed hundreds. Justin had slaughtered thousands during his time. A bright flash of light and a scream of pain tore him away from his dark thoughts. Maybe the others in Ezekiel's team hadn't killed as many as he had. Maybe they simply weren't trained to fight as a cohesive team. Whatever the case was, Justin could not afford to leave his team to fend for themselves. Right now, he needed to get there and mop things up, especially if they were higher in level than he thought. After all, there were more murderers to kill, and they were no longer the easy pickings they once were. Chapter 19. Just in time. Level 18 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 179 of 208.8, 42% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 68 of 139.2, 42% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 12.5 of 52.5, 42% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. Goblin Snotling D has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 21 resisted. Goblin Snotling E has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 19 resisted. Goblin Snotling A has hit you for 0 slash damage, 24 resisted. Bash. You have gained 0 experience from killing Goblin Snotling A, 2,790 of 2,800 experience to reach level 19. Goblin Snotling D has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 19 resisted. Goblin Snotling E has critically hit you for 1 pierce damage, 32 resisted, 8 absorbed. Bash. You have gained 0 experience from killing Goblin Snotling D, 2,790 of 2,800 experience to reach level 19. Goblin Snotling E is panicking. Charge. You have gained 0 experience from killing Goblin Snotling E, 2,790 of 2,800 experience to reach level 19. Justin pulled back, wrenching his sword out of the dead goblin's back. He ignored the sideward glances of the other hunters, wondering who the weird guy in the armor was and why he'd been culling goblins for the past several hours. Instead, he took a sip of tepid water from the canteen dangling from his belt and scanned the nearby area for more goblins. He sorely wished the liquid was beer, and he knew he was slipping back into alcoholism again. He needed to keep his mind off the drink, which was why he was out here in the hexagon, instead of idling back in Santa Paraiso with nothing to do. The area around the hexagon was now thick with snotlings, as the system had recognized it as a hub of military action. What was once classified as a safe enclave was now classified as something else, a center of organized resistance, not a collection of civilians huddling for safety. The high spawn rate and the easy support from nearby teams all made the area a particularly good and relatively safe area to rack up some experience, except if you were having too easy a time killing the things. See, the audience wanted to see life and death struggles. They didn't want to see the boring grind of humans repeatedly dominating their enemies. What entertainment value would be found in that? Thus, the system punished Justin and the other high-level hunter teams that were hogging all the spawns to themselves in the hexagon. Oh, the low-level teams, genuinely fighting for their lives, still got the usual 3 points of experience per kill. The easier they had it, though, and the less threatening the fights, the lower the experience the killer got. In Justin's case, he gained neither experience nor random loot from the casual ordeal. The system knew that a high-level Templar such as himself would have no trouble in these parts, especially since the snotlings could barely touch him with all the armor and resistance he had stacked up on himself. That didn't mean he was entirely safe, though. If these spawned goblins weren't mindless drones, then they would have laid traps that had the potential to immobilize him. Then they could wait for Bulwark to run out before they rushed him with weapons. Not only would they aim for the weak joints in his armor, but they would also gradually erode his armor with multiple attacks, removing its protections and resistance. That's when the killing blows would start raining down on him. Yet despite these inherent risks in taking on multiple goblins at once, the system still deemed Justin was having too easy a time to merit experience. He could spend the whole day slaying goblins, and he'd still get 0 experience for his troubles. If only the system would extend this courtesy to discouraging the murder of fellow humans. Whereas it suppressed experience growth from the killing of weak monsters, the system did not do the same for weak humans. In fact, the system actively encouraged greedy humans to betray their race. You got a solid 10 experience from killing low-level humans. Kill ones with some experience under their belt, and you got 10 experience plus 10% of their total experience. Theoretically, you could farm low-level civilians for a steady trickle of experience. Or you could bide your time and stab your high-level buddy in the back for a fat stack of experience. But Justin wasn't hunting goblins for the experience. No, he just needed to keep killing something and to exhaust himself on some fruitless task so he could get some sleep later that night without getting blackout drunk. That was the reason he didn't notice Maria stalking up on him. She sauntered over with a playful smirk on her lips. "Hey there, boss man, sir." "Hello, Maria. Did you need something?" He responded flatly, without even turning around. He caught his breath as he scanned the area for more goblins to vent his frustration on.
"No, just noticed you're out hunting goblins by your lonesome. Do you still get experience from all this?"
Justin shook his head softly, without even gracing her with a verbal reply. A few goblins rounded a corner, shrieking and gibbering as they approached him. He inhaled deep, hefted his sword, and clicked his tongue when the goblins stumbled.
"Mass asphyxiate."
The little monsters began choking, clawing at their necks, and continued to do so for a few more moments before falling dead on their faces.
"Me neither. 0 experience for that. Just a waste of mana. Which begs the question, why are you wasting your time out here?"
"Just working out some frustrations is all."
"Yeah, I noticed,"
chuckled the sanguinist as she elbowed his shoulder.
"You also forget to drawl whenever you're deep in thought. Like Raoul, except in reverse. My baby brother defaults to Spanish whenever he gets pissed off, so I know where you're coming from."
Justin sighed, shaking his head with a frown, before pasting a smirk on his face. "Fair enough." Maria huffed with amusement.
"That last job could have gone better, huh?"
Justin latched on to the change of subject gratefully, nodding his agreement. That it was. A complete clusterfuck. I went easy on them all, only to let myself be stabbed in the back like an idiot.
Yeah, we couldn't go easy on Ezekiel's gang, not without you dangling your ass out to eat all the hits for us.
Justin grunted, nodding sourly as he did so. My mistake. I thought we were strong enough to play nice with that group of murderers. Maybe I could talk them down. Instead, I nearly got my brain fried by a runist specializing in mental attacks. Maria winced and placed a hand on his shoulder.
To be fair, I wouldn't be standing here right now if you hadn't gone easy on me and mine.
She hesitated, thinking over her words while pressing her lips in worry.
But I have to say, that Ezekiel guy must have been awfully powerful for him to give you that much trouble.
He was level 27. Maria blinked, frozen in shock.
Level 27?
Did the math. I got 490 experience from the kill. 10 plus 10% of his total experience. 480 experience times 10 is 4,800. That puts him at around level 27 in total experience.
Then, that means he was more than 10 levels above you.
Yup. I had just enough mental resistance to keep my brains together.
But you were just a couple levels higher than me and the others. That was enough for you literally to wipe the floor with us. A 10-level gap? How'd you even survive that on your own? Never mind kill the bugger.
Justin shrugged. He may have been statistically superior, but he got his experience from killing hundreds of civvies that couldn't put up a fight. We've been drilling on how to coordinate our skills, to shore up our strengths, and to cover our weaknesses. Then he stared sideways at Maria with a smirk, pointedly not mentioning the handful of time-bending skills in his arsenal. It's also how you were able to kill the hostiles in the supermarket, even when they were a couple levels higher than you. Maria opened her mouth but decided against arguing further, and instead chuckled in response.
I bet you say that to all the ladies you meet.
Only the ones that can pop the blood vessels in my eyes, pull my lungs out of my nose, and cause me to shit my pants as I choke to death.
That's... ew. Gross.
Hey, you're the sanguinist here. Who knows what kind of sick, twisted ways you can snuff the life out of someone? Maria raised a brow at Justin's off-color joke, her smile flipping to a displeased frown.
Huh. Never knew you thought of me that way.
Justin hesitated, frowned, and shook his head. Ignore what I said. I'm an ass when I'm in a bad mood.
I noticed.
Justin expected, no, hoped, that Maria would walk away with that warning. Maybe she'd be so off-put, she'd just up and leave him brood in peace. Except she didn't, not even when a new group of goblins spawned from behind a corner and launched themselves at Justin with single-minded determination. She stayed by his side, practicing her knife work instead of dumping spells into the little green things. She was no Raoul, who could walk the shadows and spin graciously to avoid damage. Nonetheless, she moved competently, using her dagger to threaten goblins while relying on her footwork to keep them from pinning her in place, all without the aid of system-empowered spells. Justin said nothing, keeping a watchful eye on his unexpected companion as he slammed his shield down into the skull of a goblin. He wasn't just venting his frustrations with the goblins, although it was the main reason he was out in the abandoned sectors around the hexagon. Even while throwing a tantrum, he made sure to practice his footwork, his timing, and coordination against multiple foes. The goblins may not have been able to penetrate his armor and resistance, but they knew how to surround and overwhelm their foes. Fighting in the thick of it was still useful training for a Templar. And hey, experience is still experience, even if the system didn't overtly reward this kind of experience. Maria stumbled, cussed out, and glared at the three goblins moving behind her to capitalize on her misstep. She hissed something out under her breath, causing one of her goblins to halt and claw at its throat. She hissed again, and one of the goblins tripped as the muscles of its legs seemed to lock up on themselves. She whirled around to face her last attacker, knife out and ready to... Justin felt something clonk his helmet. He turned with a scowl toward the cackling goblin with the sling, which was whirling its trusty weapon around for another cheap shot at the distracted Templar. Charge! Bash! Justin unceremoniously caved in the goblin's ribs with his sword, striking down with all the grace of a drunken caveman. He turned around a few bloody seconds later, his eyes searching for Maria. He found her grimacing and pulling her knife out of the neck of the twitching, soon-to-be-dead goblin at her feet.
"Not a single point of experience,"
she grunted out, shaking her head in disgust.
"And here I thought all I needed to do was put a bit more effort into killing these stinking gobs."
Her words managed to squeeze a smile out of Justin. "Maybe the system will generously grant you an experience point if you fight them barehanded and naked as the day you were born."
"Screw that,"
Maria groused, her expression turning cloudy at her words.
"You know, this whole thing suddenly has me worried, boss man."
Justin raised a brow, quietly waiting for the sanguinist to continue.
What if... No,
She chewed on her lips, frowning as words failed her. She grimaced, furrowed her brows, and huffed in frustration.
If we're too strong to get experience from goblins, then how exactly are we going to get more levels?
Justin shrugged. Find more people to kill.
You can't be serious.
Or wait for stronger monsters to spawn. Justin nodded sagely as he flicked the blood off his sword. I really don't think our new alien overlords will stop at spawning small clusters of snotlings at a time. If you ask me, all of this is just...
A warm-up,
Maria finished for him, her frown coming back up again.
Or a test of some kind.
Yup, Justin drawled. I reckon we're gonna see bigger, badder critters, and we're gonna find out in exactly 27 days and 11 hours from now.
What? What's... Oh, yeah.
Yup, Justin drawled once more, eyeing a new group of fresh goblins rounding another corner. 1 year's almost up. Training wheels are coming off, and that's when we're gonna... Another clonk to the helmet, followed by a soft hiss of pain as Maria shook her fingers.
Don't treat me like that.
Treat you like what?
Like someone you don't trust. You only talk like that around people you're trying to manipulate.
Justin sniffed in an overt display of disdain, forcefully ignoring the hurt tone in her voice. Sorry about that. Just need to practice staying in character.
Uh-huh.
Maria narrowed her eyes, studying him as he spoke. Justin smiled in return, wondering to himself where exactly this conversation was going.
It's always been bugging me, you know.
What exactly?
Why you never finished me off, along with Terry and my baby brother.
And here we go again.
You could have done us in as easily as you did that bastard today. What was the name of that runist again?
Beats me, Justin replied blandly. You'd think I'd have time to remember the names of every turd that tried to kill me?
Yes, exactly that.
Maria screamed at him.
You...
She ducked, avoiding a stone bullet as it whizzed by her head. She glared at the snotling slinger, lining up another shot.
Asphyxiate. Venial rupture.
Right, lovely talking to you, and I think we shouldn't get distracted now by charge! Maria opened her mouth, sorely tempted to screech at the fleeing Templar as he barreled toward the approaching snotlings. Instead, she scowled, grumped, and then smirked to herself.
You can't stall forever, JustInTime. You're going to slip up one day, and you're going to tell me why your heart breaks every time you look at me.
Chapter 20. Justin tapped a foot, bobbing his head to the music playing in his earpiece. Synth something music, electronic with rhythmic bass booming in the background. Nothing to hum to, no words to sing along with, so he just continued bobbing his head in appreciation. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and unlocked the dark screen with his fingerprint. 10:47 a.m. 26 more minutes until the first anniversary of the apocalypse. He nodded to himself and looked up from the screen to take in his surroundings. An unnamed airstrip in the middle of nowhere. His 6 daggers milled around him while a handful of other dagger teams clustered around their respective team leaders.
4 other teams to be precise, of 23 individuals broken up into squads of 3 7s and 1 6-man team. That added up to 5 dagger teams, all former murderers that had been inducted into the Dagger Initiative. Some had surrendered willingly, approaching Confederate forces and confessing their crimes to take advantage of the amnesty program. Some were caught in the lie by a seer and were unable or unwilling to explain how they had acquired so many experience points. Others were captured by Justin's daggers or conventional troops and accepted a plea bargain to avoid the firing squad. Every single one of them, however, anxiously awaited the end of the first year. Justin lowered his gaze, closed his eyes, and ignored the glances people kept directing his way. 10:54 a.m. 19 more minutes. He was not immune to their fear. He relied on music to keep himself steady. Unlike everyone else around him, though, he had at least an inkling of what would happen. 6 portals had opened up in his first timeline, 1 portal for each inhabited continent. They had puked out armies of goblins, armies composed of more than little green snotlings. Goblin berserkers towered over their smaller counterparts and were armed and armored to break any force sent against them. Goblin raiders were fleet-footed skirmishers, ready to pepper lightly armored targets with arrows and stone bullets. Goblin herbalists were capable of brewing together soups to bolster their allies and poultices to heal wounds instantly. Then there were the goblin shamans, the most dangerous of the lot. They never fought on the front lines, but they held the goblin armies together through both magic and leadership. They hurled hexes at their enemies and transformed the weak-willed into gibbering puddles of terror or frothing beasts, unable to distinguish friend from foe. They called upon bolts of lightning from the heavens to strike down the unwary. They stitched together fetishes, little charms, and trinkets to bolster their most elite troops, giving them more of an edge against their foes. Most importantly, they held the armies together. They had the brains, the brawn, and the system-recognized skills to direct their lesser brethren. They were the officers, with lesser shamans serving as lieutenants and greater shamans serving as generals. 11 a.m. 13 more minutes. Justin kept bobbing his head in time to the music as he recalled all of this, losing himself to the memories of his first life. Back in his original timeline, that first invasion had been a disaster for humanity. Nations all over the world had crumbled under the combined weight of snotlings and murderers. Too late, they embraced the class systems, realizing the uselessness of their precious weapons. Too late, they addressed the threat of the murderers that kept farming the most important resource humanity could muster against the monstrous hordes. No surprise that the goblin armies had ravaged all that they could, slaughtering all of the humans they encountered and claiming the land as their own. Enclave after enclave fell to the drumbeats of goblin armies. Each enclave that fell was taken over and transformed into a goblin village that spawned even more and more goblins into the world. First, scouting parties searched out new enclaves to claim. Then, raiding parties tested the defenses and cut off the enclaves from support. Finally, the armies came to tear down the enclaves and to exterminate the humans huddled within them. This went on until the next group of invaders was brought in to challenge their rule. Scale folk, if time mirrored events as he had known them. An entirely new breed of enemy to end humanity, no less vicious and monstrous than their predecessors. But things would be different this time. They already were, and he knew that humanity would not crumble helplessly this time around. 11:08 a.m. 5 more minutes. Justin turned off the music, removed his earphones, and put on his radio earpiece. He met the stares of his fellow daggers and watched their shoulders relax as they saw his confident grin. "Hey, boss man, you finally back with us?" Nick the trickster strolled up to Justin with a hand raised up in greeting. Ariel the stalker and Holly the berserker trailed after him, as did Maria the sanguinist, Raoul the reaver, and Terry the necromancer. Justin's daggers, one among 5 teams, ready to fight for humanity in the mud and shadows. Or at least fight for their freedom, with poisoned anklets strapped snugly to their ankles. They were murderers, after all, every single one of them. Including Justin, even though he pretended he wasn't. Yup, 4 minutes. Y'all ready to see what comes next? Not really. It's bad enough we have to deal with these snotlings popping up all over the place. Nick shuffled, smoothing over his closely cropped hair with one hand to steady his nerves. Do you really think it'll get worse? Justin nodded in reply, frowning as he rubbed his chin. Most definitely. Remember what our alien overlord said in that first message? That this is all just a taste of the true challenge coming our way? Nick slumped for a fraction of a second before he pulled himself up, squaring his shoulders. Well, then I hope that I start getting more experience this time around. I'm getting really tired of killing for no XP. Ariel elbowed Nick, shooting a glare his way. The man clamped his mouth shut, realizing his faux pas. Everyone around him deliberately ignored it, all except Holly. Nick's got a point. I've been stuck at level 15 for a while now. If I had been leveling as I did before, I should be around level 28 or 29 by now. Maria's brow twitched at the implications of Holly's statement, but she said nothing. Neither did the other daggers around her. Maria shot Holly a glare. Now, a decent person would have been incensed, especially since a murderer's experience comes from culling innocent lives. They would have raged, hurled accusations, and loudly denounced her for saying such things. However, not a single person called Holly out for it, not even Justin, to no one's surprise. Lieutenant Waters and anyone else privy to his headhunting business would have been shocked by Justin's restrained reaction. After all, he had waged a one-man crusade to clear the area around Santa Paraiso of murderers, even going as far as to mount their heads on spikes, posts, rebar, and whatever pointy object he could find. The daggers had only ever seen a brutally efficient killer who often hid behind a dumb facade, one that led the teams, coordinated their actions, and struck out against murderers while offering them a chance to sign up to the program. That same man simply nodded in reply to Holly's callous remark. True. Most of us would be reaching level 30 if we'd only gone after humans instead of snotlings. He smirked and then grinned as he met Holly's blank stare. Then again, you wouldn't have gotten your hands on that premium gear you're wearing on you. Justin meant the equipment he had received a few days prior. Head. High steel armet. 13 armor, 8//pierce/blunt resistance. Enchantment. +2 to all resistances. Ear, gold earring. Enchantment, +3 to all resistances. Ear, gold earring. Enchantment, +2 to all resistances. Neck, steel bever. 5 armor, 7 slash resistance, 3 pierce/blunt resistance. Enchantment, +2 to all resistances. Neck, diamond titanium pendant. Enchantment, +7 to all resistances. Shoulder, steel pauldron. 9 armor, 5//pierce/blunt resistance. Enchantment, +3 to all resistances. Torso, padded high steel breastplate. 24 armor, 12/ resistance, 6 pierce/blunt resistance. Enchantment, +7 to all resistances. Arm, full steel vambrace. 9 armor, 9//blunt resistance, 6 pierce resistance. Enchantment, +3 to all resistances. Hands, steel gauntlets. 4 armor, 3//pierce/blunt resistance. Enchantment, +2 to all resistances. Legs, high steel greaves. 14 armor, 10//pierce resistance/blunt resistance. Enchantment, +3 to all resistances. Feet, steel sabatons. 7 armor, 5//pierce resistance, 3 blunt resistance. Enchantment, +2 to all resistances. Shield, steel heater shield. 26 armor. Enchantment, +7 to all resistances. Main weapon, high steel arming sword. 36 slash damage or 36 pierce damage. Enchantment, +18% magic penetration. Sub-weapon, high steel rondel. 24 pierce damage or 12 slash damage. Enchantment, plus 16% armor penetration. Subweapon, gray steel flanged mace, 18 blunt damage, plus 17% stagger. Enchantment, plus 18% stagger. Justin's rank entitled him to the services of high-level smiths and enchanters, or at least the highest-level crafters the Confederated States could afford to spare for the dagger program. The shields got the best gear and the strongest enchantments, but the daggers were still supplied with decent enough gear for their work. They were even able to mix together a variety of system-approved alloys, high steel, gray steel, and blue steel, to name a few. High steel was a straight-up improvement over regular steel, tougher and capable of holding a much sharper edge. Gray steel was heavier and imparted greater bludgeoning damage or greater stability against high stagger attacks. Blue steel was lighter and offered better mobility for those who preferred speed over protection. Good work from the dagger's smiths. Hell, he was even able to trade in the flimsy chain links of his armlet for a solid steel bever to protect his vulnerable neck. Then there were the enchantments. The enchanters were still relatively few, but more and more civilians were taking up the profession and gaining experience in their chosen fields. They'd get better over time and unlock a wider variety of effects, but even the basic improvements were far better than none at all. Most importantly, their enchantments extended over his entire body. That meant they provided complete protection no matter where he was struck. For example, an enemy with high agility and perception scores could weave through his defenses to strike at one of the more vulnerable gaps in between his armor. If that did happen, his protective enchantments would activate, pooling their effects together to cover that weakness, unless, of course, his enemy had some skill that dealt true damage that bypassed most armor and resistance. Holly frowned while she inspected her own gear, and then grunted as she conceded the point, right before changing her mind.
Maybe I would have been strong enough to knock you out. Maybe if I just kept killing, I would have the levels to gut you and take your enchanted gear.
Or maybe you'd be running around hungry, like Carlo over there, scrounging around for rotten food before surrendering to the nearest Confederate patrol for a can of beans. Justin thumbed toward one of the dagger teams, raising his voice and ignoring the "Fuck you, pendejo!" tossed his way in reply. The Confederate soldiers guarding the airfield scowled at the man's blatant disrespect for a superior officer. Justin ignored Carlo's words. The daggers were never going to fit into the traditional military mold, and he had no intention of forcing them into it. The poisoned bands wrapped around their anklets were enough incentive to keep them in line for the really important bits. Holly narrowed her eyes at Justin.
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll never find out anymore, will we?
Yup. 1 minute. Silence descended upon the entire airfield, everyone shifting around uneasily as their respective timers counted down. 11:12, 11:12, 11:12.
Come on already,
someone whispered. Justin was just as nervous as everyone else around him. Any second now, and everything would change. If people thought the endless waves of snotlings were bad, wait until the system started mixing advanced goblin types into the mix. Heck, maybe even... Justin's hairs stood on end, and dread and terror filled his heart. It was time. 11:13 a.m., March 19th, 2030. An unremarkable day at an unremarkable time, coincidentally chosen at random by the powers that be. Brave native species of Earth, you have suffered the bitterness of crushing defeats, savored the sweetness of victory. You have weathered your first solar rotation and glimpsed the dangers awaiting your kind in the 9,947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopalfua-Agasara-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. You have emerged united in the face of adversity. Dozens upon dozens of disparate nations have banded together in an unprecedented show of force against the forces arrayed upon you. Your betters watch you in your darkest hour, native species of Earth. Will you fail and crumble like so many before you? or will you rise up to the challenge and cover yourselves in glory and honor? Whatever your fates may be, the time has come. Behold, your first true challenge, the green skin hordes.
Justin flinched, and pain shot through his mind and soul as his interface flickered. His vision was filled with static for a few seconds before reforming itself. Chronological discrepancy detected. Possible interference from a higher entity. Scanning anomaly, JustInTime. Chronological discrepancy confirmed. Sending system-wide alert to information packet detected. Processing. Updating credentials. Entity JustInTime registered as an active observer in the 9947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopaufu-Agasara-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. Justin blinked, confused at the information he was seeing on his interface. Connecting entity JustInTime to the observer feed. Welcome to the first invasion event of the 9947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopaufu-Agasara-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. Entities seeking amenities need simply pierce the veil of Dimension 99-AX-V3, where a slave fae will be ready to satisfy your every desire. These slave fae have been neutered and their wills tortured and debased into complete submission. As such, observers may rest easy without worrying about their slave fae shifting reality, distorting perceptions, or displaying free will. Justin felt his fellow daggers were talking to him. No, shouting out in worry. Some were even trying to shake him out of his trance. He could feel them, but he just couldn't be bothered to take his eyes away from what he was seeing on the pop-up of his interface. The betting pool for the survival of the dominant native species of Earth, humans, will be open for one rotation of the planet Earth. Odds are currently at 8-1 in favor of humanity's extinction between 40 and 80 planetary rotations. 6-1 in favor of humanity's extinction between 20 and 40 planetary rotations. 3-1 in favor of humanity's extinction between 10 and 20 planetary rotations. 1.5-1 in favor of humanity's extinction in under 10 planetary rotations. 12-1 in favor of humanity's extinction between 80 and 160 planetary rotations. 20-1 in favor of humanity's survival beyond 160 planetary rotations. Interested entities need only summon their slave fae to heed their will, to place their bets, and to review the offered numerical value for their offered goods. Once one planetary rotation is completed, all bets will be locked and the calculated odds will be fixed. For more information, just shatter the minds of your slave fae and extract the knowledge steeped in the pain and suffering of 1,000. Justin blinked himself back to reality, willing his interface to subside and to log down all this information for later review.
Bossman! You all right?
I'm good. What's the situation?
Maria breathed a sigh of relief and then straightened herself up to give her report.
Command is telling us to stand by. They have satellite images of 6 huge, portal-like things opening up, one on each major inhabited continent.
She tapped the tablet in her hands, scrolling the screen up as her eyes skimmed through the hasty report.
Portals are in Central Australia, Inner Mongolia, Sudan, Ukraine, Brazil, and the Gulf of Mexico.
Justin breathed a sigh of relief, an instinctual one that comes when you know a disaster is taking place somewhere far away. Yes, it's tragic and terrible, but at least it's not directly affecting me, is not something most people would say out loud. His relief quickly evaporated, however, when he realized something was off. Wait, the Gulf of Mexico?
Yes, the hundreds of large vessels are sailing out of the portal, each estimated to hold thousands of greenskins.
Justin froze. That wasn't right. All of the portals in his first timeline had opened up on land. The first 5 portals had opened up at the same exact locations he remembered. The 6th was supposed to open in Wyoming, disgorging tens of thousands of goblins that spread all over the collapsing states of America. Instead, it opened up over the Gulf of Mexico, with goblins sailing on boats instead of marching on land. Justin found himself rather fortunate that he hadn't made any concrete plans based on assumptions. It would suck to throw all the efforts of the Confederated States around the defense of Wyoming, only to have the invaders pop up elsewhere. Justin spared a moment to look around and to observe the daggers and supporting soldiers, each clustered around their secured devices. They murmured under their breaths, speculating on what they were going to do to contain these threats.
Right. First close-in images of the invading forces are coming through, boss man.
Want to look-see? Justin nodded in reply, accepting Maria's tablet. He pinched his fingers together, tapped them on the screen, and spread them apart to zoom into the pictures. There. Goblin raiders, running away from the massed formations, slings strapped to their belts as they spread out to go scouting. Goblin berserkers, marching out in disorganized mobs, surrounding the snotlings that lugged the food and supplies for the horde. Herbalists walking among the snotlings, carrying their own bags that Justin knew contained a variety of tonics and poisons. Shamans walked out of the portals as well, clutching their staves as numerous fetishes swung from their necks and ragged robes. Each one appeared to be directing its own group or tribe, pointing out where they should be marching next. Good. Everything was as it should be, except for the force that marched out in between the waves of goblins. They had stockier bodies and were a full 2 heads taller than even the tallest goblin berserker. Tusks jutted up from their lower lips, and plate armor covered them from head to toe. 2-handed swords and battle axes were lined up parallel to one another as they marched in lockstep, far more organized than their goblin berserker cousins. Okay. Maria, please tell me what you see in this picture. Justin handed the tablet back to the sanguinist, who frowned at what she saw. Those look pretty different from the snotlings we've been cutting down. Baddies in robes and lugging staves over here look like casters of some sort. These ones have longer limbs than snotlings do, and they look as if they could run faster too. The big ones over there are big muscle types, probably warriors. Justin peeked at the tablet and realized that Maria was looking at different pictures. Wait one sec. There. What do you see here in this particular picture? Oh, fuck me sideways, groused Nick as he peeked over Maria's shoulders. Are those orcs? A nearby soldier, who was trying not so discreetly to eavesdrop on the conversation, couldn't help but blurt out loud. Orcs? The hell?
Oi! You're supposed to keep watch for spawning snotlings, snapped Holly, glaring at the intruding trooper with a snarl.
Yes, ma'am.
The chastened man turned about pale-faced and hurried to meet up with the rest of his squad. Justin ground his teeth while the rest of his dagger team began voicing their own concerns, as did the soldiers, after they learned that they'd have to work with the Navy this time around. He was sorely tempted to grouse about why orcs were marching in with the goblins as well, when his memories snapped back to the conversation he had had with his mysterious benefactor. You sat around twiddling your thumbs while the rest immediately started burning your world to the ground. Even when my peers and I tweaked the settings a little to help your kind survive your first failure, you all just flopped around like useless sacks of... Justin's breath hitched as he realized what those words meant. That first invasion in the original timeline, the one that had collapsed humanity as it choked on its hubris and ignorance, had been on easy mode. Chapter 21. War Cry. Justin hunkered down behind his shield, ducking his head under the incoming barrage of projectiles that were being slung his way. Goblin Snotling F has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 21 damage absorbed. Goblin Snotling G has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 19 damage absorbed. Goblin Raider B has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 8 damage absorbed. Goblin Raider B's black spore bag releases a cloud of poison. You are now poisoned, taking 0 poison damage per second, 2 resisted. Goblin Raider C has hit you for 0 blunt damage. Goblin Raider C's black spore bag released a cloud of poison. Poisoned effect worsens. You are now taking 0 poison damage per second. 4 resisted. Justin didn't bother holding his breath as he stepped into the cloud of poison, advancing closer toward the fortifications set up by the goblins. His constitution alone should have been enough to withstand the poison damage, but he started feeling its effects once the poison stacks exceeded 11 damage per second, or 12 damage per second as long as he maintained the constitution bonus from Warcry. Then again, that was where the enchantments on his armor came in. He'd requested the enchanters to slap universal resistance on his armor and jewelry. Taken together, all of the pieces improved his total resistance by 31 points. Another 11 points to resist physical effects from his constitution. That meant he should be able to resist a total of 43 points of physical damage with the buffer of Warcry active. Moreover, since the poison that was being slung by the raiders was coming from a physical source, he could add an extra 32 points of resistance by activating Bulwark, bringing his potential poison resistance up to a whopping 75 points. He'd only lose 1 point of poison resistance when the effects of Warcry began to run out, but that was still a significant value, at least for the enemies he currently faced. This meant he didn't need to drink the antidote potion hanging from his waist anytime soon, nor use the 3 lesser healing potions and 2 lesser stamina potions strapped to his potion belt. His daggers were among the first to receive the newly brewed solutions, along with the shields and troopers holding the line, while nearby enclaves were being evacuated. He'd need those potions contained safely within their tough, disposable plastic vessels, especially in long fights. He'd be able to save his mana up for Bulwark and Resolve, instead of spending it on Respite, which would bolster his resistance, and he could rely on his potions to keep himself topped up in a fight. Justin growled, shaking the unnecessary thoughts from his head, as he prepared to receive another volley of projectiles. Goblin Snotling F has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 18 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling G has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 21 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling H has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 20 damage resisted. Goblin Raider B has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 6 damage resisted. Goblin Raider B's stinging nettle bag releases a cloud of poison. You resist the paralysis effects of the stinging nettles. Goblin Raider C has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 4 damage resisted. Goblin Raider C's pepper dust bag releases a cloud of poison. You resist the choke effects of the pepper dust. 2 more poison bags, stinging nettles to paralyze and pepper dust to choke, along with the weak stone bullets of the snotlings mixed in. Justin was able to ignore their effects safely, thanks to the enchantments on his armor, at least for as long as the enchantments held. A goblin shaman dared to raise its hand above the thick snarl of wooden stakes ringing the goblin encampment, and pointed its staff at him, readying a hex to send his way. He bit back the temptation to whisper out a resolve underneath his breath, and relied on his enchantments, hopefully to keep him in one piece. Goblin Shaman B casts Visions of Chaos on you, but you resist its effects. Justin exhaled in relief. Visions of Chaos was a relatively low-level mental spell, one used by lesser shamans, leading small raiding parties such as this one. The greater shamans often wore flashier headdresses and sported multiple fetishes from their necks and staves. The shamans he saw in this encampment wore only a pair of fetishes on their necks, with none on their staves. He didn't bother hissing out a resolve against their kind. He would definitely rethink his decision if he spotted a greater shaman, one capable of draining his fortune with a single curse, or muddling his mind with a mighty hex. Although he would prefer to get a buffer from a priest, cleric, or some other support class. Resolve and Bulwark were great in a pinch and added extra protections as he needed them, but the spells of dedicated supporters lasted much longer and conferred greater benefits. Heck, he'd even settle for working with alchemists when they finally unlocked a concoction to bolster magical, mental, and soul resistance. Potion sickness was a risk as he continued sucking up extra potions, but it was better than the alternative. He set aside his relief, though, and spared a moment to glance up at the goblin caster. long enough to see a system-empowered arrow slam into its left eye. Ariel was covering his advance and prioritizing any shamans that were brave enough to try to hit the advancing Templar. However, she had just revealed herself to them, and thus she lost the element of surprise, ensuring that the other shamans would start hardening their physical protections. He continued advancing upon the goblin encampment, or rather, the greenskin encampment, and took a moment to check on his status. Just in time. Level 19 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 316.8 of 316.8, 12% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 211.2 of 211.2, 12% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 85.8 of 85.8, 12% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. He grunted to himself, annoyed at the penalty fatigues he had gotten from having to deal with a relatively large patrol on their way to the encampment. 20 goblins in total, 10 snotlings, 5 raiders, 4 berserkers, and a lesser shaman. The raiders had found their tracks, and Justin had been forced to ambush them. The fight had been relatively brief, and his team of 7 daggers had dismantled them in short order. However, one of the goblins had managed to blow into a horn, alerting the sentries that they had set up around the encampment. Justin and his daggers had been forced to pick up their pace and to run instead of creeping toward the camp. Gone was their original plan of sneaking up and launching a coordinated strike from the cover of darkness. Now they had to hit hard and fast before a larger force arrived to reinforce this supply point. Justin's worries about fatigue penalties were interrupted by a series of loud screams. 6 goblin berserkers had jumped the protections of the palisade and were ignoring the furious screeching of the shamans. Justin's interface tagged them with their respective letters, bracing himself for the incoming attack. He also grinned from behind his helmet, trusting in his team to cover him. Ariel struck first. The stalker unleashed her remaining skills upon the advancing berserkers. She tagged one of them with a trick shot, but it was not enough to inflict a cripple on her target. She'd spent most of her skill points on her damage skills and slapped 1 point on trick shot as a quick control skill for lower-level targets. She did, however, follow it up with a quick shot and a triple shot. Her snipe was still on cooldown from killing the shaman before, but she could still pour some damage on the target. It wasn't enough to put down the goblin berserker, though, and only made it matter. What was worse than a goblin berserker? An angry goblin berserker, eyes glowing red and spittle flying out of its mouth, as fury lent a terrible power to its advance. Maria followed up with her sanguinist skills, casting Asphyxiate on the injured berserker. The greenskin choked for a second, faltered for just a moment, and let out a furious roar, dispelling the status effect. "Don't bother hitting the raging berserker with control skills," shouted Justin into the radio clipped inside his helmet. "They're resistant to status effects while they're raging. Aim your control skills on the non-raging ones, the ones that haven't been hit." Justin's dagger team responded with a chorus of copies, responding in kind. Justin growled under his breath, holding his shield up just below his chin as he braced himself to deal with the incoming berserkers. He would have just loved to have been able to brief his team and their supporting soldiers on what the different goblin variants could do, except then he would have had to explain how he had obtained his intel, and then he'd be in a world of trouble for revealing his connections to a previous timeline. Justin narrowed his eyes at the berserkers and prepared himself for their charge, as the rest of his team unloaded their respective skills and spells. Maria cast Venial Rupture on the injured goblin berserker A, causing one of the arteries in its leg to pop and spurt out blood. The bleed effect was magical in nature and bypassed the heightened physical and mental resistance of the raging goblin. She didn't bother following it up with a coagulate, though, instead aiming that at one of the goblin raiders, spinning up one of its poisoned bags. The creature's limbs suddenly faltered, and it dropped its poison bag, unleashing a cloud of nettles into a formation of slinger snotlings along the palisade. Terry piled on his damage over time spells on Goblin Berserker A, stacking Corrupt with Decompose. The raging greenskin now sported growing splotches of dead flesh on its abdomen, along with the still bleeding artery. Still, it growled out its anger, but it had slowed, and then it stumbled, even as it glared furiously at the necromancer who was inflicting a slow and painful death on it. Nick the Trickster didn't bother throwing a barrage of low-level spells on the furious berserkers. Instead, he aimed his spells toward the snotlings and raiders that were pelting projectiles out from behind the safety of their makeshift walls. A fuddle to cause well-honed fingers to fumble, fairy lights to distract and amaze a weak mind, dazzle to blind and annoy, weird to unnerve and foul up the aim, fear to break confidence and sap morale. These were just a handful of the spells in Nick's extensive array. The trickster continued to dedicate every new skill point to acquiring new spells, instead of bolstering the existing ones. He'd also spent most of his pay bidding for mana potions, which allowed him to keep puking out spells as long as he had the potions for it. He couldn't keep drinking potions forever, though. Not only would his fatigue penalties shoot up at an even faster rate, but he would eventually develop potion sickness, reducing the efficiency of each imbibed potion. Nick's extra support helped keep the snotlings and raiders off Justin's back. One of the goblin berserkers would go down eventually over time. It had already lagged behind its charging comrades, wheezing and stumbling, as the spell effects began to take their toll. That was when the 4 other dagger teams finally converged on the goblin encampment. Justin's team had been the first to attack from the north, drawing most of the defenders toward their side. 2 other teams attacked from the south, and 2 teams attacked from the west. The goblins still in the camp raised another war cry, splitting off their forces to meet the attackers. Justin would have groused about the delayed timing of the other teams, but he was too busy focusing his attention on the 5 berserkers barreling toward him, still drawn to his war cry. Looking on the bright side, at least his initial attack had confused the goblins. The other teams would have a few extra seconds to close in, while the lesser shamans were shouting at their peers to get back into their respective positions. Justin's berserkers eventually came into range and activated their goblin versions of charge to close the gap, but not before Justin managed to whisper out a bulwark as they collided into him. "Goblin Berserker B used charge on you. You take 0 slash damage plus 0 blunt damage. 18 slash damage plus 32 blunt damage resisted. Goblin Berserker C used charge on you. You take 0 slash damage plus 0 blunt damage. 19 slash damage plus 37 blunt damage resisted. Goblin Berserker D used charge on you. You take 0 blunt damage. 62 blunt damage resisted. Goblin Berserker E used charge on you. You take 0 blunt damage. 59 blunt damage resisted. Goblin Berserker F used charge on you. You take 0 slash damage plus 0 blunt damage. 20 slash damage plus 35 blunt damage resisted. 4 of the advancing berserkers were stunned by the utter lack of effect their attacks had had on the Templar before them. Justin attempted to transform that figurative stun into a literal system-enforced one by using his shield to bash the face of one of the berserkers. The surprised goblin reeled at the force of the impact, but that was it. It was a long shot anyway, considering the superior strength and musculature of the berserkers compared to the snotlings. The berserkers had rallied from their initial surprise, though, and realized that they were dealing with a highly armored foe with magical resistance. As one, they immediately switched tactics, hefting their hatchets and clubs up to begin pounding on Justin. Justin didn't bother attacking. Instead, he fell back and threatened them with his sword, while blocking with his shield. This fighting retreat prevented the goblins from encircling him, from tripping him up and then showering him with killing blows. True, he would survive a great deal of damage because of his improved armor and the enchantments slapped on them. However, even the armor would eventually begin to weaken, and the enchantments would start running out of power. Not only that, but the killing blows inflicted a great deal more damage than regular blows. That was why Justin continued to dance and block, instead of pressing the fight. He did not want to be knocked out and then subjected to consecutive killing blows from 5 very angry berserkers. Luckily for Justin, he had reinforcements of his own. Nick's illusions continued to stymie the snotlings and raiders that remained on Justin's section of the palisades. He added even more chaos to the mix, further slowing their response to the other dagger teams assaulting the camp. Ariel shifted her fire toward Goblin Berserker B, the one Justin had bashed with his shield. Most of her skills were still on cooldown, but she could still fling arrows at her target and soften it up for the inevitable burst of damage. She didn't even worry about accidentally hitting Justin, given all the protections he had stacked on him. Only her snipe had the inherent properties to penetrate resistance, and that skill was a guaranteed hit thanks to the system's assistance. Terry and Maria coordinated their spells alongside Ariel's attacks, focusing on Goblin Berserker B with damage over time effects. Maria's Venial Rupture worked alongside Terry's Corrupt, slowly eroding the Berserker's health. That would be a good thing on most occasions. However, it was bad for Berserkers, as the enraged Goblin's strikes began to hit harder and faster. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 37 damage resisted. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 43 damage resisted. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 49 damage resisted. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, blocked. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 59 damage resisted. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 68 damage resisted. Goblin Berserker B has cut you for 0 slash damage, 75 damage resisted, 2 damage absorbed. Justin cursed underneath his breath. Berserker B's attacks were blurring now, and its eyes were glowing increasingly brighter with each cut. The creature had activated a skill very similar to Holly's Flurry, which granted increased damage and speed with each attack. Not only that, but the damage caused by his fellow daggers had enhanced its attack power. Heck, even the other berserkers had elected to disengage, to give their rampaging comrade the space it needed to go ham on the annoyingly tough human. Justin might not have been receiving any damage at that moment, but the enchantments on his armor would eventually run out with enough abuse. If his armor started to absorb damage, it would eventually start degrading, right in the middle of combat. Metal would begin to dent and then chip, and then rip out altogether as the damage piled up. That was how swarms of weak monsters were able to overwhelm even the most heavily armored warrior. Just keep beating on their protection, and the system would eventually start eroding that protection, especially when you added armor-degrading skills or spells into the mix, such as Terry's Corrode spell. Fortunately, Justin was not fighting this war alone. Holly barreled into the berserker with a charge, shouting a war cry of her own for bonus damage as her battle axe bit down into the berserker's back. Raoul materialized at that moment as well, dropping his cloak and unleashing his mangle ability, a series of 8 flashing thrusts of his twin knives. The sudden burst of damage was enough to kill the rampaging berserker, ending its increasingly dangerous flurry of attacks on Justin. The 4 surviving berserkers screamed in outrage and bared their hatchets and clubs toward the newcomers. War cry! The berserkers roared once more, but the skill's effects forced the goblins to turn their attention to Justin nonetheless, instead of the 2 new arrivals. He began to fight in earnest now, aiming to cut and stab with his sword, instead of just fending off blows. He still spent most of his time blocking attacks while taking the damage and holding the attention of the berserkers with the occasional bash to generate more threat. The short battle concluded with the last berserker being put down with a snipe-empowered arrow between the eyes. Justin panted as he glanced at his interface, inspecting his condition. JustInTime, level 19 Templar, level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 284.4 of 284.4, 21% penalty from fatigue, plus 9.9 per second from respite. Stamina, 73.6 of 189.6, 21% penalty from fatigue, plus 9.9 per second from respite. Mana, 64.03 of 77.03, 21% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. Bulwark, 136 seconds of 300 seconds CD. Respite, 3 seconds, 23 seconds of 30 seconds CD. He inhaled deeply, waiting for his stamina to replenish. The respite he'd whispered earlier had helped accelerate that process. Its ability to recover stamina was just as important as its ability to heal and undo injuries. "Terry, you're up." Justin raised his shield and sucked in a few breaths to recover stamina and to undo some of the fatigue he'd built up during the fight. The team's necromancer bent over and dashed forward, covered by spells and arrows. Ariel and Maria shifted their focus to helping Nick suppress the goblins, slinging stones and bags from behind the wooden stakes. Once he settled in behind the safety of Justin's armor, Terry immediately began focusing on the palisades that blocked their way. The necromancer began channeling Corrode, a spell that rapidly broke down material objects. The spell was great for dealing with heavily armed and armored opponents. It was also an excellent utility tool, as it ate away at fortifications and obstructions along the way. Justin would have loved to have just bulldozed his way through the rows of wooden stakes arrayed before him. However, he knew from experience that the system had classified the stakes as fortifications, which significantly increased their durability in the process. While a pyromancer could have quickly burned up a bunch of plain old logs and sticks, that same pyromancer would be hard-pressed to do the same with fortifications. The closest comparison would be to thin wooden slats and sheets of corrugated steel completely deflecting rounds from assault rifles. Try taking cover behind those in real life, and you'll soon find yourself ventilating bodily liquids through a couple of dozen new orifices. Terry only needed a few minutes to corrode a path successfully, wide enough for the team to break through. Justin took advantage of the lull to rest and recover, letting the fatigue wash off. He also took a moment to issue new orders to his teams. "New plan. Maria, Nick, Terry, and Ariel will guard the breach, support the raid from range, and keep our escape open. Holly, Raoul, you'll go in with me. We're going to start torching the supplies, and hopefully we'll do enough damage to force the horde to fall back at best, or slow down at worst. We might even be able to—" Justin cut off his instructions mid-speech as he felt a chill crawl up his spine. He staggered under the nebulous pressure of something bearing down on him with an intense gaze. No, scratch that. Multiple somethings, all focusing their attention upon him. Observers, bastards that found their entertainment in subjecting an entire world to war. Justin forced himself to focus on the task ahead, reminding himself not to use any of his time-altering abilities during this assault. He had already had one close call with the system when it allowed observers to start peeking in on Earth. He would need to be especially careful not to raise any more suspicion from these so-called higher entities. "We might even be able to— what exactly, boss man?" Maria's discreet request for clarification snapped Justin out of his daze. He growled, forcefully ignoring the invisible eyeballs glaring over his shoulder. "We might even be able to raise the entire camp if we hit them hard and fast enough. Just need to buy enough time for the other teams to break through." The daggers responded with a series of "Roger, sure, got it, and yeah," all mixed in together. Radio protocols existed for a reason, he was sure, but the daggers tended to forget all these protocols in the heat of the situation. Not that Justin was any better in that regard. He did worry about the strain in their voices, though. They needed to catch a breath, especially the archer and the casters, who had been hitting the goblins non-stop since they had first engaged. His class-unique attribute, faith, helped mitigate his buildup of fatigue and its negative effects, but it wouldn't halt the buildup forever. And so he chose to alter the plan. He would charge in with Raoul and Holly, while leaving the others to hold the gap. He and the two other close combat specialists had hung back after fighting the berserkers, using a few minutes to rest up. They would be the freshest going in, and they'd go about stirring trouble as the ranged specialists stayed put. Terry finally finished corroding a gap through the palisades, although the goblins were massing up to try to plug it. "Break's over! Go, go, go!" Justin led the way, hunkering down behind his shield, as goblins pelted him with spells, poison bags, and stone bullets. Other goblins also formed a rank, presenting makeshift spears forward to try to block his way as he charged into the massed ranks. Goblin Snotling A2 has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 16 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling A3 has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 19 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling A5 has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 21 damage resisted. Goblin Raider K has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 8 damage resisted. Goblin Raider B's Stink Bag releases a cloud of noxious fumes. You resist the nausea effect of the stink bag. Goblin Raider L has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 4 damage resisted. Goblin Raider L's Stinging Nettles Bag releases a cloud of poison. You resist the paralysis effect of the pepper dust. Goblin Shaman D casts Ill Fortune on you, but you resist its effects. Goblin Snotling A6 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 38 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling A7 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 40 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling A8 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 40 damage resisted, 1 damage absorbed. Goblin Snotling A9 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 39 damage resisted, 2 damage absorbed. Goblin Snotling A10 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 36 damage resisted. Goblin Snotling A11 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 38 damage resisted, 3 damage absorbed. Goblin Snotling A12 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 37 damage resisted. Justin's charge successfully shattered the line of goblin spearmen, supported by the weight of his shield and armor, which bolstered the effects of the skill. He had also switched from blade to mace prior to his assault, relying on the weight of the heavy weapon to knock around the lighter monsters. Holly came hollering right after him. She took advantage of the chaos caused by Justin's charge to swing her massive battle axe and scythe all the goblins that were unable to dodge out of the way. Likewise, Raoul materialized from the shadows, appearing behind the ranks of spearmen to sow even more chaos. The violence of their attack opened the way for Maria and the other ranged specialists to rush in and support their charging allies. Ariel sniped down shamans and raiders, while Nick controlled the increasingly confused mob of snotlings. Terry and Maria concentrated their spells on the berserkers arriving to reinforce the breach, and their focused skills were powerful enough to pierce through a berserker's heightened resistance. "Raoul, you're up!" Justin screamed out, and Raoul vanished into thin air once again. Justin swatted aside a spear point that was aimed at his neck and raised his shield to block another. He angled his body so the spear point skidded across his breastplate. He ceded some ground to the snotlings, opting to watch Holly's back instead of recklessly charging into the fray as he had done before. This shift to a more defensive fighting style was not only due to Bulwark needing another full minute to recharge, but he also noticed his enchantments were starting to fizzle out with the repeated abuse. Goblin Snotling A8 has hit you for 0 pierce damage, 35 damage resisted, 4 damage absorbed. The enchantments on his armor and jewelry had initially been able to resist a total of 42 damage when he first engaged the goblins. Now they could only stop 35 damage, and his armor had to reduce the rest. That and his fatigue penalties had started going up again. JustInTime, level 20 Templar, level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 273.6 of 273.6. 24% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 92.4 of 182.4. 24% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 59.4 of 74.1. 24% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. Justin clicked his tongue in annoyance, ignoring the fact that he had leveled up in the middle of fighting. He'd assign the attribute and skill point later, when he wasn't fighting for his life with nearly a quarter of his health, stamina, and mana eaten up by fatigue. He was able to bring the initial 21% penalty down to 17% after a short breather, and regain some of his lost stats in the process. The hard push into the encampment, however, had brought those penalties up again. The reduction to total pools, along with the reduction to regeneration, made it dangerous to be caught out like that, especially with the goblins draining the charges of his enchantments. Justin's worries were exacerbated by a powerful shattering off to his right side. He spared a glance in that direction and grinned from behind his helmet. One of the cryomancers had successfully broken through the western side of the goblin encampment. A tall column of thick black smoke brightened his mood even further. Raoul had successfully found the supplies in the camp and had set them ablaze. Fortunately for his team of daggers, the system didn't deem kerosene poured over supplies an unfair, high-tech object in a combat situation. However, kerosene spewing from a pressurized hose was considered too high-tech. This was why Raoul had to cloak his way into the supplies, instead of simply torching the entire place with flamethrowers. Justin prepared to charge deeper into the encampment, so he could link his team up with the others that were breaching through the palisades. The goblins were in disarray, and some were even jumping over the wooden stakes to flee. This was the perfect opportunity to wipe the camp out altogether. Now, if only the last team could breach through their section of the palisade, they could do a fast enough job of it before Justin's earpiece crackled to life. A greenskin force has been spotted, en route to your location from the east. Estimated numbers, 200 orcs, clustered around 3 greater shamans, all marching double time. ETA 15 minutes. He didn't bother wasting precious seconds cussing out the greenskin's increasingly rapid response. Instead, he pressed down on the receiver strapped to his belt, which was linked to a microphone attached inside his helmet. Pull back! Pull back! Orcs inbound from the east. 15 minutes. Chapter 22. Justin gulped down a flask of water, having retreated 3 miles inland on ground mobility vehicles, military jargon for cheap, unarmored buggies. Really light, too, since they could be towed away by helicopters. He and his daggers had fled on the aforementioned GMVs before they were picked up by helicopters. He hoped the system would continue ignoring any piece of tech not directly involved in combat. The ability to move people and supplies around quickly was the only reason why the greenskins hadn't spread out more than a few hundred miles from their portals. He sat down heavily in some random airfield in Austin, plunking his butt down on the dirt to bring up the news. At least his hairs had stopped standing on end, meaning that his invisible observers had become bored with him and decided to pay attention to more interesting fights. At least, he hoped that was the case. He would much rather avoid using his time-related skills as much as possible during these invasions, with the unseen eyes of the observers floating all over the place. Surprisingly enough, Raoul and Holly joined him on the dirt, the latter sitting to his left and the former to his right. "Damned orcs," muttered Raoul, snapping off half a granola bar before angrily crunching on the bits. "I had it! Just a few more minutes, and I could have set fire to the entire camp." You got half their stock of food, and last I saw, you started up a neat old bonfire in their tents. Justin gulped down another mouthful of water before pulling out his own energy bar. Chocolate, vanilla, nougat, and probably a shit ton of caffeine and some other unlisted drugs just because. Holly grumped at that, chewing on a tough cut of jerky. "This is so stupid. Why couldn't the Flyboys just have dropped a couple cans of kerosene, instead of having Raoul over here play delivery boy? Then the system considered it unfair, turned the stuff into water or something, like what it does to flamethrowers," groused Justin. Raoul grumped as well, snapping angrily with each bite. He continued furiously masticating for a few more moments, scowling as he did so. "Mierda, I feel like a little chicken. All that effort, all that planning just to run like little putas the minute those armored shits show up. Hell, we even lost Artur, Sanilo, and Michelle in that attack." Michael Artur was from the 3rd Dagger Team. He was a stealth-class assassin who had been pegged in the forehead with a bullet from a slinger. He was dazed for one moment, lost his balance, and was subsequently shot to pieces with slings by the snotlings. Pedro Jose Sanilo, from the 4th Team, another Templar who charged into the other breach. He'd failed to keep an eye on his stamina levels, and was reaching for a stamina potion when a snotling had stabbed at the plastic vial in his hands. He'd advanced too far forward then, and a team of berserkers ripped him apart with killing blows. Michelle Freeze from the second team. A shaman's hex had slipped through her magical defenses right when the timer ran out. She could only stare sightlessly at nothing while a raider's poisoned bag popped at her feet. Her team couldn't pull her out of the poison cloud in time, and she died without even feeling the poisoned blood fill her lungs.
Shit, I thought everyone had made it through.
Raoul shook his head in response to Holly's question.
Ask Bossman over here. The other team leaders should have passed the word.
We did indeed lose Artur, Sanilo, and Freeze, Justin replied blandly.
Damn, I liked hanging around Mitch. Bitches was pretty chill for a brainy caster.
You think you have it bad? Sanilo owes me $30. How the hell am I going to collect it now?
Raoul eyed Justin then, pressing his lips together and furrowing his brows.
Hey, Bossman, you think that maybe...
No, you greedy little shit. You aren't going to rifle through Sanilo's stuff, especially since he wrote down a will, specifically indicating that all his belongings and earnings go to his daughter. Justin paused before responding.
Then again, I think that Sanilo's daughter and ex-wife want nothing to do with him anymore. I'll ask Zimmerman, ask what the brass does in cases where the recipients of an inheritance refuse their take.
He just spoke the words out as plainly as he could. Yet the last few words rattled the sadistic Reaver and the battle-hungry berserker. It reminded them of the consequences that came with being a murderer. They might be defending humanity right now, but it did not erase the sins stained on their souls. Hell, now even the eavesdropping daggers hanging around Justin seemed to slump down in disappointment. He picked up on the mood and decided to throw them a bone for their efforts. Hey now, y'all don't need to be so glum and all that. Them food and supplies we fucked up, those stupid orcs we pulled away from the main force, that's gonna put a damper on the Greenskins advancing to the fight in Houston. Justin polished off his energy bar with a final bite and followed it up with a more tempered sip of water. I'm not gonna say something half-assed like, they died heroes or something like that. They died, and we could pretty well die too. But they made sure to piss the ever-loving shit out of the Greenskins when they went and got themselves offed. Not a bad way to go, now that I think about it. Just gotta keep pissing off the Greenskins until they get the message and fuck right off out of here. The words and emotions were lame as far as speeches go, but it was just corny enough to warrant a few grins from his fellow daggers. However, despite Justin's bravado, he knew that replacing 3 daggers was nothing to sneeze at. They were high-level fighters who had obtained their experience from killing their fellow men. Comparatively speaking, they were stronger than the shields when it came to levels and skills. If his daggers were taking casualties against rank-and-file goblins, he shuddered to think about what was happening on the front lines, where both shields and regular soldiers were going up against goblins and orcs. But that was something he would deal with in another time. He instructed his daggers to get as much sleep as they could, even though the sun was up. They might get a full night's rest, or command would call them in to raid another vulnerable goblin camp. That was because the encampment he raided was just one among dozens being set up by the invading Greenskins. It was set up southwest of Houston, linking up the Greenskin invasion point in Matagorda Bay to their troops battling it out with the National Guard just outside Houston. Justin settled into his tent, scrolling through the updates on the fighting provided by command. Local troops, bolstered by elite shields, had arrived on the scene within the first few hours of the portal's opening. Enclaves near the portals were being evacuated. The shields and soldiers were buying time for civilians to flee to a safer location. Justin's raiding team had not only pulled a sizable chunk of orcs away from the fight, but had also stretched their supply lines and weakened their ability to sustain a siege. Sure, the Greenskins could just ship in more supplies and further fortify their camps, but that's exactly what Command wanted them to do. Every day the Greenskins spent thickening their defenses, and every additional snotling they posted to guard the camps, all reduced their fighting ability on the front lines. It also meant that even more civilians could be evacuated to a safer enclave. One more potential smith hammering out system-approved armor. One more alchemist that could discover a brew to cure cancer or something. One more farmer able to harvest crops in a few days instead of a few months. And most importantly, one more potential parent to replenish humanity's dwindling numbers. Despite the not-so-inconsiderable effects of Justin's intervention, more than a fourth of humanity had still died. That was far better than the estimated 80% mortality rate in that first year of Justin's original timeline, but still, 1.9 billion casualties was not something to be sneezed at. It wasn't the spawning goblins that killed the most people. It wasn't even the murderers, culling the general populace for experience, although they did indirectly contribute to the problem. Humans were a pretty adaptive species, and the spawning snotlings were eventually treated as pests. True, dangerous pests that could kill you if you let your guard down, but predictable pests that could be contained with some effort. Murderers, on the other hand, grew in power with each civilian they killed. They especially loved hitting the smaller enclaves in the countryside, and those were the ones growing most of the world's food. That was why countries that didn't curtail them quickly enough found their rural lands absolutely devastated by roving bands of murderers. Starvation eventually settled in as the canned and preserved foods ran out. Thus, hunger accomplished what alien invaders and marauding murderers could not. It weakened humanity's position. Justin's frown deepened as he read off the estimated casualty counts. The shields and the local guard around the coastlines were taking a beating. Cuba was on the verge of falling, and it was besieged by ships, landing all over its shores. Once the greater shamans got into position and started casting lightning bolts, they would be able to down the planes and helicopters resupplying the island nation. He was just about to sigh, shut down his tablet, and get some shut-eye himself, when a new update pinged up on his feed. He grinned ferociously to himself, practically vibrating with excitement. He jumped up, all fatigue forgotten, as he radioed his people to huddle up for a quick meeting. All 31 surviving daggers assembled around their leader, expecting new orders from command. They did not expect to see Justin grinning like a madman. No, not the calculated grin he put on when he was playing dumb, but a genuine, somewhat disturbingly manic grin that indicated either good news or terrible news, depending on Justin's mood. Confederate armies finally marching out to break the siege on Houston. Y'all want to see this? Justin shared the encrypted link to his live feed of the battle, courtesy of General Zimmerman's aides. As the de facto overseer of the daggers, the good general deemed it important for Justin to access reports and feeds related to operations around his area of operations. The other daggers and he watched as a large mass of Confederate troops marched from the northwest of Houston. Justin couldn't help but gape at the sheer spectacle of the whole thing. It was like a surreal reenactment of a Renaissance fair or something, except scaled up to ridiculous proportions, with thousands upon thousands of steel-clad soldiers marching in formation. The soldiers formed dozens of solid squares that marched in lockstep, each holding pikes and polearms, pointing straight up into the sky. The armored squares bristled like porcupines as they marched steadily upon the greenskins. Justin also spotted a few irregular troops mixed in with the halberdiers, men with shields, swords, two-handed swords, and battle axes. They were as heavily armored as the halberdiers, marching ever forward with the same grim determination. The steel squares were supported by smaller squares of what appeared to be archers and casters. These smaller squares flanked the corners of each steel square, marching at the same pace as their more heavily armored brethren. There was also honest-to-goodness cavalry, which surprised even Justin. To be more accurate, they were cataphracts, with the horses armored as heavily as their riders were. Some formations of riders trotted on the very edges of the army, while others trotted in the middle of the steel formations. That grand army was led by a cadre of elite heroes, mankind's best and brightest beacons of hope. Silver Sentinel, a.k.a. Marcus Fisher, was there in his trademark silver suit and shining shield. A literal trademark this time around, the shields were established as a proper intergovernmental organization with the ability to enforce intellectual property rights. He strode forward, the only shield who chose to obscure his face. Justin's smile dimmed. He knew that Marcus covered his face not to protect his privacy, but to ensure that another Silver Sentinel could arise when he eventually fell in combat. Hexagon, a.k.a. Anita Bayardes, was in flowing robes and a wide-brimmed witch's hat with a pointy top to boot. Justin grinned at the name change. She was known as the Witch Bitch in his original timeline. He guessed she'd switched over to Hexagon for a more family-friendly vibe. Razor, a.k.a. Megan Reese, had daggers strapped all over her body and trenchcoat. The Bladestorm exuded cocky confidence as she strode forward, even choosing to juggle 3 daggers as she did so. Justin remembered a damaged woman who had never smiled and who had been obsessed with slaughtering monsters until they eventually slaughtered her in turn. Then there was Colossal, a.k.a. Declan Klein. The giant of a man strode along with his fellow shields, hefting that massive flail of his as he clanked forward in his armor. He marched forward grimly, locking his steely gaze upon the enemy massed up before him. He was the last of the shields Justin could recognize among the other heroes of humanity. Justin pressed his lips together, his eyes shining with delight. Humanity had never fielded armies of this size and sophistication back in his first timeline. The governments were still too attached to modern warfare and had relied on casters and crossbows to whittle down the goblin forces in guerrilla raids. In his first timeline, mankind had lost its industrial, logistical, and organizational strength to field such an army. An unchecked rampage of murderers had ensured that there simply were not enough civilians left to support such armies. Back then, the enclaves were too busy fending for themselves, and they relied on disparate groups of high-level elite soldiers to poke and prod at the goblin armies. They cooperated only in the barest of senses, banding their elites together in loose confederations instead of solid armies. These loose alliances were only solidified when their home enclaves eventually fell, and the fleeing survivors were forced to cede entire swaths of land to the invading gobs. Mankind had hidden away wherever it could, and had avoided the monstrous hordes where possible, moving only when the different species began fighting one another. Technically, hiding away like rats was the only reason mankind had been able to last 5 years, yet even this was not enough. Not when the insectal swarmlings poured through their portals. They were not satisfied until they had ripped the entire world to shreds, had infested every hole, and rooted out every last hidden enclave humanity had thought to hide in. This time, though, oh boy, things would be very different this time around, as evidenced by the human armies arrayed against the greenskin invaders. Raoul narrowed his eyes as he studied the live video feed from the tablet. Those are tercio formations, except with mages and archers instead of arquebusiers or musketmen. The daggers around Raoul turned to him with perplexed faces. "The hell is a tarsho?" drawled Justin, seeking clarification from the normally surly Reaper. "Tercio, pendejo. The tercio was a combat formation that had risen to prominence in the Spanish Empire in the 16th century. Those tightly packed blocks of pikemen, supported by smaller blocks of archers or gunmen, were the trademark of the formation. Though in this case, it looks as if they've adopted archers and casters in the role of arquebusiers, and they don't have cannons. Huh. Or maybe not. I see some casters stepping up in the positions where the guns should be. Yeah, that might work." Maria grinned, wagging her eyebrows at Justin. "My baby brother is a gigantic nerd for—" Raoul elbowed his sister in the gut, hard enough for her to go, "Woof," and to double over in pain. He hissed out a string of Spanish that was too fast for Justin even to understand, and the tips of his ears turned red. Maria groaned for a bit, then laughed and replied with a teasing tone that still tingled Justin's nether regions, even to this day. The Hispanic members of Justin's daggers grinned to themselves, getting the joke, while those who didn't understand stared blankly in confusion. Justin couldn't help but stare at Maria as she continued teasing her brother in Spanish. He remembered a time when he was the subject of that very same teasing, and how it had both annoyed and aroused him at the same time. He remembered how good she was with her lips, and how she whispered into his ears while riding him like... He shook his head, forcefully banishing the memories. His arousal quickly died down when he remembered that his Maria had died, ripped apart by goblins, while he had fled like a coward. He forced himself to focus on the tablet and to watch the impending battle between the armies of men and greenskins. He wanted to see what would happen and how the devolved armies of the Confederated States of America would deal with the greenskin threat. Or, to be more specific, how the halberdiers would deal with their orc counterparts. He and his daggers had never actually engaged the orcs in open combat, nor had they even tried to, for the orcs fought very differently from their smaller goblin cousins. They always remained in formation and never rushed ahead like berserkers, leaving themselves vulnerable to ambushes or pincer attacks. They moved as one cohesive unit, bellowing their war cries and charging together without leaving the safety of their formations. The orcs were also brutally tough bastards, and speedy too, if they wanted to. Justin had seen videos of orcs going into battle frenzy once they had committed to a fight. They were like goblin berserkers in that sense, except they didn't lose their minds once the haze of battle descended upon them. They could make out friend from foe, and remained close enough to their fellow orcs to prevent themselves from being isolated and cut to pieces. He'd also seen them shrug off lesser spells and unempowered arrows. You needed to concentrate your firepower just to take down a single orc, and orcs never traveled in clusters smaller than 100 at a time. That was precisely why Justin's daggers didn't even bother standing their ground once orcs began rumbling in their direction. They immediately packed up and ran with their tails between their legs, whether or not they had accomplished their primary objectives. Justin smiled at the way his people groused, but he knew that his daggers were pulling a disproportionate number of greenskins away from the siege on Houston. Thousands of goblins and hundreds of orcs had been forced to safeguard their supply lines, lest the daggers hit them from behind. His team had been doing just that, slowing down the greenskin advance and forcing them to divert troops away from the siege. All of it was to buy time for the army to amass, organize, and mobilize troops to relieve the sieged city of Houston. The other daggers finally gave up annoying Raoul, whose ears were still red from embarrassment, as they turned their attention to the impending battle. The loud chatter died down, and they watched the mass of men and greenskins marching steadily onwards to an inevitable clash of steel and flesh. A notification popped up on Justin's display. Orders from General Zimmerman. The confidential header told him what he needed to do next.
Right, give me a sec here, folks. Just got a love letter from General Z. High priority, and y'all know I'm shy about sharing this stuff. Now shoo, clear out and give me some space here.
The daggers groaned and booed, giving Justin the stink eye, but they did as they were instructed. They were also putting up a stoic facade and very obviously suppressing their grief over their lost comrades. He'd make sure to give them the distraction they craved, but later, after reading what the good general certified as top priority. A few minutes later, and the daggers eyed Justin nervously as he cussed up a one-man storm. Not the kind of cussing that he let loose when he was having fun at someone's expense. No, it was the kind of cussing where someone was going to end up with a cracked skull or a blade sliding through their ribs. The various dagger teams moved out an hour later, every single one of them in a glum mood as they spread out to carry out their respective missions. Chapter 23.
Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 360 of 360. Stamina, 240 of 240. Mana, 90 of 90. Tempo, 1.1 of 1.1. Come out with your hands up. Surrender now, and you will be offered a chance to exonerate your crimes by serving the armed forces of the Confederated States of America.
Fuck off, pig. You think you've got what it takes to take us down? We gutted dozens of your kind, pig. You think you have the levels to take us down, the Sisters of Blood? We've feasted on the lives of hundreds, and we've brought ourselves up to the point where you won't be able to touch us.
The Sister of Blood responded by throwing a condensed ball of something at Justin's position. He rolled out of the way right before the ball hit the wall. Good thing, too, because the air began screaming as the black orb expanded and started to eat everything within its radius. "Gravity Mage," Justin radioed in as he scrambled to safety. "Take the shot."
"Ha! That's right. Scramble away, Tin Man. You ain't got nothing on...
The idiot who was standing confidently in front of the window staggered back after Ariel sniped her right in the eye. The caster had been standing brazenly in the open, trusting in a powerful gravity shield that she believed would stop any surprise attack dead. Unfortunately for the overconfident mage, Ariel had a couple of mage-killer arrows in her quiver. The arrowheads had been forged by a high-level smith and etched by a runist specializing in anti-magical carvings. Justin had never quite understood what went into crafting such items, and the professionals would never divulge that information to someone like him. As if the mage-killer arrow wasn't bad enough, it had been launched with Ariel's high-level snipe using a high-end bow crafted by a Fletcher and work done by an enchanter. That shot, coupled with a critical strike to the head, would have instantly eliminated most people. It was a testament to the durability of the caster's gravity shield that it was still able to nullify enough damage to keep her alive. The so-called Sisters of Blood screamed, and someone shouted for a healer. A bright light flashed from behind the darkness of the abandoned house, one that indicated the presence of such a healer among their ranks. More screams, more shouts, more bright lights, but Justin knew it wouldn't be enough. That's because Ariel had laced her arrowheads with Healer's Bane, an alchemical tonic that interfered with magical healing spells. It required the antidote, brewed by an alchemist with at least 3 points in curative potions. That or a healer with at least 3 points in the detoxification spell. Justin shoved these thoughts out of his mind. He unsheathed his mace, raised his shield, and hissed out a resolve along with a bulwark, and immediately charged into the front door of the house. He blurred as the system boosted him forward, and he crashed into the door. The wooden portal gave way. The bulk of his armor and the force imparted by the system were enough to shatter the weak obstruction. He was immediately met by a spray of blades, along with a blast of cold ice. "Murderer A used Fan of Blades on you. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 27 resisted. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 24 resisted. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 29 resisted. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 30 resisted. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 21 resisted. Spray of Blades deals 0 piercing damage, 25 resisted. Murderer B casts Hoarfrost Spray on you. You take 24 true ice damage from the attack, 24 resisted. You resist the chill effect of Hoarfrost Spray. Justin immediately charged for the caster, ignoring the cold that bit through the enchantments protecting him. Potentially, the blade user could inflict more damage, especially against unarmored or lightly armored targets. However, throwing knives were absolute crap at piercing through armor, unless she had specifically selected skills to do that. The fact that she had opened with a spray skill instead of an armor-piercing skill hinted at how she had built her class. In any case, the Ice Mage, probably a cryomancer, was the real threat in this situation. His enchantments, along with the magical damage resistance from Bulwark, should have been enough to negate regular elemental damage. However, true damage sacrificed a lot of upfront damage in return for the ability to negate a significant percentage of resistance. The fact that his protection cut half the damage revealed that the Ice Mage's Hoarfrost Spray could penetrate up to 50% of his resistance. The Ice Mage attempted to raise an ice wall to defend herself, but Justin didn't give her enough time. He slammed his shield into her, intending to bowl her over with a bash. The fact that he used a skill to empower the attack indicated his absolute lack of restraint in putting her down. Or, to be more accurate, his bash imparted just enough force to bypass the enchantments on the robe. That piece of equipment was pilfered from one of the guard patrols they had ambushed and killed down to the last man. Murderer B, the Ice Mage, received a system-enforced stagger, which interrupted her concentration and canceled the spell she'd been trying to quick-cast. Justin then whipped his mace up to her face, intending to crack her skull and follow the stagger up with a stun, but the knife thrower fouled up his aim.
Murderer A used amalgamation of blades on you. Murderer A used quick throw, weighted blade, and unerring strike on you. You take a total of 0 pierce damage from the combined attack. 32 resisted, 7 absorbed. You have been disarmed by amalgamation of blades.
Justin felt a crushing blow slam into his weapon hand. It numbed his fingers and knocked the mace out of his hand. He willfully ignored the attack, though, and spun with the force of impact, bringing his shield up to crack the cryomancer's nose into her face. However, once again, his aim was fouled up by the knife thrower, not by any skill or clever trick, but by the virtue of the waifish woman actually tackling him to the ground. Or trying to.
"Scylla, run!"
screamed Murderer A, the knife thrower, scrambling all over Justin and trying to poke a finger through the slits of his helmet. Justin obligingly punched the knife thrower in the face. He punched her a second time, and then a third, a fourth, and a fifth time. He bashed her face with the sixth blow, the system-enhanced skill having cooled down. Only then did she loosen her grip, as concussion from the heavy blows knocked her out. Scylla the Ice Mage did not repay her comrade's sacrifice in kind. No, she started to book it, even before the knife thrower had even finished shouting out her warning. Or she would have if Holly hadn't charged into her. Holly had traded her hefty battle axe for 2 hatchets this time around, since they expected to be fighting in tight quarters. She slammed the flat of her hatchet into the fleeing woman's face and followed that up with a swing of her other axe's pommel, chasing the stagger with a stun. It only took 2 extra hits from the blunt end of an axe to knock the panicking ice mage down for the count. Justin glanced in Holly's direction as she started zip-tying, gagging, and blindfolding the unconscious cryomancer. He'd already finished wrapping up his package and had even found and retrieved his mace. He inhaled deeply, giving himself a few seconds to regenerate some mana and stamina as Holly went to work. Raoul stepped out from around a corner, bundling up his garrote and tying it back onto his waist. Justin quirked a brow in response.
"One watching the back door," mumbled Raoul. "Don't worry, I choked her out without completely crushing her windpipe. She's wrapped up as tightly as yours, boss man."
Justin nodded in response, before turning to Holly. She'd also finished with her package. She nodded to signal her readiness while gripping her hatchets in both hands. She and Raoul stepped closer to Justin, waiting for new orders on how to proceed.
"What now, boss man?"
"We got what we came for. Prepare to go bloody." "Aye, boss man," chimed in the two. They let Justin take the lead while they formed in behind him. He led with his shield raised up once more, having holstered his mace and unsheathed his arming sword.
Main weapon:
High steel arming sword, 36 slash damage, 24 pierce damage. Enchantment, plus 18% magic penetration. Go bloody was a euphemism for aiming to kill instead of capture. They would hold back if their targets were sufficiently neutralized, but captures were now a secondary objective. There were too many hostiles on the second floor. The other Sisters of Blood still trading spells and arrows with Justin's daggers. No way they could pull their punches against such odds. The other daggers, Maria, Terry, Ariel, and Nick, continued to suppress the remaining killers with bright spells and loud distractions. Nick was especially useful in this regard, conjuring fairy lights to blind the lookouts. Of course, those distracting lights were not enough to hide the impact of Justin smashing through the front door, nor would the other murderers have failed to notice the knife-thrower's frantic screams, nor the loud screeching of the ice mage as she attempted to flee. No. Justin, Holly, and Raoul were preparing to breach through the stairs, right into a trap, no doubt. Justin eyed his status menu and noticed that he only had 10 seconds of bulwark and resolve left. He did not want to rush into a choke point without his protective buffs. He stopped for a moment to reconsider his options and realized that he might not even need to put himself and his assault team in danger, especially since he did not want to risk an alien observer catching him in the act of using a tempo skill. He felt a chill go up his spine, an indicator that at least one observer was actively watching him. The sensation weakened as he and his daggers pulled away from the thick of the fighting. However, he still got the occasional chill, especially when he was in the middle of putting down murderers. He hoped that an ongoing invasion would reduce the numbers of observers hovering over his shoulder. He clicked his tongue, as he seemed to have developed a small following. He did not want the attention of reality-altering beings of great cruelty and sadism. That was the reason he elected to go through with a boring, utterly uninteresting method of smoking the murderers out of their positions. "Hey, Raoul, how many seconds left until you can cloak?" 211 seconds, droned the Reaver. "Change of plans. Here's what we're going to do." Holly and Raoul listened in, nodded their approval, and repeated their orders to the rest of the daggers. Justin felt the chills weaken before subsiding. He hoped the peeping toms were all gone, turned off by what he had in mind. He positioned himself at the base of the staircase leading up to the second floor. He took cover behind a corner as the exchange of spells and arrows intensified, while the other daggers upped their attacks on the besieged murderers. Justin and Holly kept a careful watch on the single staircase leading to the second floor. Raoul would be back in a few minutes, and then the plan would begin in earnest. There was a creak of wood, a stumble, and a curse, followed by hissed reprimands. More creaking, followed by hesitating steps. Then he heard the hiss of metal rubbing against metal and the squeaking of some rubbery material, plus the soft clack of plastic hitting something more solid. Justin nodded to Holly, who was gripping her hatchets, and she nodded in reply. He held up 3 fingers, 2 fingers, 1 finger, and peeked out of the corner. No glorious charge into the thick of battle, no hurled potions or clever tricks to ambush the murderers, just a simple peek to expose his helmeted skull long enough to let the murderers know that he was there. He immediately ducked back, narrowly avoiding a barrage of spells, a bone spear, a spray of crystallized blood, and even a ghostly attack of some sort that curved around the corner and tracked him. "Unknown cast Ethereal Seeker on you. You take 23 soul damage, 45 resisted. You partially resist the panic effect of Ethereal Seeker." Justin felt his heart rate shoot up, and he had a sudden urge to flee. It nudged him to run as far away from the danger as possible. The spell wasn't completely successful in panicking him, though, and he still managed to keep himself rooted to the spot. He ground his teeth, pouring every ounce of concentration he could muster into holding his position. The spell's effect distracted him, though, considering he had to keep fighting the unnatural instinct to book it the hell out of there. He also fought against the temptation to regress. No, it was too late to avoid the spell. Simply peeking out would have ensured that the tracking spell found its target. Regressing, however, greatly increased his resistance to curses, mental attacks, and soul attacks. He might even undo the curse's effects if he rewound time. But no, it was not enough to warrant the risk. No observer might be watching him at this moment, but maybe some observer could be watching his opponents. Or maybe an observer might tune in on him once again as he was just about to get into the middle of a scrap. So Justin simply sat there, gritting his teeth as he fought the panic prodding at his mind and soul. He looked up and caught Holly's worried stare. He breathed in deeply and nodded quickly to her. She released a quiet breath and nodded a silent reply, tightening her grip on her hatchets. The murderers retreated back up the stairs, wary of an ambush being set up on the first floor. The Sisters of Blood appeared to be a collection of pure casters, good at terrorizing the populace and dumping firepower in an ambush, but really crappy at dealing with anyone or anything that got too close to them. If they did decide to charge down the staircase, well, Justin could just hiss out a bulwark and resolve before slamming into the descending casters. Once he had soaked up the initial barrage of spells, Holly could then move in and hack them apart with her hatchets. The murderers didn't mount a suicidal charge, though. They elected to hole up on the second floor and to keep their heads down lest Ariel take them out with another mage-killer arrow. She probably wouldn't have, considering Justin had only managed to wrangle out 3 of the rare things from the Confederate quartermaster assigned to the daggers. That caution suited Justin just fine. He wanted them to stay holed up on the second floor. He and Holly continued guarding the staircase for a few more minutes, until Raoul appeared with a heavy canister of gasoline in each hand. "Right,
Someone ordered a barbecue?
20 minutes later, and the last of the Sisters of Blood dropped down from the second floor under the watchful eyes of 7 daggers. Justin immediately went after that sister whom he tagged as Murderer G on his interface and promptly wrapped her up. Cable ties to restrict movement, a gag to prevent her muttering out a skill, and a blindfold to make sure she couldn't aim whatever skills or spells she could manage to activate without a verbal command. Quiet casters and silent skills weren't exactly uncommon, but they were still a pain in the ass if they caught you by surprise. 6 captures out of 10 murderers. That was a good haul, but only because the Sisters of Blood were composed entirely of offensive classes. They had all chosen spells and skills to maximize their killing abilities. They had no ventomancers that picked up air vacuum to drain the oxygen from the air and kill the fire, or pyromancers with warm walking to protect their party from fire. The sisters only had one caster who could potentially put out the fire, the Ice Mage, and Holly had taken her out early in the fight. There were a few dozen ways that a skill or spell might have allowed the sisters to escape their predicament, if they could have done so, or if they had been a bit more creative, especially given they were composed entirely of casters. Hell, they could have used a simple fire extinguisher if the building's original owners had followed fire safety standards to the letter. But no, they had found no last-ditch way to escape the fire, so they simply jumped out the windows, surrendered, and let Justin heal their broken legs with respite. It was a good day for Justin's daggers, especially if the sisters could be convinced to sign up with the daggers, instead of choosing the alternative to conscription, which would be having a dagger slit their throat for the experience. 2 sisters chose that fate. They fought on, powering through the smoke and flames with their protective spells. Their spells lasted until the waiting daggers shattered their defenses and crippled them both, leaving Nick to cut their throats and gain most of the experience. To be honest, Justin could have captured those 2 and forced them into servitude. His people did manage to capture them in the end, and to disable them instead of killing them outright. However, he did not spare them because of 2 things. 1, he already had a pretty hefty haul of slaves. No, wait, slavery was outlawed in the early 20th century. Conscripts would be the more politically acceptable definition. 2, Nick needed the experience. The trickster lacked the ability to kill his enemies directly. Distractions and illusions were fine, but he only ever got minor experience points from his contribution to the fights. He had never received a killing blow in any of their previous battles, which was precisely why he was still stuck at level 11. Executing the 2 defiant, high-level murderers would give him around 6 levels or so in one fell swoop, bringing him up to par with the rest of the daggers. He would allocate those points after a good night's rest. Hey, Nick, seriously, don't dump your skill points on getting more spells, Justin warned as he watched the trickster wipe the blood off his knife. You already have more than your mana pool can sustain, and you can only chug so many potions before potion sickness knocks you out of the fight. Not only that, but your mind-bending hexes do jack shit to anything with a modicum of mental resistance. You need to amplify your existing arsenal of spells, otherwise the next thing that gets close to you will run you through. Nick opened his mouth to retort, but Justin beat him to the punch. And have you even picked a defense or escape spell yet? You should have at least one way to get out of trouble or to protect yourself from ranged weapons. You saw how Ariel killed that caster with one poisoned arrow? The same thing could happen to you if... Yes, Dad, Nick whined in a nasal tone, play-acting the aggrieved teen. You've already told me like 1,000,000 times already. Nick paused, smiled wickedly, and turned toward Maria. Mom, Dad's nagging again. Maria froze, gaped, and then barked out a laugh. Justin was sorely tempted to lash out at the ridiculous display of insolence, and to cave the man's face in for dismissing his earnest advice so openly. Instead, he rubbed the bridge of his nose, laughed it off, and played along with the joke. Hey, I know that you're all growed up now, but the world can be a very dangerous place. Can you blame your old man for wanting the best for his wayward son? He grinned evilly as well, deciding to rope in their latest recruits into the joke. Now I see 6 nice and juicy bags of experience right here. If you decide to build your skills smart instead of stupid, I might consider letting you slit a few throats for some sweet, sweet XP. Justin cackled like a villain, ignoring the muffled screams of the murderers as they tried to worm away. They of all people knew how tempting the offer could be, especially since they were around level 30-something themselves. That meant at least 600 points of experience per execution. If the murderers calling themselves the Sisters of Blood were in the same position, they sure as hell wouldn't pass up that much of a gain. You serious? Nick dropped the whiny teen act and straightened up, his eyes wide open. Because if you are, then you can talk my ear off for all I care. Hell, you can even— None of that now, Maria cut in, raising her chin up and sniffing in the air while pretending to be a prim and proper lady or something. Your jests are making our guests uncomfortable, Daddy dearest, while giving poor old Nick here false hope. She glared at Justin haughtily, displaying as much arrogance as she could muster. Surely you're not going to waste potential recruits just like that. Her words and the expression on her face did weird things to his lower anatomy. Justin stared for a heartbeat longer than he should have before grinning, to hide how horny he was for her at that moment. Nah, I'm just messing around with y'all. He chuckled and redirected his attention toward the squirming murderers that the other daggers were pulling back together. A low rumbling sound caught everyone's attention. They turned around just as a section of the burning house collapsed into itself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Justin turned around, examined the restrained murderers, and quietly scanned them. Murderers G, F, C, D, B, A. Oh shit, I forgot which one it was. One sec. Justin brought up his combat logs, reviewed it, and found exactly who he was looking for. Right, Murderer B, Murderer B. He walked closer and bent over the bound caster, removing her blindfold and squinting down at her. You're the ice mage, right? If you want to live longer than the next 10 seconds, then you're going to help us do a little firefighting. If you do anything other than nod, your noble sacrifice is going to contribute to a worthy cause. The ice mage, Sella, if Justin remembered correctly, froze, and then frantically nodded as if her life depended on it, which it did. Nice. Welcome to the daggers, Justin said, rewarding her with a wide grin as he did so. Chapter 24. Justin woke up with a snort and a grunt. Maria had slipped in her sleep and was snoring up a storm while drooling on his shoulder. He glanced down at her and smiled softly at the memories of his past life before quickly dismissing them altogether. He gently pushed Maria back to her seat. She mumbled out something before proceeding to snore once again. He didn't hear what she said because of the constant buzz that filled the cargo hold of the plane that was delivering the daggers to their next destination. He craned his neck, turned around, and watched the rest of his dagger team snoozing in their respective seats. Raoul had drool coming out of his lips. Terry slept with his mouth wide open. Nick was slumped forwards as the straps of his seat held him back. Holly twitched in her sleep, and Ariel leaned on her side with her arms crossed. Justin sighed, shaking the sleep out of his head, and cursing the need for his team to travel all over the Confederated States. He thought that maybe, just maybe, the dregs of humanity would have wised up after the massive portals had opened up and began disgorging entire hordes of greenskins around the world. But no, once again he had underestimated mankind's selfishness and short-sightedness. Back in his first timeline, the greenskin invasion only contained goblins. No heavily armored orcs provided the backbone of an army. They weren't even needed, as the goblins alone were enough to topple mankind's crumbling nations and scatter the remaining survivors. This time, though, the nations of the world had been able to adapt quickly enough to muster a solid defense against the greenskin threat. All Justin needed to do to get the ball rolling was to whisper in the right ears, from the ears of a disgruntled lieutenant to a cagey senator to a hard-nosed general that ended up being his superior in the daggers. Adopting professions, devolving factories, rearming troops, reorganizing armies, and rediscovering obsolete fighting formations had all allowed humanity to defend itself better this time around. Nations were even able to protect their populace against murderers better, preventing the idiots from culling valuable manpower that could be boosted by the system once they had progressed far enough into their chosen professions. Rather than any one act of grand heroism, this act of preemptively priming mankind's industry had helped humanity deal with both goblins and murderers alike better. Yet, while humanity was holding the line against the greenskins, the murderers were also learning to adapt their tactics. Justin pulled out his tablet and reviewed the next mission for his team, neutralizing yet another bunch of murderers taking advantage of the greenskin invasion to rack up some experience. In other words, stomp down the pests that were crawling out of the woodwork to feast on the civilians while the army and the shields were occupied. The dedicated murderers of the world simply bided their time, hiding in the shadows and keeping their heads down. Once the invasion started, however, they started hitting less guarded convoys and jumping weaker patrols of troops. Some even managed to sneak into a couple of enclaves, overwhelming the low-level guards and butchering as many civilians as they could before reinforcements could arrive. That was precisely why the daggers had been recalled from the fighting. Instead of raiding the greenskins, and instead of hitting their flanks and drawing troops away from the fighting, they were now retasked to fulfilling their original mandate, to hunt down high-level murderers. And not just in the CSA either. While Justin and his daggers had spent the past few months cleaning out murderer strongholds and covens in the CSA, other national powers had been failing to address the growing number of murderers prowling their territories. They were focused on defending the enclaves and didn't bother to dedicate resources to hunting down murderers. This inaction came back to bite them in the ass when they could least afford it, and Justin's daggers had been called up to provide assistance. Once Justin and his team were done with this next assignment, they had been instructed to fly over to Mexico to help hunt down the murderers infesting their borders. The Mexican armies and shields were too busy fighting the greenskins on the eastern coast and could not protect their more vulnerable enclaves on the western borders. Of course, that was when the murderers had decided to come crawling out of the woodworks. The American daggers would have to operate on the hush-hush, though. Slip in, meet up with their Mexican liaisons, murder the murderers, and then slip out, hopefully without drawing unnecessary attention to themselves. It was one thing for countries to tolerate an international team of shields espousing cooperation. After all, they had come in to defend humanity against the anarchists and invaders ruining their lands. It was quite another thing for countries to bring in foreign killers knowingly to hunt down and assassinate their own citizens. Justin finished reviewing his orders before glancing at his team. No reason to wake them up now, or to disturb them while they could get some shut-eye. He'd let his exhausted daggers doze all the way to their next target before briefing them on their next plan of action. He cleared his tablet screen and switched over to observe a recording of the battle in Houston. The Confederate armies had ground down the main greenskin horde over the course of 3 grueling days of intense fighting, and had then proceeded to clean up the remaining encampments that were left behind in the area. Now they were fighting against another greenskin horde that was besieging the enclaves in Tampa, one that had come sailing out of the portal in the Gulf of Mexico. Justin considered observing this battle in real time, but he elected to review the footage from Houston. He wanted to see how the CSA fared in its first true war against the greenskin invaders. He watched a line of halberdiers, 10 men deep and 10 men wide, present their long arms, creating a bristling wall of spikes that blunted the charge of heavily armored orcs. The orcs trusted that their superior brawn and thick armor would absorb enough damage to allow them to push through. However, the massed polearms of the halberdiers formed a literal barrier of spikes that stopped the charge dead in its tracks. Orcs were tough bastards, and relatively high level too, ranging anywhere from level 10 to 15. On the other hand, the human warriors holding the line only averaged around level 5 to 10. Why so low? That's because most normal folks only beat down goblin snotlings as they spawned, Killing individual snotlings only doled out 3 experience at most, and they had had to share out that experience with other members of their party. Additionally, they couldn't just travel in huge groups to clear out gobs with minimal effort, nor could they rely on high-level individuals to do the fighting for them. If the fight turned out too easy, with no risk of harm and no challenge, then the system refused to hand out experience points. After all, the observers wanted exciting battles, not boring grindfests where people did the same thing over and over again. Even the shields averaged out at around level 15. They only got to that point because they had dedicated their lives to hunting down monsters and defending enclaves from the occasional band of murderers stupid enough to confront the shields openly. Yet Justin grinned as he watched the lower-level humans holding back the orc horde, despite their obvious disparity in levels. An individual soldier at the front would be unable to hold off an orc in a one-on-one engagement. That much was obvious. Even the weakest of the lot, however, would be able to do so if you had dozens of your fellows all poking their pikes and halberds at that same orc. Justin watched this exact scene play out on his tablet. A square of pikemen halted an orc charge, massing their polearms and checking the mighty advance. The orcs that chose to power their way forward and that tried to wiggle through the gaps in the spears found their heads were crushed in by dozens of halberds rising and falling down on their helmets. Truth is, the orcs' tough armor did not protect their entire body and left gaps and joints vulnerable to the point ends of the long pikes. The halberdiers drove the spiked beaks of their polearms down into the orcs' skulls and shoulders, relying on the force of gravity to add more weight to their attacks as they sought out the weak points. If they spotted any exposed flesh, they flipped the polearm over so they could use the axe side to cut down into the vulnerable meat. If this were a traditional battle, a single attack such as this would have been enough to kill or neutralize a regular human. However, the orcs were tough bastards, made even tougher by the system enforcing its gamified mechanics upon all combatants. Yeah, you would eventually die once your arm got chopped off, but as long as you still had health points, you could still power through the pain and keep fighting. Or at the very least, you could fall back until a healer staunched the bleeding and restored some much-needed health points. The orcs attempted to use their superior brawn to overpower the pike squares and to push into the arrayed spikes, no matter how bloody the cost. They simply ate all the damage that the pikemen and halberdiers rained down on them, roaring as they pushed deeper and deeper into the lines of humans. However, the depth of the pike square prevented the orcs from shattering those lines. A line or two of men would have buckled against the inhuman strength of the orcs. Tens of lines of men gave the pike squares the bulk they needed to push back against their stronger foes. Strong as the orcs might be, they were not strong enough to shatter the formations in front of them, especially when the shields came into the picture. The presence of the shields allowed the pike squares to match the weight of the orcs and to counter what was supposed to be their greatest strength. These elite warriors of humanity pushed through the gaps in the pikes and halberds, lending their considerable strength to the battle. The long pikes and halberds provided the safety they needed to dart in and to target the orcs that were tangled up in the long weapons. Justin watched one such shield roar out as he slammed his warhammer into the skull of an orc, pinned down by a dozen pikes. Another shield wove between the pikes, stabbing a massive two-handed sword into an orc, trapped by pikes. Yet another shield whipped out a rapier, and the tip skewered an orc that had tried cutting down the shafts of the pikes with a heavy battle axe. When most people saw a large mob of green-skinned monsters bearing arms and armor, they would most definitely want to break those formations up with explosives. But the traditional methods of making things go boom didn't work anymore, as enforced by the system. Even black powder bombs just fizzled out when used in a combat situation. The next best thing was to mass up casters to burn, freeze, electrocute, crush, or implode the mob of orcs. And indeed, their spells would have been excellent for clearing compact crowds of baddies conveniently squished together into neat battle lines, if not for the greater shamans within the greenskin horde, which bore magic-neutralizing totems. Justin's eyes roamed further, locking onto the goblin shamans with their heavy burdens strapped to their backs. They marched alongside the orcs, safely ensconced and shielded from arrows. Human casters continued to test the protection, lobbing the occasional fireball or gravity bullet to see if they were still up. These spells would splash harmlessly onto an invisible barrier, and their magical protection would fizzle out. This tactic was new to Justin. He'd only ever seen the shamans ambling alongside a horde of goblins, hexing the weak-minded and calling down lightning bolts on targets of opportunity. They'd also stitched together fetishes warriors that granted a variety of protections. But this? Hauling magic-canceling totems around to protect the orcs? This was a reminder to Justin to keep on his toes and never to allow himself to become complacent just because he'd been given a second chance. Things were turning out differently in this second timeline, with the disparity only growing wider as events continued to unfold. Unlike the greenskins, the humans had little mass protection against magic. Those shamans who did not bear totems would channel their magic toward offensive hexes and lightning bolts. Some squares were lucky enough to have a priest or barrier mage to protect them, but most squares just marched on without such protection. Justin winced as he watched men opening their mouths in silent screams and clawing at their eyes as their comrades pulled them toward the rear. A pain hex, if Justin guessed correctly. Lightning bolts flashed from the sky and knocked out the higher-level warriors, while instantly killing the lower-level ones. However, the thing was that the shamans weren't killing enough men. There were always more waiting in reserve to relieve exhausted pike squares and to take up the spears of the fallen. Not only that, but healers and alchemists also waited in the wings, ready to treat those pulled out of the fighting before they died. This war against the greenskin invasion was turning out to be far less bloody than it had been in Justin's first timeline. Hell, the wars humans had fought against each other had yielded more casualties. Actually, more humans had died of starvation and exposure than actual combat with greenskins, including the goblin spawns, plaguing the earth for the past 12 months. Justin still couldn't believe how uttering a few words could have led to such a drastic reversal in outcomes. First was Lieutenant Waters, who tested out his advice before sharing it with his uncle. Then came Senator Waters, who listened to his favorite nephew. Then he used his influence to convince generals such as Zimmerman at the Department of Defense to shift their approach drastically toward the monstrous invaders. It was only a matter of time until diplomats and spies alike shared that knowledge with other nations, helping them to deal with the twin menaces of infinitely spawning goblins and murderers going on killing sprees more effectively. Justin chuckled to himself. No great acts of heroics, no grand displays of power. All he needed to do, all his patron required of him, was to whisper the right words into the right ears. He banished these thoughts as he shifted to another viewpoint of the battle. This one monitored a group of goblins that was attempting to flank a pike square while it was busy facing down a charging line of orcs. The raiders whipped their slings around as they sprinted forward, no doubt loaded with their trademark poison bags, which were absolutely perfect for disrupting massed formations. However, some of the raiders carried actual bows with them, along with arrows that Justin knew were poisoned. These particular raiders were hunting for soft targets of opportunity and tagging them with poisons to finish them off. Even a minor cut would quickly put down any mage without enough constitution or enchantment to resist poisons. The human square was not operating alone. Its flank opened up, and it started disgorging archers and mages, every single one of them prepared to meet the raider advance. The archers opened up first. They tagged the bow-wielding raiders with long-range skills such as snipe and true shot. The mages then stepped in, tossing area of effect spells such as firebomb and sleet to weaken the advance. Some raiders succumbed to the magical spells, while others ran right through them. Not entirely unscathed, but not entirely unharmed either. Justin saw bits of bone and sinew dangling from their necks, and he knew that these raiders wore magic-neutralizing fetishes. These were not as powerful and all-encompassing as totems, but they provided sufficient personal protection to resist all but the most devastating of spells, pretty much like his enchanted gear. Enchanters were in high demand around the world now, for few civilians had the talent, patience, and aptitude to bind magic into physical objects. That was why only a few select individuals were permitted enchanted gear. The daggers and shields were two such groups. Justin hoped that, in time, more troops would gain access to enchanted gear, or maybe more people would choose to become wardens, priests, envelopers, or some other class that neutralized magical abilities. Maybe some of the others might even reset their classes or professions. Sure, they'd lose half their accumulated experience, but their new classes would fill the needs of an army better. After all, a ragtag group of monster hunters didn't quite fight in the same way as a coordinated army of hundreds, thousands, or even millions. For now, though, humanity had to fight with what it had. The goblin raiders pressed on, despite the barrage of spells, managing to get within slinging distance. Bags of poison flew through the air and were promptly diverted when the ventimancers in the group cast a multitude of wind spells to knock aside the projectiles. At least that particular pike square had some casters that could protect their comrades. Archers and crossbowmen used this opening to loose their arrows, peppering the raiders with unskilled shots. The raiders fell back as another pike square advanced to support the beleaguered square and to cut off the horde of snotlings and berserkers that were hot on the heels of the raiders. A few fallen raiders twitched and then shivered violently before standing up with hollow groans. Their fellow goblins ignored them at first, thinking they had caught a second breath. They were wrong, for the dead were being raised by a necromancer, a traditional one that chose to raise corpses instead of inflict wasting corruption or manifest splinters of bone. Justin chuckled. Not all heroes rode in with a burning sword and shining armor. This one played up the imagery to the max, even going as far as to don goth punk leathers while wielding an absurdly oversized scythe. Memorable and prone to being targeted by goblin archers, true, but damn if that necromancer didn't fight in style. He sorely wished the daggers were there as well, to keep putting pressure on the greenskin hordes. But no, they had other duties to fulfill. Ugly, dirty ones that were better done unnoticed and eventually forgotten. Justin watched the rest of the recording from start to finish, reminding himself that this was just one of the many battles raging all over the world. Various other landlocked portals had already been besieged by the other countries. They had rallied quickly after getting over their initial shock and had worked together to push the greenskin hordes toward their portals. The shields fought on the forefront, their costumed and colorful heroes inspiring political leaders and common men alike to set aside their rivalries for the greater good. The nascent organization may have only been a few months old, but the sense of unity and goodwill they engendered among the nations had already paid off in spades. No longer did countries fend for themselves, allowing the greenskins to pour more hordes into their portals. Now the armies of the world cooperated with one another and learned from and supported one another. They relearned how to fight with pike squares instead of infantry battalions and relied on a tide of humanity to overwhelm the greenskin hordes. Justin chuckled at the irony of it all. Sheer weight of numbers should have been the goblins' strong point, and they should have overwhelmed their enemies in the tens of thousands. They should have had an easier time of it, what with orcs providing the organized muscle that the goblins had lacked in Justin's first timeline. Yet humanity was able to preserve enough of itself to turn the tables on their foes, and they overran tens of thousands of greenskins with hundreds of thousands of pikemen, all supported by elite warriors, archers, and casters. At least for the greenskins in landlocked portals. The greenskins that had marched out of those portals were not able to expand as rapidly, nor were they as unchecked as the hordes that had sailed forth from the Gulf of Mexico. The various nations in South America, Europe, Africa, and Asia had been able to work together to keep the hordes contained when their armies had finally surrounded the portals. Only the greenskins that had emerged from the portal in Australia had been able to make any significant gains. However, Those hordes were also quickly pushed back when reinforcements from the Empire of Japan and its Southeast Asian colonies relieved the besieged Aussies. Now it was only a matter of time until those reinforcing armies overwhelmed the greenskin hordes and pushed them back to their portals. In truth, the portal over the Gulf of Mexico continued to pose a real threat. Nobody had thought to construct system-approved vessels capable of withstanding spells, arrows, and stone bullets. Why bother wasting precious resources and manpower on a project that wasn't entirely needed? Hell, even Justin hadn't expected the observers to change the rules of their so-called Gladiatorial Games. Never had he seen a portal open up over water, and now they had one that was threatening the shores of North, Central, and South America. The CSA's vaunted fleet of carriers and destroyers had been completely ineffective at halting the greenskin ships. Not only did their weapons fail in the face of the system's restrictions, but a single lightning bolt would have been enough to sink them down into the waters. One destroyer lost to such a devastating attack was enough to convince the Navy bigwigs to pull back their fleets. The CSA had even been forced to oversee the sailing armies with drones, flying at least 10,000 feet in the air. Any lower than that, and a goblin shaman would zap the device with a lightning bolt the moment their sharp-eyed raiders spotted it. Cuba had fallen at this point, and was no longer able to hold out against the continuous hordes landing on its shores. Both Mexico and the CSA had been unable to send reinforcements in time, as they still had to defend their respective shores against both hordes and raiding war bands. Still, most of the Cuban populace had been safely evacuated, along with the other Caribbean island nations, such as Haiti, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the Dominican Republic. Modern cargo and transport ships might fold up like paper boats against system-enhanced monsters, but they could still haul people across the water. That and a couple of dozen ironclads, which steamed along the coastlines, kept the greenskin longboats at bay while the evacuations were made. See, the system may not have tolerated the existence of modern sailing vessels, with their fancy combustion engines, industrial-grade steel hulls, and assortment of navigation and communications equipment. If any greenskin as much as looked at that kind of vessel wrong, it'd start falling apart faster than a wad of tissue paper being tossed about in an open ocean storm. But a floating tub of iron, chugging along with a coal-fed steam engine? That appeared to be the very limit of what the system tolerated in a combat situation. The hulls of the vessels held fast against goblin arrows and stone bullets, and were also low-tech enough to survive a lightning bolt. Annoyingly, the system dictated that goblin-induced lightning bolts worked differently from natural lightning bolts. Whereas a regular lightning bolt conducted electricity as it should, a spell-induced lightning bolt disintegrated anything without the proper resistance. The same thing happened to anything the system deemed too advanced for an entertaining fight. However, the iron-wrapped wooden hulls of ironclads were just low-tech enough for the system to tolerate. Therefore, goblin lightning bolts only caused partial hull damage, instead of instantly disintegrating entire chunks of it. This fact had allowed them to survive long enough to serve as combat troop transports, especially when a shield mage, magic-neutralizing warden, or a priest specializing in sanctuary spells had helped protect the vessel against ranged attacks. Then the ironclads could keep their distance, which allowed archers and mages to hit the greenskin ships from afar, or they rammed right into the greenskins' ships to deliver a payload of marine boarders. These few ironclads allowed the CSA and Mexico to begin protecting their coasts from greenskin threats. Given enough time, they'd have enough ships to contain the portal. Maria shifted, groaning as she woke up. Justin stifled his laughter, worried that he might have woken the sanguinist beside him. Then he remembered they were on a military cargo plane that droned with so much noise he could barely think. She spoke aloud, still groggy from her slumber. Justin eyed her, closed down his tablet, and tapped at the earpiece on his right ear, the one connected to his squad's frequency. Maria rolled her eyes, but moved a hand to press the transmit button on her earpiece. She hesitated, decided against it, and instead decided to lean her head on Justin's shoulder before closing her eyes once more. He stiffened up at first, and then decided to relax and let her do as she pleased. Justin smiled as he studied Maria, and felt the vibrations of her gentle snoring on his shoulder. She was a lot more mellow and subdued than he remembered. Then again, she did enjoy sucking the blood and eating the hearts of her most powerful victims. She had also been a lot more direct back then, actually leading their merry band of murderers as they pillaged, plundered, and raped their way across a crumbling CSA. He still remembered how she had backed him up to a wall, long claws of hardened blood biting into his neck. She spared him that day for 3 reasons. Well, 4, actually. 1, he was a fellow murderer who enjoyed the same perverse pleasures as her brother and childhood friend. 2, he was a level 48 tormentor and could provide the brawling power her team of murderers sorely needed. 3, his face and body build matched her type. 4, he knew how to please a woman who had a very strong sadistic streak. They had formed a collection of evil souls, all enjoying the collapse of society and the limitations it once imposed on monsters who wore the skins of men. They all laughed as they racked up the experience and basked in the feeling of invulnerability that came with culling low-level civilians. She, Raoul, and Terry gave him the family he had never had, one that nurtured his darkest tendencies and allowed him to revel fully in them. Then the world ended one more time. He distinctly remembered abandoning them after they had stumbled upon a war band of goblins marching toward one enclave or another in New Mexico. It wasn't even a proper horde, but one of multitudes of war bands that had split up to cover more ground. They'd gotten too used to ignoring snotlings that could barely touch them, but raiders with bows and poisons, berserkers with their fighting prowess, shamans with hexes, curses, and lightning bolts. He could do nothing against that kind of force, despite all his vaunted levels. So he had run, blocking out the cries of his family as the goblin warband ripped them to pieces. Now, Justin resisted the urge to stroke Maria's hair and to pull her chin up to kiss her in that ferocious manner he knew would turn her on. Instead, he gazed softly at her, wondering if he could learn to love this Maria without mixing up the bloody demoness lurking in his memories. He caught Raoul giving him the stink eye, frowning at the sight that had greeted him after he woke up. Justin chuckled and nodded to Raoul in acknowledgement while waggling his eyebrows. The Reaver scowled even more fiercely, crossed his arms, and engaged Justin in a staring contest. Justin thought about it, shrugged, and threw an arm over a very surprised Maria, who had just been pretending to be asleep all along. "How did that saying go again?" Justin muttered to himself as Raoul's eyes bugged out of their sockets. "Ah, que sera, sera. What will be, will be." Chapter 25. Name. Murderer C, the latest holder of the title, shook off the blood dripping from his eyebrow to glare at Justin. He tugged at the plastic cable ties that bound his arms together and tested them a few more times before letting his arms drop down in defeat. Carl Blaine. Class and level? Duelist, level 27. Justin nodded, filing away the details on his tablet. Then he bent lower and matched the device's camera up to the murderer's face. He snapped off a photo without the flash, since the afternoon sun was still bright enough to illuminate the man's face fully. "Right. How's it going to be? You going to take the deal or not?" "Please, please say no," growled Raoul, nursing a nasty stab on his shoulder that reached all the way down to the bone. "I could really use some experience right about now." Carl the duelist spat on the ground and shifted his glare to the wounded Reaver. "You'd like that, you pussy-ass bitch. Hijo de puta. Chinga tu madre, pendejo." The sharp, properly accented retort caused both Justin and Raoul to look up in surprise. Carl looked and acted as white as sliced bread, which is why his surprisingly adequate reply caught both men by surprise. Carl grinned. "Don't worry, that's the only Mexican I know." "It's Spanish, cabron," snorted Raoul with an amused shake of his head. Then he remembered he was in front of Justin and schooled his smile back into a neutral frown. "Hey, boss man, you sure you don't want to try that healing thing again?" Justin sighed and shook his head. "Didn't work the first 3 times, won't work on the 4th. Looks like this here fella has a skill that blocks low-tier potions and healing spells like respite from healing up the damage." Justin paused, considered his response, and turned back to their latest captive. "What you use to cut Raoul over here? And what level?" Carl sneered, rolled his eyes, and opened his mouth. "Riposte level 4. I don't think that—" "Now, I normally don't care if the murderers we capture utter falsehoods to me," Justin retorted, lying through the skin of his teeth. "But let me tell you right now that one of my own has a nasty injury on his shoulder, one that potions and healing spells can't fix." Justin leaned closer, bringing his bloody helmet closer to Carl's face. "I am not in the mood to deal with bullshit right now. Skill name and level?" Carl may have been trying to stand his ground stoically in the face of Justin's intimidation, but his paling face and the slight tremble in his lips betrayed his true intentions. "Don't tell them anything else, Carl," hissed Murderer D, who was also bundled up beside his fellow prisoner. "These fascist bastards won't—" Justin silenced Murderer D with a punch to the mouth, knocking his head back and splitting his lip. The heavy blow with his gauntleted fist should have knocked out a few teeth as well, maybe even given his victim a concussion. Instead, the system deducted an arbitrary number of points from his health pool and inflicted him with a minor stagger effect. "Your answer?" "True cut, level 8. Did you poison your blade prior to the battle?" "No." Justin huffed out an annoyed breath. "Well, at least you got that going for you, Raoul, old buddy, old pal." The Reaver grimaced in disgust. "Yeah, lucky me. Hey, could have been worse. If Carl over here went and pasted some bleed-type poisons on his pig sticker, then I'd be watching you bleed out to death over here." Raoul paled at Justin's words, suddenly standing straighter. "Seriously?" Justin affected a serious expression for about 3 more seconds before he broke out into a grin. "Nah, I would have just forced you to choke down that antidote potion on your belt before I wrapped up your shoulder all nice and tight. I doubt they had a skilled enough alchemist with them to mix up a potent enough poison to counter a decent all-rounder antidote." "Pinche cabron," hissed Raoul before he breathed out a sigh of relief. "In all serious, though, you're gonna have to get a proper healer to fix that up, one with at least 8 points in an intermediate healing skill, maybe an intermediate healing potion as well. Again, level 8. Barring that, you'll have to sit on your ass for the next 2-3 months until the thing heals fully on its own. You're gonna be out of commission until then." Raoul blew a raspberry, and the farting sound drew an amused smile from Justin. Then he turned to the other bound murderer, Murderer D. "Now you. Name?" Justin finished processing the other surviving captive and was wrapping a black bag over his head when Raoul stepped up beside him. "Hey, you got a minute, boss man?" "Sure," Justin replied with a raised brow. "What you want to ask?" Raoul stepped closer to Justin, intentionally turning his back on the other daggers, who were busy interviewing the members of the enclave that the murderers were besieging. Justin and his daggers had arrived just in time to relieve the exhausted defenders, who were grossly outleveled by the determined murderers. The idiots had just gone all in on the enclave, without even bothering to post lookouts to watch their rear. Raoul made sure to check his surroundings discreetly before pulling Justin over into a huddle. Aren't there supposed to be rules against fraternization between superior and subordinates?" Justin blinked. He blinked 2 more times. Then he savagely bit down on his tongue to stop himself from laughing out loud. Raoul saw the mirth on his face and gritted his teeth in response before he pulled Justin further away from potential spectators. "Look, mi hermana has absolute shit taste in men, and you're as shit as they come. But—" "Gee, thanks." drawled Justin with a smirk, not offended in the least. Raoul hissed as he inhaled a breath and spoke through teeth that were gritted even further. "I'm serious here, boss man. I owe you a solid for not offing me and mine when you got the drop on us, but this time's different. Mi hermana has had her heart broken so many times, but she just can't help her trash taste." Raoul hesitated, considered his words, and decided to barrel ahead. "Look, I don't know you that well, and I might be completely wrong here, but I do know that you're not a family guy. You also seem like the type that runs away when the going gets tough, and that'll nope right out of there when you get tired of her, or when she starts expecting things in your relationship." Raoul's words stung, not just because of the insult implied, but because he'd accurately described Justin's short history with women. The only reason he still remembered Maria was because he'd left her to die, screaming in pain and betrayal when he'd fled like a goblin snotling. "All I'm saying here is that you at least try to make her happy. Try to stick around for her and try to make the relationship work. If you can somehow do that and make her feel as if she's got somebody there to complete her, then I swear I'll stop giving you shit. Deal?" Justin stared at Raoul, seeing a new side to the one guy who'd never really stopped antagonizing him whenever he could get away with it. This new side of Raoul contrasted starkly with Justin's memory of the Reaver that had got his socks off by torturing women as he abused them. Afterwards, when he was done, he'd offer them to Justin, Terry, and even Maria. He'd revel in their debasement and would continue to wear this stupid grin as the women were further molested and broken while waiting for his blood brethren to finish up. Then he'd skin the women alive, just for the hell of it. Justin's grin softened into a smile. That version of Raoul had not had a chance to germinate or to become more than just a dark seed lurking within his soul. Justin had been lucky enough to stumble upon him, his sister, and his childhood friend before they had a chance to nurture their inner monsters. All he saw before him at that moment was a baby brother looking out for his big sister, one who annoyed Justin as much as he annoyed her. Then again, their little trio was serving their time for their fair share of murders. They'd killed innocents for their experience, but he'd stepped in right before they fell headfirst into all-out depravity. Now they were reformed criminals seeking to repay their debts to society, not full-blown sociopaths that reveled in the suffering of others. "No promises," Justin replied with a soft shake of his head. "I'm no saint, and you're annoyingly spot on with your guesses. But still, I want to see where this goes. Might be this whole relationship won't work out. Might be one of us gets tired of the other before calling it quits." Justin barreled on before Raoul could protest. "Or maybe we'll just click together, find common ground, and make it work. I'll only promise to do my best, but I won't say something stupid such as I'll force a relationship that clearly isn't working out." Raoul opened his mouth, closed it, opened it, hesitated, and closed it again. He rubbed his chin for a few moments, losing himself in thought, before deciding to respond. Okay, that's fair. But what about the brass?" "The brass?" Justin replied dumbly, confused by the non sequitur. "Yeah, the brass. Won't Zimmerman or someone up the chain raise a stink over you, dating one of your subordinates?" Justin couldn't help but laugh out loud this time, which drew the attention of those around him. The surly murderers grunted before scowling in annoyance. The assembled civilians eyed the armored Templar curiously, their eyes drawn toward the unusually high-end enchanted gear he wore. Terry huffed, his lips curling to a grin, before chuckling out loud. Maria just rolled her eyes and went right back to gathering statements from her civvies, pointedly ignoring her little brother as he poked his nose into her affairs once again. "Nah, there's nothing to worry about there," drawled Justin, lowering his voice to avoid the civilians from overhearing too much. "We ain't exactly military in the way we run things here. As far as the brass is concerned, we're a bunch of irregulars. They don't care what we do, as long as we kill the baddies we're supposed to." Raoul frowned at Justin's dismissive answer. "But isn't there a reason that officers don't, mess around with their subordinates?" "Yeah," Justin shrugged. But that's only a problem if they mix up their private and professional lives. Is your sister the type to hold a grudge?
Yes.
Raoul's immediate reply almost made Justin laugh out loud. Okay, I'll give you that. But is she the type to go out of her way to make the lives of her exes a living hell, to the point of compromising her own work? Oh, hell yes. She'll bawl off her eyes in the middle of the street, latch onto your legs while you walk away, and fire off hundreds of messages pleading with you to take her back. Once she realizes that you're really done with her, you're going to wake up with your windows broken, your car keyed, your mailbox torn out, and the cops knocking down your door because of an anonymous tip about domestic abuse. Justin blinked. Huh. Are you serious, or are you pulling my leg? He was so surprised by Raoul's reply that he even forgot to drawl. Ask her about Jacinto, Valentino, and Sofia. Wait, Sofia? Raoul nodded. She goes both ways. Justin groaned and massaged his temple with his right hand. He guessed you couldn't know everything about a person after just a few months of wild sex and even wilder killing sprees. Then again, his relationship with Maria of old had not exactly been the touchy-feely type. It was more about jumping each other's bones after reveling in the blood of their victims. Well, shit. Maybe you do have a point about superior-subordinate relationships.
Raúl Alonso Mentes,
hissed Maria as she tromped on over.
What the hell are you telling Justin?
He said I should ask about Jacinto, Valentino, and Sofia, Justin blurted out, throwing Raúl under the bus. Maria's eyes widened in panic and surprise, and then she literally growled as she pulled Raúl away by the ear. She spat out lines of Spanish so fast Justin couldn't even guess what she was saying. Raúl responded in equally rapid Spanish, although his voice trembled and wavered as he did so. Maria shut him up with a fist to the stomach, lowering her pitch as she scolded her little brother in a venomous litany of curses. Justin chuckled, wondering what Jacinto, Valentino, and Sofia had done to warrant such extreme retaliation. He dismissed these thoughts and made his way to the buggy serving as their team's ground mobility vehicle. He stopped, though, feeling his full bladder sending signals to his brain, and decided to turn around a corner to relieve himself. Fun fact, medieval knights and men-at-arms often went in their armor, leaving it up to their squires to clean up the mess. The guys who had designed the plate armor for the CSA troops, however, were thoughtful enough to fit in an adult diaper to wear while he was fully armored. Still, he had not quite gotten the knack of whizzing in front of others, much less while someone was talking to him. He found the privacy he needed and was releasing his urine when his vision swam. Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates 4C. 1 tempo consumed. Something pops into existence behind him. He staggers with the force of the sudden impact, and he loses all strength as he crumples down to the floor. His breath catches, his lungs refuse to work, and Justin immediately stepped to one side as a blade of pure darkness hissed past him. His would-be assassin curved his hand, and the blade curved along with it. Justin pulled just enough of his rondel dagger out to parry the cut aimed at his kidney. Immediately, his dagger began crumbling apart from the contact. This, despite the sidearm being forged together by a smith with enough levels to create high steel. Never mind that the system didn't even register a weapon-breaking skill strong enough to to corrode the rondel in under a single second. Justin didn't have time to process the anomalous report on his interface, nor to curse his carelessness. He just growled as he body-checked the would-be assassin and threw the bulk of his armored upper body with as much weight as he could muster. The assassin stumbled back with a strange chittering. The sound caused Justin's hairs to stand on their end. His would-be killer quickly regained his balance while Justin unsheathed his sword and held it out in a two-handed stance. Finally, he had the chance to look at his assailant. All of this happened in the time it took for his bladder to empty out into his diaper. It was a black-skinned goblin, wrapped in black form-fitting leathers, wielding a black short sword that dripped shadows to the ground. This was all that Justin had the time to process before the diminutive creature launched itself at him once again, holding its shadowy short sword in a reverse grip. "Attack!" shouted Justin, calling his allies to himself. He expected the call to be taken up by those just around the corner, for them to come storming in to his aid. They did not. Justin didn't wait for help, though, and whispered a hushed "charge" to close in on his target. He expected the system to grant him the supernatural speed he needed to reach his opponent and inflict a hefty stagger. Instead, he received the following empty message: blank. Justin blinked once and spent a single second trying to understand the strange blankness on his interface. His head hurt at that moment, as if his brain just spasmed after looking at the empty field. It reminded him of when his mysterious benefactor had pulled him from his first timeline. That short moment of confusion was also enough time for the speedy little goblin to close into range. It stabbed forward with its shadowy sword in a frankly clumsy manner. Even the freshest level 1 assassin moved with a certain fluidity to their actions, especially when they allocated points to the agility attribute or had activated a system skill that enhanced their mobility. Yet, Justin did not dare underestimate his opponent, not when said enemy possessed a blade that could literally dematerialize high steel in the blink of an eye. So Justin didn't bother using his arming sword to parry the goblin's shadowy blade. He waited for a few more moments for the goblin to come into range, and then he kicked an empty soda can into the goblin's face. The strange creature's inexperience was evidenced by how it flinched away from the empty attack and got distracted by the makeshift projectile. Not only that, but it actually cut that can with its short sword, disintegrating it in the process and leaving itself open to attack. Justin didn't waste this opportunity. "Bash," he whispered out, hoping for the system to lend additional strength to his attack. Blank. The disturbing emptiness appeared once again, scrambling his thoughts and distracting him from his attack. His counterattack missed, and that allowed the surprised goblin to step to one side and reposition itself on Justin's flank. The creature thrust again, yet another unempowered attack, but Justin's battle-tested footwork allowed him to dance away. The goblin's attack slashed through air once again, and it stepped closer to try to catch Justin with another swing. Justin angled his sword and thrust with the tip. He felt it slide into the goblin's forearm. He quickly retreated after having inflicted the light injury and put as much distance between the chittering goblin and him as he could, while holding his sword out in a low guard. The goblin clutched at its wounded left forearm, bleeding not the green blood of greenskins, but thick, viscous goop that looked more like tar than actual blood. The goblin hissed in outrage and spat at the wound. The wound closed up by itself, and the rip melded together and formed a thick patch of scarred flesh. The goblin then shook off its arm, flinging the black tar around as it did so. The concrete that it landed on began smoking as the tar started to eat through the stuff. "Bulwark," Justin whispered, attempting to test his theory, while biting back his annoyance at the goblin's ability to heal itself. Blank. The resulting emptiness in his head confirmed his suspicions. This strange black goblin had somehow neutralized the system, or at the very least, it had prevented him from activating his skills. If that were the case, then all he needed to do was wear the critter down in the old-fashioned way. He had the superior reach with his longsword. Apparently, he also possessed superior close combat skill, if the goblin's clumsy attacks were any indication of its abilities. As long as he avoided the black knife and maintained a low guard, that would allow him to... Justin's plans were interrupted by a loud pop, and the goblin assassin disappeared. Justin instinctively launched himself forward, roaring as he arced his sword in a wild swing behind him. Teleporting assassins tended to pop up behind their targets, especially since passive skills such as backstab granted them large damage bonuses in the right circumstances. However, the goblin assassin didn't need those damage bonuses. After all, it wasn't relying on the system to do the killing. It reappeared on Justin's left side and plunged its dagger deep into his body. Justin felt the mysterious blade beginning to deconstruct him from within, and his left side screamed in pain as the knife tore him to pieces. "Regress!" Justin wheezed out in desperation, despite knowing that the system had somehow shut down around him.
Regress activated. Rewinding time.
Reality stalled and then began moving backward in itself. An unseen force pulled at the goblin, and its eyes widened as its hands involuntarily removed the dagger from Justin's torso. His body also began knitting itself back together once again, and the ruined flesh reformed along with the enchanted steel that was supposed to protect it. Justin staggered back, gasping from the pain of the attack. Regress only negated a portion of the damage he had accrued, and he could still feel the echoes of pain racking his chest. This time, the after effects were terribly debilitating, and his mind fogged white from the pain. Was this because of his mysterious assassin's dagger? Or was it because of the absence of the system and its miraculous effects on one's longevity? How had his chronomancer skills even managed to activate if the system was down? Justin banished the myriad of questions plaguing his mind. Instead, he raised his sword once again, his arms trembling and his breath shivering from the effort. The black goblin wasn't attacking him, though. It pointed a finger at him, chittering violently, and spittle flew from its mouth. It almost seemed as if it was accusing him of something, of some great and unforgivable sin. Then it clicked. The goblin had been aware of what was going on, while Justin was turning time a single second into the past. All other creatures had never felt, much less reacted to, a rewind. Their bodies had simply flowed backwards along with their memories. This black goblin's eyes, however, had been alight with outrage and disbelief throughout the rewind process. Justin understood nothing of what the goblin was trying to say. A weird enough phenomenon, since goblins never communicated with humans. They talked to one another in their halting, guttural language, matching this with a lot of facial expressions and gesturing with their hands. He'd never heard a goblin click and clack in the same way that this black variant had. Justin allowed the thing to rant for a few more seconds, even going so far as to stamp its foot down in frustration. He whispered out verbal commands under his breath, commanding his interface to display the information he needed.
Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 293.7 of 293.7. 11% penalty from fatigue. Stamina, 213.6 of 213.6. 11% penalty from fatigue. Mana, 86.78 of 86.78. 11% penalty from fatigue. Tempo, 1 of 1.1.
Justin realized then that the system was well and truly compromised. He knew he had taken some damage, yet his stats menu displayed him at max health. Even the fatigue penalty from cleaning up the murderers with his team was frozen. Regressing from a mortal blow such as that should have added around 3, maybe even 4 points of fatigue. All remained frozen in place, except for his tempo, which eventually topped up to 1 whole point as he spent 2 more seconds in thought. No matter how messed up the system was, at least it accurately reflected his tempo points. His chronomancer skills also seemed to work, despite his Templar skills flagging and failing. That thought made Justin pause. He considered the goblin in front of him, which was still ranting and raving at some great evil Justin had committed. Another chill climbed up his spine when the realization hit him. The thing knew he could bend time, and that he wasn't supposed to have that power. He chose to launch himself forward, taking advantage of the creature's distraction to make his move. However, the goblin wasn't completely distracted. It had successfully lulled Justin into lowering his own guard, and it immediately popped out of existence. "Foresee," Justin immediately hissed out. Justin barrels forward recklessly, swinging his sword in a wide arc to catch his prey as it pops back into existence. The goblin reappears on his right side, ducking to avoid the wide swing, and he thrusts its inky black blade into... Justin aimed his swing down and to the right, the blade's edge biting into the goblin's leather pauldron. Its armor absorbed most of the impact, and the blade only managed to cut 1/4 of an inch into flesh. However, the force of the impact caused the assassin to stagger and shriek in pain. Justin pulled back his blade, retreating from the goblin's clumsy counter-slash. He stepped in once more and stabbed his blade into the goblin's left shoulder. The goblin shrieked as it failed to catch Justin yet again while he danced out of its reach. Justin stepped back, as if preparing to move in and skewer the goblin through its nose. Instead, though, he leapt backwards as the enraged goblin spat a thick glob of the black tar at him. He narrowly avoided the corrosive phlegm, which began eating away at the rusting dumpster behind him. He immediately tried to step back in to finish off the wounded goblin, but it popped out of existence again. It appeared a few feet away, panting desperately as it glared at Justin with malice. Justin growled and gave chase, not giving it a chance to heal its wounds. The thing's regenerative capabilities reminded him of an armorling, the big bad brother of the swarmling. The insectile creatures were genuine swarm creatures. Their breeders churned out thousands of their little monstrosities each day. However, they sometimes released these honking quadrupedal nightmares with thick armor and an annoyingly rapid rate of regeneration. The goblin chittered as it shrank back to dodge Justin's strikes. He realized with a shock that the clicking sounded exactly like the clicking of swarmlings as they communicated with one another. "Hey, boss man, what the fuck are you doing? We're just about ready to—" Raoul's arrival should have distracted Justin, but he refused to take his eyes off the blinking goblin. He only shifted his head a fraction of an inch and froze, pretending to redirect his attention to the newcomer. The black goblin bought the ruse and popped out of existence once again. "Foresee," Justin hissed out. He steps backward, raising his guard up and preparing to counter wherever the little fiend would appear. It pops right above his head, dropping down sword first, and Justin stepped forward, whipping his blade up and behind him as he did so. The goblin shrieked in pain as the tip of his blade caught the little bastard in the leg. The goblin sliced its smoking black blade at Justin's sword. He failed to retract it in time, and even the slight contact caused a quarter of his weapon to disintegrate into rusty flakes. Raoul frowned, eyes scanning the area. Where'd the pinche go? Justin's brow twitched, even as he dodged backward, avoiding the follow-up cuts from the goblin. He unclasped the mace that was strapped to his waist. He fully expected the goblin swarmling thing to take advantage of the reprieve and to disengage and heal up once again. His opponent did not, however. In fact, it lunged toward Justin to close the gap. Not because it saw an opportunity, no, but more out of desperation, given the frantic way it scrambled toward him. "Help!" Justin shouted, whilst leaping back and using his superior height to dance out of the deadly dagger's way. He hoped that Raoul would get his act together and help him put down the black goblin-looking thing. Instead, the Reaver continued scanning the area in front of him, as if he saw and heard nothing. "Strange," Raoul uttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. "I swore I saw him walk around this way." He tapped his earpiece, activating the radio in the process. "Bossman, do you copy?" Justin's eyes widened at that. Maybe radio waves would be able to pierce through whatever was preventing Raoul from perceiving him using sight and sound. Maybe... Justin pirouetted out of the way of another haphazard stab that was followed up by a wild swing. The creature didn't give Justin even a single moment's respite, and its attacks grew increasingly frantic. The black goblin popped out of existence, announcing the arrival of yet another teleporting attack. However, this time, Justin did not immediately respond with a foresee. The goblin was smarting up, indicated by how it parried his last attack, and destroying his sword in the process. So Justin just stood still, grimacing as he waited for the inevitable to happen. A pop announced the reemergence of the goblin swarmling thing, from behind him, considering the creature did not appear in his field of vision. Justin froze time and used the opportunity to whip around with his mace at the ready. "Freeze activated. Halting time." Justin forced his arms up, lining up his swing to connect with the goblin thing's face. "Insufficient tempo. Resuming time." Reality resumed its pace once again, and the goblin thing bounced as the blunt weapon cracked into its face with a satisfying crunch. Justin did not extract his blunt weapon or wind it back again for a swing. Instead, he released his mace and allowed it to fall to the floor. He gripped a hold of the hand that held the black dagger. The goblin swarmling thing clicked violently and ineffectively kicked and scratched at Justin's armored breastplate with its fingers. He ignored the minor attacks as he squeezed down on the thing's wrists until he felt the bones start to grind together. The goblin thing screeched as it was finally forced to release the blade. But Justin didn't go for the blade. He pulled the goblin and smashed his helmet into the goblin's face. He belted out a primal roar as he repeated the action again, and again, and again, and again, and again. He ignored the splattering of black blood that corroded his armor. He let the bits and pieces of bone splatter all around him. He didn't feel his own skin burning as the thing's blood finally got on him, nor did he register the dying thing's attempt to pop out of his reach. Finally, it went limp, but he wasn't done. He continued roaring out loud, the shunted pain mixing with the primal need to destroy, digging up memories of his old life as a tormentor. Justin the Templar fought in a cold and calculating manner. He needed that kind of mindset in his role as the team's tank to draw attention while keeping both himself and his teammates alive. However, Justin the Tormentor absolutely reveled in unleashing his primal side. It was a subclass of berserkers that fed on not only one's rage, but also the suffering of a victim. Justin the Tormentor sustained himself with the blood and pain of his victims, ripping them apart with his bare hands. He no longer possessed the class and the skills that came along with the class, but he still remembered how to rip and tear. And boy, did he rip the goblin to pieces with his bare hands. He came to in a haze. Half of his visor was gone, and his face stung from all the black blood he had got on it. He collapsed to his knees, gulping down deep breaths of air as he surveyed the pile of black, steaming flesh in front of him. He stared for a few heartbeats longer before the flesh began evaporating, and a pop-up appeared on his interface. You have gained %null experience from killing unknown. Justin blinked, furrowing his brow in annoyance. He vaguely felt Raoul shaking him with his good hand and shouting something at him as Maria and Terry rounded the corner. He didn't notice Nick following suit with Holly and Ariel as they scanned their surroundings for additional enemies. Figures, Justin groused, causing Raoul to jump up in surprise and not a little bit of fright. All that, and I didn't even get a lick of experience. Chapter 26. Justin sighed in disappointment as he glared at the remnants of his ruined armor. He scratched at the stubble on his chin. He ignored the poisonous scowl of the dagger quartermaster, who was clearly displeased at the maltreatment of the equipment. His high steel armet? Nope, that was a goner. The faceplate had also been absolutely ruined by the goblin swarmling's corrosive blood. One of his enchanted earrings, the one that gave +3 to all resistance, had also got a spatter of black blood on it. That was enough to ruin the enchantment altogether. The high steel breastplate and steel gauntlets. Goners. The breastplate had caught a lot of splashing blood from headbanging the goblin thing to a pulp. It was the same for his gauntlets, as he'd got a lot of blood on them while ripping the goblin to pieces. The steel pauldrons, not quite goners. A few spots of blood had splashed on them, but they could still be serviceable after a little bit of welding, or maybe a little polishing would be enough. The holes weren't that big after all. He continued inspecting his ruined armor, and remembered that this was nothing compared to what the goblin's shadowy blade could have done. A single cut from that stuff, a single swipe, would have been enough to corrode even the toughest of any of the alloys that the smiths could currently pump out of their forges. He remembered how quickly it had disassembled his own flesh and bone. He still shivered from the memory, even if most of it had been erased after his 1-second jaunt back in time. Justin imagined what he could do with such a weapon, one that literally ignored every resistance granted by the system. One touch, and it'd corrode just about anything that got in its way, from the high-tech mundane composites to the best enchanted high steel that humanity could manufacture. He grinned at the possibilities, and then shook his head and left his thoughts at that. After all, he no longer possessed the blade. He'd submitted it to the brass for research and development. Nerds from the Guild of Crafters would have a field day when they got their grubby little hands on the artifact, probably cream their pants for the opportunity to unlock its secrets. He might have imagined the glory and carnage he could have inflicted with the weapon, but he knew better than that. Why waste giving it away to just one guy when you could equip an entire army with such weapons? The contributions of a single individual would pale when compared to the collective industrial output of mankind. A division of soldiers armed with black smoke steel weapons would make short work of any threat that came their way. Archers would be particularly useful, especially if the smiths could find some way to mass-produce the stuff. Besides, he did not want to stand out. Let the shields hog all the glory, for he'd rather operate in the shadows and away from the prying eyes of the observers. Justin sighed as the heady thoughts filled his mind, and then he shifted his attention back to his hands. He had seen the skin melt off and the bone peek through in some parts where the black blood had really worked its magic on him. He'd been so far gone in his frenzy that he hadn't even felt the pain. The only thing that mattered was ripping the black goblin to pieces and killing the little thing that had somehow managed to break the rules of the system, just as he could with his time-altering skills. A timely sip of a healing potion undid the worst damage to his hands, although he still had to wash before the remaining black gunk stopped eating away at his flesh. A few uttered respites allowed him to use them again, along with a follow-up visit to a surgeon. That trip to the surgeon added yet another weird bit of irregularity to the whole thing. His face had become a molten pool of flesh, hastily stitched together by potions and respite healing. So too were his chest, hands, arms, and parts of his shoulder. That never happened when healing was involved, since the process should restore one's body to a healthy state as determined by the system. Yet the black goblin's blood had somehow twisted his flesh, leaving him scarred from the hasty healing. He'd had to go under the knife and to get all the scarring cut out before receiving a second round of healing. It was a testament to the black goblin thing's interference with the system, or at least to the anomalous nature of its blood, that the normally reliable healing process resulted in such extensive scarring. Well, Justin murmured to himself as he flexed his fixed hands. At least plastic surgeons still know their work. In all truth, he had recovered faster than Raoul, who was still nursing the wound inflicted by Carl the Duelist's true cut. That same duelist was now being integrated into the daggers, the poisoned anklet ensuring his full cooperation while he served his time. In the meantime, a high-level healer was on her way to the hexagon. Hopefully she had enough skill points in a strong healing spell to undo the damage. Justin was expecting a call to muster any time now to prepare for their covert flight to Mexico. Their neighbor to the south was still having a hard time dealing with the greenskin invasion that threatened its eastern shores. When murderers began popping out of the woodwork and eradicating entire enclaves that had been left depleted by the greenskin threat, the Confederated States of America offered to send some of its daggers to help clear up the situation. The United Mexican States had finally accepted, even if it had done so in secret. Raoul would be a valuable and experienced addition to that team. If he was forced to sit this one out because of his untreatable injury, then Justin would be forced to bring a replacement into the team. One of the new converts, maybe. Carl was pretty good in a scrap, especially if the duelist could land a hit on Raoul. But no, Carl was too new. He hadn't even been trained to fight with the daggers as part of the team. Justin would probably have to make do with 6 men, or maybe he could borrow a more experienced dagger from another team. That could work, Justin mumbled to himself as he considered his options. He walked forward, determined to... Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates 4C.
1 tempo consumed.
Something pops into existence behind him, but he doesn't notice any overt danger. He continues standing in place, oblivious to the threat clattering to the floor, until Justin immediately unsheathed the replacement knife he'd been issued, a cheap, non-enchanted steel knife, which he had strapped to his waist. He whirled around, right as a familiar pop sounded behind him. Whatever this threat was, it was clearly able to bypass the system's safeguards on enclaves. He bared his dagger with a snarl at the imminent threat, and promptly blinked when no threat emerged to confront him. The guards in the armory hadn't even had time to draw their weapons. They, and everyone else, Justin included, stared at the black, smoking blade that was just sitting there on the floor. Then Justin's radio chirped, breaking his transfixed glare at the familiar weapon. 10 minutes after the call ended, Justin found himself in General Zimmerman's office. The man's already dark skin darkened even further in annoyance as he glared at Justin. He uttered profanities under his breath as he refocused his attention on the black blade that was strapped to Justin's waist, one that the system had insisted belonged to him.
Thyme's Black Smoke Blade. 32 slash damage, 37 piercing damage. Artifact. 30 true corrosive damage per second for 3 seconds. Artifact. Soulbound to JustInTime.
And you had nothing to do with the weapon's mysterious disappearance from our labs? You did absolutely nothing to cause this artifact to bind itself to you? Not one damned thing, Justin growled in annoyance, extremely conscious of the weapon, which was releasing dark vapors despite the layers of thick cloth wrapped around it. 1 second I was at the armory, trying to get my ruined armor replaced, and the next moment this thing just pops out behind me. Zimmerman steepled his fingers as he eyed the weapon on Justin's waist.
I have a hard time believing you.
Look, General, I handed the thing over to you the very first chance I got. I explained to you how it's better for the eggheads to study the material and to see whether smiths or enchanters or whatever crafting class might be able to replicate the weapon's properties. Justin huffed and scowled at the weapon. Hell, I even tried leaving the damn thing in the armory. Guess what happened just outside the office? Zimmerman's dirty look abated, and his face slowly morphed into a worried furrowing of his brows.
Yes, I heard the commotion.
It teleported again. Not behind me, but in front of me this time. One of your pyro-happy guards, the idiot, almost broiled me alive with a fireball.
To be fair, you did bring a weapon into a no-weapon zone.
Zimmerman eyed the weapon on Justin's waist once more, his lips pressed together in thought. Strange. That thing had to be suspended mid-air because it corroded everything it touched. How come it's not eating the wrappings around it? I have no idea, Justin admitted. It seems to work like an enchantment now, not triggering until you wield it with intent. It's also a lot weaker than it once was. Zimmerman raised a brow at Justin's statement, stiffening when Justin drew the weapon in question and unwrapped the straps around the naked blade. The undamaged straps fell to the floor, stained black by the smoke, but intact nonetheless. He unsheathed his plain steel dagger. He ran the edge of his black smoke blade along the edge of his knife. The metals hissed as they met one another, but the plain steel knife remained in one piece. Then Justin focused, cutting down hard on the knife. The steel dagger's blade browned, and its surface rusted from the effect, but nothing else. I remember this thing erasing my sword and my backup dagger with but a single exchange of blows. The affected areas crumbled into dust in an instant. Not like this, where only a thin layer of material rusts over. Zimmerman shifted his glare to meet Justin's eyes as the Templar continued explaining. Also, the system didn't acknowledge the blade whenever I examined it. It was an anomaly of sorts. Until now. Justin shook his head in confusion. I honestly have no idea what's going on, he admitted, under the General's cool gaze. I would just love to leave it up to the eggheads to poke and prod, but the thing keeps sticking to me like a lost puppy or something. Zimmerman snorted at the comparison, and then gave in and chortled at the mental image. Justin didn't join in, however. He wrapped his now useless steel dagger back into its sheath before bending over to pick up the cloth wraps for the black blade. He mulled over his situation while winding the strips around the blade. He was still confused about what the hell was going on here. He stared at the black smoke blade that the system insisted was his and decided, on a hunch, to review his log of system alerts. "Motherfucker!" Justin cussed out loud. General Zimmerman scowled at the heat in Justin's outburst, eyes furrowing in annoyance. "I do hope that wasn't directed at me, Mr. Thyme. Despite the generous leeway I give you, I really do not like it when my subordinates call me a motherfucker to my face." Justin groaned aloud at his own stupidity, turning away and scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Sorry about that, General Zimmerman. I think I know what happened." "So?" Justin hesitated, spent a moment gathering his thoughts, and then babbled out his explanation. "My log says that the blade is an artifact that belonged to the assassin the Greenskins tasked with killing me. The system says that it's an ultra-rare item of some sort, and it's supposed to be a one-of-a-kind weapon, not something to be reproduced, much less mass-produced. It's not even supposed to be here on Earth. Whatever the eggheads were doing to it seems to have disabled the protections preventing the system from acknowledging it. Once that happened, the system quickly depowered it and, decided to soulbind it to the guy responsible for killing the assassin." Justin shrugged weakly at that statement and threw his hands up in defeat. "Again, sorry for the cussing out of order, but I really hoped that the blade would give our guys and gals an edge over the Greenskins. Knowing that it's an artifact and that the system doesn't like artifacts being copied, well, I hope you understand my frustration." Zimmerman sat still as he digested Justin's explanation. "Is that it?" "Yeah, that's about it, sir." The general sighed in disappointment. "Well, I guess that is that. At least you have a new weapon to replace the ones you lost. Better even. But still, high steel is in high demand right now, especially enchanted gear. You'll have to settle for plain old steel until the smiths and enchanters have enough time to work on replacing your equipment." Justin stood for a few more moments under the general's withering gaze before he was finally dismissed. He sighed in relief after he closed the door, hoping that the general would be satisfied with his lie. He brought his log up once again and reviewed the information contained within. "Anomalous object detected. Allocating additional processing power for review process. Initiating deep analysis for confirmation of possible illegal artifact. Deep analysis completed. Warning. Object at the ascendant stage detected. Objects at the low immortal level or higher are prohibited during the first stage of the 9947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopauфua-Agasara-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. Warning. Breaking the rules of observation in the 9947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games, sponsored by Yopauфua-Agasara-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank, will be met with swift and terrible punishment. Pound key. Primary pug system spoofing measures compromised. Secondary pug system spoofing measures activated. Pound key. Running devolution parameters. Done. Ascendant capabilities reduced to mortal capabilities. Pound key. Soul binding necessary to complete the masking process. Searching for current wielder. Pound key. Unable to bind designated wielder with active observer identifier. Binding to last wielder with active observer identifier. Pound key. Binding completed. Secondary pug system spoofing measures online. Disregarding erroneous report. Reconducting deep analysis. Deep analysis completed. Ascendant artifact registered as Black Smoke Blade identified. Ascendant artifact Black Smoke Blade is currently soulbound to active observer JustInTime. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary artifact, JustInTime. Use it to slay your enemies, bring honor to your kind, and better entertain your betters. Justin shivered as he walked back to his quarters, trying to fight the lurching feeling in his stomach. He'd lied through the skin of his teeth when he came up with that cockeyed excuse to Zimmerman. He'd reviewed his logs after the Black Goblin thing had attempted to kill him. He had seen no such alerts back then, when he double-checked to make sure everything was in order. These notifications, they had all popped up after the mysterious blade bound itself to him. More importantly, though, the damned thing was actually hiding itself from the system. It had even gone as far as to depower itself, all to trick the system into believing it was a legal artifact, and that it needed to soul-bind itself to him in order to pull off the trick. All this was just noise to Justin, though. What really shocked him was the fact that at least one of the observers, and not the goblins, wanted him dead. So much so that they were willing to break the rules of the Gladiatorial Games in order to take a shot at him. This, more than anything, frightened him out of his wits. If his mysterious and powerful patron wanted to benefit from humanity lasting longer in the games, then other, equally mysterious and powerful entities did not want humanity to stick around for too long. He could not tell the general this, not without revealing his history with the observers. He knew that his half-assed story had only raised Zimmerman's suspicions. He would most definitely have to come up with a much better cover if he had the time and the preparation to do so. He'd have to keep his nose clean and to watch out and make sure that no one found out about his chronomancer abilities. He did not want to find out what kind of swift and terrible punishments the ass-hat observers would dole out. He might no longer consider himself a murderer, killing solely for his benefit, but he still recognized the value of self-preservation. Chapter 27. Life Sense. Sentry located, hiding behind a shrub. He has cold camouflage on. It will be tough to spot him if he doesn't move. Sharing his location with you via HUD now. Analysis. Stalker, level 26. No magical protections as far as I can see. He has a radio on him, on his chest, left breast, armed with a hatchet? No, armed with 4 throwing axes. Copy that. Anyone else in his immediate vicinity? None that I can identify with life sense. 1 second. Heat sense. No, I cannot find anyone else.
Right. Should I take the shot, boss man?
Do it. Ariel opened up with a snipe, taking the lookout with an arrow to the neck. That shot destroyed his vocal cords, which prevented him from shouting out in alarm. Then she followed up with a trick shot aimed at the man's chest, smashing his radio and preventing him from alerting his fellow murderers. She finished him off with a triple shot and quick shot, all aimed at the sentry's exposed head. The man fell out of his shrub, rolled down the sandy hill with increasing speed, and finally hit a rock with a bodily crunch. Ariel the Stalker took the lead, climbing up the hill for a better vantage point, while Justin the Templar and Holly the Berserker followed. Nick the Trickster, Maria the Sanguinist, Ingrid the Bladestorm, and Carl the Seer trailed behind, keeping an eye on their rear. Ingrid was the knife-thrower that once belonged to the Sisters of Blood. She was serving as Raoul's replacement on their mission to Tijuana. She still bore something of a grudge against Justin, who had smashed her face in and trussed her up like a pig during the assault on their group of murderers. However, the anklet on her foot and the body camera attached to her vest ensured that she served her sentence out like a good little convict. That and her sister Sella was still in the custody of the CSA, or more specifically, still undergoing training as a dagger. Ironically enough, both Sella and Ingrid were actual blood sisters. Justin had picked the Bladestorm over the Cryomancer not only because she had higher levels, but also because she was able to follow orders better than her ice-flinging sister. That one needed more training and more breaking in before he'd even think about bringing her in on these hunter-killer missions. This didn't concern Justin much. He knew how to goad them along with the right carrots and sticks. He used to be one of them, after all. Then there was Carl. Carl the Seer was a supremely useful addition to the team, so much so that Justin sorely wanted to requisition a seer for each and every dagger team. Who would not want to know how many enemies they were up against, or where those enemies were hiding themselves, what classes and levels they possessed, and what equipment they had on them? Aside from Justin himself, Carl was the first non-murderer to be inducted into the Dagger program. Justin had been pleased by General Zimmerman's idea to add more support personnel to the Daggers. Mexico's request for assistance in dealing with murderers added a layer of legitimacy to the program and made it easier for higher-level institutions to tolerate the existence of a clandestine team of assassins composed of former murderers. Even Justin knew that the concept of all but enslaving murderers and forcing them to kill their fellow murderers did not make for good optics in the public eye. Yet their surprising efficiency in quietly cleaning up high-level human threats was a necessary evil that governments were starting to admit they needed. So Justin gladly accepted Carl's field trial as a dagger. Even if he had his suspicions about the abruptness of Zimmerman's decision and Carl's hasty transfer. Ariel raised a gloved fist as she laid eyes on the murderer's camp, somewhere in the hills south of Tijuana. She craned her neck around while waiting for the others to catch up. To be more specific, she was waiting for Carl to do his thing. Soon the seer shuffled up beside Ariel and activated his skills to survey the camp before the team's assault. Raul was normally responsible for scouting, relying on his cloak to get into a better position before radioing in his findings. This process normally took at least a few hours, even with the aid of an unmanned aerial vehicle flying overhead. But the seer's skill cut that process down to a matter of minutes. For a total of 4 captives and 8 potential hostiles on site. Justin watched the others nod as he wrapped up the briefing, and he adjusted the team's approach based on the information Carl had provided. Captives are a surprise. 1 second. Justin relayed the development to command, waiting for additional instructions. He inhaled, pressed his lips together, and signed off on the communication. Command says we do what we can to keep them alive, but our primary goal remains unchanged, taking out the murderers that have been terrorizing the enclaves in Tijuana. Aiding captives is a secondary objective. Justin examined everyone's eyes, waiting to see if they were all on the same page. There were no objections, though Carl looked as if he sorely wanted to say something. The seer decided to let it go, though, aware of the limited resources they had on call. Right. Everyone got any last-minute questions? Yeah? No? Ingrid, you gotta take a piss? Okay, fine. 2 minutes, and then we head out. Justin knelt to one side, raising his visor to take a sip of tepid water from the flask on his hip. He observed the camp, readying himself for the imminent assault while waiting for Ingrid to finish her business. He was surprised that she actually needed to pee, considering how much everyone was already sweating. Then again, this was her first actual mission as a dagger. A slight case of nerves wasn't only acceptable, it was to be expected. He undid the clasps on his helmet, a plain, non-enchanted steel armet for the time being, and swapped out his spent sapphire-silver necklace of cooling for a fresh one. He was already starting to feel the heat sinking into his flesh, building up fatigue during the hike. He felt an oppressive wave of hot air clamp down the second he took off his silver necklace. He grimaced at the change and sighed the moment he slipped on the fresh necklace. Its strong enchantment immediately lowered his body temperature by a few degrees. He normally wore his diamond titanium pendant in more temperate climates. The additional 7 points of universal resistance was far more important in a combat situation. That, and he was already used to the arid heat of New Mexico, which was a lot like the climate around Tijuana. Hiking in armor is a terribly hot and sweaty affair, though, especially in a prolonged battle and after sneaking through miles of open terrain. Heatstroke was a very real danger for armored fighting in arid or tropical climates, which was why he could practically kiss the enchanter, thoughtful enough to put together the cooling pendants. The best part, though, was that the cooling pendants prevented Justin and the other daggers from accruing fatigue penalties on the hike. They marched slowly and steadily, preserving their strength for the battle ahead. Then, a fresh round of cooling necklaces would prevent them from accruing fatigue too quickly while in the thick of fighting. This was yet another demonstration of how mankind's preserved industrial might was helping turn the tide of battle in even the smallest of ways. Ingrid finished her business and nodded at Justin to signal her readiness. Justin nodded in return, tightening his grip on his shield and smoking black blade. Life sense. 10 life signs are as they were, most likely still asleep. I sense 6 sleeping hostiles, 4 sleeping captives. 2 sentries, a myrmidon and a warder, are still moving about the camp's perimeter. Careful, I sense heavy magical protection on the warder. Got it, Justin replied with a brief nod to Carl. That means no changes to the plan then. The others mirrored his nod in silent responses. They would approach the western side of the camp, take out the sentry on that side, and then rush in while the murderers were asleep. Right. Let's get the job done, shall we? The daggers spread out in a neat line, creeping forward and sticking to what little cover they could find. All except for Carl, who remained back at their original hill, lying flat on his belly and serving as the team's lookout. Ariel the Stalker opened up with her signature chain of skills. Snipe, quick shot, triple shot, and trick shot. She spent all of her skill points on improving these skills, which made her deadly burst damage enough to put down the most lightly armored targets with a single chain. Yet even this combination was not enough to put down the myrmidon in the blink of an eye. He'd somehow obtained steel plate armor created by a system-acknowledged smith. Although he was only wearing a helmet and a breastplate, it was enough to protect his vital organs. Justin also suspected the murderer had put a significant number of attribute points into Constitution. The system-acknowledged steel armor may have reduced some of the damage Ariel could put out with her bow and armor-piercing bodkin arrows, but she could still put out a lot of damage with her chain of skills. This is where Maria came into the picture. She immediately cast Asphyxiate as soon as she got into range. The spell was supposed to choke the myrmidon out and prevent him from shouting out an alarm to his team of murderers. If he lacked magical resistance, he could even remain choking long enough to pass out from oxygen deprivation. Except that didn't happen. Justin growled as he watched an invisible barrier spark to life, rebutting Maria's magic. The myrmidon had successfully activated some sort of magic neutralizing skill and was now hiding behind his shield with the spear pointed at the approaching daggers. Maria's follow-up spells, Coagulate and Venial Rupture, likewise bounced off the myrmidon's barrier. That was no mean feat right there. Maria did not spread her skill points out as Nick had. She focused exclusively on the 3 spells she had just used, increasing their efficiency and allowing them to break through most resistances. The fact that the myrmidon's barrier outright rebuffed them all revealed the extent of his anti-magical protection. It was annoying, since Carl had specifically stated that it was the warder who was supposed to have the strongest magical protection. More importantly, though, the failure to neutralize the myrmidon allowed him to cry out in alarm, alerting every single murderer to their presence. "Go loud!" Justin roared into his radio as he raised his own shield, shedding all pretense at stealth and powering forward as he did so. "Myrmidon has a tough anti-magic barrier. Ingrid, Ariel, put down that asshole. Holly, take the other guy, the warder. Nick and Maria, support Holly. Carl, you're on oversight. I'll run right in and try to mess the others up before they can organize. Go, go, go!" Justin dashed forward with his shield raised, ignoring the myrmidon who was being peppered by projectiles and the warder who was dealing with a raging berserker charging into his face. While the 2 sentries were distracted, Justin found his first quarry, a half-naked enemy stumbling out of a tent, wielding a disturbingly oversized flail in his hands. "Bulwark, charge," Justin whispered. The system launched him forward with superhuman speed toward the enemy he tagged Murderer A in his HUD, all the while layering magical protection all over him.
"Molino!"
shouted the flail-wielding murderer, whirling his gigantic flail around him as he did so.
"Murderer A has hit you for 0 blunt damage, 41 damage resisted. Windmill has canceled the effect of your charge. You resist the stagger effect of Windmill."
Justin gritted his teeth from the force of impact. Despite his enchantments and buffers reducing the damage to 0, Murderer A could still pack a hell of a wallop with that weapon of his, especially as it was modified by a skill that imparted a stagger effect. But Justin had long ago learned to ignore that part of his mind that told him that he should have been knocked back by the ferocity of a blow. That was how he powered on. He flipped the base of his shield up into the chin of his enemy, while stabbing forward with his newly acquired blade. However, the nimble murderer leapt back to avoid both the shield and the blade. Each moment Justin's opponent defended meant another moment for the baddies to rally. As if to prove his point, murderers began streaming out of their respective tents, their eyes wide with panic, but their minds slowed by grogginess. Justin growled in annoyance. He felt no tingling in his spine and no cold chills climbing up it. That probably meant that the observers were too busy peeping at someone else. The other daggers were likewise too busy with the warder and the myrmidon to pay him any attention. He moved closer, stepping forward even as the murderer retreated. "Freeze," Justin murmured, and reality obeyed.
"Freeze activated. Halting time."
He stepped forward once again, closing the gap, while the murderer and the world remained locked in place.
"Insufficient tempo. Resuming time."
Justin disappeared from the murderer's line of sight and reappeared right in front of him. He stabbed his black blade right into the other man's belly. He zigged it sideways, gouging out a deep chunk of flesh before pulling it out. It should be worth noting that most of the world's surviving murderers had learned to master their pain and to keep fighting even after sustaining grievous injuries. They had come to realize that the system imbued them with unnatural longevity, which allowed them to keep on fighting with their arms cut off or their guts hanging out their stomachs. They were still technically alive and capable of being healed, as long as they still had at least 1 point of health remaining. This time, however, the man just dropped his flail and began screaming his head off, the very second the black smoke blade punched into his belly. Justin was genuinely taken by surprise at the sheer intensity and weight of torment contained in the man's howl. He even dropped his flail on the ground with a heavy thud and rattle of chains before he doubled over in pain as the flesh around the stab wound turned black. Justin blocked off the unnecessary thoughts and stabbed down once again with his blade. This time, he aimed for the heart. The man gurgled, and black tar bubbled from his lips, yet he refused to die. Or rather, the system refused to let him die. Justin managed to stab the downed murderer 3 more times, inflicting killing blows in the process, before one of his comrades charged his way toward him. Justin had been keeping one eye on the emerging murderers, though, and was prepared to receive the attack. He immediately labeled the man as Murderer B in his mind and crouched low as he angled his shield to deflect the flashing spear.
"Murderer B used lancing charge on you. You take 32 piercing damage, 24 damage resisted, 8 damage absorbed."
Justin hissed as he felt a sharp pain lance into his arm, as if an ethereal blade had just slid through his protection and into his flesh. His opponent's weapon didn't glow with runes or bleed some sort of magical effect. That meant his opponent must have dumped at least 10 points into his charge to unlock an upgrade that modified the skill's effect. By the looks of it, his opponent's lancing charge had transformed a significant chunk of piercing damage into true piercing damage, bypassing armor and resistance.
"Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 328 of 352.8, 2% fatigue penalty. Stamina, 198.6 of 235.2, 2% fatigue penalty. Mana,
47.7 of 88.2, 2% fatigue penalty. Tempo, 0.7 of 1.1. Active effects, Bulwark, 52 seconds of 60 seconds. Murderer B recoiled from the impact and swayed, out of balance. He stepped forward to regain his footing. Justin reacted instantly, hoping that a seventh of a second would be enough time for him to close in. "Freeze," Justin hissed out, and reality obeyed. "Freeze activated. Halting time." He punched out with the black smoke blade as his enemy stepped forward. "Insufficient tempo. Resuming time." And his arm blinked forward ever so slightly, closing the distance and planting his blade into the heart of his enemy. Murderer B gasped from the mortal blow, but did not falter with his attack. "Puh! Paso atrás!" he wheezed out, and his body blurred, reappearing a few meters away. He collapsed to his feet, holding himself up with the butt of his spear, while blood dripped from the blackened cavity over his heart. Injured organ heart should not instantly kill his target, but would cause significant hemorrhage damage, around 20 per second, until the injury was cured. If Justin were the type of assassin that specialized in critical hits, he might very well have killed his opponent with a single well-timed skill. But no, he was a mere Templar, and so the system only inflicted an injury that would eventually kill his enemy if left untreated. Unfortunately for Justin, Murderer B's fellow killers in arms knew this as well. One of them tossed a potion at their mortally wounded ally, who caught the plastic bottle despite his injury. Justin recognized the packaging, realizing that it was yet another piece of loot plundered from whatever enclave these murderers had hit. The spearman grinned at Justin, taunting him the old-fashioned way, and bit off the soft spout of the bottle and sucked the contents down his throat in a single gulp. Except the black cavity in his chest did not heal as expected. The spearman's cocky grin morphed into abject horror after he realized the potion wasn't working. The black flesh around the wound refused to close, and blood continued leaking out of the man's perforated heart. He gasped, wobbled, and fell face first into the dirt, dead from the corrupting effects of Justin's black smoke blade. Sure, it dealt 30 points of corruption damage per second for 3 seconds, but it also blocked all types of healing until those 3 seconds were up. That was a little-known side effect of true corruption. If the spearman had waited just a bit longer for the corruption effect to end, then the healing potion may have undone enough bleed damage to keep him alive. But no, he sucked up the potion in a single gulp, while still under the effect of true corruption. Justin didn't have time to savor his victory, though. 4 very angry murderers were now bearing down on him, every single one of them charging at him like bats out of hell. Murderer C used Mauling Charge on you. You take 20 blunt damage. 56 damage resisted, 27 damage absorbed. Warning, you are staggered by Mauling Charge. Murderer D used Annihilating Charge on you. 0% block. Annihilating Charge negates the effect of blocking with Steel Heater Shield, dealing full damage. You take 41 slash damage. 56 damage resisted, 27 damage absorbed. Murderer E used Flying Fist on you. You take 24 true blunt damage and 24 true stamina damage. Murderer F used Rending Rush on you. You take 11 true pierce damage, 12 true pierce damage, and 9 true pierce damage. Warning, you are bleeding from a sliced artery in your thigh. You are taking 5 bleed damage per second. Justin buckled under the combined assault of the murderers and felt his flesh tear and his bones crack. He staggered back and lost his footing from the impact of one of the murderers' charge, but he braced himself with his other foot. He did not want to get knocked down here, surrounded by murderers that would make quick work of him with multiple killing blows. Not only that, but these murderers were not the run-of-the-mill variety that he could safely barrel through with all his protection. JustInTime, level 20 Templar, level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 211 of 345.6, 4% fatigue penalty, minus 5 per second from bleeding. Stamina, 185.45 of 230.4, 4% fatigue penalty. Mana, 52.2 of 86.4, 4% fatigue penalty. Tempo, 0.6 of 1.1. Active effects. Bulwark, 46 of 60 seconds. Justin winced at the huge dip in his health pool. He'd been confident he could distract the other murderers enough to buy time for the others to get into position. It had worked well enough in the past, and his armor and his buffer spells had shielded him from all but the most grievous harm. The two murderers with the big weapons had invested a lot of attribute points in strength, so much so that their attacks blasted enough system-approved damage that they overcame all of his armor and protections. That and their respective charge skills had been modified to deal insane amounts of damage. The two faster-moving ones had also picked up true damage abilities. They hadn't done a lot of damage compared to the others, but they had dealt true damage that cut through all forms of protection. These types of murderers were Justin's worst nightmare, the purest counters to armored defenders such as him. No wonder the local government couldn't bring them to heal. They'd sucked up so much experience that it would take a literal army to put them down. That, or pull multiple teams of much-needed shields away from the greenskin landing points. Justin sniffed in disdain at his own arrogance. That was what he got for getting all cocky from success. Murderer E and Murderer F recovered quickly from their initial attack. The former was probably a brawler type, who relied on system-enhanced fist attacks, and the latter a rogue type, wielding a knife in each hand. They moved in to put him down while he was off balance, aiming to finish him off once and for all. Justin shoved his shield toward the brawler, who nimbly stepped back to avoid the slow attack. Likewise, the rogue stepped around the shield, intending to stab the Templar from his right side, while his left was occupied with blocking the other attacker. He still had a selection of armor-piercing skills ready to cut through his armored foe. The rogue sneered as his daggers flashed, ready to perforate his cornered prey with a system-enhanced skill, and promptly ran into the tip of Justin's black blade. The Templar's entire body blinked out of existence as he froze reality for just a brief moment, little more than half a second, really. Yet this single moment was long enough for him to catch the rogue right as he was stepping forward to stab his knives into Justin's lungs. Bash! Justin followed up the initial stab with an empowered strike, slamming his shield into the face of his reeling enemy while pulling the smoking blade out of his gut. His figurative stun was transformed into a system-enforced stun and caused the rogue to waver on his feet. The rogue hacked, choked, and then fell dead. The lingering corruption from the black smoke blade, coupled with the burst of damage from Justin's bash, was enough to put him down in one deadly combination. He wasn't even able to drink the potion that was still attached to his belt. That was what happened when a high-speed, low-health target got tagged by a deadly combination of skills. Justin quickly whipped the black smoke blade around, intending to catch the brawler mid-swing as his companion toppled over. However, the high-agility pest flipped around at the last second, deftly evading Justin's attack and countering with a quick punch to his exposed sides. No, not punches, but a painful finger jab that lanced through his protection. Murderer E used threefold punishment on you. Murderer E hit you for 50 true piercing damage, 50 true stamina damage, and 50 true mana damage. Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 161.35 of 338.4, 6% fatigue penalty, minus 5 per second from bleeding. Stamina, 155.45 of 225.6, 6% fatigue penalty. Mana, 5.2 of 84.6, 6% fatigue penalty. Tempo, 0.4 of 1.1. Active effects. Bulwark, 42 of 60 seconds. Justin staggered from the attack, surprised by the brawler's speed and ferocity. Not only had he moved quickly, but he had also been able to hit Justin with a devastating skill that did more than just pierce through his defenses. Justin had been preparing to whisper out a respite, just in case he was hit by a deadly physical injury, but the brawler, or the apparent monk, had just taken that option away from him by draining his mana. Justin was reaching for a mana potion on his belt when he felt a chill run up his spine, the familiar sensation that was a telltale marker of his faith attribute. It was subconsciously warning him of an imminent threat. He suddenly remembered that there were 2 other murderers still in the fight. He raised his shield just in time to successfully block a massive 2-handed sword that had been swung his way. He angled his shield to deflect the blow instead of fully absorbing the impact on his hands. This, coupled with the system's assistance, should be enough to negate the impact of the blow. Justin's entire body instead buckled as his shield exploded in his hands. The steel twisted and the wood splintered from the mighty blow. He even felt the bones in his left arm crack with the impact, yet strangely, he felt no pain or damage to his actual body. Murderer D used Breaker's Bash on you, 100% blocked. Warning, Breaker's Bash has destroyed your steel heater shield. Justin didn't waste time lamenting the loss of his shield. He immediately let go of the twisted handle of the ruined object and stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the maul whistling through the air. Murderer C used Hammerfall on you. You dodged the attack. Justin growled and whipped his blade out, catching the maul-wielding murderer in the arm. Times like these were why he invested points in agility, especially since the attribute helped to keep him alive against high-strength, low-perception enemies. His enemy roared in rage, but ignored his pain and lashed out with his hammer. Justin was not able to evade this attack, and gasped as the heavy weapon crunched into his side. Murderer D hit you for 39 blunt damage, 49 damage resisted, 23 damage absorbed. Justin staggered back, wheezing from the impact and growing tired. He was still recovering from this attack when he felt something touch his back. This despite the armor and magical protection that should have been safeguarding him. Murderer E used Draining Touch on you. Murderer E absorbs 20 health, 20 mana, 20 stamina, and 10 fatigue from you. Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 102.35 of 295.2, 18% fatigue penalty, bleeding. Stamina, 180.45 of 196.8, 18% fatigue penalty. Mana, 0 of 79.2, 18% fatigue penalty. Tempo, 0.9 of 1.1. Active effects. Bulwark, 37 of 60 seconds. Regress! Justin growled out, sensing not only the desperation of the moment, but also an opportunity to exploit. Regress activated. Rewinding time. Reality stalled, and then began moving backward on itself. He felt his body pulled back to its original position, and felt it knit itself back together. This, while a massive warhammer creaked backwards, and a bare-fisted monk slipped back into Justin's vision. Insufficient tempo. Resuming time. Just in time. Level 20 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 154.28 of 316.8, 12% fatigue penalty, bleeding. Stamina, 172.45 of 211.2, 12% fatigue penalty. Mana, 13.4 of 85.8, 12% fatigue penalty. Tempo, 0 of 1.1. Active effects. Bulwark, 38 of 60 seconds. Regress did not completely undo all the damage he had received, but it did reduce it by more than half. Still, the damage was significant, and Murderer D hit you for 39 blunt damage, 49 damage resisted, 23 damage absorbed. Justin gritted his teeth as he absorbed the blow again, his skeleton ringing from the force of impact. Avoiding this attack was not the reason he had regressed, though. It was to catch the monk who thought him too distracted by the massive hammer to react. Bash! Justin roared out, gripping his short sword and ripping behind him with as much force as he could put into the blow. The sharp edge of the sword bit into the side of a very surprised Murderer E, who was leaning forward to thrust a palm into his back. Justin did not simply pull the blade out. He used the leverage of his two-handed grip to draw the blade sideways, carving out a large chunk of his opponent's guts as he did so. The monk stumbled backwards, doomed to death by the mortal blow. Like the knife-wielding rogue before him, he had optimized his build for speed and brutality. The burst damage from bash, coupled with the bleeding effect of the deep blow and the corruptive effects of the black smoke blade, should be more than enough to put him down. Then Justin swung his still bloody blade around, aiming to catch the maul-wielding murderer by surprise. He almost did so, and the blade was mere inches away from the murderer's chest when faith tingled his spine again. He twisted his body and dodged the two-handed sword that was whistling through the air where his neck would have been. Where a more expert swordsman would have curved the blade and sliced into one of the gaps in between Justin's armor, this murderer crashed his blade into the dirt. If Justin had been a tad slower on the uptake, if he had had a low agility score, or if his armor had not been expertly crafted, and therefore had been bulkier than it currently was, then perhaps that blade would have found its mark. But it didn't. Justin danced backwards, putting some distance between himself and his three opponents. He glanced at his HUD and saw that he just didn't have quite enough mana for respite. He released his two-handed grip on the short black smoke blade and switched to a one-handed grip with his right hand, while unclasping the plastic healing potion dangling from his belt. He bit off the soft end and chugged it down, keeping an eye on the murderers who were still recovering from their failed attacks. Lesser healing potion restores 25 points of health. Bleeding effect from sliced artery ended by lesser healing potion. Justin felt strength fill his limbs, and felt the ruined flesh and cracked bones reassemble themselves once again. The wound over his thigh closed as well, ending the bleed effect that was steadily draining his health. The monk finally collapsed into the dirt, his lifeblood leaking from the long, jagged wound on his side. Justin narrowed his eyes at the two remaining murderers, Murderer C with his warhammer, and Murderer D with his two-handed sword. Justin reached for another potion on his belt, a mana potion this time, but the murderers refused to give him the time he needed. They circled around him, attempting to pin him down from both sides in a joint attack. He glanced at his HUD. No good. He needed a few more seconds to accrue the 19 points of mana required to cast a respite. He would have appreciated the extra burst of healing, along with the health and stamina regeneration. Most certainly, he could have used it back when he was bleeding, but the aggressive attacks of the murderers had absorbed all of his focus. He was too busy dodging, blocking, and exploiting brief windows of opportunity to heal himself. But no, he had nothing. The sneaky monk just had to have drained his reserves of mana. He cleared his mind and left his thoughts and regrets for later. He unsheathed his backup knife, wielding it in his left hand, as he gripped the black smoke blade in his right. He only needed a few more seconds to regenerate the required mana. He would have to fight as defensively as he could until he could hiss out a respite. He'd also have to rely on parries instead of blocks. He doubted his backup knife would deflect much force from those big honking weapons. He could dodge and rely on his armor to angle most of the force away, while he used the black smoke blade to punish any overextensions. His thoughts all came grounding to a halt when the cavalry came charging in. Nick the Trickster opened up the engagement by casting Fuddle on the sword-wielding murderer, and then followed it up by dazzling the other. The befuddled murderer stood in place, furrowing his brows and gripping his sword tightly with both hands. He raised it to chest level, hesitated, lowered its pointed tip, hesitated again, and then raised it back up to chest level once again. He stepped back, hesitated, took another step back, and stepped forward again. The dazzled murderer cursed aloud and closed his eyes in pain before stumbling backwards while cussing furiously. He brought up his maul in a defensive posture, one hand near the base of the hammerhead and the other near the butt of the handle. He continued cussing in Spanish while he held his ground, fiercely shutting the lids of his eyes as if it pained him to open them. Ariel appeared off to the left side, aiming her bow at the dazzled murderer, while Ingrid advanced on the right, prepared to shower the befuddled one with an array of throwing knives. Maria came up along Justin's side, screaming out a string of Spanish toward the disabled murderers. In the meantime, Terry walked out of one of the tents, guarding 4 battered, bruised, and half-naked women who were all shackled together in chains. Terry grimaced, keeping his expression tight with displeasure, as he stood protectively between the women and the 2 remaining murderers. Justin sucked in a deep breath and released a deeply relieved sigh. That encounter had been way too close for comfort, one that he most definitely would not have survived without his time-bending abilities. Murderers were getting too good at killing now, and his own knowledge and fighting prowess were starting to lag behind. Chapter 28. Just in Time. Level 28 Templar, Level 1 Chronomancer. Health, 360 of 360. Stamina, 240 of 240. Mana, 120 of 120. Tempo, 1.3 of 1.3. Strength, 12. Constitution, 13. Agility, 12. Perception, 12. Intelligence, 12. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 13. Attunement, 13. Faith, 12. Charge 4. 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 32 meters away, dealing 40 to 50 blunt damage with a chance to stagger. Costs 35 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor, and can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of armor. Bash 4. 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 280 to 560% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance to stagger based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 280 to 560% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance to stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. War Cry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect. Increases Constitution and Grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using War Cry. Respite 4. 17 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 65 damage, heals 10.4 damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers 10.4 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Diamond Bulwark. 42.5 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 80. Also provides 20 points of resistance to true physical damage. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 80. Also provides 20 points of resistance to true magical damage. Resolve 7. 42.5 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 56. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 56. Aura of Retribution. 8.5 mana to activate. While active, Aura of Retribution reflects 30% of incoming physical damage to all designated hostiles within 10 meters. Aura of Retribution drains 4.25 mana whenever it reflects damage until deactivated. Templar bonus effect. Whenever Aura of Retribution reflects damage, all allies within range are instantly healed for 50% of the reflected damage. Justin exhaled a slow breath and lay back in his bunk as he finished distributing his skill points and attribute points. He had brought his attributes up to 12 points each before bringing his Constitution, Affinity, and Attunement up to 13. Despite his previous encounter with the all-warrior band of murderers with high strength, he had resisted the temptation to specialize in one particular attribute. After all, he was the point man. He would run headlong into danger, be it physical, magical, mental, spiritual, or anything that his opponents could throw at him, to buy time for his team. He might run into a barrage of elemental spells, or he might step on runes that would cause him to go insane. He might come up against another round of monstrously powerful opponents, or he might have to fend off a nimble duelist who could snake his weapons around his guard to pierce through his armor. That was why he continued to distribute his points as evenly as he could. He would never excel in one particular field, but he would not die instantly in any one attack either. He just needed to live long enough for the others to come in and save his ass. Besides, that was where his skills and spells came into the picture. He'd maxed out Bulwark and picked the Diamond Bulwark upgrade as a final modifier for the skill. Not only did he gain significantly more physical and magical resistance, but the buffer could now nullify 20 points of true physical and magical damage as well. He would need that protection, what with the murderers starting to pick up active and passive skills that allowed them to deal true damage. He'd also selected Aura of Retribution to punish the high-damage, low-health warriors that seemed to give him the most trouble. He had a much larger mana pool now, thanks to the points he had put into Affinity and Attunement. His new aura would help him use that mana better when he was up against hard-hitting rogues or assassins. That, and the bonus healing effect, would help him sustain high-damage attacks better. Of course, he needed to be smart with Aura of Retribution. If he left it on all the time, an observant opponent would simply start flicking rocks at him and draining his mana in the process. Then again, the aura could make such opponents hesitate, as they would constantly worry that their big attack would bounce back into their faces. He had put the rest of his points into Resolve. It was next on his list to max out, and he was exploring his options to round out his mental and soul defenses. He could then focus on strengthening his other skills once they hit rank 10. Bash. He could probably select a bonus ability that increased damage. It was a basic skill that was universal to all warriors, and its short cooldown made it good for a nice spike of damage. He just needed to be careful, though, since every physical action cost stamina. Blocking, dodging, sprinting, unskilled attacks, and even simply jogging cost stamina. Run out of that stuff, and you were dead on your feet. Charge. Maybe something to bolster his defenses during the initial attack. Most of his enemies tended to dump their most powerful abilities when he came charging at them. Adding a short-lived defensive bonus would allow him to attack more aggressively, and he would survive more damage as he dove headlong into danger. More cautious enemies would test the waters first and see what he did as a follow-up. But that would work just as well for his purposes. He just needed to buy time for his team to get into position anyway. Then there was the good old respite. He needed some way to maintain it as often as possible, and to activate the spell with more frequency. If Aura of Retribution would help discourage heavy-hitting skills, then he wanted respite to sustain him in prolonged engagements. He'd prefer getting a modifier, either to reduce the cooldown times or to extend the regeneration periods. A combination of both would be ideal, especially since he now had the mana to activate his Bulwark and Resolve spells, and had enough in reserve to spit out a quick respite. Justin examined his attributes and abilities one last time, before clearing out his interface. He sighed as the electric fan blew tepid air into his sweating armpits, while he waited for command to hand out new instructions. He had gone from level 20 to level 28 after only 4 high-level murderers. Correction, they weren't even that high level in the first place. 24, 27, 28, and 32. He'd acquired a grand total of 5,190 experience from killing them all by himself. It was a stupendous reward compared to the slow grind of hunting down greenskins. Those still benefiting from killing snotlings received 3 experience per kill. Raiders and berserkers gave 10 experience apiece, orcs brought 15 experience, and lesser shamans 25, whereas greater shamans yielded 50 experience. The sudden rush of power from a single engagement reminded him why murdering was so attractive. Why spend weeks, months, or even years killing monsters when you could knife your buddy in the back and get all that experience in one shot? It was almost as if the system encouraged humans to turn on one another. Justin had no doubt that this was exactly what the sadistic observers intended. Even his own patron had not sent him back in time to prevent humanity's fall, but to delay it long enough so that the thing could win a stupid bet. The worst part was that the sudden burst of experience gnawed at Justin. He knew that he wanted to capture and convert as many murderers as he could. His rational mind told him that 100 level 20 killers could do more to protect humanity than a single level 50 superhero. After all, that superhero could still be knocked down by a swarm of goblin snotlings. They would eventually run out of mana, stamina, fury, and focus, or whatever other resource they had at their disposal. The little critters would then keep pounding away, slowly chipping away at the hero's armor and weakening their magical protection. They'd eventually crack through and start ripping at that hero's tender flesh with killing blows. But still, Justin could not entirely banish the temptation to gut every single murderer he encountered. All that sweet, sweet experience granted him the skills and abilities that would help him get to level 100, where he could transcend to a higher class. The idea tugged at him, teasing him with promises of unmatched power, until he realized that this was exactly what made murdering such a short-sighted thing. Justin was still chewing on these thoughts and circling them over and over again in his head when Maria burst into his room. Her eyes were alight and sparkling with joy.
"They shut down the portal in Ukraine!"
A few minutes later, Justin joined the small mob of daggers and their Mexican escorts as they crowded around the projector that was set up in the mess hall. Their raucous cheering drowned out the announcer's voice, whose eyes were wet with unshed tears as he tried to rein in his emotions. "Our privilege to declare the province of Oblast safe from the Greenskin invasion." During the first few days of the portal's appearance, the local garrisons were initially overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Greenskins. As expected, advanced weaponry such as guns, missiles, bombs, and chemical weapons all failed to function properly. Only individuals with system-approved classes were able to mount any sort of effective resistance against the invaders. However, the arrival of a contingent of shields prevented the Greenskins from overrunning entire swaths of land. They formed a corps of elite warriors that stiffened the defenses of the besieged enclaves and held the line with the local troops while buying time for the civilians to evacuate. The brave defenders of humanity also bought precious time that allowed other member states of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics to arrive to reinforce the beleaguered territory. Instead of rolling in with tanks and bombers, though, troopers marched shoulder to shoulder in rigid formations reminiscent of 16th and 17th century warfare. Yet, while our brave comrades fought on, confident in their ability to repel these monstrosities eventually, the arrival of reinforcements from the European Union heralded the hastened doom of the Greenskin attackers. Their combined might drove the vile monsters back from the territories they had devastated and pushed them all the way back to the tear in reality from whence they had first spilled forth. Casters from both armies then bombarded the vile portal with an array of magical spells, destabilizing and eventually collapsing the rift, putting an end to the tide of monstrosities spewing forth from whatever hellhole they come from. With the closure of the Ukrainian portal, both the Soviet and European unions are now preparing to send their forces abroad to assist in closing down the remaining portals. Initial reports indicate that the European armies will be making their way to the portal in Sudan that is currently surrounded by the Middle Eastern bloc. Our glorious armies intend to reinforce the portal in Mongolia that is besieged by forces from the Republic of China. This is the beginning of the end for the Greenskins, comrades, and it is only a matter of time until— Justin watched, unable to contain the ecstatic grin that was very nearly splitting his face in two. This was something he had dreamt of, but had never thought he could see for himself. Humanity had not shut down any portal in his first timeline. There had been attempts, sure, but the armies back then were shadows of what they once were. Ruined remnants without the combat levels or logistical support to confront the gobs in a straight-up fight. The portals just kept spitting out horde after horde of goblins until the allotted invasion period ended. Humanity then spent the next year retreating further and further away, all until the portals from the next invasion began spitting out scalefolk. A year later, dryads. Another year later, infernals, and on the 5th year, swarmlings that finally found and exterminated humanity's last remaining enclave. This time, however, humanity was much better prepared to deal with the greenskin threat. Enclaves were assembled all over the planet's surface and were protected by competent hunters and militia. Governments rallied, successfully adapting their forces to work with the system, while retraining their armies to fight in old, forgotten formations. They separated the industries and preserved modern technologies for transport and communications, while adapting late medieval-era equipment for the troops. This was how humanity absolutely kicked ass, and had managed to shut down their first portal in just under 3 weeks. Maria's wet, sloppy kiss jarred Justin's focus away from his thoughts, and from the English subtitles scrolling across the lower part of the screen. He stood there stunned for a moment before returning her kiss with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. While the Raoul he had first known had no problems with Justin's relationship with his sister, this timeline's Raoul was a tad more protective. Perhaps it was for the best that Raoul was still back in the States, waiting for a high-level healer to work on the deep shoulder wound inflicted by a duelist's true cut. After all, he would most definitely not have approved of the torrid exchange of oral fluids amidst the hooting and hollering. Though, come to think of it, Justin didn't really care. He would just tell the guy to go stuff himself if he tried making a big deal out of it. Justin laughed and pulled Maria away from the cheering crowds around them. She giggled with giddiness as she let him take her, her eyes sparkling with delight. He laughed in return, drinking in her joy and savoring the pure happiness in her eyes, happiness that he'd only ever seen when she ate the hearts of her enemies and danced in their blood. Then again, her passionate gaze held a promise of riding him as hard as she could until she broke him in half. He leered at her then, his grin turning salacious as they rounded a corner. He only had eyes for her and did not care a whit about the lone guard, lounging around the front of the apartments that had been loaned out to his team and him. They were in the safety of an enclave in a night filled with revelry. Nothing could ever take away this moment from... Your faith warns you of an imminent threat. It automatically activates for C. 1 tempo consumed. Justin feels something punch into his back. Maria is too busy looking at his face, too busy dreaming for what is to come, to notice something wrong. His nerves fry, freezing his mouth and preventing him from crying out in pain as something punches into his spine. Chapter 29. Justin leaned to the left, pulling a shocked Maria down with him as he did. An arrow punched into the wall, its tip buried deep in the dry plaster and insulating material. Maria had not been prepared for the sudden jerking motion, which was why she tripped on her feet and crashed heavily to the tiled floor. Justin was ready, though, and he whirled around to face his attacker. It was the guard they had just passed. He had been too fixed on Maria to notice the man's Stygian skin. It was not the light brown of Hispanics, nor was it the darker ebony of those with African heritage. No, it was a sickening gray-black pallor that he'd only seen once before, on the goblin thing that had tried to kill him. His attacker reacted quickly and cast aside its ranged weapon after Justin's faith automatically activated for C. As the goblin thing before had done, this man-thing then popped out of existence, leaving a compact sling bow in a tube to clatter to the floor. Justin didn't have time to think about anything else. Worse still, he didn't have the tempo to activate regress. All he could do was trust in blind luck as he rolled forward, hoping to avoid whatever was coming for him. A pop, and he felt the familiar sensation of a blade punching into the right side of his abdomen. He almost expected to crumble into dust and to disappear as if he had just been instantly killed in the blink of an eye. Except he didn't. He just lay there unmoving and not quite believing he was still alive. He had expected the blade to bleed black smoke and to dematerialize him instantly, just as before. But nothing happened. Both he and his attacker stared at the black smoking blade that looked identical to Justin's own black smoke blade. He should have been dematerialized the instant the blade touched his skin. The man-thing stepped forward, clumsily stabbing down at Justin's prone form. Justin rolled off to the side and lashed out with a foot to trip up his opponent. The attack continued and sent the man-thing sprawling to the floor. Clumsy, just as he remembered. No, even clumsier. Whatever this man-thing was, it was clearly unused to human physiology, and it scrambled awkwardly around the floor. Justin chased after his attacker, bringing his posture up to a more stable form. He braced himself with one knee and sent his fist forward to punch at the man-thing. His enemy's head rocked from the blow, and black spit shot out of its mouth from the impact, and it let go of the blade. Justin sought to take advantage of his enemy's disorientation. He was crawling forward on his knees to put the dazed man-thing in a headlock when it popped out of existence. Justin growled in frustration as his enemy emerged several feet away, smoking blade still in hand. Justin sucked in a breath of air. He was sure his enemy had dropped the blade. Then he remembered that the artifact was soul-bound. Justin also happened to possess a soul-bound artifact of his own. "To me," he whispered, willing his intent to the black smoke blade, while opening his right palm to receive it. He had discovered a nifty trick with his new soul-bound weapon, and it should have materialized in his hand. Except it didn't. Blank. Justin clicked his tongue. This man-thing was somehow suppressing the system once again, just as the goblin thing had done before. Apparently, it also appeared invisible to those around him. Case in point, Maria was frantically splaying out her hands, and her eyes were casting about for a hostile.
"Justin, what the hell's going on?"
He gritted his teeth and pushed strength into his feet to force himself to stand up. He pushed and tumbled down as his legs refused to cooperate. He gasped as the world shrank. His body felt as if it weighed a few dozen pounds heavier. He shuddered and collapsed to a knee. He glanced to the side and noted that his blood was pooling at his feet. He grunted, disappointed at his own weakness. He forced himself to get up and to remember that injuries were nothing more than dips into his health pool. He could still fight on as long as he shoved his lizard brain into a deep, dark hole. He grunted with exertion, commanding himself to ignore his injuries and to fight on. But he just couldn't. It was almost as if he had been stabbed for real, as in back before the system rewrote the rules of reality. The man-thing watched patiently, waiting for Justin's strength to flag. It also completely ignored Maria, who was still holding her hands up, ready to cast one of her blood skills on the enemy, assuming she could actually see the enemy. "Blackmail. Invisible," Justin croaked. "System skills don't work. Need a weapon. Something to—" That was all Justin could say before the man-thing decided enough was enough. It leaped forward with confidence, blade at the ready to finish him off. "Freeze!" "Freeze activated. Halting time." He shifted ever so slightly away from the blade's trajectory. The man-thing's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "Insufficient tempo. Resuming time." And it repositioned itself to slash at Justin's chest instead of stabbing down where he used to be. Justin leaned back, and the blade's edge scraped at his skin instead of biting deep into the meat. Again, nothing happened. There was no dematerialization, no flaking of the skin, and no instant death. Just a sharp line of regular pain. He wanted to lash out again and to kick at his overbalanced opponent. It didn't swing or stab as a professional did. Rather, it moved quite slowly for an assassin, as if it wasn't used to its form. Still, Justin's body did not respond to his commands. The adrenaline that had sustained him in the fight began to wear off, and his life was spilling onto the floor from the singular stab wound. The man-thing quickly corrected itself, grinning madly as it homed in for the kill, and was promptly doused with a liberal gust of dry chemicals from the nozzle of a fire extinguisher. Maria may not have been able to see or target her opponent with system skills, but the billowing cloud from the fire extinguisher clung to the skin of Justin's attacker just the same. She roared with bestial fury as she slammed the extinguisher into the man-thing's head. Or at least she tried to. One pop later, and her target had shifted and reappeared a few feet away. "Careful, it's got a knife," groaned Justin, wheezing from the effort. Maria held her extinguisher up like a big rock, baring her teeth at the invisible man-thing that was outlined with a dusting of dry chemicals. Justin could see his attacker as plain as day. It chittered in what he thought was annoyance. The clicks and clacks sounded disturbingly similar to those of a swarmling. He spared a small amount of energy formulating some theory about his annoyingly stubborn killer. Maybe they were swarmlings in disguise, or maybe some swarmling-affiliated observer didn't want him giving too much of an edge to humanity. Unfortunately, Justin was bleeding to death from the stab wound to his side. It was not the system kind of bleeding, where you could fight on while ignoring the damage over time. It was the old-fashioned kind of bleeding, the kind that scrambled your mind and weakened your limbs. The man-thing was about to finish the job, but it was waiting for its teleportation skill to cool down or something. Then, footsteps thundered from behind it. Maria's roar hadn't just been for the sake of psyching herself up to bash the man-thing's head in with an extinguisher. It had also served as a distress call, alerting the other daggers and their escorts to the threat in their quarters. Help arrived quickly. Ingrid appeared first, a pair of throwing knives in hand. Ariel arrived second, training her bow at the dusted outline of the assassin. Holly was next, wielding her hatchets instead of her signature battle axe. Then Nick and Carl came, breathing heavily from the exertion.
Got the bastard in sight. Fan of blades. Fan of blades. Wait, what?
Fumble. Dazzle. Weird. Nick followed up Ingrid's outraged cry with one of his own. My spells, they're bugged out. Justin cut them off before confusion could spread. Assassin invisible. Can somehow block the system and all your skills. You gotta kill him the old-fashioned way. Well, shit, grumped Nick and Carl. They drew the daggers from their belts. They were backup weapons, meant more for utility than actual combat. Justin had insisted they train with knives just in case, and this was most definitely one of those times. The semi-visible assassin hesitated at the number of defenders that had arrived, defenders that only swelled in number as more people showed up with weapons. It spent a second in thought, and then decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and popped right out of existence. Pussy, Justin croaked out with a laugh, and then promptly slumped to the wall. Maria dropped her extinguisher, and it landed heavily and clanged off the tiled floor.
Hey, don't go limp on me now, lover boy. You gotta heal. Use it.
Justin started as his fading awareness sharpened back into alertness. Respite, he whispered, waiting for the system to kick in now that the assassin was gone. Blank. Oh, hell, Justin grunted, and he knocked his head into the wall he'd been leaning on for support. Respite isn't working. That thing must still be hanging around somewhere close. Justin couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. A single stab wound. He spent literally years convincing himself to ignore the pain and to force himself to keep fighting. He'd only die if the system let him, and if his health points ever went down to 0. Now, that very same recklessness had worked against him. He could only sit back and chuckle darkly as some of his teammates attempted to stem the bleeding. The others were joined by their escorts, who fanned out to search for an invisible enemy that had doubtless cleaned itself up. It might have been lurking around somewhere near, waiting for Justin to bleed out while it simply stayed close enough to hamper the system's effects. The people around him called for a medic or a doctor. They shoved a balled-up shirt into the gaping wound on his side to staunch the bleeding. Fat chance of that happening. After all, healers and potions did the job far more quickly and more effectively. Speaking of potions, someone eventually rushed over with one in hand. They tore open the soft cover and forced it into his mouth. He gulped down the condensed liquid and waited for the stab wound to heal and for his vitality to return. Nothing happened. Alchemical healing potions weren't natural. They were too influenced by the system and made magical by the machinations of the observers. Without the system around to enforce their regenerative effects, they were nothing more than foul-tasting concoctions. Justin felt his strength leaving him with each passing second. Freeze, regress, foresee. Only his chronomancer skills continued to work within the man-thing's system-neutralizing field. But none of his time-bending skills could help him recover from his injury. He could stop time for 1.2 seconds at the most, but then he'd be bleeding out all over again. He could go back in time, but the injury had been done too long ago for him to do anything. He could look 1.2 seconds into the future, but he could not stop the bleeding. Respite was supposed to be his first aid spell, but his killer was lurking around to make sure it didn't work. He slumped, closing his eyes and no longer able to hear Maria's desperate cries. He wanted to tell her that things weren't so bad. He wanted to tell her that mankind had not messed up its first year against the Greenskins this time, and that things would be all right from that point on. True, Earth would have to face many bitter fights still, but its systems and governments had weathered the first storm. Getting it right the first time would give Maria and everyone else a fighting chance against future invasions. Maybe they would even outlast the Gladiatorial Games altogether if they built up enough steam to bulldoze their enemies. He wondered what would happen if Earth withstood everything that the observers threw at it, and whether it would live up to the promise of its literature about humanity's greatness. He was still imagining a future for humanity when his breath finally stilled. JustInTime died that day, and then awoke within an eerily familiar expanse of plain white nothingness. Chapter 30. He was naked, the same as the first time he entered this space. He turned around, saw his patron, and immediately perished as his mind shut down at the sheer wrongness of the thing he had just witnessed. Ah, how feeble mortal minds are. Regression in progress. Distance 13.12 seconds. JustInTime died that day, and awoke within an eerily familiar expanse of plain white nothingness. He was naked, the same as the first time he entered this space. No, the second time. He had regressed back in time. Much further than he could on his own, though. He resisted the urge to turn around. He knew his patron was there, and decided instead to keep his focus straight ahead while scratching his head and pretending to be confused. A disembodied voice hummed behind him. A very interesting, very informed reaction. He still refused to look behind him, fully aware of what had happened the last time he had done so. He did not want to scramble his mind when Justin froze, realizing that he was not supposed to remember what happened during a regression. He slowly twisted his body and came face to face with his doppelganger once again. There in the middle of the white void stood a younger version of himself, with wide, innocent eyes and chubby cheeks. His smile promised mischief, born not of malice or sadism, but from the pure joy of seeing his mother laugh at his antics. He would do anything and everything to draw out those rare smiles, especially when her face was covered in those black and blue spots. Justin blinked, and the child became a teenager. An awkward one with pimply cheeks, thick glasses, and a pronounced gut. He avoided looking in anyone's eyes, although he so desperately wanted to fit in. He would fail because he was too poor and too dumb and too often targeted by the local bullies for any group to take him under their wing. Justin blinked, and the teenager became a young man with a black eye and a bleeding lip. He was muscled, eager, and ready to throw down at a moment's notice. He knew he was better than all the liberal pussies and their pandering bullshit. He embraced his heritage as a conqueror. He was an oppressor of those too weak to take what was theirs, and he would never in 100 years apologize because he was a true son of America. Justin blinked, and the young man sprouted a beard and a tired face. He was still angry, still fuming, but now he was capable of keeping it all under control. He'd seen that he was no true son of anything, just another angry young fool who had been exploited by those who needed angry young fools to fight their battles for them. Black, white, brown, yellow, everyone had someone telling them to blame another for how miserable their lives were. He was just done with their bullshit and fully embraced the drudgery of a boring existence instead of wading into that pool of toxic sludge once again. Justin blinked, and the man's expression twisted into a rictus of rage and ruin. He stood there, bathed in the blood of his dismembered victims. He laughed as he shook his head, his scraggly beard releasing droplets of blood everywhere. He'd just eradicated one enclave, and there were plenty more enclaves out there, with juicy little sacks of experience just waiting to be popped. Justin blinked, and the man aged a few dozen years when, in reality, he had aged only 5. Wisps of gray were mixed in with black, and perpetual eye bags pulled his gaze down. There were scars all over the exposed bits of skin. He leaned heavily on his rusty sword, tired from all the fighting and burdened by the weight of his regrets. He knew death was coming for him, and for the few wretched remnants of humanity. All they could do was to wait for the inevitable end to come, and to huddle together until their lair was finally dug out. Justin blinked, and his vision blurred. When he could see again, he saw a man attired in a combination of steel and high steel plate armor. He held a smoking black blade in his right hand. Shadows were oozing off the edge and wafting to the plain white floor. He gripped a kite shield with his left hand, ready to flick it up in defense at a moment's notice. A set of plastic vials hung from his belt, as did a pair of backup weapons, a gray steel mace and a plain steel dagger, just in case he ever found himself disarmed in the heat of battle. The man's grin and lazy expression belied the intensity in his eyes. He'd been given a second chance in life, and he would make damned sure that he didn't fuck it up this time around. "Oh, so this is what that idiot smuggled into Earth," cried his doppelganger as he examined the smoking black blade. Justin shivered and felt the end of whatever held his attention. Slowly, he came back to himself. "This definitely looks and feels like an Oblivion Edge. How'd the system let this through? It's... A shadow spirit was enslaved, its soul torn out and replaced by a program designed specifically to mask itself from the system. It even devolved itself as a backup plan in case it was detected. How devious!" Justin's copy chuckled, shaking its head, and then it tossed the blade aside. The weapon evaporated into a puff of white smoke. "But the memories you have in your mind, it seems as if little Zixtra here isn't the only one meddling with the games, It was then that Justin noticed another figure, one that was hissing as his doppelganger held it by the throat, or whatever passed for the throat on a swarmling. The arthropodal creature screeched as it raked the doppelganger's forearms with its wickedly sharp claws. Those claws should have ripped apart the thin, flimsy layer of steel. Instead, they skidded harmlessly off the armor. Justin's doppelganger squeezed, and the swarmling screeched in pain. Now, Zixtra, you know the rules. You mess around with the games, and you become mine to do with as I please. You were caught red-handed after the system identified and neutralized the second Oblivion Edge that your meat puppet brought onto Earth. Did you really expect your petty modifications to last long under the constant scrutiny of the system, That explained why Justin hadn't immediately disappeared into a cloud of blackened specks. The system had been aware of the intrusion and had played along, long enough for its master to step in and intervene. The doppelganger laughed as it tossed the squirming swarmling to one side. Justin winced at the reckless move. He expected the creature to shoot back up and try to attack the doppelganger. Instead, it lay still on the ground, heaving and wheezing, its limbs seemingly paralyzed. It was shivering and clearly fighting against, but failing to break, the invisible bounds holding it in place. The doppelganger waved its hands, creating a tear in the pristine nothingness within his surroundings. Justin squinted, trying to see what the tear was. He quickly turned his eyes away, and a terrible ache throbbed in his brain as he did so. The tear widened and moved around of its own accord as his doppelganger turned to face it. The doppelganger straightened up, raised its chin, and clasped its hands behind its back, projecting an image of stiff regality as it did so. "Heed my words. I have captured the entity calling itself Zixtra on the planet called Earth by its natives. The entity labeling itself as Zixtra has attempted to influence the outcome of the games that I have sponsored. It has mocked me and has attempted to undermine my influence. I claim its existence as mine to do with as I will. Witness this fool's end, that you will learn what happens to those who cross me." The doppelganger walked toward the bound swarmling, knelt down on 2 legs, smiled a wicked grin, and shoved its face into the creature's guts. Justin's doppelganger crouched down on all 4s, lowering its head and savaging the bound swarmling like a starving dog. No, a starving dog would shake its head violently to tear the flesh away and snap its jaws down at the bones with as much force as it could muster. Instead, the doppelganger just bit, as if he was munching down on a thin layer of wafer. Swarmling chitin was pretty tough. Not as tough as an armorling's protective plates, but nothing the human jaw could ever chomp through with a casual bite. Hell, a man's teeth would break without even scratching the surface of swarmling chitin. Then Justin realized that this whole thing was an illusion, one that his doppelganger, no, his mysterious patron, was filling his mind with. The chittering swarmling and the casual manner in which his doppelganger bit into the chitin were both mere mirages to prevent his mortal mind from collapsing under the horror of what was truly happening around him. The doppelganger bit down hard, causing the swarmling known as Zixtra to screech in mind-rending pain. The swarmling gave in to its rage, and its beady eyes filled with an unnatural light that coalesced into a tendril which lashed out and cut the doppelganger's face. Something splattered on Justin's lip, and he instinctively recoiled at the sudden sensation. He also made the stupid mistake of puckering his lips, getting a half-drop of something in his mouth. He staggered as he tasted Thyme itself. For the briefest of moments, the expanse of white nothingness ceased to exist, as did his doppelganger and the swarmling upon which it was feeding. Justin found himself falling through a vast abyss, surrounded by the tortured souls of countless creatures that were moaning in agony and despair. As he fell, his mysterious patron floated in the middle of that condensed suffering that seemed to fall with him in all its unknowable horror. Countless eyes, countless limbs, countless orifices, countless ears and scars and polyps and pulsating flesh. His doppelganger was in the middle of engulfing a tiny insect creature made of bone and chitin, tiny when compared to the mind-shattering monstrosity feeding upon it, but absolutely colossal when compared to the average aircraft carrier. Its thousands of tendrils and claws looked puny when set against the eldritch monstrosity feeding upon it. Flopping limbs tore away at the insect's carapace and scooped out entire globs, feeding the goopy liquid into its innumerable orifices. Justin's breath hitched and threatened to fail altogether as he witnessed it all. Yet his mind did not instantly expire with the comprehension of what was happening before him. It lasted long enough for Justin to close his eyes and to reject the revolting, soul-killing wrongness all around him. 1 second he was rejecting the profanity before him while falling through a torture chamber of unspeakable proportions. The next second he was back on his own 2 feet. He felt the wrongness dissipate, and he ventured a peek with one eye. He breathed in relief. He was surrounded again by the white expanse of nothingness. It reasserted itself upon his sensations once again. His eyes automatically slid over to his doppelganger, which covered its mouth and released a mighty belch. Justin cast his vision about, but did not see a single speck or remnant of the swarmling feast. "An unsatisfying snack," intoned the doppelganger, burping once more before cracking its neck. "But it will have to do." It stretched its arms, rotated its shoulders, and shifted from side to side, as if contorting its body to fit the meal into its belly better. "Now, what do I do with you?" Justin froze, not entirely sure what to do in the face of his imminent doom. "I must admit, I did not quite expect my past self to be so reckless." The doppelganger shrugged, its armored shoulders clinking together as it did so. "Judging by what I can glean from your memories, I not only created an entirely new timeline, but I also inadvertently gifted you with the ability to shift time." The doppelganger narrowed its eyes as it stared at Justin, who in turn could only grimace as he waited for his fate to be decided. "Normally, I would eat the soul of anyone foolish enough to try to steal my powers. I would then weave them back together and do it all over again, and again, and again, until every last trace of their pasts, presents, and futures were thoroughly erased." Justin fought back a shiver and matched his doppelganger's flat stare with as much determination as he could muster. He didn't have much left, but it was all that prevented him from collapsing into a pile of quivering jelly. But no, I don't think so. You did a relatively admirable job of keeping my assistant secret. His doppelganger huffed out with an amused chuckle. That fool Zixtra wasn't even hunting you down for your chronomancing abilities. No, it simply wanted to weaken humanity's staunchest defenders. It couldn't go after those self-styled heroes, for too many eager eyes were following their exploits. So it decided to remove you, the one who operated in the background and whispered into the ears of those with the power to nudge the fate of your world. Justin tried and failed to suppress a tiny sigh of relief at his doppelganger's words. It laughed at his reaction, a sharp and grating one that was meant to mock him. Ah, little bug, you delight me with how easily your mind finds solace in even the smallest mercies. It chuckled while shaking its head in amusement, especially since I did not say anything about letting you keep your life. Justin's breath hitched, and he felt an all-encompassing force press down upon his body. His limbs froze, held in place as the doppelganger crossed its arms. It studied Justin, who remained locked in stasis. Tell me, Bug, why should I not end you right here and now? Erase one more trace of my past involvement in altering the events of the games. Justin hesitated, biting his inner lip as he considered his answer. I can help humanity last longer and help you to win your bet against... You already have, the doppelganger cut in. The nations of your world can stand on their own 2 feet, supported by those shields you encouraged into existence. As a result, humanity should last a couple of decades longer than in the previous timeline. That is long enough to serve my interests. Justin shut his mouth. His mind reeled at the callous reminder. His patron did not want humanity to live forever. It only needed humanity to survive long enough to win its bet with whatever entities it had made them with. His doppelganger, his so-called patron, would make sure of it. Infinitely spawning monsters would prevent humanity from easily reclaiming its lost territories. Any stretch of land beyond the borders of an enclave would be constantly besieged by clusters of monsters. Humanity would have to devote entire platoons just to secure a single mine or plot of farmland. Then there were the invasions. The Caribbean islands fell to the portal in the Gulf of Mexico. Nearly a dozen enclaves in Ukraine were overrun before the Soviet and European armies could arrive. Entire swaths of territory were invaded before reinforcements could arrive to contain the greenskins. Only the relative emptiness of the Mongolian and Central Australian portals prevented the great loss of human life that was experienced in Brazil and Sudan. This was from the first and the easiest invasion that mankind was to face once every year. He hoped that humanity would be able to use the system to strengthen itself with each passing year, and that it would become powerful enough to withstand whatever came at it. Maybe humanity would somehow survive the games altogether and win its freedom or something. His doppelganger's chilling prophecy shattered that dream and slapped him with the grim reality that the pan-universal gladiatorial games were rigged. The system would never be satisfied with humans dominating every invasion. No, it would surely ramp up the difficulty until the humans struggled just enough to satisfy their superiors. Justin hesitated and spent a few more moments in thought. An idea popped into his mind, and he decided to go for it. I could serve to protect your interests on Earth, prevent others, such as Zixtra, from sabotaging the games. You could, point them out to me. No, I could investigate and quietly put them down without you having to bother yourself with them. His doppelganger hummed, nodding its head in thought. A decent idea. No, a good idea even. You save me the hassle of having to waste time rooting out the annoying ones, and you get to keep your life, all while continuing to aid your kind in the games. Justin's eyes widened with anticipation. This could work. He might be returned to Earth and might find some way to warn Zimmerman about what they needed to do in the long run. But you're wrong about one part. You assume that I don't want them to interfere. The doppelganger grinned with Justin's face, a wicked curve of the lips over eyes that sparkled with malice. If you haven't noticed, I plucked Zixtra out of the dead rock it tried to hide under, as easily as the snap of my finger. The same way I plucked you out of your meat sack when it was just about to expire. Its meddling in the games gave me a reason to devour its soul openly, without incurring the wrath of the other entities. I really hope more fools decide to wager their very existence for something as petty as a few suns, a scattering of artifacts, or the continued survival of their race. The doppelganger's grin widened. One last chance, little bug. Then I will dispense with the pleasantries and get right down to business. Justin inhaled sharply at the threat. He had certainly hoped that his offer would dissuade the eldritch horror from sucking the life out of his bones. He exhaled slowly, trying to control his scrambled thoughts. What else could he offer this horror? He spent what felt like hours agonizing over what he could do. A spy, an informant, a champion, a messenger, a representative, a diplomat. He could think of nothing to give in exchange for a third chance at life. He sighed sadly, and his shoulders slumped in defeat. Ah, the little insect finally remembers its place. His doppelganger nodded as it examined Justin. Not going to throw yourself at me? One last act of defiance to reaffirm your strength of will? Justin chuffed. What good would that do? You're not even real. You're just a hallucination to prevent my mind from popping at the mere idea of whatever you are. The doppelganger chuckled. That is true, yes. It straightened up, meeting Justin's stare with level eyes. You've been a good tool, and that does deserve some reward. A quick death, then. No pain or suffering. No need to thank me. Justin died at that very instant, his end willed by the entity before him. Nothing gory or horrible, he simply ceased to exist. Blank shed its copy of the bug's skin, humming in satisfaction at a job well done. The 9,947th Pan-Universal Games would go on to be a resounding success, and the resilient humans would put up a good fight, until they inevitably crumbled to the yearly legions warping into their world. It turned its attention back to the games, intending to watch the closure of the portal in Sudan, but something cracked behind it. One of its myriad eyes noticed a tiny pinprick of something familiar, of his energy condensing into a barely perceptible little quark of chronological energy. Blank only had enough time to scream in outrage as that tiny quark ballooned out of control. It began consuming that particular timeline to feed its power, consigning Blank and every other living being in it to oblivion, while simultaneously fueling the expansion of a new timeline. Immortalum Memoriam activated. Regression in progress. Distance 33,371,326 seconds. Epilogue. Justin stumbled, sputtering as he fought to maintain his balance. Loud blaring horns and soaring organs played inside his head, scrambling his thoughts. Others around him were clutching their heads and screaming and whimpering at the intrusive music forcefully implanted within their minds. Congratulations, native species of Earth! You have been chosen as hosts of the 9,947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games. Sponsored by Yopalfua-Agasara-Morkig Zixkazix version 52.8.09 and Blank. You are currently being enlightened in order to reach an acceptable level of entertainment value. Hold a few moments. Justin sucked in a breath as fire melted his brain. Not literally, no, but it sure felt like it. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and groaned as the system forcefully imprinted itself into his mind and soul. System fully installed. You now have access to classes and professions, as well as the ability to absorb experience. Monsters will begin spawning around your planet, but these spawns are just a taste of what is to come. You will have an entire rotation around your local star to prepare you for your first true challenge. You will face perilous odds and struggle against increasingly deadly opponents in epic clashes of might, magic, and murder. Struggle with everything you have. Fight with all the fury and passion you can muster. Show your strength of will to the universe so you might entertain your betters. The 9,947th Pan-Universal Gladiatorial Games begin now. Sponsored by Yopalfwa-Kil-Agasara-Kil-Morkig, Zixkazix version 52.8.09, and blank. Justin groaned as the last vestiges of pain fled. He looked down at himself, assessing his outward appearance. A security guard's dull white shirt, dark blue hat, fraying black pants, and black leather shoes, scuffed with years of use. A trusty old revolver hung from his belt, clipped securely in place, and accompanied by a black truncheon with the paint peeling off to reveal aged wood underneath. "Report! Report! Hey, everyone okay out there?" Justin's walkie-talkie crackled to life. The weaselly voice of the operator was somewhat familiar to him. Jackson? Jimson? No, it was Chief Jameson, his former boss at the Santa Paraiso Mall and the current administrator of the Santa Paraiso Enclave. "Thyme here, disoriented but still in one piece." "Justin? Oh, thank God someone finally reported in. What the hell just happened?" I don't know exactly," Justin replied in earnest confusion. "Give me a few moments. I'm all kinds of fucked up right now." Yeah, okay. But get it together quick, man. We need to make sure the guests are okay. Hey, anyone else picking up?" Justin clicked his radio off, shaking the disorientation from his head. "Status," he mumbled under his breath. "Just in time. Level 28 Templar, Level 2 Chronomancer. Health, 390 of 390. Stamina, 260 of 260. Mana, 120 of 120. Tempo, 1.3 of 1.3. Justin's breath hitched. "Show me my attributes." Strength, 12. Constitution, 13. Agility, 12. Perception, 12. Intelligence, 12. Grit, 13. Spirit, 13. Affinity, 13. Attunement, 13. Faith, 12. Give me a more detailed breakdown of my base statistics, including regeneration rates. Just in time. Level 28 Templar, Level 2 Chronomancer. Health, 390. 100 default, 300% Templar modifier, plus 30% from 13 Constitution. Regenerates passively at 2.5 per hour. 1 default, 250% Templar modifier. Stamina, 260. 100 default, 200% Templar modifier, plus 30% from 13 Constitution. Regenerates passively at 5 per second, 2.5 default, 200% Templar modifier. Mana, 120 of 120. 100 default, 75% Templar modifier, plus 30% from 13 affinity, plus 30% from 13 attunement. Regenerates passively at 0.75 per second. 1 default, 75% Templar modifier. Tempo, 13. 1000 default, 0.01% low immortal modifier, plus 30% from 13 affinity. Regenerates passively at 1 per second. 100 default, 0.01% low immortal modifier. Justin's eyes narrowed at the low immortal modifier. It was supposed to be mortal, with a penalty of 0.001% on his tempo pool and regeneration rate. His mind flashed back to that time when his doppelganger was eating the swarmling called Zixtra. The plucky little insect had actually managed to injure his doppelganger and had unleashed a blast of energy that had cut the bastard's face. That's when he had felt something land on his lips. Justin's eyes widened at the thought of his accidentally drinking a drop of blood from whatever the damned thing was. It had tasted like time itself. Show me my skills. Charge 4. 20 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that allows the attacker to close in on an unobstructed target up to 32 meters away, dealing 40 to 50 blunt damage with a chance to stagger. Costs 35 stamina, increased 2 times if wearing medium armor, 5 times if wearing heavy armor, and can only be used when further than 3 meters from the target. Templar bonus effect from charging with a shield. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of the shield. Templar bonus effect from charging with heavy armor. Increase magnitude of stagger based on the weight of armor. Bash 4. 20 stamina, 5-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that deals 280 to 560% weapon damage as blunt damage. Chance to stagger based on weapon weight. Generates 300% threat. Templar bonus effect. Can also use shield to deal 280 to 560% shield armor as blunt damage. Chance to stun based on weight of the shield. Generates 500% threat. War Cry. 50 stamina, 30-second cooldown. Basic melee skill that generates 1000% threat around a 20-meter radius. Templar bonus effect. Increases constitution and grit by 1 for 30 seconds after using War Cry. Respite 4. 17 mana, 30-second cooldown. Basic Templar skill that instantly heals 65 damage, heals 10.4 damage per second for 10 seconds, and recovers 10.4 stamina per second for 10 seconds. Diamond Bulwark. 42.5 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves physical damage resistance by 80. Also provides 20 points of resistance to true physical damage. Templar bonus effect. Improve magical damage resistance by 80. Also provides 20 points of resistance to true magical damage. Resolve 6. 42.5 mana, 60-second duration, 300-second cooldown. Protective spell that improves mental resistance by 48. Templar bonus effect. Improve soul resistance by 48. Aura of Retribution. 8.5 mana to activate. While active, Aura of Retribution reflects 30% of incoming physical damage to all designated hostiles within 10 meters. Aura of Retribution drains 4.25 mana whenever it reflects damage until deactivated. Templar bonus effect. Whenever Aura of Retribution reflects damage, all allies within range are instantly healed for 50% of the reflected damage. Show me my Chronomancer skills. Freeze, 0.85 tempo per second. Freeze time for the specified duration. Regress, 0.85 tempo per second. Go back in time for the specified duration. Foresee, 0.85 tempo per second. Foresee the likeliest sequence of events within the specified duration. Immortalem Memoriam. Upon dying, return to the point transfixed within your immortal memory. Justin stared at the information on his screen, or more specifically, at the new skill he had gained from drinking a drop of an eldritch horror's blood, and then promptly laughed his head off as the world around him began to burn. This concludes ChronoTemplar by Burt Wrenlaw, narrated by Alex Knox. Copyright 2021 by Burt Wrenlaw. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Burt Wrenlaw and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.